ask if you do wet ball drills or anything different to prepare for that.
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 30, 70% it won't. Let's do drills that say it won't rain. How is that like prominent, like a wet ball drill?
It's something that you see done in football. Didn't know if it's something you subscribe to.
Yeah, I mean, we've done every type of thing. Like, you got to understand, like, we got a bunch of people who know football. Like, we're going to do everything we can to put our guys in the best situation possible. That may come after practice, that may come before practice, but we're not going to take time out in practice to do a drill based on something that may not happen.
One of the weirder exchanges. I don't know the rule on this, by the way. I am not a meteorologist, but I don't think the 30-70 means there's a 30% chance it will rain, 70% chance it won't. Doesn't that have to do with something like the coverage of rain within a particular area? Isn't that what that means? Now, Nelly, if you could do some research for me, I know that PhD got Chris Bianchi on yesterday to clarify some of the rain questions. Because I thought that was something, it's like a common misconception that 30% means there's a 30% chance it will rain, and I don't think that's how it works.
Brett, just by the way, I'm actually not going to research that because that's not rain. So that's not really my concern. We're not talking about rain.
Hey, you know what? I totally understand Dion on that one. When you say it's going to snow on Saturday, and the snow is like, yeah, it's a dusting. I'm like, well, that's not snow. You give me like 8 inches, that's snow. I can't remember. Were you here for this? I don't think you were yet, Nelly, on this show when Mosier was talking about there's ducks and there's birds.
And there's birds.
Ducks are duck birds, and then there are like crows. Those are birds.
Right.
It was really funny. Like, and look, at the end of the day, is it like a huge and massive question? I mean, no. Here's the funny thing. Speaking of like wet ball drills and stuff like that. So I saw this video. People were making fun of Florida State because Florida State is awful this year. And they're at practice.
Who do you use?
and there's, I'm telling you, there's something about Dion's voice that you could take whatever he says in a press conference and Nelly, you could have a page full of 60 drops of just Dion in those little clips. And it's not even like,
who do you use?
Like that. Like you could use that for whatever. I'm just saying, like, you could have a full slate of drops for Dion. Just there's something about his voice and the way he says things.
I'm one of those good weather man.
Yeah, I mean, how great is that? You can literally just go in the middle of any clip of him talking, and it's like, yeah, we could probably use that for something. I'm one of the good weather men. But there's this video.
Yeah, with rain.
There's this video of Florida State at practice where, I don't know if you saw this, Nelly. They're doing a drill, and in the background of this drill, a guy is being chased by a coach with a water gun. Okay? And Florida State fans were using that as, look at the sad state of our football team. What the hell is going on at this Mickey Mouse Club that they're running at practice? And then I saw another video. And do you know what it was? It was the Baltimore Ravens spraying their players with squirt guns. And it just reminded me of, you take your pick. You ever seen that meme of the good-looking guy side by side with the gross-looking guy? And it says, that dress looks nice on you, the good-looking guy. They said polite, the other guy, is harassment.
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah.
Or it's what I referenced, I think it was last week, the scene in Step Brothers where hey, man, I like the tuxedos. I think it's funny. And, you're showing up to a job interview with those. I think it's great. And then he rips a fart and he goes, you know what? Now those tuxedos seem kind of effed up. Like, it's
There's
the
some
same
drills
thing.
that say it won't rain.
I don't think – I say all that to tell you. Teams do those drills. I don't know how much it helps. I played baseball for a large majority of my my growing up into an adult. Okay, up until I was 22. There were some games that I played in some spitting rain. There were some games that I played in snow. You didn't have to prep me for it. It's just kind of like deal with the elements as they come. Now, if we're heading into a game and we know it's going to be a monsoon, then yeah, maybe it's a different story. But don't think it's all that much of a big deal. But that is, you know what? That's one of my, in the year and over a year and a half, almost 2 years, that Dion has been here, I think that's one of my favorite exchanges.
Straight up.
And actually, Brett, this chunk right here, this is my favorite and of the entire exchange, and I'll explain it in a second here.
Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
So let's break down what happened.
Uh-huh.
Deion Sanders asked him, who do you use? Who's your weather guy? The reporter didn't think he was serious, so he just laughed.
Straight up.
Deion Sanders doubled down, and then the reporter refused to give his source. What is this, Watergate?
You know what?
He couldn't just say, oh, yeah, I chatted with Chris Bianchi. He's a respected weatherman. Does he think that Chris Bianchi is going to get the Sean Keeler treatment? He said it's going to rain, so now he can't attend press conferences?
Yeah.
Like, why did you just say, I talked to my boy Chris Bianchi, and he told me it's going to rain? Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Nelly, it's a great point.
I'm trying to think. What was that famous case with the reporters from the Pentagon Papers? What are we doing here?
Well, listen. You're so right, because if I went to Dion, I was like, yeah, it looks like rain's in the forecast. He's like, oh, yes, says who? And I was like, I know a weather
Kylie
person.
Pierce, that's who told me.
If he goes, well, who is it? And I said, Kylie Burse, would he have yelled about her, saying she's wrong?
Let's just say there is rain on the
No,
in the
we're not
forecast.
going to say there is rain. I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say 40%.
Someone,
40% chance that it ain't.
meteorologist that I respect highly said that there's a pretty
What
good chance
does
it
yours
rains.
say?
And then he did it again. A meteorologist that I respect highly?
Just say, like, this guy or gal's been doing this for a minute. They got a pretty good idea what they're talking about. People like to crap on meteorologists everywhere. They're like, oh, they always get things wrong. They told me this was going to be a snowpocalypse, and then it wasn't. Or they said today was going to be fine, and now it's raining all day. I feel like it's, weather is a pretty difficult thing to predict at times, and they get a little bit too much grief. If you're a meteorologist in San Diego, then yeah, you got a pretty easy job. You know what? It's going to be really nice today. A nice little 78 degree, not a cloud in the sky, a little bit of a breeze off the ocean. And you know what? We can copy and paste this report for the next 6 months. Like, that one's pretty easy. There are some volatile weather ecosystems, though, that exist out there. But I still want to know, hey, if we got one of these meteorologists listening to me right now, maybe, you know what? Maybe Kylie Burse is on break, and she tunes into the app during the 6 o'clock hour. What does the percentage mean? Because I know it doesn't mean X% chance it will rain and X% chance it won't. I think it has to do with the coverage. Like, your area will get 20% of the area will be caught with some sort of rain. I think that's how it works, but I just might be as stupid as I'm assuming other people are.
And then also, another thing. Deion Sanders has been here for, almost 2 years now? After living in Colorado for about 1 month, you learn that every 5 seconds, the forecast changes.
Yeah, it's different.
So if you saw that it's not supposed to rain, and then an hour later, some trusted sources who shall remain anonymous tell you that it's probably going to rain now, there's a good chance that that's true. The weather changes every 5 seconds.
So listen, what if Dion said to that guy, says who? And I said, Jim Cantori. He's the one who told me. No, Al Roker. Al Roker's the guy. Like, I'm trying to think of the most famous weather person that exists out there. What if I told him it was Reed Timmer? The guy who goes in storm chases things. And I'm like, nah, he's got a pretty good idea on this one, man. He's got the what do they call it? The TIV? Whatever it's called. Yeah, the TIV, the Tornado Intercepting Vehicle or something like that. And I just threw that in his face. Now what? You gonna doubt him?
And you're getting your wires crossed a bit here. I have a precipitation probability explanation here from weather.gov. So
Okay,
I
go
hope
ahead.
you and Coach Prime trust weather.gov.
Well, don't give me the exact author. I don't need to know that.
No, I'm just giving you the source.
That will protect the actual writer of this.
Exactly. The Lindsay Lohan wrote this. the probability of precipitation is simply a statistical probability that 0.01 inches or more of precipitation in a given area, in the given forecast area, in the time period specified. So the point is, it actually does mean if they give you there's a 40% chance of rain, that just means that there is a 40% chance it will rain in your area. You're thinking of a different metric. It says right here, that does not mean that 40% of the area will be covered by precipitation or that you will be seeing precipitation 40% of the time. It says that is not what it means. So you're getting your wires crossed here.
So you say that at the beginning again?
I know, I'm reading the jargon. Let me summarize. So they're just saying that if it says there's a 40% chance of rain,
Yes.
that means that's the statistical probability of 0.01 inches of rain or more in that area. It does not mean that 40% of the area will be covered by precipitation at a given time,
Okay.
or that you will be seeing precipitation 40% of the time.
Okay, I got it.
I totally just did the thing that we all do where I started by just reading the exact text before I actually tried to make sense of it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I hope that you would understand.
speaking of a text, texter writes in, he didn't name the source as a gift to local sports radio, at least 15 to 30 minutes of content created. You're welcome. I will say that Dion Sanders, whenever he speaks, is a content machine. No matter what, that's why I just said it at the beginning. I'm like, Nelly, you could go into any 3-second snippet of any answer that he gives, and it's like, yeah, we could use that.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Rain.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Texter says, Omaha Brett screwing up weather facts has melted my brain. Well, I got to be honest. I kind of get what that explanation Nelly read, and I kind of don't still. You know what I mean?
With rain.
That's how they should do my weather reports. Is it rain or is it rain? Rain's a big deal. Rain is fine.
There definitely is some of that when they talk about partly cloudy, partly sunny. Isn't that the same?
Well, I've said this from the beginning. Like when I first moved here, somebody dropped this one on me. And look, I've lived in 3 different places in 3 pretty vastly different parts of the country, but they've all been towards the middle of the country. I mean, obviously, Denver's a little bit more west, but still kind of middle. Lived in Nebraska, obviously. I lived here, and I've lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And let me tell you something. Each place, no matter where you go, there will be somebody, if you're new to that place, that will tell you, hey, you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. Like, everybody feels that way. The only places you can't say that is California. California, you can't say that. Everywhere else is, like, totally fair game to say. Now, I will say this. Nelly, you're from this part of the country. When I was in San Luis Obispo, or SLO, as the locals call it.
That's true, slow.
For a wedding recently, that was the most bizarre, weirdest weather I've ever experienced from this standpoint. Not like it was going to rain and stuff like that. But I would be in one area and it's 68 degrees. I drive 15 minutes and it's 84. I drive another 5 minutes and it's 72. Like, there's not a general wide vast of mileage that's the same there. They all have these little itty-bitty ecosystems that are like a 2-mile square radius. and you're just like, what's going on here?
Some of that's caused by wind whipping off the ocean or fog
That makes
coming off of the
sense.
coast. And so it was the same way where I grew up, where if you were in San Francisco or Berkeley or Oakland, it would be one temperature. And then there was a mountain range, and the suburbs were on the other side of those mountains. If you went on, so if you go through the tunnel and you cross those mountains, it automatically gets like 15 to 20 degrees hotter just
Right.
by moving away from the fog.
So that was one of the weirder ones that I've been to, but still. 303-504-0925. Texture says, just give me the weather report like Family Guy. It's going to rain. Yeah, that
It's
would
raining
help.
sideways.
303-504-0925. NFL, stock up, stock down next.
How is that like prominent, like a wet ball drill?
It's raining men.
We got rain? What
That's-
forecast you got?
Hallelujah, it's raining men.
Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go. I don't get. I don't have. It ain't say rain on mine.
Hallelujah, it's raining men.
No,
the
we're not
forecast.
gonna say there is rain. I'm one of those good weather men.
Amen. It's raining men.
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 30, 70% it won't.
Hallelujah, it's raining men.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
Amen.
Let's just say he was asked what his source was, and he said it was the Weather Girls. What about that? By the way,
Hallelujah.
what is there other songs the Weather Girls have had? Or did they just get together for one song and they go, guess what? We're going to make this one song and call ourselves the Weather Girls. Is that all it was? Anyway,
I have no idea if they, I could not tell you if they recorded anything else.
hang on. Before we get to NFL stock up, stock down, Weather Girls songs. They have It's Raining Men, as we all know. Well a Wiggy is a song. Despite this incredible success, the Weather Girls failed to drum up enough love for their next 20 years of singles. What song is this right here? What are we listening to here?
It's raining men.
Oh, this is still It's Raining Men. All right, that's enough of the Weather Girls this morning. Can't take much more than that. Now, there's another song that should have hit the charts at number one at some point, but it never did. Nelly, can you play that one for me? Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. NFL stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend. And we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. How about Kyler Murray? Another good start to the season. 266 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a 41-10 win over the Rams. He has 4 touchdowns and no picks on the year. He's added 120 rushing yards.
Kyler Murray.
This early season stuff is what he does. Like, it's exactly the MO of Kyler Murray since he got into the league. It's like early season, this guy plays really, really well and starts to impress people. Trust me, by week 6, week 7, his name will be thrown out in like MVP discussions. And what he's never been able to do is put together a full season. That's it. Like, if he can do that for 17 games, then we're talking about a very, very good quarterback. The problem with Kyler Murray is week 9 hits. And then all of a sudden, it's a big drop-off. And I don't know why that is. Maybe the athleticism, as the year wears on, starts to take a little bit of a dip. Perhaps some hits that he takes when he's scrambling starts to wear on him a bit. I don't know.
Brett, do you know what's scheduled to happen on October 25th?
I do not.
That's the release date for Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Of course, yeah.
So you have till then to cash in on Kyler Murray fantasy points. After that, it's over, pal.
Kyler's just a very interesting guy because he's never seen as a quarterback who's in like the top echelon of the league, but he does play well. He gets hurt a lot because he's smaller. It's just it's a difficult guy to try and project on what he is as a pro and what he's going to be throughout the course of a year. But he always has good starts, and that is no exception. This season, another good start for them. So Kyler Murray gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. You know, I could take the easy bait and go with like Bryce Young. I'm not going to. I'm going to go in another direction. Will Levis has taken over for the Tennessee Titans, and they have played 2 games to start the year in which all they had to do was close, and they couldn't because Will Levis would make back-breaking mistakes at the end of the game. So he finishes last week, 192 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. He's got 319 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 picks on the year. And again, it's like he has decent starts to games, but just can't close. So they had a 10-7 lead against the Jets at home at halftime last week. And then mistakes are made. You give Aaron Rodgers extra opportunities, and he makes you pay, and it's another L. It's not that he doesn't have talent. Will Levis does, but the boneheaded decisions that cost you at the end of games are kind of what separates good and bad in quarterbacks. Like, you can have a great start, but if you can't finish a game and you can't be trusted to finish it properly, then you're going to be drugged through the mud a bit. And I truly feel like he's going to have repeated problems in this throughout the course of the year. And guess what? Tennessee's not good enough to overcome mistakes like that at the end of games. So if I had to choose right now what I think is going to happen with him in Tennessee, I think that Tennessee is picking a quarterback in the first round next year. I think at the end of this season, they're going to say, you know what, we gave it a shot. Just not going to work. Didn't invest a first-round pick in him. It was a high-end second-round pick. I think the first pick of the second round in the year he was drafted. And I just think they're going to cut bait and try and move on to something else. So he gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. So a lot in this category. You're going to hear running backs and wide receivers and tight ends. But every once in a while, I like to throw a shout-out to a defensive player if they're balling out. And to start the year, Aiden Hutchinson, who had 4.5 sacks in last week's game alone. He had 3 in the first quarter. He's got 5.5 sacks through 2 games this year. He looks every bit the number 2 overall pick that the Lions hoped he would be. The interesting thing is the guy drafted at number 1 overall in that draft is Trayvon Walker, and Aiden Hutchinson, for the moment, looks miles better. And speaking of miles, you know, it's always something I keep in mind with high-end pass rushers and really where they get to the prove-it time of their career. You should have production if you're an early draft pick at an edge position like that, whether it's defensive end, outside linebacker, but your primary job is rushing the passer. You should be able to get numbers early. But Myles Garrett made a jump in year 3 that he's never looked back from. And I think Aiden Hutchinson in year 3 is on his way to doing that. The year 3 jump for these guys is massive. And he seems unblockable at the moment. They tried last week against Tampa. They tried chips with tight ends. They tried to keep running backs in the backfield. He's just got, obviously, I don't think anybody's done the accelerated bend better than Von Miller, but he's got that in his bag. He's got a spin move. He's got a power rush. Like, there's really no way to strategize a specific thing that he can't do. He looks really, really good. And when you're on a team that is supposed to be a Super Bowl contender, these aren't luxuries anymore. These are differences between winning Super Bowls and not. And he is obviously a major piece for the Lions to try and get to that ultimate destination. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. You can call it being the byproduct of maybe a young guy with not a lot of starts under his belt trying to get him the football, but it's not been a great couple of weeks to start the season for Michael Pittman. One of the higher-paid wide receivers in the league, one of the higher-respected wide receivers in the league. He had 3 catches for 21 yards last week. He's only got 7 catches for 52 yards on the season with no touchdowns. And they play in a bad division. The AFC South is up for grabs. If they want to be a team that ultimately comes out on top in that division, they have to start using their best playmakers, and Michael Pittman is one of them. If Anthony Richardson cannot get him the football, then I think they're going to have some trouble through the air. He's too big of a featured piece of that offense not to be used more than what he's been used in the first couple of weeks. I do expect that to change, but it is something to keep an eye on with Michael Pittman in Indianapolis. NFL team stock up. I think it has to be the Saints, doesn't it? I mean, a 44-19 win in Dallas over the Cowboys. Cowboys, say what you want about them. I know people have their doubts because when it gets to the postseason, that team starts to crater a bit. But I'm telling you, you have a team in Dallas that is going to win probably 11 games-ish this year. You walk into their building and you beat them by 25 points. That's not a small detail. And we spent a lot of yesterday talking about how there's a lack of just total offensive football right now in the NFL, that passing touchdowns are hard to come by, that 2021, there were 110 passing touchdowns for 2 weeks, and through 2 weeks this season, there's only been 69 in the NFL. Well, guess what? The Saints have combined for 91 points in the first 2 weeks of this season. So their offense is not hard to come by. Derek Carr looks very good under new coordinator Clint Kubiak. Alvin Kamara looks like he's his old, healthy self. And if that's the case, he is such a dynamic weapon in both the run and pass game, it makes them hard to game plan for. But the Saints have been by far, I think, the most impressive team in the NFL through 2 weeks, and they play in by far the easiest division in the NFL, in the NFC South. A division that was won last year, by the way, with a 9-8 record. You start the season 2-0 in that division, you're in really good shape. So the Saints, they get the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. Yeah, it's Miami. 31-10 loss at home to the Bills. But the bigger thing is they've just placed Tua on the IR. And they said he is going to take however much time he needs to get right from this head injury. The problem is I don't know if there's any amount of time that exists where his head's going to be as good as you'd hope. You know, it's a big issue. And when you're questioning, is my starting quarterback, who we just paid a whole bunch of money to, going to come back ever again? It leaves you in a terrible spot. Right now, they're going to start Skylar Thompson. I watched him when he came in. Were they Thursday Night Football? I think they were last week. I watched him when he came in last week for Tua. He's not going to get the job done.
Tua Tagovailoa.
And that is a competitive division in the AFC East where you have teams like Buffalo. And look, the Patriots don't look dog butt awful like we thought they would be. And then you have the Jets, who are just waiting for Aaron Rodgers to get his feet under him. Like, their season's over. It's 2 weeks in and your season's done. I don't think there's anybody you can sign off the scrap heap that's going to hold this thing together. Like, maybe you can find yourself a Flacco to the Browns, like what happened last year in Cleveland, where he held the ship together and he got them to the postseason. But still, that feels like pie in the sky sort of pipe dream that's not going to go down. The Dolphins, they get the stock down. Let's go MVP, stock up. Again, this is reserved for quarterbacks traditionally in this award, but I like giving shout-outs to people at other positions. How about J.K. Dobbins to start the year? J.K. Dobbins, 17 carries, 131 yards, and a touchdown last week. He had over 130 yards and a touchdown to start the season. This is Jim Harbaugh getting Jim Harbaugh. I'm going to find a running back that I trust, and I'm going to pound the rock with him about 15 to 20 times a game, and he's going to be productive. And you start thinking about that style mixed in with a Justin Herbert at quarterback, that team can be really scary. Now, they faced some easier opponents to start the year, and they played Carolina last week. But J.K. Dobbins, 2 weeks into the season with over 270 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns on, I think it's like 28 carries or something. He's averaging 9.9 per carry through 2 weeks. Incredibly impressive, especially for somebody who had trouble staying healthy in Baltimore the last couple of years. Well, guess what? When that guy's healthy, he eats. So J.K. Dobbins gets the stock up. Let's go MVP, stock down. Lamar Jackson. This was going to be very difficult for him to win again anyway because he's a multiple-time MVP winner, and you need to play at an all-world elite level to be back in that discussion, much in the same way in the NBA with Jokic. Jokic, to win 3 out of 4 years, you need to play at an insane level that's almost been unseen in league history. Jokic was able to accomplish that. Maybe Lamar is, but here's the problem. 247 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick last week. He has 520 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick on the year. Did run for over 100 yards in the opening game. But here's the big thing. He's 0-2. MVP campaigns for quarterback have to do with stats along with the status of your team within the NFL ranks. An 0-2 start is not great, especially, I know I talk about weak divisions, strong divisions. The strongest division in football, I think, is the AFC North. That's the Steelers. That's the Ravens. That's the Bengals. That's the Browns. It's tough. When wins are hard to come by, losing your first 2 is not good. You give them a pass because they almost beat the Chiefs in the opener. There is no excuse to lose at home to the Raiders last week. None. And I think this one is going to hurt him for a while and make this another MVP campaign for him seem like a damn near impossibility. So he gets a stock down. Let's go to the best game of the week.
I'm one of those good weather men.
I think that it's Chiefs-Bengals. Really good, back and forth. Felt like the Bengals had a shot, couldn't quite finish. I almost don't want to do it because I'd put the Chiefs in this category for 2 weeks in a row. You could also go Falcons-Eagles, which was a great game with some boneheaded stuff at the end. And Raiders-Ravens was a really good game, just unexpectedly. But I think I'd have to give it to Chiefs and Bengals, the worst game of the week. Hit me with something, Nelly.
Damn act together.
Thank you very much. Worst game, I think, was Cardinals-Rams. And it's tough, but a 41-10 win is not a game you want to watch. Not to mention, I don't want to watch a Rams team, and it's sad to watch. Offensive linemen out everywhere. They lose their top 2 wide receivers for an extended period of time, and the Rams are going to have a really, really difficult time trying to keep this thing together before they get Puka Nacua back in, who knows, 4 weeks, before they get Cooper Kupp back in 4 to 8 weeks, whatever that number is going to be. It's just going to be a really difficult coaching job by Sean McVay and a really difficult quarterbacking job by Matthew Stafford if they want to be in the conversation of the playoffs by the end of the year with all the injuries that have stacked up. So that's the worst game of the week, and that is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down that we do every week following the NFL weekend. Back after this. All right, 303-504-0925. I got something I want to say about the Broncos in just a moment, but I just saw this on ESPN that they have Tennessee. Just going to read this from the New York Times. I'm sorry, this was from Knox News. We've come a long way in the last few years. In this new era, it's going to get a lot more expensive, said Tennessee Athletic Director Danny White. But there's also going to be a closer relationship between resources and competition than there ever has been before, and our biggest asset is our fan base. The reason he said that is because they're going to charge a 10% surcharge, which they're calling a talent fee, for tickets to a Tennessee game. And that 10% surcharge is going to be used in the NIL fund. You cannot opt out of this. If you buy a ticket to a Tennessee athletic event, that is going to go in their revenue sharing pool for players. And it starts next season. I got an issue with this. If you go to a big-time college football game, tickets are pretty expensive already. It's not like these come cheap. And now you're telling me my $200 ticket is now going to cost $220 because we have to have that 10% go to this fund to pay some athletes. If you get people to donate to your school already, fine. This needs to be voluntary.
No pun intended for Tennessee, huh?
Like, I'm just like, yes, the voluntary volunteers. The idea of forcing your fan base into this is a little bit crazy. Like, this is going to sound like quasi-political. I'm kind of tired of just paying a lot for everything. Now, the older I get, the more I'm like, taxes. Ugh. But I think about this like the NFL's doing it too. Hey, pay for the Sunday ticket and then you can watch all the games. Cool. Well, if you pay for the Sunday ticket, you can almost watch all the games. Because then you need Amazon. And sometimes you'll need Peacock. Every once in a while, you'll need Paramount. Very rarely, you'll need this other streaming service. It's just like, how much more can I give to this product, okay? How much more?
Do you know which player you'll be paying from this 10% talent fee? Do you know whose pockets that'll be lining? Can you say his name?
Well, my guess is, Nelly, it's going to be for all sports. So you're also, that the money that you're paying with the football ticket is also going to be in the same pool that is used to pay the basketball players, which is also going to be used in the same pool to pay swimmers and gymnasts and baseball players and stuff like that.
Right, but I'm saying it's probably going to go towards one specific player on the Tennessee football team. Do you want to try saying his name?
Oh, yeah. Iamaleava. Oh, I nailed it. I'm getting there. Nelly, I was not confident when I said that out loud, but I did nail it.
Practice makes perfect. There you go.
Iamaleava. Boom. Oh, I'm watching Kylie Beers right now. Kickoff 62 degrees. Breezy and rain likely with thunderstorms, ? Dion, I dare you to question the meteorological, I think, prowess of Kylie Burse on Fox 31. I dare you to question that. Here's the other thing. Before we got derailed with the Dion stuff, I had something else I wanted to talk about this morning, and we can do this, as we go along today. But it's a big question of, where do you spend your money outside of quarterback? Because quarterback is being paid $85 million over the next couple of years, along with the money that you're paying Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and Zach Wilson. Where you spend that cash matters, and you have to be doing it wisely. You're on a budget right now, okay? I mean, you went from a family that, hey, man, we got expendable income like crazy. Don't got to think about if we're going out to eat, taking a trip, whatever. We got the cash for it. And then you got laid off on your job. And so now purse strings being tightened a little bit. You can't go out and just do whatever you want. You got to be very conscious of where you spend your cash. That's where the Broncos are at. Contract stuff is incredibly important with how much dead money you have out there in the ether. Courtland Sutton is paid like a number one wide receiver, and he's not doing that right now. A game in which Devon Vele, who had 8 catches in the opening game, is out. He needs more than a catch. He needs to be able to get open for his rookie wide receiver. And they have these graphs laid out of basically wide receiver efficiency, okay? So it's passer rating and yards per route is the X and Y axis. Courtland Sutton is dead last of all of these wide receivers who qualified on this. He's averaging 0.7 yards per route. And when he's targeted, he is so low on this list, it doesn't even give the exact number. It looks like it's around 13 in passer rating. Remember, that goes up above 100 in what? I think it's like 149 or something like that is the top passer rating. He's at like 13 or 14. All 4 interceptions have come when Courtland Sutton is targeted. Now, I'm not saying the interceptions are Courtland's fault, but I will say it probably tells you he's not getting very open. And the entire thing with Courtland Sutton wanting a new contract, and I said this from the beginning, I'm like, he feels like he's paid right where he should be, which is wide receiver 2 or a really good wide receiver 3 kind of money. Where he was walking into this year, I believe, at 14.5 or 15 million bucks. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of where he should be. But there's one thing that needs to be undoubted. He needs to be the best wide receiver on this team, and he hasn't been. The best wide receiver on this team, and I don't think it's close, has been Josh Reynolds for 2 weeks. And that's the guy that everybody had a beef with because it was essentially a 1-for-1 trade with the Lions between Tim Patrick and Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds is essentially Tim Patrick in a different number. They're the same type of receiver. I was trying to tell you guys that from the very beginning. He's a lot more sure-handed than you think. But the Sutton stuff is bothersome. You want to know why Josh Reynolds doesn't bother me? He makes like $5 million a year. He's not supposed to be incredible. He's supposed to be a guy, if you throw it his direction 4 or 5 times a game, he makes a catch and he gets you 50 yards. Sutton is supposed to be the guy that's getting you 90 to 100 a game on 7 catches. And if he has trouble right now getting separation, that's a massive issue because I don't know who else you have on this wide receiving core that has the ability to get open. And if Sutton can't get this figured out, or they can't get an offense figured out to help Sutton get open, then you're going to be in some trouble. The one thing I can say about this offense that they lack is exactly what I was talking about with that graph, efficiency. They aren't efficient. And if they had a wide receiver that was a true go-to kind of guy, it could help out a lot, but Courtland's just not that. Now, a texture says Sutton looks like he doesn't want to be with the Broncos. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. He wouldn't have been pining for a bigger contract to stay here if that was. And everything that he has said and the way that he acted, at least in the offseason, does not tell me that he doesn't want to be here. It sounds like he does. I mean, after the first week, he was basically going out of his way to make sure that his rookie quarterback wasn't getting blamed. I'm not questioning Sutton's heart to be here. I'm questioning his sort of talent level overall. He's a good receiver, but he's not great. And the Broncos really don't have a great anything on offense. They got a great guard in Quinn Miners. Outside of that, I don't know if somebody reaches this and goes on. 303-504-0925, Shot Mazda text line. If you guys want in, can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Hey, Coach, with potential rain in the forecast for Saturday.
We
will-
got rain? What
That's-
forecast you got?
Just changed this morning.
No, let me see. I don't have, it ain't say rain on mine. Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
A
That's a
meteorologist?
mistake. I got 5169. This joker's been accurate. Anybody else got? Read yours.
Either way, let's just say there is rain on the in
No,
the
we're not gonna
forecast.
say there is rain. I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say
someone,
40%. 40% chance
A
that it ain't.
meteorologist that I respect highly said that there's a pretty
What
good chance
does
it
yours
rains
say?
on Saturday.
Okay. I don't know which one I got. I need to check mine. Rain does not.
I was just going to ask if you do wet ball drills or anything different to prepare for.
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 70% it won't. Let's do drills that say it won't rain. How is that like prominent, like a wet ball drill?
Look, Dion's been here for almost 2 years. Probably my favorite podium
By far.
moment for Dion since he got here.
That is my favorite exchange between reporter and coach because, it's not, there's nothing bad about it. It's not evil. It's not
it's
there's
not
no
combative.
animosity there.
There's nothing,
It's
no.
just hilarious. It's absolute. Hey, what do you use? What do you guys use for forecasts?
Well,
Seriously,
and-
what do you use?
First of all, welcome back, Moshe. Good to see you.
Who
Here's
do
the
you
thi-
use?
Here's what's so great. I told Nelly in the appetizer, I go, you know what's great about Dion is you could literally take 2 seconds of any press conference he's ever done and you could use it as a drop. And I said, Nelly, just go to a random 2 seconds. And it was everything that he hit was like, yep, we could use that for something. We could use
Who
that.
do you use?
Like, who do you use? We could use that for a whole bunch of stuff. But Nelly made a great point. In the middle of that exchange.
Rain does not.
I was just going to ask you.
See, whatever. What did he say, by the way?
Yeah, with rain.
But Nelly made a great point. As he's going back and forth, he's like, who do you use? I'm trying to figure this out. The reporter just didn't say, like, Kylie Burse, who was really, or
I
Chris
just saw it from
Bianchi.
a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
It's like a meteorologist I highly respect. I'm like, just say the guy's name. What are you, protecting a source for the weather? What's going on here?
Maybe he did
meteorologist
not
is-
want to involve Mike Nelson and
Yeah, like,
poor Mike's going to catch his stray from Coach Prime, and he wants to protect him. I don't know.
My
Funny, though.
meteorologist is the former brain of Steve Jobs that shows up on my phone every day.
it's actually, you know what? It's Al Roker. That's who it is. That's who I got my information from. It's him and Jim Cantori. They work together on this, actually. So who knows if it's going to be rain or rain. Mose, you should know this. There's birds, and then there's duck birds, but
Right.
there's birds.
Well, when all this went down, I go to the Weather Channel app. I don't know why. I guess I trust the Weather Channel. That's what they do. It's how they live.
Mm-hmm.
And it says Saturday, high of 72 degrees and rain. 89% chance of rain
Yeah.
in Boulder,
I'm one of
Colorado.
those good weather man.
So low of 46, high of 72 with an 89% chance of
Wait,
rain.
Can you play that again, Nelly? What does he say here?
I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say
someone-
40%.
What is
40% chance that it ain't.
Meteorologist.
What is that? I'm one of those good weather man.
Well, like if it says, hey, there's a 50% chance of rain, well, there's
Positive.
a 50% chance
Positive.
it's not.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
positive. I'm
He's a
glass
happy
half
guy.
full.
Right,
Okay,
right.
that's
Yeah,
what he's
right.
saying.
He's a positive weather forecaster. It's not all about the negative. It's not all about, hey, the snow's flying, it's going to dump. It's, hey, it may snow, but right now it looks good.
You know, here's the other thing. Do the wet ball drills actually do anything? Like when you practice, it's funny. I saw this earlier in the year. So Florida State is awful to start the season. They can't win a game. And there's a video that emerged from a Seminoles practice in which they're showing video of some running back doing a drill. And in the background, there's a coach chasing a player with a water gun. I'm assuming to try and do a, quote, wet ball drill. And Florida State fans start freaking out. They're like, is this the state of our team, this Mickey Mouse Club practice that we're having? And then you know what I saw shortly after that? Were the Ravens doing the exact same thing, and Baltimore is a good team, so that's now a smart drill to do. And it just reminded me, you guys I'm sure have seen the meme of the good-looking guy next to the fat, pudgy guy, and both of them have the quote, "That dress looks nice on you." One's the good-looking guy
one's
says
a compliment.
polite.
That's
The
compliment.
other guy is harassment, right?
Stalking, right?
That's
right.
Well,
what
you
that
know,
is.
The amount of money spent in the NFL, it's only a matter of time before the owners and front office types start infusing cloud seating at practices to prepare for the rain. I'll say this. Rainy games, right? Just top of my memory, the craziest rainy game I can remember is CU Nebraska in Lincoln. Eric Bieniemy, I think, fumbled like 4 times and then scored 3-4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter alone. CU won that game, but it was rain all day. Dion would have loved that rainy forecast.
I want to say 19.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
How do you do a drill that says it won't rain?
Vic, I remember, I think it was 1996 in Lincoln, and it was like a rain, like a ice rain in Lincoln.
Sleet?
Like sleet rain. I mean, it was an absolute mess. Crazy mess.
You know,
but that's
they
again,
don't-
that's November rain. That's day after
Sure.
Thanksgiving rain in Lincoln, and
That's
it's
cold
rain.
rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, and that's where it's more prominent because if you get rain early in the season, it usually comes with lightning. And if it comes with lightning, they suspend play all the time,
Which is
right?
brutal. God, it's brutal.
That's why you don't see it as much anymore because of the lightning that comes with it.
What do you mean it's brutal?
The delays in football games are brutal. They're awful.
But do you know why they do it on a golf course and why they do it?
Moj, I am terrified of lightning. I know exactly why they do it. I'm just saying it's an annoying thing when you're watching a football game. They're like,
Right.
hey, we got to shut it down for 45
Yeah,
minutes. You're like, what do
but
I do?
Well, my immediate question to whoever blew the horn at the golf course is I call up there and I ask, now is it lightning or just lightning in the area?
Let's do the golf where it says there's no lightning. Let's do that golf.
Straight up.
The reason that they do that, and I'm no meteorologist. I'm trying
Because
to
you're
be
holding metal in your hands.
because it kills people.
Yeah, Moj, you aren't hearing me. If I see even a near strike of lightning, I'm going to the clubhouse or the shelter. One of the two.
Oh, she's not pro lightning.
Yes.
She's not pro being struck by lightning.
I'm just
I
saying
don't think he established
it's
that.
a very annoying experience as a viewer, which I understand why they do it. But when they delay a game, you're just like, so I'm all amped up for this football game, and now I got to wait an hour and try and manufacture the same sort of. I don't have that in me.
Well, how about so basically, if you're not at the game and there's no threat of you dying, then you're really pissed about it.
Correct.
Okay,
See,
so it's about you.
Yeah, with rain.
I'll share a story with you guys. Myself and Mosier, we went out and played at Murphy Creek last
God,
year.
what a nightmare.
Mosier took the Bears Jeep Wrangler out there, had the doors off, had the roof off. He was wide open. He was in the breeze, Vic.
And by the
on
way, when I
down.
got there, it was really sunny and
Oh,
nice.
it's beautiful. But if you live out inside of the food court in the airport like I do around that Murphy Creek area, those things change in a hurry out there.
Real quick.
It gets windy in a hurry out there.
Real quick.
And Vic, we see some cloud cover coming over. We're like, that doesn't look good. We hear a couple of thunder that's maybe not right over us, but getting pretty close. And then it just starts to hail like crazy. We're luckily enough, we were right by one of those shelters. We hung in there for what, Moj? 40 minutes?
Us and about 17 of our new best friends that came fleeing from all over the course.
So we get out. The guy says, guys, I'm sorry. You got to get a rain check. We got to shut it down.
Dude
Hail.
had to come out with a 4x4
Yeah.
to the shelter from the clubhouse. Dude's in a 4x4 coming to tell us, the whole course is shut down.
Yeah, the hail has ruined the greens. We can't play. You guys get a rain check, go home. We get back to Mosier's car. Vic, he's got like 3 inches of hail that's all over his car.
Inside.
Everywhere inside of it. Yes.
On the dash, on the seats, on the floor.
Well, you had your windows open?
The Wrangler. He had
No,
the
it had
Wrangler
with Jeep with all the doors off and the roof off and all that stuff.
I got
yeah.
you. I got
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a fun time. Anyway, we don't know if there's going to be rain on Saturday or not. Hopefully not. I want to see a clean football game.
Are you surprised that the Buffs are a favorite in this game?
No.
No.
I don't know what to make of Baylor because if I know Air Force is not having a great year. I understand that. But if you destroy Air Force, that's pretty good. Because one thing they can do, one thing they are is discipline, and they'll tackle. When you do to them what Baylor did to them last weekend, that's 31-3 is a stomping.
Well, I'll say this, I think people dismissed Baylor to start the year. Now they're 2.5-point favorites. This game's pretty close to a pick 'em. But people dismissed Baylor because they didn't have a great year last year, and I forget what their record was. They were pretty bad, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think they only had like 3 or 4 wins max.
But here's the thing: Dave Aranda's a good coach. He's a good coach there, and he's got that ability, year to year, to turn things around quickly. They're gonna have their hands full. He's a really good coach.
They didn't call him a good coach last year. It depends on the season. He's had good seasons, and then now there's pressure at Baylor. There's pressure to turn that thing around. I'm not sure if their original quarterback's coming back this week or not. He did not play last week. They went with the backup. But you're right, Moj. It's hard to play Air Force. Air Force, nobody wants to play them because they have to change the way they play. But to do what they did to the academy, that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's very impressive. I still think CU is the better team. We'll see Saturday night in hopefully no rain. But again, this is one of those games. If you're CU and you look at that schedule and you're looking for that bowl eligibility, one of those games you got to win.
Do you know who went to Baylor? Besides Mike Singletary.
Mark.
Yeah, tonight.
Oh, Berto did?
Bertag went to Baylor, yes.
He doesn't fit the Baylor profile.
I know.
Never would have guessed.
I would never imagine Berto. Because is it still? Are you allowed to dance on the Baylor campus?
I don't know.
I'm not joking. When I was in Austin, Texas, back in the '90s, I think it was still a thing.
Well, I think
you weren't.
Well, it's Waco, right? So was he hanging out with other people in Waco before? I don't know. I don't know what he did.
Let me throw out some schools. You tell me if this feels like a school that Berto
tonight
would go to. Okay, if I threw out a San Jose State to you,
yes,
yeah,
he feels very San Jose State.
Yeah.
If I threw out
San
a
Jose
Wazoo,
absolutely,
yeah,
Coastal Carolina,
perhaps, yeah,
sure, party on, baby.
Indiana,
no.
Yeah, not an
really.
Indiana guy.
No, not an Indiana guy.
Tonight.
Certainly not a Baylor guy. I just don't see that.
Dude,
was he walking around campus just going, tonight?
I don't know, dude. He's straight up Baylor Bears, man. Cracks me up.
Anyway,
well, he's from Texas. The family has roots in Texas and New Mexico, so
on Twitch
Tonight.
Arian says Chip and Joanna Gaines have taken over Waco, Texas. They have, and it's a great show. Great show, Chip and Joanna.
Oh, wait, you mean the doing all their stuff, making candles and all that stuff for their
they do the house flipping stuff out in Waco.
I don't know what that is.
Every time I go to Target, I see
oh yeah,
candles.
She's got her own line of stuff now. She's got a whole bunch of house stuff.
I can't walk through Target and go buy a belt without Joanna Gaines, hitting me in the head with something.
So Vic, they have a show on they have a show on HGTV called Fixer Upper, and they're just great. They're a fantastic
cool
couple.
People.
They work well
great.
together.
Yeah.
Chip's a funny guy.
Is this the show with the family that's got like 16 kids?
Yes, exactly right. That's them. But they flip houses in Waco, and the reason why I love those because those houses look really nice at the end, and they bring in a family, and they're like, guess what? This house is worth now $210,000. You're like, I got to move to Waco.
I know,
if this is what these houses look like for that.
Dude, I feel like, again, my neighbors are so close. I could, I don't know.
You could spit on their
from your
deck.
Their other side. Right, exactly. And then I feel like if I sold my house here in Colorado and I moved to somewhere, East Carolina, just somewhere, I could buy like a mansion. I feel like I'm Howard Hughes or something.
Vic is like, why do you live out in Pueblo? I'm like, Vic, because I can afford it out there.
Right.
That's why I live out there. The smaller the mountains get from the view of my house, the more affordable my house gets.
Actually, I think the curve of the earth, you can't see the mountains from your house.
Exactly.
8373 says, Berto strikes me as a University of Phoenix guy.
All right.
That's so good.
How about that?
By the way, he only wakes up before noon when he has to. He's not listening right now.
You've got a start to the show that has featured Rain, that has featured HGTV shows, and Berto smoking Marlboro Reds and 3 Red Bulls, like this texture says. All right, 303-504-0925. This is a pretty big thing. It was a big story over the course of the offseason, and I feel like it's only been 2 weeks, but it's not paying off for the Broncos. We'll get to it next.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
That is the sound of Tulatero, and by now you know what that sound means. Download that Tulatero app. It's the favorite lottery app of many where you participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And if you download the app right now and use the code MAGIC, again, that's the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. And tonight, it is the Powerball. $176 million is up for grabs. That's right, Moj. $176 million. So all you need to do, download that Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with the code MAGIC and try your hand at the $176 million up for grabs in the Powerball. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
I love that. Coach Prime at the podium, so good. Hey, Vic, real quick as we come on back, and I'm back in studio, and I'll be here a couple days, and I got to go to Cincinnati. Our condolences to the family and friends of Ward Lucas. Ward passed away at the age of 75, Vic, and you talk about a guy who was an absolute staple in this town for so long. Total professional, and I didn't really know Ward. I only met him on a handful of occasions, but boy, oh boy, when I got to town, there were so many good people when I got to town, Brett. Very few still on the air, but man, they just total pros. It's just a gold standard. Unbelievable.
Grew up watching Ward, and it was part of the routine. You'd watch 9 News, you'd watch that, and then go right into MASH. That's how it worked. That would end 10:35 MASH, and he was one of them.
Yep, condolences go out, obviously.
What did you just say?
I said, yep, condolences. Yeah, I can't speak that. Condolences go out, obviously, is what I said.
Cazolazzi?
Cazolazzi?
But perhaps Ward would appreciate that, too, that you said it that way. And,
Well, if
Stromboli's go out to his family. I mean, come on, dude.
I mean, what do you want?
Calzones.
I messed up a word. I'm sorry.
Just
it's the wrong time to mess up a word. I agree. I messed it up.
Saying that one, eh?
I did have trouble.
I mean, we're trying to respectfully pay tribute to Ward, and you're throwing calzones out there.
I'm sorry about that.
All right.
Can we move on? Do you guys want to make fun
No,
of
I'd say let's move on.
Okay.
I think that this is brutal.
Because great segue. Thank you.
Yeah, here's the segue. You know what else is I mean, it just, I think about this from the offseason and how much attention this got. When you had the whole Courtland Sutton story about him, he wanted more money in the contract. And I always thought from the very beginning, I was like, hey, man, Courtland Sutton, $15 million a year sounded right. Mm-hmm. Like, it's one of the rare times in sports where it's like, I thought a contract matched up with somebody's ability pretty well. Like, he's a good receiver. Not great receiver. $15 million sounded like the right amount of cash. He held out. He got what he wanted. He got more money. Here's the problem. Through 2 weeks, and I get it, it's 2 weeks, Courtland Sutton is the least efficient wide receiver in the NFL right now. He is averaging.
Which is why he held out. Now I know. Now I know why he held out. He held out. Well, it wasn't a holdout. It was a warning. Okay? He didn't miss any camp. But the reason he did it, you just answered your own question. The reason he did it is because he saw this coming. He knew that he wouldn't have the numbers to put out there this year to get the contract next year. The numbers would dip. Why do the numbers dip? He's dealing with this.
He's averaging right now 0.7 yards per route. And the passer rating, when thrown to him among qualified wide receivers in the NFL, is the lowest of any wide receiver in the NFL through 2 weeks.
Why would you?
How would he look if he played with Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes? I'm just curious.
That's an excellent question, Vic. Brett, that's the question I'm trying to ask.
Better.
You. Yeah, I mean,
how would he look if he played with Matt Stafford, with Jared Goff? How
better,
would he look?
Better. But here's the issue. There's been 4 interceptions thrown this year by Bo Nix. All 4 have come when targeting Courtland Sutton. It's not his fault that Nix throws a pick when he's throwing in his direction, but I do think it can tell you a story of, is there enough separation between him and the guy that's defending him where it doesn't need to be an on-the-money perfect throw to make it a completion?
How many human beings are around Courtland Sutton and that ball's being forced at him?
I don't
On
think
a couple of occasions, there are at least 2, and I remember one where there were 3 human beings saying, hey, Court, what's up? Oh, here comes the ball, blam.
Here's the thing, though. And I'm not just trying to beat up on Courtland here, but when you're the number 1 wide receiver on a team, and, Devon Vele, who's a 7th-round rookie, misses the game last week, and his presence was felt, right? Like, he missed the game at 8 catches, not for a whole bunch of yards, but 8 catches in week 1. Week 2, you're like, okay, one of the wide receivers that had 8 catches the first week is now out of the lineup, and Sutton leaves that game with a catch. 1. If you're the number 1 wideout on a team, you can't finish a game with 1 catch. There has to be more than that.
Well, he has been targeted 16 times, the most on the football team. The second most is Josh Reynolds at 13, but he's got 9 catches on those 13 targets. Courtland has 5 on 16.
But
That's
Josh
inc-
Reynolds
that-
has been productive.
Agreed, but that's incredibly inefficient. You're right. I mean, the inefficiency rating would bear out.
And so I'm just saying, like, for him, he's the number one option in your pass game. And maybe I'm wrong on this. I don't think defensive coordinators, as they enter a week against Denver, are like staying up at night thinking, how do we stop Courtland Sutton from getting the football? I don't think it's like a huge strategy of theirs. They're probably saying, number one wideout, we have to at least focus and pay some attention to this. But I'm more saying this is it's a state of where the offense kind of is through 2 weeks, as the two guys that you would say, if I had to choose somebody that were going to have the most production and efficient years on offense for the Broncos, it would be who? Courtland Sutton and Javonte Williams, and both of their efficiency numbers are like in the tank through 2 weeks. I mean, Javonte had 11 carries for 17 yards last week. Courtland had a catch. And it's like, well, then where's the offense going to come from? It's not those two guys.
Our team's just basically playing the run and saying, go ahead, Bo, do what you can do. We're going to play the run.
I think so.
We're not going to let you guys run. I mean, that's what I've seen the first 2 weeks, right? They're playing to stop the run. And again, going back to this receiver thing, I think receivers, they're not dumb. They are a product of whatever the offense and the quarterback can do for them. That's all.
Yeah.
Volume, traffic. If they're not getting the volume and the traffic and they're not getting the necessary opportunities, then their numbers are going to dip.
Yeah.
See, but I get really hesitant when we just assume that, hey, if the quarterback is bad, then the guy can't have a productive season. There's plenty of good wide receivers. Plenty of really good wide receivers that have productive seasons with awful QBs.
Who?
Oh, dude, go through the list of what you would consider elite quarterbacks, like Justin Jefferson last year. When Kirk Cousins was out, did his production take a dip, or was he still really good with the 4 different quarterbacks that they played last year?
He was hurt.
Yeah, but Jefferson had a good year last year. Still, he did. So did Jordan Addison, for that matter, in Minnesota. And that was with guys like Jaron Hall playing quarterback. You know, like Devontae Adams is not having a down year just because Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell's throwing him the football. Like, if you're a good wideout, you still get production out of that.
Okay, I'll use that same argument. If you're a mediocre quarterback but a very good offense, and you're targeting your receivers for the most of the offensive time, are you going to have better numbers as a receiver or not? Are you going to have better numbers?
Ask
out
that
there?
question again.
If you're a pass-happy offense,
Sure.
and you're targeting your receivers most of the time, you're running air raid, you're CU. You're
Okay.
CU. Receivers going to have a better time or not?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
So balls flying all over the field. Yes, everybody's going to get some. Everybody's going to
Okay.
eat. Everybody's going to get
What's
a
the
piece.
difference between the CU offense and the Broncos offense?
A lot.
Everything?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, there's my point. I think a guy like Courtland Sutton walked into the season knowing, oh my, this is not going to look good.
Yeah, you know what? Still, though, and I've heard this argument as well, Moj, that Sean Payton needs to dumb down what he's trying to run, that it might be too complicated for the skill set that you have out there on the field at some of these positions. I go back to a play. Do you guys remember last week? Bo Nix goes into the huddle. They actually had the camera on him. Takes the knee. 15 seconds later, they break the huddle. With 4 seconds left on the play clock, they had to burn a timeout because it took too long. It's like, why are we having a 15-second play call
Yeah.
for a quarterback who's in week 2 of his NFL career?
I don't know why. I get the feeling then that you're pinning this on Sutton, and I'm gonna ask you a question. Who was the Broncos' best receiver last year? Who was their most reliable?
it was Courtland
receiver?
Sutton.
Who made the most dramatic catches? Who made the most touchdown catches?
Courtland Sutton did, yes.
Did he just get bad?
No, but no, Vic. But it
There's
might
a
be,
responsibility
it might be a
that comes with
two-prong.
being the number one guy, along with getting a pay raise in the offseason.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit.
So
I'm a
you
little
think-
bit
you don't
perturbed
think
by
he's playing well enough?
your
Are
tact
you
here.
crazy?
Yeah, I'm a little bit perturbed by your tact as well.
You're crazy.
A
So
little
you
perturbed.
mean to tell me that he came into this season and he's just not performing? I'm reading, he's not getting separation. He's not doing this. I'm looking. He's the same guy. He's the same dude. It's not him. It's not. It ain't him.
Dude, he had
You
separation.
guys are pointing your finger at the wrong person.
Listen,
I'm
It
not
ain't
putting
him.
this solely on Courtland Sutton. I'm not saying that at all.
Let me ask you a question. The interception in the end zone last week.
That's not his fault.
Whose?
That's not Sutton's
Okay,
fault.
good. I'm glad that you think that. But when I look back at it, how much of it was, I mean, he's running the route. The timing seems to be right by him. He seems to be doing the right things in his route running. But Nix is holding on to the ball. I mean, then it's, he's holding on to the ball, and then finally he lets it go, and the DB had all day to track it and track down and then get to Sutton in the end zone and step right in front.
But hang on. Vic, this is a big deal, okay? And I feel like you just kind of dismissed it. Separation's his job.
Okay.
Getting open is his job. That's what he's
Who got the
supposed to
most-
do.
All right, I'll give you. I'll counter argument. Which Bronco receiver usually got the best separation last year? Who?
Well, Courtland
What's his
Sutton.
name?
Courtland Sutton
No,
did.
no,
Yeah.
no. He's no
the reason
longer a
I'm
Bronco.
the reason I'm asking is because Jerry Jeudy would probably say that he did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Boy, that worked.
No, I don't think
Boy,
that, I don't
hey,
think
all
he
that
did.
Jerry Jeudy separation. Wow.
I don't think that he did. He was highly ineffective. And by the way, have you seen the
You
have you
guys,
seen the Cleveland passing
everybody
attack?
on the text line, you guys are pinning this on. Really? Is that how desperate you are, Bronco fans? You're putting this on a receiver? You're telling me that this offense is stalling, that this offense isn't working because Courtland Sutton can't get separation. I'm reading all these texts and I'm looking at you, Bronco fans, and I'm saying, I'm shaking my head. That's desperation
let
there.
me
That's pathetic.
Let me back you up. And Brett, you're well aware of this. The receiver position is by definition, a dependent position. You are depending on another human being or other human beings to get you the football, to do your thing, right? And they're trying to get him the football. They are. But you've got a kid right now who's drinking through a fire hose or out of a fire hose in the National Football League, trying to find his way, and there's a wrench in the machinery at this point.
But here's again, I understand.
Get us a receiver that gets separation, and this thing will change. Watch.
Ask Tom
Are you
Brady's
crazy?
ex-wife. Ask Tom Brady's ex-wife. Courtland Sutton cannot both catch the football and throw the football to himself.
Okay, I'll give you 3 wide receivers last year that were in the top 12 in receiving yards, and you tell me if they had good quarterback play or not. Okay? DJ Moore was 6th. He had 1,450 yards. Was Justin Fields and Tyler Bagent good last year?
They were awesome.
Okay? Amari Cooper was dealing with Tyler Huntley's and Dorian Thompson-Robinson's and Joe Flacco's, and he had
Brett.
1,250 yards last year.
Brett,
and
I'm
almost
gonna
100
make it
catches.
very easy on you.
Jamar Chase was catching passes from what's-his-face that came, Browning, the backup
Brett.
quarterback for 12
He
games
actually
last
played
year.
pretty good.
He was fine.
I'm going to make it very easy for you. It's not just, by the way, it's not just quarterback receiver dynamic. There's a lot of it. If Justin Jefferson played instead of Courtland Sutton for the Broncos, if you made that swap and he played the first 2 games, would the Broncos be 0-2 right now?
Yes, they would be.
He wouldn't have a catch.
Would the
wouldn't
Broncos
have a
be
catch last
0-2
week.
if Justin Jefferson played for the Broncos? Would the offense...
Honestly, Vic, I
Don't be stupid.
No, hang on a second. You can't say that for... That was a 7-point game last week. You don't think that Justin Jefferson could maybe find a way to get a touchdown in that game? Really?
I don't know what you're watching. You guys are putting this on a receiver, and it's unfair.
It's not
It's
putting
not-
it
it's
on
not
a
on the
receiver.
receiver.
It's not putting it on a receiver. But, Vic, all I'm saying is this guy is your number 1 option right now, and Courtland Sutton is not getting separation and not making things easier. That's all I'm pointing out. Like, you can't say that and then also say, well, then why does Josh Reynolds have 4 catches for 93 yards last week? How is he finding a way to be productive for the first 2 weeks of the season and Courtland's not? Is it just
Marvin Mims is the quickest receiver on the team. Why isn't he getting separation? and
because he
getting the
played 9 snaps last week?
ball? So whose fault is that?
Well, I don't know, to be honest,
All right,
because
see,
I haven't
see
seen
what I'm
him
saying?
play.
So you're putting this on Courtland Sutton when there's so much more in this bro to blame.
I never said it was solely on him, though. See, I think you're reading this incorrectly. I'm saying if you're paying this guy to be a number 1 wideout, he's making close to $20 million now this year. He's not just like absent of any blame for not being productive because he's got a rookie quarterback there. Like, guys figure out a way to do it, and my issue with him is he's not getting separation. That's the whole thing.
You're
I'm getting
saying
at
he's
here.
not not doing enough to help his
He's
rookie
not
quarterback.
doing his rookie
help
quarterback
him.
favors. Like what he's saying
Nelly.
is,
Well,
put
nobody's
it
doing
right on the bucket.
But listen, nobody's doing anybody favors in this offense.
Yes.
The
Nelly.
O-line's not doing the running backs favors. Running backs aren't doing the quarterbacks favors. Quarterback ain't doing the receivers favors. I mean, everybody is not
Nelly,
doing anybody
if you
favors.
Cue up the sound, the first soundbite I got from Courtland Sutton after the game in the locker room Sunday. If you have it, let me know if you have it. Because if you hear this, I just want you to listen to a man who said all the right things, and deep down, behind closed doors, I know exactly what he's going through. I know what he's thinking. I know what he wants to say. I know what he wants to say, and he can't say it. I want you to listen to Courtland Sutton after the game. This is not going to change your mind, but this is a dude that knows exactly what the problem is here with the Denver Broncos. Play it.
Bo's doing a really good job of handling the situations that he's been put into. I think that, there's learning curves that goes into the position. I think you guys asked me in preseason about pretty much the same question, and I said, my answer will stay the same. There's learning curves that go into being a rookie quarterback. There's obviously expectations that go into being a first-round rookie quarterback, and I think that he's handling it well. He allows us to be able to talk to him in a sense of he leans on some of us older guys that have been around the block and have seen, a lot of other guys be at that position, and he doesn't waver. He goes out there and he continues the battle. As we've seen these first 2 weeks, he hasn't went out there and just, given up. He goes out there and even with, however much time left in a 2-score game.
All right, stop right there, Nelly. His greatest compliment to his quarterback is he doesn't give up.
Didn't say he was a bad guy. I think he's a good leader.
The timeliness is not there. The offense isn't on time. For a great offense to work in the passing game, it's got to be on time. There's something off. Clearly, there's something off. And it's not just Courtland Sutton. There's something off with the rest. It's not on time. And it's not just Bo Nix. I'm not putting this on Bo either. It's everything. The run game's not working. The line is porous at times. It's not on time. Everyone's going to look like crap, including your star receiver.
303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. When we come back, I saw something on ESPN this morning. I think people are tired of spending extra money on things. Tennessee is forcing its fans to spend extra money on something. We'll get to it next. Tennessee football thinks they're on their way back up. And why? Because they have a brand new quarterback. Nico, say his last name, Vic. Nico what?
Ayamo Mamalai?
Go ahead, Moj. What's his last name?
Amalia, Olivia Lalia, Olivia Lalavala.
Ia Maliava.
Ia Maliava. He's good, by the way.
He is good.
Yeah.
And I think just most people in this country are like, you know what? I'm just tired of paying more for stuff. I really am. It's getting annoying. Well, here's what Tennessee is deciding to do.
I just spent a couple days in New York City.
Yeah.
You want to get a sandwich and a beer in New York City? Bro, you might as well bring a briefcase full of cash.
Yeah.
Is it that expensive?
Friggin' stupid, dude.
Dude, I'm going in a couple weeks, and the wife is tagging along. Maybe I should not have her tag along if it's expensive like that.
I would tell her you're not coming.
This is how I'm old. I know I'm old now. I walk around my house and I just go, taxes. Can't stand it.
Hate them.
But
what the holy?
There's a new tax in Tennessee. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Yeah. If you purchase a ticket to a Tennessee Volunteers athletic game, there is now a 10% tax that is going to be added to those tickets. Mm-hmm. That is going to be called a player talent fee. Mm-hmm. The 10% that they will charge on top of your ticket price is going to go directly to their NIL fund. You have no choice in the matter. It's just a new thing that will be added to the ticket price.
So don't call it NIL because it's not NIL. You're paying their freight. You're paying their salary. It's not NIL. And that's my only issue with NIL is it's not that.
Oh, that's your
this
only
is
issue?
Not a marketing
that's
campaign.
your only issue? That's your only issue.
But it's a lie. It's like it's propped out there like, these kids are making money. They're pushing product and endorsing product. Really? No. Fans are paying the freight.
Oh, look at this. We have a listener who must be a Tennessee fan.
Uh-oh.
So the texter writes, Brett, the timing from UT was infuriating. Receives mail yesterday from the university with a QR code to donate additional money. Ridiculous timing since I received an email the same day that informed me of the 14.5% increase with 10% going to the NIL player fund. Good job, Danny White in Tennessee. And he showed us a picture. So it's a QR code. It says, please complete the front and back and return this form with your gift enclosed in the envelope. And the options you have are $150, $250, $365, $500, or there's a box for other.
That's not a gift. You're paying for access. That's a gift is you choose to give something. This is not a choice. This is not a gift. What do you mean a gift?
Well, you can choose where it's going. It says campus fund for UT Knoxville. Choice 2, my all annual fund. 3, other, and you can write it in. Why do you write? I want it to go to the backup left tackle, period, and see if it actually gets there.
What did you guys think was going to happen here? Of course this was going to get moved to the consumer, to the fan. Do you think the university is going to pay the freight? They already are. The university's giving these guys scholarships.
Well,
who's going to pay the freight?
Here's a good point from a texter, Will. You guys remember when Dion and Sean Keeler had the whole thing before the season started, and the whole thing behind it was people were like, Dion, why didn't you just ignore him and not actually say it out loud? Just ignore him. Texter says, they would have been so much better off just raising the price 10% and not saying anything. And he's so right about that. If you just raise the price, people will be like, gosh, stuff's getting expensive, isn't it? And then they just use that money however they want.
Get this.
Did they feel like it was going to be a better way to say we're raising ticket prices? But trust me, it's to help the program.
I'll tell you why. Because they want the onus on the fan. Hey, our team is struggling this year. Well, if the fans paid a little more money, we can get better players. They want to put the onus on the boosters, the fans, and the alum. That's exactly what universities are doing. This is where it is now. You want a good football team? Pay up. Hey, Moj, you want Sac State to compete?
Yeah.
Pay up.
Let me do some calculations. So Neyland holds over 101,000, okay, in Knoxville. I'm looking at ticket prices for upcoming games. October 12th. Because the next 2 games are on the road, at Oklahoma and then at the Pigs of Arkansas. October 12th against Florida. What do you think it's going to cost you to get into Neyland right now?
What do you mean? Cheapest ticket or what?
Yeah, just the tickets as low as right now.
$80.
110.
$256.
Good
That's
Lord.
ridiculous.
Hang on.
That's ridiculous.
No, October 19th, Alabama's in town. Ooh, baby. If you want to go to that game right now just to get in,
$275.
the get-in price.
$3.
$349.
That's ridiculous.
And now
that's ridiculous.
Well, that's on the secondary market as well. That's not, that's not the.
Well, let's just call it $300. So it's actually
Let's
going to
call
cost
it
$330 next. This takes effect next season for Tennessee. $330 because $30 is going to have to go to the player fund. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's like George Costanza.
Well, this is what everybody wanted.
Donating to the human fund.
Hey, you wanted to pay the players. Here you go.
Dion was talking about this actually the other day, and he thought people were being a little too personal and attacking college players with NIL stuff. Here's what he said.
When I say I genuinely love these kids, I genuinely really do. It's not about what they can do for me on the football field. It's about what I can help them with in life. They're football players. Some of these guys are definitely going pro, but I just want to equip them with the weapons to win life because, football has changed. The landscape has changed in football. Once upon a time, you guys never attacked college players. Now they're making more money than y'all. And some of y'all are envious and jealous about that. So you're on the attack. It was hands off a college player because he's an amateur. Remember that, guys? Now it's hands on. Go at them any kind of way you want. They're making more money than me, and I'm mad about it. I'm upset about it. And when you attack them, these guys are sensitive. They've never been attacked. Most of them are out of high school or 2 years or 3 years in college, but they're still sensitive to slander. They hadn't gone through what I've been going through with y'all for years. They haven't done that. So it is what it is. I know you're going to do your job and what you must do, but your job does not say attack. Like, if they didn't play well, leave it at that. But the personal stuff, leave it to be personal. Because if we start flipping the script on y'all, you wouldn't like it.
All right, stop. What?
Thank you, Lord, for stopping me there.
What personal stuff? I don't even know where to start on this. I don't even know where to go. Moj, do you care how much money a kid makes in college?
I couldn't care less. I'm not jealous of it either.
Brett, do you think I care if Deion Sanders is making $3 million, or if the guy you just mentioned from Tennessee, whose name I can't pronounce, is making? Do you think I really care? Do you think I'm envious of that?
No.
Like, do you think it's going to change the way we analyze a game and opine about a game based on? I don't understand the mindset there. I think he's completely wrong, and I'm going to call him out for that. That's a horrible insult to make. That's insulting to say that we, the bulk of the media covering games, are envious of what these guys are making. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement. All I'm saying is the way this has happened, they opened the faucet too quickly. I'm going to read a text from our friend Ryan Harris. Ryan says, fans have been paying comfortable executives in old buildings forever. Now you care who the money goes to? Oh, I don't care who the money goes to. If you want to give the money to them, be honest. Don't call it NIL. It has nothing to do with endorsements and marketing. You're paying for the players, and the money's coming straight from the fans. I don't want to hear that this is NIL, name, image, and likeness. That is not what it is. You're paying the players out of your own pocket, and that's fine, as long as we're upfront about it from the get-go.
I also, I think what Dion's talking about, and I don't understand the jealousy part. I don't think people feel that way at all, but I will say this. I've always been a little bit uncomfortable, and it was weird because I lived in a place that was all about college athletics. That's the only thing you really talked about for a majority of the year. And so when people would get super hypercritical of a true freshman who made a mistake during a game on Saturday, I'd be like, man, tone it down a little bit. He's not a pro.
Right.
This does kind of muddy the waters here because I'll tell you this right now. If 17-year-old Justin Bieber makes an album that sucks, people let him know about it. You know what I mean? Like, he's a professional singer, and people will say, the album sucks. They're going to say, hey, he's 17. You can't criticize. No, we do that all the time with people who are making actual money. I mean, it kind of comes with the territory now.
So, and let me rephrase this, our friend Ryan. So you want all this money, the ticket money, goes straight to the players. all right, and not to the executives. I understand that because there are executives making buku bucks, ridiculous money. And there are buildings that are shiny and propped up there. So how does the NFL work, though? Who does the money go to? And then who distributes it? How does it work? The CBA, they share the money with the players, right? So maybe
revenue,
college football, all right, college football needs its own CBA. Ticket revenue is shared.
Well, then you're just pros. You're not.
That's
You're just
exactly.
pros. I mean, it's just professional football.
That's what I'm getting at. Then what the hell is the difference between college and pro? If you're doing that. So you don't want the money to go to executives and buildings on campus and all that. Fine. You want it shared. What are we doing? Why is it even college football anymore? It's pro football.
303-504-0925, broadcasting from the back of the Shanker Studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
This is Calvin DeHaan, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What that thing do?
Oh, God, that's so good.
Yeah,
The new dude. Hey,
I
He-
know
he
he's new
dropped-
because he pronounced your name Moser.
Right, I haven't even met
Got the
I mean,
Moser
I'm
on.
Moser.
haven't even met him yet. I'll see. I won't see him today. I'll see him tomorrow.
Hey,
Once
Moser.
training camp
Thing
puts it
do?
away.
Moser, we got Logan O'Connor, and who else did we get to say that?
Casey
Or
Middlesex.
we asked them that.
Casey Middlesex.
Oh, what that thing
Yeah.
do?
Yeah.
Did they
No,
like
don't
it?
call it thing, dude. Don't. It's
I
not a
didn't.
thing.
I
It's a
said thing. Hey, real quick, we're an hour into the show, and I haven't talked about my trip to New York City whatsoever.
Let's talk about that at 10:01.
No, but I'm not going to. I only mentioned
A couple of different things.
the prices were completely expensive. Also, I found something last night. I brought it. I have a toy, and I don't know how to use. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, should I bend?
But I
Why don't you bend
he almost got me there. But I scared my dog with it last night, and I brought it just today. May you show you?
I don't know if I want to
worth
see
it.
this. I mean, yeah, Mose, you're taking a big risk here on whether it's worth it or not. Remember when I told you in breaks, when you show me videos, you need to have a higher standard for what videos you show me during the breaks? You know what? I like
got
this.
like three of those.
No, I like that. Yeah,
I've
I
got
like
three
that.
of those. I've got three of those, dude. I'm way ahead of you. You don't think I own three of those right there? You want me to go get mine?
No, Vic Lombardi, do not go get yours. Why are you wearing a Nuggets shirt today and looking so nice? Are you playing golf?
Yes.
What are those called?
Megaphone.
Megaphones, yes.
It's a
I've
big
got
megaphone,
three.
but it's battery powered. I found it last night above the fridge, way in the back, like behind the dog treats, way back there. And I'm like, I'm pulling that thing. I haven't pulled it out for a year.
Yeah, let me try that.
I used to wake my kid up when I drove her crazy. Look, get up. Drove her nuts.
I've never tried one of these before.
What that thing do?
Yeah, just talking to it. It's not that big a deal.
What that thing do? Excuse me,
good.
sir. Get off the roof. Your life's too important. What that thing do, sir? Sir. That's
What
the
that
only way I've
thing
seen
do?
these. The only way I've seen these in movies is somebody is attempting to harm themselves somewhere, and they're trying to talk him off the ledge.
No, or somebody's like a hostage. It's like
Sir, put the child down, sir. That's the only times.
isn't that fun?
It is
Anyway, I
fun.
thought
It
was
is fun.
So I've got to think of the proper application for this on the program going forward. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to leave it here because if I do, what happens when you leave things like this here?
They get stolen.
take-
They get stolen or they get
No,
broken?
don't leave it. It'll get stolen. I'll bring mine. You know what we'll do when we're playing golf next and
Let's have a
someone
megaphone
is
off?
facing a big putt. We're going to allow megaphone usage.
Wait, does that one have the woo thing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's only right. We're
Nailed
going to
it.
allow usage.
See,
Bring
Attention,
the golf
fifth
round.
hole.
here's the thing.
My opponent just three-putted and he sucks.
No, forget your golf. I do feel like we need to have that for reasons on the show. We need the blaring horns. We need that sometimes to emphasize a point.
Down like this. But somebody will steal it or break it. You know somebody
But we
will
just
steal
need
it
to
or break
find
it.
we need to find a hiding spot. That's too good not to have in studio on demand.
Okay. Anyway, Sorry, Vic, I didn't mean to hijack, but you're the one with the accordions and the toys and all the fun stuff. You've got all the. I found this and I forgot I had it. Yeah, there's your little accordion.
Okay, so
There you go.
before this turns into show and tell, Moj, before you put that away, can you say one more thing into it? Tell Vic what you told me you wanted to talk about during the break. Your prediction that you had.
Yes, Vic, I've got a problem. I thought about this when I was away from the show.
Just can you put the damn thing
No,
down?
he has to say it with the megaphone, then put it away.
All right.
Vic, I have a big fear that the Denver Broncos are going to start out 0-7.
Okay, now put it away and get back on the show.
Well, we talked about the schedule yesterday, Moshe. We talked about it, and it's not pretty. You're playing two 11 a.m. games where historically it's been rough against two teams that are on the obviously Tampa Bay's a good team, and the Jets are better with Aaron Rodgers.
That line's going to be.
Then you come home.
That line's going to be probably Tampa -7 by the time they get
Sure.
the kickoff.
Then you come home and you face two AFC West teams who have beaten you, and the Raiders. When's the last time the Broncos beat the Raiders? Say what you want about the Raiders. They are the Raiders, and they own you over the last, 4 years? It's been 3-4
Hey,
years?
that win,
It's since they've been in Oakland. That's all you got to know.
that win, oh, jeez.
They have never
Well,
lost.
they're in Las Vegas now.
Well, I know.
No,
I'm
but
just
they
saying.
were in Oakland the
Since
last
they
time the
became the
Broncos.
Las Vegas Raiders, the Raiders have won every game against the Broncos.
Do you realize
Okay.
that Gardner Minshew is he's like second or third in passing yards in the league already this year?
Yeah.
That win for the Raiders in Baltimore, and maybe the Ravens took them lightly. I don't know, but that was impressive, man. You don't just walk into Baltimore and knock them off. You don't, especially if you're the Raiders. I mean, good teams will give them a game. But Baltimore is a pretty damn good football team. You don't just walk in there and say, yeah, we're going to take out 26-23.
How far do you take this? If you're 0-6 and Carolina's coming to town, right? Because Carolina's coming to town for the 7th game, correct?
No, 8th game, I think. Let me count.
8th game?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8th game. 8th game. If you
So
listen,
who's after the Chargers?
it's the Saints.
Saints.
You're on the road at New Orleans
Gotcha.
where Guy Liner
Jesus.
is going insane.
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
again, the butt kicking in Dallas. Maybe these teams are. Maybe it's just early season, Vic. I don't know. I missed the show the past couple of days, but that team has been impressive. Their offense is dynamic.
You know what the two games are after Carolina where you feel like, oh, maybe we can finally get one that is likely a win? It's at Baltimore and at Kansas City the following 2
Well, then
weeks.
you could be 1-9,
Well, and here's the thing.
1-10, 1-9.
That's why I thought the Pittsburgh game was really big. That's why I thought that you had to get a dub. Because if not, then you're staring down the barrel of some bad news, I think, coming up. And it doesn't mean that they can't get a win in Tampa. They can't get a win in New York. But, Vic, you were asking for this all of yesterday, like what the numbers are for the Broncos going from the West Coast to the East Coast for an early game. Since Manning left, so 2016 and on, they've played 33 games in that time slot early morning.
Mm-hmm.
And they are 11-22 in those games.
Yeah. Well, even beyond that, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the 11 a.m. time slot was always deemed difficult for Bronco fans. I mean, it just is. It's a tough time slot. I don't know why. Probably because you're on the East Coast and you're making that trip, and those games are never easy. So you build that in, and then the fact that you're in Tampa. Guys, what is the line in this game? Where is it right now?
Right now, I have it at
6.5.
6.5.
I am shocked that it's that low.
That's why I said I think it's going to get to 7 before kickoff. I think it is.
What did you expect it to look like?
10?
Well, that's
really
a
that
lot,
far?
dude. I mean, when you get to a double-digit spread in the National Football League, that is a dominant, great team versus a crap team.
I guess that's Vegas saying they're not. That's Vegas saying they're not sure what Tampa really
right.
is.
I mean, if the Chiefs played Carolina tomorrow, it'd probably be 14, 15 points, probably.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's only a handful of double-digit spreads in the NFL a year.
That's a good point. I guess what Vegas does and what I'm thinking in my head, for the Broncos to win this game, what has to happen? You tell me.
Vic,
what has to happen?
I don't know. Baker Mayfield looks reborn. Baker Mayfield looks like a Pro Bowler right now. I mean, I saw all the highlights. I didn't watch that particular game this past weekend, but I saw all the highlights. Dude, he's throwing dimes all over the place. I don't know, Vic, I don't know. Are you going to be able to outscore the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? The line is, the total is 39.5. Not quite as low as the Steelers and the Chargers, which is 35.5. I mean, that's a sickeningly low total. That's going to be boring football, but they both want to run the ball, so maybe that's what they're looking at. I don't know, Vic. You cannot turn the football over. You can't turn it over.
Well, one of the things that you're like,
make the Buccaneers earn everything offensively. That's it.
How do they win? Like, it's the same thing that I've said since before the first week of the season. Like, run the football effectively. I don't know why it's not working. If they're stacking the box, then you got to find a way to make a couple of throws to soften them up. But you run the ball with Javonte 11 times for 17 yards, you're beating literally nobody in this league. You aren't beating the Panthers if you do that.
Brett, the Steelers gave you the game plan. The Steelers said they're going to stop the run and worry about Bo Nix after. They're not worried. They're building their game plan to stop the run.
You have – well, then, all right. You have to find a way to make a couple of throws downfield to soften that up. Like, that you need to be a threat in one side or the other. And maybe that's the battle they're facing right now. Now, I will say about Tampa, a big piece to their defense, especially their run defense, is the huge nose tackle in the middle, Vita Vea, who left the game last week, middle of the game. He has what's diagnosed as an MCL sprain. They're calling him day today. MCL sprain, I'm guessing he's not playing this weekend. By the way, I Googled him.
This is good. This is bad. Dude, it's just getting bad. I'm listening to you, and my heart is, that heart-sinking feeling? That little dread that sort of builds in your chest, Vic? You understand? Every time you open your mouth, I'm starting to feel more dread. I'm trying to find...
You got a dirty mouth.
Yeah, you got a filthy, dirty mouth.
You got a dirty mouth. I don't like your mouth. What's coming out of your mouth today is offending me. Everything.
Come on. No.
What'd I say?
Just about your mouth.
Stuff.
Just
Yeah.
clean it up. Clean up your mouth.
I don't have the answer here because the Broncos don't have a positive thing to point to. Like, they don't have a go-to thing right now on offense.
Moshe. Dirty mouth over here says to me, hey, just take some deep shots and loosen up that run defense so you can run. Take some deep shots.
In what
And
world?
yet- wait, hold on.
Wait, when did I say deep shots? Why are you making things up that I said?
Hey, dirty mouth, let me finish
All
my
right, here
point
you go.
because
I'll
you
be
just
this guy
said that.
for him. Go ahead. What did the
So
scarecrow
dirty
say
mouth
to you?
wants them to go downfield with the ball to loosen up that run defense. Mose, you weren't here yesterday. And this is rookie quarterbacks. I'm not criticizing Bo Nix. I'm just pointing out he's a rookie quarterback. Do you know passes 10 yards plus? All right, 10 yards plus. 24 pass attempts, 10-yard plus through 2 games. Do you know how many he's completed?
No.
What do you think the number is?
You're talking about...
Of 24.
Air yards, yeah.
How many total passes? I would say a handful.
5 for
There you go.
24.
There you go.
10 yards plus.
I mean, that's
so
it's
dirty
just-
mouth.
It's just that, Brett, that's as filthy as your mouth.
And so Dirty Mouth comes on the air, and I say, they're stacking the line of scrimmage to stop the run. And Dirty Mouth says, well, just, get deep with the ball.
No, I didn't say that. You're making something up that I said. I said you
Moshe.
need to make a couple of throws. I never
Moshe,
said
did that
50
come out
yard
of his
bombs.
filthy mouth or not?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't. Like, I don't know why I
Nelly.
speak if nobody listens to me and wants to make things up that I say.
Nelly.
Just make me an AI robot that you just hate things that it says and then do that.
I thought you were.
Nelly, did that come out of his vile mouth or not?
I think he needs to clean out his mouth with Orbits, like those commercials. the
Totally.
gum.
100%. It's some doublemint.
It's disgusting.
This isn't about making deep throws. This is about making throws, period. End of discussion. Like, give me a 7-yard throw that makes it 2nd and 3. Give me a 5-yard throw that turns 2nd and 8 into 3rd and 3. Like, give me those. I don't need a 50-yard bomb downfield. I just need something consistent through the air. And that's their issue. Like, when you go 3 and out over and over and over again, and you're sitting there at 3rd and 9, and you can't move the ball forward, then yeah, it's going to make things exponentially more difficult. How about 3rd and manageable? How about give me some of those?
That'd be great. Listen, Tampa's not a world beater, by the way. Offensively and defensively, they're sort of middle of the pack-ish. They're not a great football team at this point, but they win games. But you look at the company that you're keeping at the bottom of the barrel in the offensive side of the football, the throwing of the football, Brett. Yeah, dude, you're there with Pittsburgh. They don't throw the football, really. Cleveland's above you, and Deshaun Watson's been horrific. Chicago's behind. Caleb Williams is off to not a great start. And then you got Carolina. They just bench Bryce Young. That's your company. That's the company you keep with what you're doing offensively. So you suggest let's go up top more. Great.
No, I'm not. Why do you keep saying that?
Because
I'm not
you got a
saying
filthy
go
mouth,
up
and that's
top.
what you said.
Is that
Because
what
your
you think?
freaking filthy mouth,
Is-
your filthy mouth took over.
Is that what you think the passing game is? Is going up? Do not right now.
Dirty. Oh, no.
Good. It's
You
dead.
dirty, filthy, disgusting mouth.
Here's what I'm asking for. And maybe this is
so fun. I can't put it down. It's awesome.
Maybe this is now going over the top in the NFL. Maybe this is a deep play. Can you give me a 5-yard out route where you get separation?
Yeah, I know.
Is it that much to ask that somebody actually gets separation when they run a route to make it easier on your rookie QB when they're stacking the box in the run game?
Jerry Jeudy got separation.
Well, then hit him with the football. Like, I don't care who it is, Vic. I don't care if it's me. Can I get open on a 3-yard slant long enough for him to get me the football?
So what? For those of you who we started the show and he's haranguing Courtland Sutton. So you're telling me that last season Courtland Sutton got separation to the tune of 10 touchdown catches. He was their best receiver. And suddenly this season, he's unable to get that separation. In one season, he lost that ability.
Do not confuse catching the ball in the end zone with getting separation. Courtland Sutton was not open for a good portion of the year, else he would have more than 700 yards.
But would you say talent-wise, he's the same receiver he was one season ago? Nothing's changed, right? I mean, it's not no physical ailments.
Sure.
Okay, so what's changed?
To me, he's being paid more now. And you get paid more, you want to be a number one wide receiver, then your job is to get open. That's your job.
He's got a rookie quarterback who's swimming right now, dude.
Like, I don't know
Come
why
on.
that's
Dude,
why is it unfair for me to ask?
This is not hard. This is not hard, man.
His rookie
Don't pin
quarterback
this on Courtland Sutton because the rookie quarterback is swimming. You're pinning this on the wrong people.
Then why does DeAndre Hopkins, who's like 39 years old in wide receiver years right now, have a 950-yard season last year with Will Levis? Is Will Levis good?
I'm going to make an analogy.
He's my look out for this guy.
I'm just like, you can't say the quarterback's not good, so the wide receiver has no responsibility in this anymore. His job is to get open. He's not getting open.
Wesley writes in, Vic is clearly not watching the games because none of these receivers are getting separation. So, Wesley, what was the difference last year? Just curious. I mean, did they get separation last year and now suddenly they're not? What was the difference?
The passing game was awful last year. It's not all that different.
But was it better or worse than this year so far?
It was better. It was better than it is right now, that's for sure. I mean, they actually put up more points last year. I mean, dude, you can't make an excuse for what we saw this past weekend. It was just filthy gross. It's awful. And I'm not, I mean, you scored 6 friggin' points, bro.
Listen,
6 friggin' points.
We're giving the rookie some grace time. That's what it's like when you joined our show. 2 veterans, we did it a certain way. We gave you some grace period. We gave you about a year, and it was hard. We tried to get separation on the show. We tried everything we could. We would grumble to each other. God, the rookie's just swimming. He's got a filthy mouth, and he's swimming.
You guys
remember that, Moshe?
Yeah. Who's Tom Green? I mean, we basically
just
freaked
ridiculous.
Out. Yeah.
Dave Conception. I mean, stuff like that.
Yeah,
it took us a while.
Crazy stuff. Tom Perrion.
303-504-0925. Texture says Mims is the only one getting separation. I don't even know about that. Now, he did get separation on the so the throw that Bo Nix missed Marvin Mims on last week, you guys remember that one? That deep post route.
He got separation.
That's separation with a bad throw.
And where'd the ball go? The ball went to Arvada.
It went 5 rows into the stands. But
Mims
what I'm
is
saying
getting separation from the playing field because he's not getting enough snaps.
That too. But I'm saying if Courtland Sutton had a whole bunch of stuff that looked like that, then we could have a different discussion. But it's not. It's not happening.
Say separation again. I dare you.
It matters. It's his job.
Just stop saying it.
It's like Mosher. Jamal Murray went 3 of 23 from the field. He's got to shoot better. Say shoot again. Well, his job is to make shots. He's got to make shots. Courtland Sutton's job is to get open, as well as all the other receivers on the team. But there's only one guy getting paid $17.5 million to do it.
Bathroom. Life boy. Let's go.
Well, no. Now I'm going to take another minute. See, now this is what you've done to me. This is what you've made me do.
Yeah, we blew right through that break.
Well, you guys were busy making up my arguments so you could yell at me.
We are done with this segment.
We're close to being done. 303-504-0925.
But it all started with me playing with my toy and then saying,
that's what happened, Moj.
Yeah.
You know how consistent I was on the clock the last 2 days after I was yelled at by the boss that we keep going over on time. And then you bring out the megaphone and you talk about your New York trip, and now look at us.
I didn't even talk about New York at all.
Hey,
but I'm dead serious. I look at this, guys. It makes me nervous because, I mean, can they squeak one out against the Raiders and or Chargers? Yeah, perhaps they can, but I mean, I'm going to have to see a lot better football than what I'm seeing right now. Maybe the defense will get them a couple of wins, but that might be your only hope.
Vic, hold on to this for a second. We'll remember your thought. We'll get to it after the break, as well as, this is the business we're in, the media business, very volatile. You can get fired at a moment's notice, and you got to have a backup plan. Well, I just saw what one media member did as his backup plan, and I think I'm going to steal it. This is going to be my new job if this one fails. We'll get to it next.
You don't just leave me up in space.
I was so terrified that you were going to say something bad. Okay.
We're good. Sorry.
Yeah, I keep seeing those astronauts stuck in space, and I'm like, that sucks. I would
Look,
hate
man,
that.
Whoever can come up with a plan to get me down, I don't mind going to space, and I don't mind hanging out there for a little bit. But when you get me stuck,
Well, when they tell you it's a 2-week journey, and it's like, we'll get you next year.
It's Gilligan's Island.
Anyway.
Sit right back and you'll hear a tale of astronauts
Right.
in space. Anyway.
Tonight, Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be at Stoney's, or I'm sorry, that's going to be tomorrow for Thursday Night Football from 3 to 6. So go see Kreckman and Lindahl tomorrow at Stoney's, 3 to 6 for Thursday Night Football. I thought it was Thursday for a second. But the game tonight, Rapids and Toronto, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 6 o'clock as the Rapids continue their great season that they got going.
And they beat Portland. Tonight.
Timbers.
It's
tonight.
Is there a more insufferable? Yeah, there is. Let me take that back. Because they travel pretty good, the Timbers peeps. But then they're annoying as heck. And,
Yes, they are.
And Kansas City people are annoying as heck. I'll leave it at that.
Vic, do you remember what you were going to say?
No.
Cool. I have now a strategy.
Did you write it down? Why did you write it down?
Because it had something to do with the last segment. Let's move on. It'll come back to me when we get back to that topic.
Okay.
I have a new strategy. Vic, we actually talked about this recently. Like you're going to get fired in this business, and it's volatile, and things change quickly, and they're just like one day they'll walk up to you and be like, "Yep, your services are no longer needed. See you later." Mm-hmm. It's happened to me once before, but I never had a backup plan. When I got fired, I was like, well, now what do? I have no discernible skills outside of speaking, so that's not good. And it's kind of hard to find another job in this sort of space. But I think I'm going to take a page out of Mike Singer's book. Did you guys see the new job title for Mike Singer,
he's
the
working
former
for the
Denver
Nuggets.
Post writer? Yeah, he's working for the Nuggets as the, quote, Director of Intelligence and Strategy.
The hell is that? I texted Mike when I found that out yesterday. I read about it, and I immediately texted him and said, intelligence?
What is that?
Is that like UFO sightings? What?
Did he have an
What
answer
does this
for you?
mean? No, I haven't heard back from him.
He probably got a whole bunch of texts yesterday. But you get a job title as far as I know, Vic, this was not a title before within the Nuggets organization.
So this is
the
a new-
Director
this is
of
a new
Intelligence in Strategy? I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure. I don't know what that is either. I wonder if it's like front facing. Is it media facing? Is it let's get our media strategy out there since he's obviously experienced in media? Could be that. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Good for him though. Listen, Mike's got his book that's coming out soon. And I don't know if you've pre-ordered it, the Joker book. I can't wait to read it.
Yeah, why so serious, right?
Yeah. So I don't know what that job is, but you're right. If you got a chance to work for an organization, any team, any sport, what would you want to do? Like, I am not qualified, unlike some people in the media, in my profession. I'm not qualified to be a coach. I'm not qualified to be a GM. We criticize, we offer our opinions, but I'm not qualified. I don't know enough. I'll never know enough to do that. So what job is there? And in what sport would you qualify for that job? What would you want to do?
Well, I don't know if this is a job, but the best that I could think of is minority owner. Minority owner's got to be the greatest thing in the world. You actually do nothing, but you get to show up to everything. You just kind of chill. You actually make no decisions. As I've said before, it's the illusion of power, not the actual power, which is all I care about. That would be the perfect gig.
I did see Broncos co-owner Condoleezza Rice in the box.
Like that's
the other day.
a perfect job.
Yeah,
Give me the Lewis Hamilton.
I'm in New York. I'm like, oh, there's Condoleezza Rice watching her football team. But she has no power, essentially. She's a very smart lady, but she has no power running the team, right? So she just hangs out and watches football. That's kind of a good day. What if she has a couple coldies up there?
Okay, go back to my question. What job would you be qualified to handle for an organization, a team?
So you're
And
saying
what would
that's
it be?
So you're saying that's not allowed? Oh, I got it. I take it back. Minority owner would be the best, but something close. Give me that Drake role as ambassador. Ambassador would be a great role for a professional franchise.
All right, that's not going to work. I'm talking
What do you
about
mean?
a role. Now, a role where you're on the payroll. You're given insurance benefits. Give me a job, damn it. What job could you do?
I think Brett could be the team's in-house resident meteorologist.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
Texter says best job in sports, head groundskeeper at Coors Field. Dude, that's a very intense job.
That's
That's a
hard
manual
job.
labor job.
Then make
what are
it
you
look
talking
easy.
about?
Let me ask you this. How old is too old to be a bullpen catcher?
As long as you can throw the ball back,
Yeah, I think
catch it.
you can hang around for a while.
And there's, I'm over the age of 50, so I mean, my knees are still good. Like you said, I haven't gotten busted up in a
See,
while.
Moj, now you have to take into account that's 162 days out of the year, and a lot of those days it's back to back to back to
Oh, yeah,
back,
but you get-
then it's spring training, and then it's catching in winter meetings and stuff like that for a lot of these
You
pitchers.
get time off. I mean, you
I know
you get days
exactly.
off.
I know exactly what job I could fill and what job I'd be best used for. For any organization, any sport, I want to be the team therapist.
You
I do.
would suck.
Like Dr. Sharon?
You would
I
suck
want to be.
at that
I
job.
want a player who's in his own head to come in, closed door meeting, shut the door behind you, and let's talk.
Roy Kent?
That's what I want to do.
All right.
By the way, Moj,
You wouldn't help anybody, by the way.
Moj, I've
Oh,
come.
I help a
You
lot
can
of
barely
people.
help yourself.
First of all, I couldn't think of a worse job for you to be tasked with for
Agreed.
a professional sports organization.
Agreed.
Second of all, Moj, I don't think you understand. Bullpen catcher kind of sucks.
What's a bullpen catcher make?
Let me tell you something, Moj. I had to do that my freshman year. Pitcher threw like 91, caught me a little handcuffed like this, right? Turn my glove this way, hit
Break
my
your
thumb.
thumb.
My thumb damn near broke just from that.
Oh.
Give me a scenario where me as team therapist, give me something, and I'll tell you exactly how I would handle the situation. And teams would want me because I don't mess around. I don't tell them what they want to hear.
Bones Highland is upset with his playing time, Vic, and it's affecting his mood at practice.
Very, very simple for me. Bones, have a seat. Get your crap together, kid. You want to play for this team or not? You want a shot at a ring or not? Listen, the success will come. The fame will come. All of it. I promise you. You continue to trot out that talent, it will come. Chill out for a while.
So
Quit complaining.
Here's the deal.
A therapist,
that's
bro.
not a therapist.
That's a
you're
coach.
being a sports radio host to the guy's face.
Yeah,
is
you're
what
being
you're
a
doing.
coach. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's what they need.
Vic's idea of a therapist is how would I go about this on a segment on my radio show, and I'll just say it to his face.
Have you ever been
That's
to
not
a
how this
therapist, bro?
works.
The therapist doesn't tell you, hey, why don't you settle down?
Yeah.
All right? Quit hoisting up 30-footers, kid. You don't have that range right now. You're being an idiot.
The therapists are too soft.
Okay, well, that's not the way they talk to you. They're listeners. They're not talkers that much.
What do you mean? I want you to talk to me. What do I do to fix it?
Well, and they do. I mean, they will help you with that, but they need to unwrap. They need to peel your onion before they can start doing all that stuff.
Give me another
And
scenario.
If Bones
I'll
Highland
fix
is
them.
in there, you're not peeling an onion. You're taking the onion.
Give me
you're throwing
another
it up against
team,
the
another
wall.
scenario. I will fix anybody.
Vic, I know I don't see you a whole lot. It's Nathan McKinnon. Been having a real problem with a hankering for Twinkies lately, and I know I'm not allowed. How do I deal with this?
I want you to spend a week at my mom's house. Spend the night.
Okay, now
You'll
he's,
never eat a Twinkie again.
now he's a travel booker.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Today is media day. Incidentally, for the Avalanche, today's media day.
Oh, what about that? No, hang on. I just thought of something. What about that job? The person who's in charge of, like, you acquire a player at the trade deadline, you got to find them some housing, and like, you're basically a real estate agent for the most part, right? You're in the hospitality business. That feels like a pretty good job, actually. I would like that.
Actually, I know the person that does that for a lot of the Nuggets players. That's a lot of work, too. That's not
it's a
easy.
lot.
But it's
That's a lot of work.
but it's still. I think that would be fun. I think that'd be a fun job. Hey, what kind of house you're looking for? I can go search out the listings and see if I can find something that's in your interest.
You mean a real estate agent, essentially?
Sure, but that would be fun for like some high end.
My wife's a
Professional
real estate
athletes?
agent. It's not an easy job. I'm telling you, especially in today's market. Interest rates have made it difficult. 3 years ago, it was an easy job. 3 years ago, anybody could be a real estate agent. Today, it's a tough job.
It's
Hold
really
on a
hard.
second. Hold on a second. You're right, Vic. Aaron Gordon's acquired at the deadline. He's not all that interested in the interest rates of these houses, okay? It's a little bit easier at that level, is it not?
He bought a warehouse, turned it into
Yeah.
a home.
I think he's going to be okay. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Just something quick as we roll through. Moj mentioned this yesterday, but we're kind of talking about Tua and what you do if you're the Dolphins. They've put him on IR, and I don't know how long he's going to be out this year, but Miami season is over because Skylar Thompson is not going to hold them for over a month.
Well, I've been
before he even potentially gets back.
I've been thinking about this just a little bit. I mean, the Miami Dolphins right now are in a bad way, are they not? I mean, they're a 1-1 football team, but their star quarterback is out.
Yeah.
My guess is they're going to have to acquire somebody. They're going to have to. You got to pretend like he's not going to be back this season or maybe ever. That's again,
they're at a crossroads.
He's 26. What is he? 26 years old. He's still a young man, and he wants to continue to help his football team. I get that, but my goodness, dude, if I was his family member, if I was his coach, I would say you can't, dude. I mean, the staggering brutality of his concussions would tell me, don't put yourself at risk anymore. If the Broncos continue to skid a little bit, and we're talking about, let's say they don't pull out a split on this road trip coming up. I mean, the Rams are without Nakua and without Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the Broncos, do you go into full sell mode? Do you go into, okay, you want a Zach Wilson? He's just sitting here doing nothing. Hey, you want a Courtland Sutton? He's sitting here doing, I mean, come on, make me an offer.
I think that's totally fair, Moj.
Come on. We're not going anywhere this year.
Here's my counter.
Give me some goods.
When you say the Broncos could go into sell mode, don't you think if they were willing to do that, they would have done that last year? There wouldn't have been a better time than last year to go into sell mode at the trade deadline, and they didn't do it. They refused to.
But they pretty much did in the offseason, though. They let all their loose. Yeah, I mean, they are in rebuilding mode. So what you're saying is they should rebuild more.
I'm not against the idea. I just don't. If they didn't pull the trigger last year, I don't know why they would this year. That's all. And maybe this year is different because they're in a different step as an organization. I don't know. But the Tua stuff, it's so tough. Because it's just like, especially if you're Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel obviously cares about Tua. He likes him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. But
I don't know if Mike McDaniel can look at Tua and be like, you're probably changing play calls, you're changing strategies to make sure he doesn't get hit, and that's a bad place to be.
Situation.
Vic, I can't look at Tua on the field with his arms sticking out and then getting up and starting to twitch. Having like a seizure or convulsions. I can't watch that and ever advocate him getting back on the field again.
Guys, you know,
that's the way I look at it.
Listen, I'm pro football. I think there's an attack on the game, and it's only a matter of time before the game pays for it. It's already paying for it. And I've watched my kid play attack football, full contact football from the age of 7 every year. And if that happened to my kid at any point, I'd be like, you're out.
Yeah.
You can't play. I'd be, you're out. Now, it never happened. He was fine. But if it happened, I'd be, you're out. Because you're a parent.
I think I'm far from a softie when it comes to that kind of stuff. And I think people can go over the top with the protecting and all that. But Tua's a different story, man. Crazy.
It just looks very scary.
303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Hey, did you know that the Circus Sportsbook is available right now in Colorado, and you can throw down whatever you want on the college football and NFL season, like CSU, who desperately needs a win this weekend, 9.5-point favorites over UTEP. You also have Colorado as 2-point favorites now on the Circus Sportsbook over Baylor. And if you just do some shopping, I promise there is no better odds you will find than the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app right now. Tight moneyline splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is that Huey Lewis?
That is, and the news.
Don't you even remotely slander Huey Lewis in the news, dude.
I
Don't
went to
even
a
think
concert.
about
I went to a
it.
Huey Lewis concert at Red Rocks, bruh.
You did?
Yeah.
I saw Huey Lewis in the news one time in my life, and I'm not even kidding you. It was like at the height of their powers, right? Or maybe, later 80s. They were friggin' awesome.
I love Huey Lewis.
It's one of the best shows. I'm not even kidding you. And I've seen everybody from Paul Simon to, everything.
Now, I will say this, that Huey Lewis in the
Diana
news,
Ross. This was one of the best shows I've ever seen in my life.
It's hard to think of Huey Lewis in the news without thinking of Patrick Bateman.
hip to be square. No, I'm with you, Brett. But
You've seen the movie American Psycho, haven't you guys?
Yes.
With Christian Bale?
Yes.
It's very hard not to hear Huey Lewis in the news, and especially hip to be a square,
That's a good
without
point.
thinking of him holding an axe about
Yeah.
to chop somebody up.
That scene is crazy.
Yeah.
But I think the best part of Huey Lewis in the news, I also saw him perform, I don't know, like 20 years ago. And at the end of the show, concert wraps up and he goes, "I'm Huey Lewis, and you just heard the news." Boom, mic drop.
That's pretty cool.
Greatest
That's
thing
so
I've ever
good.
seen.
Favorite song from him? Back in Time.
Back in time.
Love that song.
We don't talk about Christian Bale on this program. Okay, I thought that rule was established about 4
Oh,
years
that's
ago.
right. Since he offended and insulted one Mark Mosier.
Good for you.
You know,
But actually, he was trying to stick up for you. He said, "Oh, don't shatter his dreams."
Do
That's
we,
what he
do
said.
we have that? Do we have that anywhere in the archives?
He's got a filthy mouth. That kid.
Let
That
me-
dude.
That kid?
Well, yeah, he's
Christian Bale's like your age.
Yeah, I know. You know what I mean.
So
That
years
guy.
ago, I was doing one of those movie junkets. What movie was that? Where they were both
It was
in it?
Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah. So Matt Damon and what's his name were in the room, and I asked because Mosier likes to think he looks like Matt Damon.
That is not what I said. See, you screwed for those who are new to the program, and we have more and more people coming to the show every day. That's not what happened. You said you were going to go talk to Matt Damon and Christian Bale, and I said I'm better looking than Matt Damon. That's what I said.
Which is equally as ridiculous.
I know, but I said it. And so then Vic starts out his little junket with Bale and Damon, and all they do is insult me. It was so rude, dude. So rude.
So as Nelly looks for this,
Actually, by the way, I put Christian Bale in the search bar to search all the files on our server, and my computer froze. So
Okay.
it needs to remain in the vault. It never happens.
Mosier took care of that.
by the way, Christian Bale, it's like, does that guy make a bad movie? He's pretty damn good in every single movie that he's in.
He's a great actor.
Have you guys seen the movie The Prestige? Oh, my God. It's one of my favorite
Great
movies.
actor.
Anyway.
Well, I said we're not talking about Christian Bale anymore.
Well, you know what? I like Christian Bale. I think he's a great actor. Anyway.
I think he's a jackwagon.
I'm sure you do.
What's the one where the big what's that called? Where he played a stock.
Oh, The Big
He's like
Short?
a stockbroker. Big Short. Yeah.
It's like I'm going to need a couple more words there, Vic. I don't. He played.
That's what Vic does.
Stock.
This is how you describe movies. You know, it's the guy that was in that movie.
He was the thing, and
the guy was in that movie. You know, and he had a car.
But he was with the other chick too.
Yeah, he's with that chick and that one chick.
Yeah.
That's how you describe what you're thinking of.
Couple of texts here quickly.
Nelly got it.
One, Mosier looks like Matt Damon's ass. That's one text.
All right.
Two, I haven't gotten one of these in a long time. I got hit, guys, with a stick to sports text.
Good.
Says, stick to sports. You don't know a damn thing about the real estate or financial services market. We all were tossed out of work for over a year after 25 years selling money. I don't know why you reacted so harshly. I just said it sounds like that would be a fun job to have for prospective new players for a professional
You called it
sporting
an
franchise.
easy job.
I
And it's
didn't
probably
say it was easy.
Yes, you did. Those are the words that came out of your mouth. You called it an easy job. Today's mortgage rates don't make it easy. It's probably
hang
the
on a
most
second.
difficult job out there.
I said it's much easier when the guy that you get the trade deadline says, I'll buy this cash. It's a lot easier. Is it not?
Or I can afford to rent this penthouse, no problem.
Can I ask you a question, Vic?
That's not easy.
If you were a real estate agent and you were trying to find me a house within my price range, or Jeff Bezos says, I want a ranch in Wyoming, is it easier to find one for Bezos or for me?
Well, here's a better question. How come you didn't use my wife, a real estate agent, to buy your house?
We had somebody that sold the last two houses.
Don't call me that.
I don't have a good answer for you.
Well, that's why the job is hard. See? That's why it's hard.
Hang on, Nelly. Let's hear it. Go ahead.
I do a radio show every morning with a gentleman who claims he looks exactly like Matt Damon.
Oh.
Does this man look like Matt Damon?
If he wants to think so, just let him say that just tell him we said yes.
So, yes.
Doesn't look anything like Matt Damon. Do you think?
I'm never the one to judge.
Screw you,
Is that an
Damon.
insult or not?
Listen, I would never say that.
Don't shatter his dreams, right?
See, it felt like Bale was actually helping you, and you're mad at him.
You didn't
Greatest
hear that?
line ever.
He goes, you don't look everything like Matt Damon. I never said I did. You completely ruined the whole thing, Vic.
It made
I
it
went
funny.
there with his dreams.
I did not say I looked like Matt Damon. I said I was better looking than Damon.
See, now,
That's what I said.
all right.
He's got a pointy nose.
I got a question. So I've seen a couple of different accounts. These are fans of other teams in college football, but they were talking about CU. And they said, when CU first burst onto the scene with Dion, I was a huge fan. And they've all said something along the lines of this. They've been so over the top that now I want them to lose every game. Let me ask you something. Dion obviously doesn't like some of the criticisms that's been lobbied their way for a multitude of different reasons.
I mean, imagine if he coached like in the SEC
but
at a huge school. He'd have major problems.
Being a villain is sometimes better than being a darling. Being the team that people hate can be a lot more fun than being the team that everybody likes and wants to succeed. Because if you're in the enemy sightlines, then there's a vested interest every single time that you step on the field. And I think you can use that as fuel and motivation. And I kind of like the idea of CU transferring over to a villain role as opposed to the darling that everybody's rooting for.
Well, I'm a little confused because a villain normally, though, enjoys vast success. This team was 4-8.
Yeah. Correct. Now, eventually, hopefully, you get there. But all I'm saying is, just from a pure fan perspective, I think it's really fun to be the villain sometimes. Like, how much did you guys revel in the idea? Now, again, being good makes a difference. But when everybody from the Suns and the Lakers and all that fan base, they just couldn't stand the Nuggets. How fun was that?
That was great.
Especially when you were successful.
Because the
It was
Nuggets,
awkward.
Yeah, but the Nuggets have never been anybody's enemy before.
But that was a blast. Are you kidding? That was so much fun.
It was, well, I mean, watching Suns in 4 guy pound that dude's face in or whatever it was. Remember?
Yeah, that's not fun.
Why? Actually, is he the one that pounded
Yes.
one punch the guy?
Yeah.
The Suns in 4 guy?
Yeah.
Okay. The guy tried to attack him, so he had to.
yeah.
But I'm just saying, we've never experienced that before because the Nuggets were never relevant enough to have that, ever.
I think, maybe this is where I think Dion's making a mistake, where every single time they get this criticism, it's pushed back, and it's like, why are you guys going at us? Why are you going at us? And it's like, dude, just kind of embrace it, right? Like, who are the bad boys of college football right now? There really isn't one.
Well, again, if you look at the history of college football, let's just took last 50 years. Who would you deem the bad boys of college football that you speak of?
Late 90s, early 2000s Miami.
Exactly. But what was the difference? They won
really
national
good. Yeah, they're really
championships.
good.
They
Yeah.
were super good, but they also embraced it. They embraced all that. I mean, they embraced
They won national championships.
Yeah.
We're talking about this is not what Colorado is, and I think you're overplaying this hatred thing. I don't think people hate Colorado. It's just new because they're run by a celebrity. Jimmy Johnson wasn't a celebrity. Dennis Erickson wasn't a celebrity, but their teams, that was the celebrity. This team is run by a celebrity athlete. That's what makes it unique. They're not hated.
Wait a minute.
What?
Sorry. Right up against it here. Adam Schefter just tweeted out more about ESPN's senior NBA insider Adrian Wojnarowski retiring from ESPN and agreeing to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure.
The hell is going on today?
What? First of all, college basketball teams have GMs?
Yes. Did Did you hear the GM for the Alabama football program that came from Washington and they tried to keep him from going to USC? The GM thing's I didn't even know it existed. College programs have GMs. And what do you think these GMs are going to do? They're in charge of paying the players, right? Like, who makes what?
Woj left that gig from now
To go to St. Bonnie's?
to go to St. Bonnie? Like, yeah.
You know what this means, right? You know what this means.
What?
Shams wins.
I guess. Hey, by the way, there really was a St. Bonaventure. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't call it St. Bonaventure.
He's Italian.
What do you think? Yeah, obviously. Hey, there's really a St. John's. Did you know that?
You're saying it's an actual guy?
Yeah. He entered the Franciscan order in 1243, studied at the University of Paris.
You know what? This is a great idea, Moshe. I'm going to start a college over a fake person. I'm just going to choose a name out of thin air and just call it that university.
Yeah. Mother Teresa.
That is one of the, this is one
Mother
of the
Teresa
craziest
you?
No, it's going to be a fake person.
Oh, fake person.
What'd you say?
So this guy, Woj, who is the best at what he does for basketball, right? He's been the best for a decade plus, and Shams obviously competes with him. He's like, because I've actually had conversations with Adam about it. Like, Shefty, do you know, I would never want that job, with all due respect, to walk around all day with two phones.
It sounds terrible.
It's awful. You have no personal time. Something's always happening. You could never exhale, ever. You're just always on top of something.
Even in the off season, things are happening all the time. Yeah.
So this dude, Woj probably's like, you know what? I'm done.
But the fact
and I'm going to go do something I love.
We'll get to this in a second. I do love this from a texter. The Rocky Balboa School of Fine Art sounds like a perfect college for me to start. 303-504-0925. Continue this right after the break. Breaking news. I have left this radio show as of 10 o'clock this morning. I will leave to become assistant to the regional manager of the Colorado Avalanche. It's a real job that needs to be done.
Uh-huh.
And so thank you guys very much for all of the years of hospitality.
Honestly, is there anything that you could do for a hockey team?
No.
I don't think so.
I
think Chris McFarland would look at your resume and go, I don't know, dude.
I mean, I could do like the in-house arena stuff probably. I mean,
hey, it's Brett Kane. Let's play Stack the Foam.
It would have to be in the state, yes. Put the foam in the cup. It would have to be the same kind of role, I guess I'm doing right now. But anything actually hockey-wise, no chance. I could be Bednar's personal assistant. No, I couldn't do that.
You couldn't do that either.
I'm disorganized.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it at all.
Could you be Bednar's like tie correspondent, or maybe his comb?
No, I don't even know how to tie a tie.
Or maybe his comb guy. Like you could carry around the box the combs and brushes for him or something.
You know what? How about this? If they ever needed, is there like a hockey equivalent to the get back guy on an NFL sideline? Because I could be that for Bednar. If he gets a little too heated with the ref, I just grab him by the hips and kind of pull him back a little bit. I could do that.
All right, let me give you a little insight, which is it's going to be pertinent to the discussion here. At the NHL broadcast meetings the past couple of days back in town. But there's some really cool stuff. I mean, they always are coming up with new things, which are
what
cool.
did you do? What did you waste 2 days of your time for? What?
Well, I mean,
Vic, he did tell me that he left one of the meetings that he thought was boring to go to Times Square.
Yeah, sounds like a great 2-day junket. Boy, you guys really came back with a fountain of information that'll change the way we broadcast games. Watch out.
The boss had to leave a little bit early yesterday to go to Newark to catch his plane, right? And I told Riker, I said, well, and it wasn't, I mean, we didn't plan it like this, but the last 3 pods of the entire 2 days were about technical stuff, like, switchers and cabling and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, well, dude, this doesn't apply to us whatsoever. I mean, we could sit here, and first of all, I wouldn't understand it. Transmission things up to satellites and all this stuff. First of all, I wouldn't understand it. Second of all, I would never use it. It doesn't apply to me. Everything else did, but some really cool stuff that we're going to be able to integrate in our broadcasts, stat-wise and real-time stats and the edge and all this stuff. And we do it right now, but we're going to be able to do even more, and it's going to be really awesome. That being said, Nathan McKinnon skated the most miles in the league last year. Of any player. He skated the most.
Like how many miles?
I forget the number, Vic. I thought I took a picture of it. Maybe I didn't.
That's crazy.
I forget, but he skated the most. Not only that, he by far, and I think he doubled up the second closest guy, had the most bursts of 20 or more miles per hour and 22 or more miles per hour. Like just off and bursting to over 20 miles an hour like that, and he like doubled up the second closest guy, like McDavid or something. It was, I mean, simply amazing the way this guy skates. And then I told you, I didn't see him skate in Vail, but I was told that he looks, I mean, he's coming off an MVP season, 144 points, Hart Trophy winner, right? Lindsay Award, stud. And apparently he looks like even better. I don't know what's in store for Nathan McKinnon this year, but he's going to be on another mission, man.
Again,
absolute mission.
We are spoiled, and I hope we don't take for granted that we have 2 MVPs in the same season whose work ethic is beyond reproach. In what Nathan McKinnon can do work-wise, what Nikola Jokic does work-wise, and we have them right now, right here. And it's really something to behold. Because you're right. Everything you say about Nathan McKinnon, I could say the same thing about Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
Also, you missed this yesterday, Moj, but we were talking about the ending to Monday Night Football. The Falcons came back and they beat the Eagles. And it almost went into overtime because when Drake London had what looked to be the go-ahead touchdown with the extra point, because remember, he scored the touchdown, the game was tied.
Right.
They needed the extra point. He got the personal foul for doing a gun gesture, and that pushed it back to a 48-yarder that they hit, and they ended up winning the game. But Vic said, how does he know he's not doing a T-shirt cannon or something like that, right? Well, here's head coach Raheem Morris.
No, I guess it was the use of a weapon, how people interpreted that as a fine, as a penalty. And Drake is Drake. He's a great kid, and his intent was not as a use of a weapon. He probably was shooting T-shirts into the stands, to be honest with you, though, because he's just that kind of a guy.
See? Everybody ripped me for this yesterday when I said it. Everybody said, "Oh, don't joke around." Well, I'm not. How do you know what he was shooting?
Little hot dog cannon. Maybe it was one of those. Maybe it was.
Where was the hot? Is Philadelphia, where the fanatic fired a hot dog into that old lady's face and broke her face? Was it Philly? Help me out, Nelly. Was it Philadelphia? I think. At the baseball game, he had a hot dog cannon and he fires it right at this old lady's face and blows her face up.
Didn't Johnny Lyles shoot a T-shirt cannon at an Avs game and just mess up somebody's head?
No, it was the celebrity race, and Lauren Gardner was skating, and he hit her with a T-shirt cannon on the ice as she was skating and took her down. It was pretty awesome.
You're right. It was at a Phillies game, and the woman got a black eye from a hot dog to the face.
I mean, she got blasted in the face with a dog, man.
Dude.
So they're kind of dangerous. All right.
Let me say something, though. I think I'm right on this. There's nothing more American than a good old hot dog cannon. Try and find that anywhere else in the world. They're doing hot dog cannons in the Chinese basketball league that Jimmer Fredette's playing in. They aren't doing that, for the, what's their name? The Shanghai, what's their
Sharks.
The Shanghai Sharks. Yeah. They aren't having hot dog cannons there.
Maybe they've got like rice bowl cannons. Something cool. Just spray everybody with rice. That'd be awesome.
Let me ask a question.
I take that.
Out of ignorance. Outside of like the top fast food chains or McDonald's and places like that, do other countries serve what we would consider like American food? Like if I go to Italy.
The answer is yes.
They do?
Yes.
Is it popular? Or do you have to like kind of search it out?
It's not as popular as the mainstay food, but you can find, hell, you know the little town of Isernia, Moshe?
Yeah.
You know Isernia?
Yeah.
You know right across the street from the Grand Europa Hotel, you know what they just built?
What?
A McDonald's.
Wait, Isernia got a McDonald's?
Yes.
Well, that's what I was saying. Outside of the major fast food chains that are everywhere, I mean, you can find those wherever. I'm saying, like, if I wanted to sit down at a locally owned restaurant in
would they have a burger?
Milan, would they have an American style, like, here's a burger and fried chicken joint?
Yeah. Well, no, I've never seen fried chicken, but they do have burgers a lot. There's a lot of burgers. They're not very good, though. They don't do like we do it, but yeah, they have them. There's a pub right in Paris called the Great Canadian. And they've got, I walked in there some years ago, and it's full of all Montreal Canadiens stuff and hockey stuff and Tampa Bay Lightning stuff.
So hang
and all
on,
this.
you went to the Brentford Bees game.
Yes.
They serving hot dogs there?
No hot dogs at the Bees.
That's what I'm getting at.
And then, by the way, no T-shirt cannons, no nothing. It's just people getting
pure
ripped.
American. That's what I'm talking about.
It's just people getting drunk and having fun.
Well, that's universal. Yeah.
Well, yeah. But it was.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
I'll tell you what was interesting when we were in Finland for the games a couple years ago. You're not allowed to drink beer inside the arena, like in the bowl. You're not allowed to have any alcohol in the bowl. Finland, Tampere, Finland. So before the end of the period, you'd see like everybody getting up and rushing to the concourse to go drink booze.
What's the purpose of that?
I've no
to limit consumption?
I don't know, but everybody would get up and leave to go to the concourse because you can drink on the concourse. They were fleeing.
Canner, you got to get out more. 20 years ago, I went to a baseball game at the Tokyo Dome in Japan. 20 years ago. And the first thing I saw, and I was like, whoa. In the stands, they have these ladies walk around with pony kegs on their back, and you're pouring yourself beer.
I mean, that's pretty badass.
Wait, hold on. You put a pony keg on a lady?
Pony keg on someone's back, and you're walking around. Yeah.
That's pretty good, though.
That's a good workout, too. A pony keg is not...
Hell of a workout.
A pony keg is not light. I mean, it's not like a regular keg, but it's not... It's heavy when it's full of beer.
But that's all I was wondering. Like, you guys I haven't been to Europe. So you go to Europe, can I sit down and order fried chicken somewhere from a locally owned place? The answer's probably not.
Why would you do that, though? You're in a foreign country, you eat their food. I mean, what's the problem here?
I totally agree with you. I totally agree.
Is there a KFC? There's no KFC. No, stuff like that.
I'm trying to get at, I don't think anywhere else in the world has hot dog cannons. That's where we started. I was trying to figure out the cuisines in other places.
Well, how the hell did we get on a hot dog cannon?
Drake London.
Drake London.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Sorry, Drake. Yes. I saw the gesture, by the way. It looked like more like an anti-aircraft gun to me. It didn't look like he had a pistol on it. It looked like he was, or maybe, shooting clay pigeons or something. I don't know. You tell me. It was up in the sky. It was not directed at a person or anything.
Hey, just quickly, Joe Mixon, the running back for the Texans right now, he is upset that the NFL hasn't. Remember the point of emphasis to start the offseason in the NFL, what it was? Do you guys even remember? Because I forgot about it.
It was, we are getting rid of hip drops.
Hip drop tackles.
Yeah.
I don't think one's been called yet this year, and Joe Mixon is not happy about that. And I think Joe Mixon is the only person that is unhappy about it. I'll tell you right now, if I was tuning in and there were like 15 calls a week throughout the NFL of hip drop tackles, I would have lost my mind. They've already made the rules so difficult for defense, and they want to add this one in there too. And I'm just like, you know what? Sometimes offensive players, it's a dangerous game. You're going to be put in some dangerous spots.
Yeah, but he was upset because he actually got injured on what he thought was a hip drop.
Okay.
That's why he's upset. I mean, the guys who are getting injured are the guys who are like, hey man, but where's the flag for that? I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but Vic, I mean, if you're a small guy and you're trying to bring down Derrick Henry from behind, how do you not hip drop him, right? I mean, what do you do?
It's like very much like when you go to the rodeo and they bring those cows down, the cattle down, they hip drop them. That's all that is.
Yes,
That's a hip drop.
Steer wrestling.
Yeah, they hip drop the damn cow.
Well, and that's essentially Derrick Henry. That's a full-grown bull in the middle of the football field that you're trying to chase down. I'm just saying, like, if they were calling that, you would think to start this year, the point of emphasis that got all the attention in the offseason was what? The illegal formation call. Because that's being called all the time of, this guy, this left tackle was off the spot of where he should have been.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that one's been called a lot. If they were calling hip drops, I'd be losing it. I'd just be like, enough.
Well, I will say already through two weeks, Vic, I've seen multiple hip drop, what I thought were multiple hip drop tackles, and they were not called. So Mixon, he's got a little bit of a point.
Sunday morning, I'm watching Sideline Stories with Jim Sacamano and Tom Green, and they're looking back. Dennis Smith, the former Pro Bowl safety who played alongside Steve Atwater all those years. Well, you talk about a fearsome duo of safeties. And they're running highlights of Dennis Smith and Steve Atwater. And as I'm watching these highlights, I'm saying to myself, oh, my God. These guys, I don't think they could play today.
Foul. Foul.
I'm looking at all the tackles they made. I'm like, they'd be kicked out in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, every tackle is a flag. Every hit is a flag. I mean, think about where the game is and why it's – I don't understand why offenses are having trouble scoring touchdowns because look at what they've done to penalize the defensive player. You can't lead with your helmet. Foul. You can't hit the helmet. Foul. You can't hip drop. Foul. You don't want to go low because that's not proper etiquette. That's sort of a gentleman's agreement.
Now you're being dirty.
Yeah, now you're a dirty player. Foul. Can't hit anywhere outside the boundary even if your momentum takes you there, or at the quarterback if your momentum takes you there. You can't land on the quarterback. Foul.
Dennis Smith was one of the most ferocious safeties. Was he one? Would you say that he and Ronnie Lott were the most ferocious safeties ever?
Well, I mean, Steve Atwater.
Steve, yeah.
Got something to say.
Yeah, you're right.
The combo of Atwater and Dennis Smith was just, and they were big. They were big.
Dude, Dennis
dudes.
Atwater's. Well, you've seen him a million times. You've talked to him a million times. You know how big
Still
he is.
huge.
Dennis is big. Boy, when you saw him and he had the shoulder pad, dude, he looked like the ultimate football player.
Yeah, they need to bring back, we were talking about neck rolls earlier this year. They need to bring back the giant shoulder pads, too. I like those. 303-504-0925. You can watch on the Safeway Twitch stream. And did you know you can save 5% every day with Safeway Schedule and Save? Put your everyday essentials on autopilot. We do the shopping. You save 5%. Get started at Safeway.com. Back after this.
Silterhar Motors, they're so awesome. I mean, they're fantastic. You got to get there up to Broomfield and see exactly what I'm talking about. When you look at their selection, it's going to blow you away. But not only that, they've got some unbelievable deals going on right now. You want a CX-90 Mazda for $299 a month on a lease or a new Ford Bronco Sport, they've got it for you right this second. Not only that, they got the Mosher special going on. You get $1,000 in free accessories. You've got the extra $1,000 in trade allowance. You've got it all coming your way. So all you've got to do is get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com and see their unbelievable selection and see the deals that they have for you. Don't get stuck with that old rig heading into the fall and winter months when the snow starts to fly. Get in that new rig and get it ready, and you'll have a great, great time this wintertime. Again, go to sthmotors.com. I hate this song, by the way.
All right.
Hate it.
Well, why don't you come back here in the studio and yell more obscenities at me through the megaphone like you did during the commercial break?
Hey, if I have to take it from Brett Kane, you got to pay
Take
the tax. Brett taxes me with his foul language. I have to tax you. See, now you got to go find somebody to tax. That's the way it works.
I don't curse at you all that much. It's always in retaliation.
Well, you just did.
You asked me to.
Oh,
it was a weird thing. He asked me to curse at him. You said, here, take this megaphone and tell me this. And I was like, okay.
Well, it's pretty authoritative, Brett. That's my point.
So a couple things here. Mose, you missed this, but just a bit of news yesterday from Pete Thamel that it looks like with the Mountain West shaking up and these teams going to the Pac-12, Air Force might make the move to the American Athletic Conference, the AAC.
Well, that's the conference that currently houses Navy and Army.
Correct.
So
Seems
to me,
make
that
a lot of sense.
That would make some sense. Memphis is in that conference, by the way.
They are.
And Memphis is playing some pretty damn good football. Who did they just beat this past weekend? Help me out, Nelly. Memphis is 3-0. I do know that.
Memphis beat Florida State.
Yeah, that's right. They beat up Florida State.
Oh, is that a big deal?
well, no, probably not. How bad is Florida State? My God.
Yeah, I mean, terrible.
Let's see who's in there.
Think that team, Moj, was undefeated last year. Remember that?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Remember when they didn't
Until their
lose a
quarterback
game?
got hurt, yeah.
And then they lost every game shortly afterwards.
Army's in there, Navy's in there, Memphis, East Carolina, not bad. North Texas, Mean Green. South Florida's in there. The Charlotte 49ers are in there. Okay. Tulsa, Tulane. That's a pretty good football conference. It's not stinky. They got some decent teams in there.
You know, on top of that, it just feels like it's a good fit for them, and they need to find somewhere to go. And that feels like it's not going to be a conference that's poached all that much. And for however long this new realignment happens, Air Force going there would seem to make a lot of sense. Not
and
official,
that would be stability, is what it would be.
Yes,
they would be in a conference that you're right. Nobody's going to get poached. Nobody's going to poach UAB. Nobody's going to poach Tulane or East Carolina. They'll be stable. They'll have good competitive football all the time. They get to play with their two other academies. I think it makes a lot of sense. Vic, you were bringing it up earlier. What the hell is Wyoming going to do? I'm feeling really bad for the Cowboys, man. I'm not concerned about Utah State. I'm not concerned about Hawaii. That doesn't affect me whatsoever. But Wyoming does affect me. There are a lot of Wyoming fans up and down the Front Range, man, a ton. Yeah. And to have them be homeless is going to be, if the Mountain West blows up, that's going to really stink. Really stink.
This is a crossroads for Wyoming sports. Again, they lost their basketball coach to an assistant job at Texas Tech. It's what it is. They're not big enough to proceed. They're not big enough to get attracted by the Pac-2. They're not strong enough to move to another conference. They're going to have to deal with whatever comes their way. And if that means joining forces with the North Dakota states and South Dakota states, that's where it may be headed. And in the grand scheme of things, and I know Wyoming fans proud don't want to hear this, but maybe this is best. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say Wyoming has to compete for a national championship among the Alabamas and USCs in football. Maybe you shouldn't compete against those teams in football. Maybe it's got to be a different set of rules here.
The smartest thing they could do is grab those northern schools. Get the Dakotas, get the Montanas, and those are actually viably good football teams that maybe with a step up could bring in even more talent and be more competitive. I think it'd be smart.
But last year, I know Wyoming got blasted by Arizona State. The last year they lost at Texas 31-10. That's not bad. They won in double overtime at Texas Tech. I mean, and Wyoming is, Josh Allen aside, who's an absolute star. I get that.
Allen.
Outside of that, they've had some pretty good wins over the years. I just feel bad for Cowboys fans. I feel bad for anybody who's just left hanging. You know what I mean? You think everything's cool. I know you have to have foresight, but everything has moved so quickly. This whole the college football realignment is not like turning around a cruise ship where it takes miles and miles. It basically it was Formula One where zoom, 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 and then everybody's scattered and it's just crazy. And then these teams, it's not even for lack of foresight. It's just for a lack of position you're in. You get left out in the cold. You got no home. You got nowhere to go. It just sucks. It really stinks.
Could we return to something that Vic and Moj both disagree on me with, which is I saw these numbers through 2 weeks.
Filthy mouth.
Of qualified receivers. So to be qualified in this chart, you had to run a minimum of 45 routes in the first 2 weeks of the season. And amongst all of those receivers that did qualify, I don't know the total number, but it's quite a bit. Courtland Sutton is last in passer rating when targeted. He is near the bottom in yards per route run. So that number is 0.7 yards per route. His passer rating when he's targeted is somewhere in the ballpark of 13 to 14. And I think that even though it is not all on him, there's a lot that has to do with rookie quarterback. There's a lot that has to do with new chemistry within the offense. There's a lot that has to do with, I think, some poor play calls that happen. But his job is to get open. And he's being paid by far the most money of any wide receiver on that roster to get open, and he's not. And I don't think he is devoid of criticism here within the context of this offense for him to put up some numbers and be your number one go-to guy.
I'm not saying he's devoid of criticism, but he would be option 6 on why the offense is struggling. Did he have any issues last year running these routes? I'm just curious.
Here's the thing.
I don't believe he did.
No, this is where you and me are going to disagree. He wasn't bad last year. But 10 touchdowns doesn't mean he was open all the time. 10 touchdowns.
Was he the best receiver on the team last year?
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Okay, was he the most productive receiver on the team last year?
Yes.
What changed?
Well, look, man, he still could get to those numbers from last year. I'm saying last year's numbers weren't all that great if you eliminate the touchdowns from it, which was a lot of red zone stuff.
Totally agree. But this is what he's working with here, man. I mean, this is what he's working with. He doesn't have a tractor. He's got a wheelbarrow.
Now, okay.
He's moving dirt with a wheelbarrow. He doesn't have a big old tractor helping him move that dirt.
I think all of that with
and that's not unfair. I think to call Bo Nix a wheelbarrow is a little bit unfair, but he's not wrong.
I'm not trying to rip. I'm just. This is where we are. This is a rookie quarterback in a new system at a different level.
Yep.
What did you expect?
More than a catch.
Brett, what did you expect?
More than a catch. That's what I'm saying. More than a catch.
Look, right now, Brett, everybody is in a bad way offensively. What are they going to do? What are they going to do about McGlinchey?
That I don't know.
Well, I mean,
that's a terrifying prospect.
What are they going to do?
Mm-hmm.
And Garrett Bowles, how many holds did he have this past week?
Yeah. So, I mean, in conclusion, to conclude this argument, based on what Brett is getting at, Courtland sucks. The offensive line sucks. Javonte sucks. Dulcich sucks. Everybody sucks.
There's a big.
So what?
There's a big. The difference with Courtland Sutton in comparison to a lot of other guys on this roster is he is. I guess he's not the highest paid anymore. Is he the second highest paid offensive player behind Miners after his extension? Because I think he's either making as much or whatever, about as much as your top paid, McGlinchey's and Garrett Bowles types. And to do that, you need to be a guy who elevates the offense. I'm not seeing him elevate it right now. And you need to have guys with a lack of talent offensively that are going to be, I guess, the lightning rods to make life a little bit easier for your QB. And he has one job. His job to me is to get open and get separation, and he hasn't been doing that. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm just holding him to a higher standard than most on offense.
Well,
I don't think that's unfair for being the highest paid guy.
You're an admirer.
Admirer?
Admirer.
There you go.
Of Chris Godwin, are you not?
Yeah, he's a good receiver.
And we'll see Godwin this weekend, will we not?
Mm-hmm.
He's got 200 yards of receiving yards already and a couple tuds.
And I fully acknowledge that it helps to have Mike Evans on the opposite side, for sure.
It does, and he's also got a revived who throwing the football?
Baker.
I mean, listen, if Courtland Sutton, if you replace, I'm not saying that Sutton would be the same if you replaced Godwin here and put Sutton in Tampa, but I'm telling you, Baker Mayfield is competent at getting the football to his guys. And right now, Bo Nix is not competent at getting the football to his guys in the way that they need to.
For every example you give me like that, then how does Malik Neighbors, with arguably one of the worst quarterbacks in the league right now, Daniel Jones, have 10 catches for 130 yards?
He's very special. He's vibrant. There's no doubt.
I'm just asking for him to be a little more special.
Well,
I don't need 10 for 130. I'm just saying a little bit better.
Do you think Daniel Jones is a better passer than Bo Nix right now?
Would you?
Well, yes. A quarterback may stink, but it doesn't mean he can't throw the damn football and put it on time. Now watch the game. He may make bad decisions. He may do stupid things. But
watch the game.
But it doesn't mean he can't throw the football on time.
Who is the more accurate passer, Justin Fields or Bo Nix?
Fields.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we doing here? What's the argument? Do you ever hear the term throw a man open,
Mm-hmm.
throw a receiver open. You know who did that better than anybody was Peyton Manning.
Sure. Phillip Rivers really good at that.
Throw a guy open. This kid's not there yet.
But that's I guess this is where we're missing wavelengths here. Were people expecting Bo Nix to do that immediately? No.
No.
So the job of the offensive players is to help your QB. To do that as a wide receiver, you have to get open. I'm not seeing Courtland get separation. That's all I'm talking about here. Like, it's a lot easier to be, quote, accurate if you got a couple of more steps on a guy than him being on your hip. Because then it requires the quarterback to be perfect, right? He's got to be perfect. Now, the worst example I can think of for Bo Nix, I think one of his, not the worst decision, just worst throw that he made. When Mims was wide open downfield for a big shot, and not only did he overthrow him, he did it out of bounds. Like, didn't even give him a shot to catch the football. That stuff's inexcusable. If Sutton was doing that, then we could have a different discussion.
Maybe they have the wrong receivers in the lineup for what this quarterback needs. Maybe they don't need big possession receivers. They need quicker, make some room receivers, the Jerry Jeudy types.
Sure.
No,
isn't that what he had at Oregon?
Stop with your Jerry Jeudy stuff, man.
Well, he's the one that spelled this out. Jerry Jeudy got separation like no other. He always had separation. What good did that do him?
Yeah.
True. Okay.
Not a lot.
I get it. But, I mean, look, we're talking about guys who aren't super special players in this league anyway. Good players, but not super special. Okay? And a couple of things. We got a text here from Matt. And I've got to establish whether we are wanting to go on a hope and a prayer or do we want facts. Because I will tell you that I think Bo Nix is going to get better as this year goes on. I'll tell you that.
I would hope everybody believes.
Well, yeah. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know. Nobody knows. I'm not even sure Sean Payton knows at this point. Is he going to get better? And how much better will he get?
Well, and that's the other thing that I kind of wanted to get to.
Well, here's Matt. Here's Matt. Wait until game 5 or 6. Knicks will be better. Oh,
Vic just read that.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Oh, God. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, Vic.
I didn't read that. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, wait. No, did you just read a text that you previously read?
I didn't read it before. No, I said I would say that Bo Nix will get better, but I don't really know. And then Matt's here. Yeah, game 5 or 6, Knicks will be better. You don't know that, brother. You don't. So we have all these silly discussions about is Courtland getting separation? Can Knicks get him the football? Why is Josh Reynolds doing it and this guy isn't? Why isn't Marvin Mims Jr. seeing the field at all? Right? I mean, all these
Mark.
It's all
you work on engines.
It's all connected and it's all a pain in the butt.
Yes,
What?
let me make one last analogy on this. You work on engines. You know, you open the hood of a car and you see the engine and you try to go to the source of the problem, right? And usually you find the source. You go to the source. Well, sometimes you just have a crappy car, and it's everything. This car's not going as fast as it should. Well, did you check the spark plug? Did you check the fuel injection? I'm trying to use terms that I know exist.
I love
Did you check the manifold? Did you check the radiator? Is that leaking?
I love when both myself or Vic tries to make a car analogy because we have no idea what we're talking about at all.
Keep going.
Well, do you see how I went to fuel injector, though? Because carburetors really don't exist. That's the older car.
That's
like
true.
that?
I mean, hot rods.
Mosier, give me some credit for that.
Wait, if you have an old school
Wait,
hot rod, it's
they
got
have a
carb.
what? A carburetor?
Yeah. Do you know what that is? Do you know do you know the difference between? Well, I mean, and there's a lot of old
berates
cars.
the car.
Hold on, there's a lot of old cars that have been redone. You know, you put a new LS fuel injected badass motor in it. You know, that kind of thing. But if you're going strictly with the old motor, the old engine, carbs, baby. It has little jets that shoot the gasoline into the. It's hard to explain. It shoots it down. Okay.
Moj, Brett's asking for a V8 engine when the car's made to have a V4.
No, I'm just saying.
That's what he's asking.
No,
he's out here. You're driving a little Hyundai V4, and he's asking, "Where's this brake? Where's the speed on this thing?"
And these tires ain't no good, man. Well, the car can't get up above 30 miles per hour right now, bro. That's where we are.
Oh my God.
Does that have a carburetor in it?
That does not.
No, what I'm saying is there could be two problems. It's not just the one problem that's leading to the other. That's all I'm saying. And I have a higher expectation for the higher priced part of the car to work the way it's supposed to. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, you just put a new distributor cap on that engine, and the timing is way off. Does that help? You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Nope.
The distributor cap is
It's
what.
okay. It's okay. You don't have to.
It's what sends the spark to all the spark plugs and fires the engine in the proper order.
Here's
fires
what you're
the
doing,
cylinders
bro.
in the proper order, and right now you got that thing wired all jacked.
You're blaming the AC unit on this car's inability to get across country. It has nothing to do with it. You're
No.
blaming Courtland Sutton for the inefficiency of this offense, and I'm gonna.
No, this
you're
is
just
great.
not seeing the right.
This
things.
is great. This is great because it's something that I can actually, I think, talk about. You're saying the car can't get across the country, and I go, yeah, but the AC is also not working. That's what I'm doing. You're saying the car can't get from A to B, and I go, yeah, but the AC is also blowing out hot air. That's also a problem.
And one of the tires is partially
might not
flat,
be the
won't
main
hold air.
problem. Might not be the main problem. Might not be the thing that's keeping it from going the way you want it to go, but it's certainly something you want to get fixed.
Moj, I'm told on the text line that V4s do not exist.
Not really.
cylinders?
No, they're inline.
V2.
Even in a
How about
motor
a V2?
Even in a motorcycle, it's inline.
What the hell does that mean?
That means they're all in a straight line, in inline.
So it only goes to 6-cylinder, nothing smaller than that?
No, you can have a 4-cylinder engine, but it's not V. It's not in a V shape like this. It's in an inline configuration.
Now we're doing shapes?
Hey, you want to talk rotary engines sometime?
No,
I really don't give a
I'd
A
rather.
rotary engine will blow your mind, bro.
I'm more interested in these motory engines. That sounds like something I can get my head
I wanted
wrapped around.
I wanted to say rotary motors and rotary engines, and I said motory engines.
stupid ass questions.
303-504-0925 back at
Rain?
Biggest story of the day, I think, by far. Close behind was Woj retiring all of a sudden to become the GM of St. Bonaventure, which I don't think anybody expected.
If there's one thing you could have told me that he is quitting ESPN to do, being the GM at the Bonnies would not be it, bro. I mean, he's probably got plenty of bread. He's probably, he's follow your dream, dude. Follow your dream. It's fine.
If I told you that Woj was retiring to become a mechanic, would it be more shocking than him taking the GM role at St. Bonaventure?
Well, if I was going to retire and go into another profession, what would you think that would be? What would make sense? Vic would be loan shark. And Vic, you would be a great loan shark. You really would.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would. You're mean. You get on people.
I guess, Moj, you would. I don't know. You're like a, what's the old saying?
If I said to you,
master of none, but what is it? What is before master of none?
A jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades, but a master of none. Yeah. You know a lot of stuff.
You just made the Bale and Damon list, buddy.
Well, you tried beekeeping and they're dead. So
wait, Brett. Jackwagon of all trades. There you go.
If I said, hey, I'm going to go be a tour guide in Normandy.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Sure.
What was going to the Bonnies?
What would I be?
Does he have any management experience at all? Does he have any management experience?
Job? Can you get paid to do that? Wait. I think you can if you're like somebody. I could be a guy who takes a dive in a boxing match just to make sure that everybody makes their money. I could do that. That would be a loser. Wait, who was the old... Didn't we look this up? The losingest boxer of all time? What was his name? Do you guys remember?
Tex Cobb.
I remember reading about this.
What was his name? That's right, something Strickland. Hang on a second. I'm going to have it in just a minute. Reggie Strickland.
We have no other skills. There's no skills here.
I told you I have no discernible skills other than talking.
Here's one.
That's all I got.
British boxer Christian Light had a professional record of 12 and 279.
Oh, that's worse than Reggie Strickland then. So I don't know what's going on here. Strickland is the most. So he's had 363 fights, 66 wins, 276 losses, and 17 draws.
Does he even have a brain anymore?
That's what I was wondering. How do you box in 363 different matches, bouts, and not have just like total scrambled eggs up there?
I don't know.
Seems impossible. Anyway, the other shocking news was, I guess not shocking, but I guess sort of waiting with bated breath sort of news. Is it going to rain in Boulder on Saturday? It's a big story. If you guys missed it, if you guys missed it, this was an exchange with a reporter and Dion yesterday at his press conference. Nelly, you got it ready for us? Because Dion was looking at different weather apps. So let's listen.
And in the forecast for Saturday,
we got rain. What forecast you got?
Just changed this morning.
No, let me see. I don't have. It ain't say rain on mine. Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
A meteorologist?
That's a mistake. I got 5169. This joke has been accurate. Anybody else got? Read yours.
Either way, let's just say there is rain on the.
No, I'm not gonna say there is rain. I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say 40%. 40% chance that it ain't.
Meteorologist that I respect highly said that there's a pretty good chance it rains on Saturday.
30%.
Okay, I don't know which one I got. I need to check mine. Rain does not.
I was just gonna ask if you do wet ball drills or anything different to prepare for.
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 30, 70% it won't. Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
You know what I appreciate, though?
That might be the most hilarious exchange I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, with rain.
Dion rolled with it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Sean Payton? That's going to last 15 seconds.
That would drive him up a... Dude,
Yeah.
He would be so... he'd be snippy.
Who do you use?
That's like a Seinfeld bit right there, isn't it? I mean, rain.
That is a good question, though, by the way. Like, everybody uses something different. Who do you use
Well, I
for
go to
your
the
weather?
I go to the Weather Channel because anybody's good. Kylie's good. Nelson.
No, I'm saying if you're just checking on your phone, I just use this. Is that the thing that's here for me?
No,
Is that
I
what
use,
you use?
I use the Weather Channel app. I don't use the weather thing from the iPhone. I use the Weather Channel app. But here's what it says. Saturday, 70 degrees. Partly cloudy in the morning, then becoming cloudy with periods of rain later in the day, high around 70. Winds north-northeast, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 80%.
Hey, my thing, he says 73 degrees, low 51, partly cloudy, and a chance of precipitation. That's it. A chance of about 25% precipitation.
See, I tried this in the
It
appetizer.
says 80%, Vic.
Hang on a second.
The Weather
Wait,
Channel
I'm looking
says
at
80.
Denver. I'm not looking at Boulder.
Yeah, look at Boulder. You got to look at Boulder.
Yeah, close enough. I never do that.
Well, it's not the same, Jack. It's totally different. You know that.
So I've been trying to figure this out, by the way. I was talking about this in the appetizer. I feel like I got dumber on this topic as I was trying to figure this out. When it's the percentage chance stuff, that's not, hey, there's a 30% chance it will rain. So a texter says someone tell Dion 40% means 40% of the forecasted area will receive 0.01 inches of rain. That's what it means.
So rain. It's going to rain all over Colorado. It's going to rain all over from Boulder to Parker. It's going to rain on Saturday night. So deal with it.
Hang on. I know that PhD, didn't they have Chris Bianchi on yesterday to give a weather update?
Oh, they did?
I think they did. And you know what? I think that should be a normal thing now. For every CU game, we need to get one of these meteorologists on and tell us what the hell's going on Saturday. We getting rain? We getting sun? Because there is sun, but sun is like not a cloud in the sky. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Have you ever gone on a golf trip or had something important and you're looking at your weather app every hour and you're praying and you're hoping that it changes, and it's just like it's all encompassing, right? You've been there, right?
Yeah.
There's been something in your life where it's all encompassing.
Yep.
I hate that feeling where what are you going to do? By looking at your app every hour, is it going to change anything? You got no you can't change it.
But there's
You
anticipation.
can't affect it.
There's an anticipation to it and like a tension that's quite literally in the air that you just can't shake. Because I feel the same way. If I have like some big thing that's planned, like what would they do Monday, if the Avalanche charity golf tournament, if it was just like downpouring all day, what does that become? What do they do?
Remember we played in that thing once where it was like 35 degrees. Freezing.
I do remember that. Yeah. That was just a few years ago.
I played in one time at Pradera. Vic, what's the hole at Pradera? The downhill par 3.
The split fairway?
No, it's a downhill par 3 with a pond on there.
Yeah.
Dude,
I know the one you're
I
talking about.
pounded like a 5-wood as hard as I could, and it went straight up in the air. It came up short. I mean, the wind was it's just ridiculous. I watched I hate wind. I hate it.
The more I've played this year, the more I realize is I am such a wimp when I get an ounce of adversity thrown my way weather-wise. If it is a slight breeze, if it is a spitting rain, I'm
100%.
done. I'm totally no chance.
That's why those dudes who when I played in Pebble and the weather was atrocious, it was windy, cold, rainy, and playing with a dude, he goes, he's from Great Britain. He's like, what's the big deal? I'm like, what do you mean what the big deal? We're used to playing in perfect weather. That's what the big deal is. I got a big deal.
What do you mean what the big deal is?
It's raining. I'm not kidding. If I feel a raindrop, mentally it's over. I'm done with, and then I can say, oh, well, I wouldn't have shanked it that bad if the weather's just crazy. Not my fault. Certainly not mine.
Some people are just tougher. I'm not tough. Like, I see people running and cycling when it's cold and it's rain, and my immediate reaction is, what the hell's going on right now?
Yeah.
Well, how about this for the Broncos game on Sunday at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida? High of 91. It's really going to feel like it's 101.
I could do it. I could do that. As bad as humidity would be, I would take that over wind and rain.
So it's going to be
until you start cramping up, dude.
It's going to be a hot mother down in Tampa. Also, apparently this game opened at the Bucks -7, and now it's -6.5. So people have apparently thrown money on the Denver Broncos. Why? I'm not really sure. Tampa again is like a great football team, but they've won 2 in a row, and Baker Mayfield is dealing the ball. And their offense is way better than the Broncos' offense, so you're not going to be able to outscore the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Hey, around 11 a.m. yesterday, did you guys get a chance to look up at the sky and see the clouds over Denver? How, like, really weird-looking clouds? Am I the only one who notices that? Did you look up around 11 a.m. yesterday?
No.
So
I was in New York.
Just kind of lived my life.
I just noticed it. You know, the kind of clouds you don't see too often. They're really striking, like weird-looking clouds.
And why was that? Why were they weird?
I don't. We're just not jiving today.
Look at this, look at that. So they weren't clouds, they were more like clouds? Is that what you're talking about?
They're layered clouds wrapped on. Just kind of clouds you haven't seen.
Shut the front door.
Goodness gracious, I thought you were going to do it.
I cannot believe
You got me sweating for a second.
I can't believe Woj put.
Clouds. Congratulations.
Oh, that was
You're a
cute.
special boy. Cloud watching freak.
I can't believe Woj put the phone down and is done. I mean, that's got to be such a relief.
You know,
such a relief.
You know the feeling that athletes get when they say, I got to hang them up. I'm going to hang up my cleats. That feeling when he finally put that phone down that's got all the sources on it has to be unbelievable. Like, all this stress is now gone.
Dear Woj, I'll buy that phone from you.
Okay, yeah. Nelly, you got a quick fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Hang on a second, Nelly. A text or somebody in the Safeway Twitch feed. Vic looking at clouds. Next step is yelling.
But I wasn't yelling at the clouds. I was in awe. It wasn't yelling at the clouds. I was like, wow, nature's so cool. They were cool clouds.
Go ahead, Nelly.
At 11 a.m. yesterday, if anybody out there is driving around and you looked up at 11 a.m. in the Denver area, you saw some cool clouds.
Let Nelly go. Go, Nelly.
I fact-checked you on this in 6 a.m. hour, and I'll do it again. If there is a 30% chance of rain, that means that there is a 30% chance that some amount of rain will fall in the area that they are talking about. It has nothing to do with the percentage of the ground covered. It just means, like, if this day were to happen 10 times in a row, on 3 of those days it would rain.
Don't
it's just
buy
a
it.
pure percentage.
Don't buy it. Don't believe you.
I trust Kathy Saban, not you.
I trust Kylie Burse. If she tells me that, then I believe it.
She doesn't know
303-504-0925. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
What up, Denver? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emmy, joined as always by KJ Granderson. Steve Nelson's walking out of here. We got Tick, Joshy G, Cast of Thousands, as well as the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey, on a shout-out Wednesday. What is up, brother?
Well, I'm going to just early shout out my son for scoring a goal in this game.
Hey, Amari, congratulations, dude.
Yep. He's doing a good job.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Get those in.
Yeah, what else is going on?
303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line is where you can reach us. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Whole bunch to get into today. Obviously, we've got Broncos pressers coming up in a couple hours. PhD will have those for you right after 12 today. Dion got into it with a reporter about the weather. Chris Bianchi joined PhD yesterday, and then he went on his evening broadcast with prime glasses and a cowboy hat. So there's more shenanigans going on in Boulder. The Avs have media day today, which means training camp officially opens up tomorrow. No, not just rookie camp, but actual training camp. Lekkonen's back on the ice. He's not full participant, but he looks good, getting stronger and stronger. Landeskog expected back at the beginning of the season. Not exactly at the beginning of the season, but at the beginning portion of the year that we've talked about. So a whole bunch to get into today. Shoutouts coming up at 11:20. NFL notes coming up at shoutouts at 11:40. NFL notes coming up at 11:20. I got a question for you. So, no kids. Right? Not yet for me. So I have hardly any real responsibilities outside of work. Wife's out of town on a work trip. And I got to ask you guys out there on the text line, if you were ever in a position that I'm in, right? So good to go, right? But I had nothing to do last night. It's not like there was anything to watch on TV. Yeah. No football, basketball and hockey haven't started yet. There's just nothing. It was a Tuesday night. I gotta ask, those of you without kids, when the significant other leaves for a day or two and you got nothing to do that night, do you too turn into like a 15-year-old boy and stay up until 1:30 in the morning? Because last night, I literally got into a college football 25 trance.
I was going to say,
on
I would
my
just play
PlayStation.
video games.
I forgot to feed the dog and eat myself. It was 9:15 at night. Because my wife's nowhere to be found. She's not downstairs putzing around or getting ready for dinner or something like that.
Yeah, it's the right response.
Or calling me a nerd.
Yeah, no, it was the right thing to do.
That's not the anomaly. That's a real thing. Because I felt like a complete loser last night when I was like, the dog's looking at me. He's like, Dad, what the hell is going on right now? I looked up from the screen. I went, oh, it's dark outside.
Yeah, what else are you're not going out on a Tuesday night. What else are you supposed to do?
Not going out on a Saturday night. That life has passed me by.
I mean, you can't even call some boys up and be like, yo, hey, I'm free tonight.
It's not Wednesday.
They're like, no, we're not free. So
all right,
you're on your own.
So everyone here's the text line's ripping away all the time when the wife's out of town or gives me the night away. I hit the local distillery, chit-chat about sports and politics, but NCAA, Madden, NHL,
yes,
Collins. All right, got it.
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, you did the right thing.
Not some weirdo.
You did the right thing.
I looked at myself last night in the mirror. I was like, what the hell? Like, where did the last 6 hours just go? I've just been recruiting the hell out of virtual 4 and 5 stars, man, to Syracuse, turning into a powerhouse.
Oh, yeah, just living the pipe dream there, because it's not happening in real life,
No,
Raj.
it's not. I promise it's not. Last night with the Rockies, Bud Black becomes the winningest head coach in franchise history.
Shut up, did he?
535 wins, passes Clint Hurdle. It's a 452 win percentage for Bud Black.
Is he also the losingest measure in history?
I would assume he's the losingest.
Yeah.
I don't know. 452 is not a great win percentage. It's far behind the other winningest head coaches here in the state. Like Bednar's got 341 career victories with the Avs. He has a 600 winning percentage. Shanahan leads the Broncos with 138, 616. Doug Moe at 432 is 548, but that's going to be passed by Michael Malone well before Thanksgiving this year. I think Malone's like 8 or 9 wins shy.
Yep.
because Malone sits at a 590 winning percentage.
Greatest coach in Nuggets history.
He is, without a doubt, the
Yep.
greatest coach in Nuggets history.
Yep.
And I think that's the only. Like, Bud Black is the winningest head or manager in Rockies history, but is he the best manager? I think the answer is a clear no. He's got one playoff victory in his tenure. He's got 2 seasons where he won more than when he had a winning percentage north of 500. Clint Hurdle at least won a pennant. Like, Hurdle's win percentage was 461, so not much better.
Yeah.
But there's not like a history of actually consistent winning here in Colorado for the Rockies. But I would put Hurdle as the number 1 manager in that team's history.
Yeah, I would too. Don Baylor. What is his? It just the managers that felt like in Rockies history that meant a little something. I think those two kind of come to mind right off the top. Leland definitely does not.
Baylor had a 484 win percentage in 6 years with the Rockies.
Trip to the playoffs?
1 trip to the playoffs. They lost in 4 games. Sorry.
Is that to the Braves?
Yeah, 4 games in 95. Yep.
Yeah, it sure was. And the Braves, I think, went on to... Anyways. So, yeah, I mean...
95 would have been a Braves World Series because they lost the following year.
Yeah.
Or did they lose back-to-back years? They lost back-to-back years.
Yeah, the Braves lost a lot of World Series when they shouldn't have. And it's... Yeah, so Blake Street Bombers era Rockies. But, the thing about Bud Black is... Hey, I mean, I don't know if he lasts beyond this year. And it's been just kind of an interesting tenure, right? So it's, it's just not been normal because he's been allowed to continue on as the manager even through a lot of losing seasons and just kind of apathy.
Atlanta beat Cleveland in 95. They lost to the Yankees the next year.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I thought. And so becoming the winningest manager in Rockies history it's almost like a longevity thing with him because he's just been allowed to stay on through all the rest of this business, but also losing as many games as he has lost. And we've also talked about this before. There have been so many years where you just look at it and go, well, what is he supposed to do? It's the roster is what the roster is, and this is not Bud Black's fault.
I would say it's not all Bud Black's fault. I firmly agree with you that the organization did not put him in the best opportunity to win in most of his seasons. But I think there are shortcomings of him as a manager, especially through it feels like there's been 3 straight lame duck years.
Yeah, I just think this is the one that you would look at him and go, it's time to just cut ties with him. That's
Is
all
that
I'm
the
saying.
reason why he's here is to break that hurdle record and say, hey, thanks, man. Now we've got a youth movement coming up. We've got one of the best defensive infielders in the league. We've got one of the best 2-way outfielders in the league in Doyle. You've got a youth
but do you think
happening.
he's a good manager?
No, I don't.
You just don't think he's okay?
No, I don't.
All right. Well, then he's got to go. I think that the organization, I think that they held him in, I'm going to say super high regard, but certainly as a manager that could help them get from bad to at least competent, to at least whatever happens after that. But I don't think that is I think this season is apparent that can't be the case.
He's been a manager for 17 years, and he has 4 seasons in which he's over 500. He's reached 90 wins just twice in 17 years. He's not a good manager. He's simply not.
What's the question?
Yeah, how many years with the Rockies?
This is 8 years with the Rockies, 9 with the Padres.
Okay.
And it was the same thing in San Diego as it was here in Denver.
Yeah. Not that I would give a manager a pass here in Colorado, but it's just that the decision making from an executive level, from a personnel standpoint, has generally been so bad that it's going to ruin your record as a manager. I mean, I think that exists, and at the same time, we could be saying that he's not that great a manager as well. So, I mean, I think in this case, maybe both things are true. And the organization just kept him around because I think they felt that they didn't give him the best tools to be able to work with. But I just think that this season is the one that's kind of like, all right, well, what are we really doing? And if we do believe that we have young talent, and we do believe that the Rockies have good young talent in places, obviously they got to get pitching worked out just across the board. Then is he now the right guy to start to really bridge the gap between youth that you believe in into transforming that into a team that's competitive, transforming that into a team that pushes to be a playoff team? He's probably not that manager, and I think this season is probably the one that seals that for me.
I would look at Bud Black way differently had there been just a modicum of success either here in Colorado or in San Diego. Because most of those seasons, let's call it 12 of these 17 seasons that he's been a manager in baseball, I wouldn't say he's had the best teams to put out onto the field.
No, he just has not.
And therefore, you hover around a 4 to 435 win percentage. But he has had seasons where he's had excellent players on his roster. Like the 2018 Rockies team was a really good baseball team. Trevor Story, DJ LeMahieu, Charlie Blackmon, a 32-year-old Carlos Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado in his prime.
What did that team
you had
do?
a young David Dahl. That team petered out in the playoffs.
But it went to the playoffs.
Right? Yes. 1 year it was on a wild card. I still think that's it's a participation trophy, especially if you don't find a way to win a game. It's not about just getting to the playoffs, especially when you're talking about greatest managers in franchise history. I look back at his time with the San Diego Padres as well as, sure, they made the playoffs in 2007, and they made it 4 years later or 5 years later when a lot of that crew had started to age. But like in 2007, the Padres were stock full of like really good players. They had Milton Bradley in his late 20s. They had Adrian Gonzalez at the beginning of his prime at 25 years old. They had Marcus Giles, who was a solid second baseman in the mid 2000s. They had Mike Cameron, who was probably on the back end of his really good years, but still a solid center fielder who could play excellent defense and still hit for power at that age. He had really good pitching there in a young Jake Peavy, had a young Chris Young. He had excellent relief pitchers in Heath Bell and Charlie Hoffman.
And that team went to the playoffs.
And Trevor Hoffman.
Yeah.
No, they went to the playoffs and they won a game. So when people ask me, Raj, why do you think he's a bad manager? Because even when he had good teams,
but
they didn't do crap.
I know, but those teams weren't the best teams. In baseball,
it's a good team.
Yeah, but the Padres were. You can't. There's no way you can argue that the Padres were the best team, even in the National League that year. They were not, but they were a good team, and he did get them to the playoffs. And baseball, you kind of get exposed immediately in the playoffs. I think the book on him is like look. Some managers are not scared to take on reclamation projects.
At some point, it's not always a reclamation project.
When it wasn't, he took a team to the playoffs. I mean, I don't know how to say that because right now the Rockies are a reclamation project. That team that you rattled off that he led to the playoffs here in Colorado, where are those guys now? And so for him, when the players have been there, he has at least gotten that team to the postseason.
What happened in 2019 then? The year after they bounced out 2 years in a row in the playoffs. What happened in 2019? It was the same team, the same baseball team, the same exact guys.
What else was happening in the National League?
Daniel Murphy, Trevor Story, Nolan Arenado, Raimel Tapia.
The Rockies didn't have the best team in the National League.
At some point, it's not everybody else's fault. Which is the same conversation that we have with the Broncos, right? It's not all Bo's fault. It's not all Peyton's fault. It's not all the fault that the wide receivers aren't getting separation right now, right? Like there's nuance to all of these conversations, but I do feel as though because this is it's not an award, right? It's an accomplishment, the most wins in Rockies history as a manager. But I just feel like this is a you've been here and you've been running a daycare essentially, and we don't really it's an apathy award. And at some point, it's not everybody else's fault. At some point, with those players that I rattled off, both in San Diego and here in Colorado, 2 playoff wins in 17 years, that's a joke, man.
Yeah, I think me and you are. I just don't feel as strongly about that. I just don't. I just think that he is, for whatever reasons, and I don't know every single detail of his teams in San Diego. But what I do know is if your players aren't up to snuff, I don't really care who the manager is. Like Bill Belichick didn't win a doggone thing as soon as Tom Brady left New England. He's a great coach, but if you don't have the players to be able to that perform for you, then I don't know what to say. Like, you're not going to ultimately win as much as you want to win. And even in those instances with the Rockies being having really good young talent and the San Diego Padres having a talented team, they were not the most talented teams in the NL in those years.
Russ goes, Raj, you're not this critical of Bednar, who hasn't done much with elite rosters outside the finals run. He won a freaking championship. There's a reason why I'm not as critical of Bednar and Malone in this situation, because they won championships. And not only did they get to the playoffs in subsequent seasons, they've gone through extra rounds in all of those seasons. Black, even with elite talent on his roster, granted, in let's call it 20% of the seasons that he's managed rather, maybe a little bit less. I can go as low as 15%, 10% of those seasons to have elite players on his roster. He won 2 playoff games in 17 years. So again, it's a good accomplishment, I guess. But I can't sit here and put him as like, oh yeah, he's the best manager in Rockies history. It's just it's simply not the case. The conversation between Bednar and Malone and Black is not the same thing. They won. They won.
Yeah,
and Bednar did it. Bednar did it with statistically. So I'm going to go after Russ here, because Russ, you're being an Nimrod right now. Elite rosters. Bud hasn't had elite pitching, but he had elite hitting and defense. He didn't have elite pitching. You know what Bednar did? Bednar won a Stanley Cup championship with an elite roster and statistically the worst goaltending since 1986 in the National Hockey League to win a cup. So don't come at me with that if you haven't done the research. Those two conversations are not the same thing. He had an elite roster and well below average goaltending. Bud Black had the same thing, well below pitching. Elite defense and offense in some of those seasons, and he won a game in the playoffs. It's not the same conversation.
I'll just ask you a question. Was that Rockies roster better than Bednar's Avalanche roster that won a cup?
No, it was not better.
That's
But
it.
not all rosters are the same. Not all champions are the same. You can win championships with non-elite rosters. Look at the New York Giants under Eli Manning. Things happen.
That's an any given Sunday thing, and they still had good talent. You can't win anything without talent in any sport. That is it. No,
so you're telling me Nolan Arenado, Trevor
fluke.
Story, Charlie Blackmon, and Carlos Gonzalez are devoid of talent?
I'm telling you that.
What are we doing?
Raj, that wasn't a championship caliber team. It just wasn't. You're telling me that team should have been in a World Series? Just say it.
No, they should have won more than a game in 8 years underneath
How far
him.
should they have got? That team should have gotten in the playoffs.
They should have won more than a game. It's not.
That is not a level.
The bar between those franchises
Who'd they
and the
lose
Rockies
to?
are different.
Who'd they lose to?
They lost to the Brewers in that second season.
Let me ask you guys this. At what point does Bud Black say enough is enough? Because he's 67. He doesn't have to put up with this. When does he decide that I don't have to put up with an organization who is not in position to win?
KJ, I think it's a good question, but here's what I think about Bud Black. I think he likes teaching the game of baseball. Like I know that we out here, we play a zero-sum game about wins and losses and championships and whatnot, but there are some managers, coaches, whatever out there that just like being around the sport and like teaching the sport to young players. I think that Bud Black fits exactly squarely into that category because, to your point, if it was like, the wins are mattering so much, he'd have been gone a long time ago. He knows what this organization was doing. He's in it. But I think he genuinely has a love for the sport, and that in the organization understood that they were not doing anything anytime in the near future, and so they kept him around, and that's why he was still here.
Listen,
but I think that at this point in time, if you're the Rockies, and you are who you're saying you are to the fans, then it is probably time to let him go and then get some new blood in here.
I would agree. And again, I'm not saying the talent level is the same, but to respond to Derek on the text line, Raj, when did Bud have the best player in his sport on his team like Malone or Bednar did? The answer is never. But between the years of 2016 and 2019, the lowest that Nolan Arenado finished in MVP voting was 5th. 3, 4, 5 in 4 consecutive seasons. Top 5 in MVP. It's pretty damn close, and you did nothing with it. That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is Altitude Sports Radio. All you guys on the text line are so quick to be apologists for Bud Black's ineptitude at the helm. Granted, not all his fault. It's the organization did not put him in a great place to succeed, but he did succeed to the tune of the most wins in franchise history. We'll get into that a little bit later. I'm still heated. If you guys watch the program on twitch.tv/altitudesr in the Safeway Twitch stream, you would have seen a muted version of me screaming at Chris Dempsey in the break. Demps, I want to get back into Broncos here, and something we didn't touch yesterday is Bryce Young being benched in Carolina.
Yep.
And I want to know, does that situation concern you at all? Like, I know we're preaching just play the guy already and that wins don't matter this season, so just play the rookie.
Mm-hmm.
But is there something to be said for sitting a player for a year, much like Carolina did not last season?
Yeah.
And just threw Young into the fire and didn't play him in any preseason games this year. I think he played like odd series, maybe a couple of snaps in the preseason this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something to be said for sitting a player behind a vet for a year, allowing him to, in Bryce Young's situation, put weight on, in Bo Nix's situation, learn the offense, which is a notoriously difficult offense to learn. We've seen him late out of the huddle, having to burn timeouts, being flustered at the line of scrimmage just a little bit. Granted, rookie things.
Yep.
But I feel as though we're so quick to be like, play the young guy because it doesn't matter the record, that you do run the risk of ruining a quarterback, and Carolina is on that precipice.
Yeah, this is I guess the first thing I would just say is who's the vet that you're sitting behind. I just think that matters so much because you will only probably be as good as your example, in front of you. And so, for for Carolina, I mean, they didn't really have a player in front of him that could have properly shown him the ropes. I think the issue with Bryce Young, Raj, this year is he looks like he regressed. Like, I mean, he doesn't look like he's built upon anything from a year ago. And this is a new head coach and a new, so that makes it
coach in 17 months.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's, it's not all his fault. But when you watch Bryce Young play, it just doesn't look like he's giving you any kind of chance on any possession at all, ever. And for a team that is still, they're still kind of putting things around them, but they got the Xavier Legette and Adam Thielen, who's been there for a little bit. But there should have been a little bit more traction with him with this team, and so they had to make that move. And so why that doesn't concern me here is because what Bo Nix would have to show you over the entirety of his first season is that he got no better. And then you would get him into the offseason, get him into OTAs and all the things, and then next year's training camp, and then the first 2 games next year, you look at him, you go, oh my gosh, he's worse. And that would be even worse here in Denver because there would still be continuity here. The head coach, the system would be the same. All these things would be the same. So you should theoretically be better. Until that happens, I just will not panic. And, I expected ugly stuff. And in fact, what we've seen is ugly stuff. And I to be honest, Raj, I don't think that this is going to change a ton over the course of the season. You hope that it does. I think when I look at Bo Nix, what I would love to see is 2 things. I would just love to see Sean Payton make sure that he's putting him in his best situations to succeed. And then I would just like to see Bo step into his confidence, read defenses better, deliver the ball in some spaces where wide receivers can make catches, and do that better over the course of the season. If he's doing that, Raj, then I think he's on the right track. The Bryce Young thing it's very, very tough. It's very tough. He just was really, really bad. And I just think Andy Dalton will show you that when he starts playing.
And I do think the one thing that you can take solace of in the Carolina situation, like on the opposite side of that coin here in Denver, is that Young went through 3 coaches in 17 months. Like, he was just the number 1 pick 2 drafts ago.
Yep.
It just happened. And he's on his third coach now.
Yeah.
And finally being benched here going into week 3 of his second full season as a starter.
I feel bad for him.
You should feel a little bit bad for him. And you have to go back to something that Peyton Manning said. You want to ruin a young quarterback? Change his coaches. Change his coordinators every single year. But look at what happened with Sam Darnold at the beginning of his tenure in New York with the Jets.
Yep.
He had two different head coaches, 3 different coordinators in the span of 3+ seasons. Then he moved on to Carolina, and he was a reclamation project. And now I know it's very early here in Minnesota, but it looks as though his situation with O'Connell in Minnesota is going to be stable.
Yep.
And therefore,
Yep.
you have a stable quarterback that once looked a lot like Bryce Young did in terms of not being able to see anything on the field. What's the famous quote with him is, I'm seeing ghosts, right? I'm seeing ghosts in the pocket. I'm feeling monsters over my shoulders, and I'm getting happy feet. They're not there. Same thing happened with Bryce here going over his first 3 coordinators.
And Kevin O'Connell, if we're honest, I mean,
He's a quarterback whisperer.
It's the best coach that he's played for.
Yes, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And I think the one thing that you have going for Bo Nix here in Denver, whether you love Sean Payton or not, whether you think he's a great head coach or a crook that just got lucky with a Hall of Fame quarterback, he's not going anywhere. You're not going to have to sit through 4 different coordinators, 2 different head coaches, and watch Knicks have to pick up different offenses. The Knicks and Sean Payton experiment here in Denver are directly intertwined. When one fails, the other will fail. When one succeeds, the other will succeed. There's not going to be any crossover. Like if Payton goes, Knicks is gone too, man.
Yeah.
Like that era of the Broncos will be over. And I think that's one thing that you have to look at these situations with a lot of quarterbacks who are struggling. I thought Zach Wilson had the same issue in New York as well. You get thrown into a situation like you don't know what's going on. You think you're going to be the starter. Now they bring in Aaron Rodgers, and it's flux. You have to have some sort of continuity for a young quarterback to succeed in this league. And again, regardless of what you think of Sean Payton, love him or hate him, he's here. And continuity for a young quarterback's good. It might get worse. The record's going to get worse before it gets better, guys. Like it will. But he's not going anywhere, and that bodes well for Broncos fans, and it bodes well for Knicks.
Okay, if he does the job as a head coach, and then yeah, all the boats will be raised. There does strike me as a little hint of desperation in Sean Payton's interviews, post-game interviews, and it's only been 2 of them. But when he is immediately saying, "Hey, don't worry about this guy. I got this guy. Everybody else has to be better around him. Everybody else has to be better around him." It is Sean Payton understands the gravity of the situation. He understands this. If Bo Nix doesn't work, he will be gone too. They are intertwined, and their futures are intertwined. And so, how long do you want to keep your job here? Well, he wants to keep it for a while. And that is, to me, man, when you cover this stuff so many years, you can see the head coaches that are really pouring into their players or a player because they need this player to succeed. And Sean Payton needs Bo Nix to succeed for him to continue to be employed with the Denver Broncos. And for him, not just employed by the Denver Broncos, but this just might be the end of the road.
It might be.
And so, you can get a quarterback into a good space and then leave on your own terms and then come back and coach whatever you want, or you can get fired. People will look at you like, okay, you were the old guard, and never come back. And I think he understands that.
Sean did make it very clear how comfortable TV life was as well, compared to being a coach.
Mm-hmm. But he missed it,
Right, but does that itch go away? Like if you scratch it, does it go away?
Yeah.
Because he did scratch it once,
Mm-hmm.
but if he leaves again, does it come back? That's the question. Especially
how bad was your experience?
Right, especially if the experience here in Denver doesn't match what happened in New Orleans.
Right.
If the experience is in Denver, are you looking back and going, I could do that again. I can be successful again.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it flames out and is a disaster here with the Broncos, does that I feel like that itch doesn't happen again.
No, and
I feel like it's a one-time itch.
And Raj, around the nation, they will look at him as being a has-been, because here's why. We just got through talking about the Rockies organization, what they don't do for their managers. But what the Walton Penner Group is doing for Sean Payton is changing the whole equation for the better. All the facilities will be different. Upgrades to Empower Field already. They are pouring resources and money to make this enterprise better. And if it doesn't, then that's on him, not them.
Exactly. And they've shown in very recent history that doesn't matter how much money you make, doesn't matter how much money will be out of our pockets. If it doesn't work for the organization, we'll kick you down the road. All you have to do is look at who the backup quarterback is right now in Pittsburgh. Sean Payton is not immune from that situation either.
Nope.
You guys can take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. 11:15. KJ is going to take us through the NFL with his notes. We've got shout-outs coming up at 11:40. Some of those are filtering in on the text line. You guys can also use the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Go to the mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone, and shout out your favorite, whether it's your kids or a Chassa High School team that's performing well. Give us a shout-out. We'll play those. We'll read those coming up at 11:40, just about an hour from now. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Chris Dempsey. KJ Granderson behind the glass. You'll have PhD coming up from noon to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Did you see? Obviously, I'm excited about this. Hockey's coming up soon.
Yeah.
It's Avs Media Day today, so they're doing all like their off-ice testing, and then they'll capture all the content that you see in the arena today. There's a few changes for you puckheads. I'll just let you guys know here over the course of like 45 seconds to the rules this year. Coaches can now challenge the puck over the glass rule. So if they believe that a puck has been tipped by a stick or a player or it hits the glass and then goes over the boards.
Oh, gotcha.
So typically that's a penalty. It's Connor McGahee's least favorite rule in hockey.
Yeah.
And I call him an old man yelling at clouds because, like, who doesn't love a power play? Power plays are awesome. 5-on-4 and watching one-timers get zipped off is like my favorite thing in the world. So give me more power plays. Coaches can now challenge that play if they believe that it was incorrectly called. You cannot challenge for a puck over the glass if it was missed. You can only challenge to remove that penalty. However, if you're wrong, you get another 2-minute penalty on top of it.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. So what's better than a power play?
Yeah,
5-on-3, baby. What's better than a power play? It's a 2-man advantage.
So you better be right.
Heck yeah.
You better be right.
I love that stuff. Like, players can't sit on the boards now waiting for a change. You have to be inside the bench unless you are actively making a change. Goaltenders that come in for relief of an injured goaltender, not in relief of a poor performing goaltender, but in injury, are afforded a warm-up. So I think like you could actually like go and like shoot pucks on the goalie, which I think
awesome.
I think it's like very like mini might of them. Like, hey,
That's awesome.
Nate, go take 5 pucks in
I was
between
going
the
to say,
hash
how
marks.
many are they allowing?
I have no idea. I didn't read like too deep into it, but there are going to be these funny situations. Like, who gets that job? Whose job is it to go warm up the goalie? Is there a coach that has his skates?
It's probably a coach.
Or is it, defenseman number 6?
No, it's because all the coaches are in suits, right? So, yeah so it's going to be like
it would
defenseman
be
number
funny
6.
if there was a coach in a suit and he had to lace up his CCM tax, throw on a couple of gloves and a twig, and go out and shoot 5 pucks.
Well, you might see where the majority of the coaching staff is in suits, and then one
one guy's in full gear, ready to go. Oh man, I love it. I'd absolutely love to see it. But yeah, those are your main NHL rule changes. As a programming note for Dempsey and I, we will be bringing back Dempsey's NBA Baseline. We'll be bringing back my NHL Hot Lap every single week. We'll go through the biggest stories that will both directly and indirectly affect the Avs and the Nuggets. So that'll come back as soon as those seasons hit underway. Did you also see, before we get into a little bit of Dion and CU, we got some leaks of NBA City jerseys.
Yeah, so I saw those floating around. The first thing I asked you was like, are these real?
I think they're real.
Yeah, because they look real, but I don't know.
You never know nowadays. Right? Like, you never know what's actually just like AI created, but these things they look legit. Every single one of the teams apparently has had their 24-25 City Edition leaked. The Nuggets looks like this. It is a white jersey with navy blue trim around the neckline, either navy blue or black. I can't tell the difference right now. It says 5280 in the middle.
Just like the black ones last year.
Just like the black ones last year. It just seems as though it's a little bit reversed. And instead of just like colored lines going through the negative spaces on the jerseys, it looks as though it's like a topography map of the front range that runs up and down the rib cage of the jersey and then goes through the middle of the negative space on the 5280 in front of the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And in the 5280, it's your typical, the backdrop of the old Nuggets skyline jerseys without the skyline.
Mm-hmm.
I think they look kind of cool. They're a little bit rainbowy. I think the idea of like a topographical version of a mountain is nifty. I'm not blown away. Also, I think this is the last year where I'm going to be really into the whole mile high 5280 thing on jerseys. Because, like, I think the Broncos,
Mm-hmm.
I think they kind of overdid it too.
I think it's kind of, well, you know what? I'd start putting 303 on it.
But we got
303
too
on
many.
everything.
Don't we have 970 and 720?
970 is kind of more, what is that? Is that the Fort Collins? 720 could be anywhere.
720 is anywhere.
But
I remember when 720 was a, you kind of looked down on the people who had a 720 cell phone number.
Oh, it's like super new. Like you
Super
just,
new.
Like
and
you
you
just
were
got
like,
that.
oh,
Oh,
like,
you
you're
just
that
got
guy.
it. Yeah.
You nerd. It's funny. My sister had a 720. I had a 303 number. My twin sister got a 720 number.
Yeah.
And I made
So,
fun of her for it.
I look one of my favorite shirts to wear. It's a hoodie, and actually I just got the shirt too. Is my 303 shirt, my 303 hoodie, CU hoodie. That's like my favorite one to wear because it just says I'm from Colorado. That is it. And I don't know. But
the best jerseys we have, man, the best like Colorado centric jerseys to call out the state.
Don't we think the Nuggets need a Red Rocks jersey?
Yes, they do. They either need. Well, they did a Red Rocks jersey. They did the Skyline edition 2 years ago.
Yeah, but they called it they called the Flatirons red is what they called it.
Yeah, that's pretty much Red Rocks. I
Like,
know it's not the
no,
same venue, but it's like the same
right.
color.
No,
It's the same thought process.
We got to incorporate like Red Rocks somehow into the uniform. Like that's what that might be the most popular place in the state.
The best Colorado jerseys that have ever been done. And I listen, the Rockies are getting rid of their City Connect uniforms.
Yeah, because nobody liked them.
No, people loved them.
The green?
No one liked them. It's amazing. No one liked them here in Denver. The rest of the country thought they were awesome. The rest of the league loved that uniform.
Ugh.
But here in Colorado, people didn't like it.
You're like, that's
Which
that's
is
the
also
license
the same
plate.
thing as like I've seen like the black Colorado license plates are a joke.
I have those.
Those are terrible.
They're so cool.
Compared to like
No, they're so cool.
The 3D mountain, there's nothing cooler than that. Come on.
The black license plates are
But
they're pretty sharp.
The best jerseys for a Colorado centric fan. No one does it better than CSU. No one has done it better than CSU's Colorado flag uniforms. And I don't know why every team in Colorado, at least the professional ones, because like I can see how CU doesn't do it. CU's black and gold, and I kind of want you to stay that way.
And you're not going to rip their design.
You can't. CSU already did it. It's theirs. I feel like the Nuggets, the Avs, the Rockies, and the Broncos should all have a jersey that is similar to the CSU flag.
Raj, I bet that there's not a uniform based off the state flag better than CSU's in any sport
It's unreal.
anywhere.
It's so good looking. And
Yeah.
the Aggies jersey, for what CSU isn't on the football field, aesthetically, they're beautiful.
Yeah.
The Aggies jersey is awesome.
It's cool.
The CSU flag jersey for the state is awesome. Like the Nuggets don't even have to do a Colorado flag. They could do the flag of Denver. It's the same damn thing. Imagine how cool of a jersey would be.
Yeah. No, they could.
The Avs did a great job. And I thought it was a little like it felt like the Minnesota Wild, the one. Was it last year or 2 years? I think it was 2 years ago. The reverse retro jersey that they did after the Nordiques, the beautiful Nordiques throwback that they wore outdoors on Lake Tahoe against the Vegas Golden Knights, which is like the best jersey the Avs have ever worn.
On the slushy ice.
Oh, horrible ice. Really cool backdrop. Terrible ice. No one could see a damn thing. Those jerseys were great. And then I think they did a decent job the next year where it was the Avs sweater way, but then they just did navy blue, yellow, little bit of red, big C in the middle. They could have done better. They did well. And I think the fact that you see a bunch of those.
Yeah, it's cool.
They litter Ball Arena, which is going to celebrate its 25th anniversary starting tomorrow. Oh, wow. Unbelievable that it's been around for 25 years.
Looks great.
And it's seen 4 championships already, which is awesome. Like I'd buy a Broncos jersey. I'm not a football jersey guy. I would buy one that would have that colorway. I would buy a Rockies jersey that would have that colorway.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, not about the jersey. I certainly would buy the paraphernalia. I'm a hoodie guy, t-shirt guy. I'd buy all that stuff. I love it.
Christina goes, "Thank you for loving on CSU just a little." I'm sorry. The only good thing I can say about them right now is that their uniforms are cool. I wish there was a better way to talk about it. It's very similar to how we're kind of talking about CU and how we have been talking about Colorado for the last 2 years is, sure, they're fun. and they're loud and they're boisterous and they're at the top of the headlines every single week. But the on-field product, it's been leaving us wanting more for the better part of a year and a half now. Actually, let's put a pin in that. We'll get into Prime next.
landscape has changed in football. Once upon a time, you guys never attacked college players. Now they're making more money than y'all. And some of y'all are envious and jealous about that. So you're on the attack. It was hands off a college player because he's an amateur. Remember? Remember that, guys? Now it's hands on. Go at them any kind of way you want. They're making more money than me, and I'm mad about it. When you attack them, these guys are sensitive. They've never been attacked. They hadn't gone through what a grown man, what I've been going through with y'all for years. They haven't done that. So it is what it is. I know you're going to do your job and what you must do, but your job does not say attack. The personal stuff, leave it to be personal, because if we start flipping the script on y'all, you wouldn't like it. I can easy. Thank you, Lord, for stopping me there. Ooh, that was almost a good one. That would have went viral.
Dion Sanders talking with the media yesterday as we welcome you into hour 2 of Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Chris Dempsey, talking about the attacks on his players. Demps,
who's getting attacked?
This is defending. It's typically defending Shador and Shiloh, and obviously Shiloh's not playing with his injury right now. But it is defending his players, and namely his son. You covered a team up in CU that was still playing well at that time. You were at CU in heydays of Westbrook and Stewart and Vickers and Salam and Graham, all of these stud players that were at CU.
Yeah.
Were any of those guys they were never criticized, right? Ever, not once.
I mean, that's kind of why I'm puzzled. I don't know who's being attacked up at CU. I really don't. If you're going to ask the question, if you're going to say, well, you're not allowed to have a discussion about or write about our players who are not practicing but are walking a runway in a fashion show, then I'll say that no, that's fair game. we can discuss if that's productive or not, or if that's going to impact you or not. If you are going to say that we can't ask the question, is there talent at running back? Is the offensive line as fixed as you say it is? Yep, yeah, we can ask those questions. Those are normal football evaluation conversations. And so I'm not super sure where it's coming from.
No, where it's coming from is that unless the coverage is positive, and we have seen this with Dion's, the way that Dion controls his narrative and tries to control the media up in Boulder, is unless it is positive or unless it is bringing out the story that I want to spin,
then it's an attack. Yeah.
And that's the way that he sees. That's the difference here. That's what's happening.
Yeah. And obviously that's bogus.
Talk about my son like he's a number 1 overall pick. If not, you hate him.
Right.
Talk about me like I'm the greatest thing to come to Colorado ever in the school's history, or you hate me and you want to run me out of town.
Right. And they're keeping
Talk
receipts.
about the fact that the weather is going to be 60% chances of rain, or you're a crook idiot who wants to know whether or not I'm trying to prepare my team for all situations in an iffy weather environment on Saturday.
Or prior to the season, ask if the offensive line, if you're bolstering the offensive line, and you say no, you say improve.
Right.
It's just bogus, man. You know, when you start coaching at these levels, then you are open to criticism. Your team is open to evaluate. That's exactly right. And unless there's real attacking happening, which there is not, then NIL has nothing to do with anything here. NIL has added a layer to the conversation that's interesting. I mean, you have a couple of players are already multimillionaires on your roster, but I don't think that that's coloring the coverage of the team. Insofar as I think their talent is what you are looking at in terms of evaluating the team. So if you're telling me that your quarterback is a top 10 draft pick, then he should play like that. And if he doesn't play like that, then he's opened himself up to criticism. But he is largely playing like that, right? He's fine. He threw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns just a week ago. And
does he think that, Bo Nix isn't being Criticized at
Correct.
every turn with the Broncos.
Right. It comes with the territory, man.
Comes with the territory.
Yeah.
First round pick.
Yeah. And
Starting quarterback.
Yeah.
You're underperforming what our expectations are.
Right. And the money has nothing to do with it. It's we want to see a winning football team. That has everything to do with it. And the week-to-week evaluation of what you are, which we still really don't have any idea how good CU is or not. What is the spread? The spread with the Baylor for the Baylor game, something like 2.5. And so they're basically just making it kind of a pick'em game. It's just yesterday we were saying, I think these are comparable teams. We don't know that Colorado's heads and shoulders better than Baylor. I think they should win that game if you are who you say you are. You're going to win it at home. But
opened at -1 Colorado on the road. It has now moved to -1.5. It's pretty damn close to a pick'em.
There you go.
Colorado, I mean, obviously just being 1 point road favorites, or sorry, home favorites.
No, they're home. Yeah.
Home favorites. Typically you get 3 at home, man.
Yeah, you do. So they're basically saying this is the same team. And so that's what's interesting to me. And so we can say what we need to say, what needs to be said about the performance of the football team on the field. And that's what we're going to do. And I mean, I guess we'll learn more about CU this week, but Baylor's not world beaters. I don't care.
Are you sure, Dimps?
Yes. They
trust me, they're number 1 in pass defense in the country right now.
They played Air Force, who doesn't throw the football. There's nothing that manipulates. There's no sport where the stats are more skewed because of the competition you played than college football. So if you play Air Force, they never win. They never throw the football.
They kept Utah to 23 points.
Your passing defense is amazing. No.
Cam Rising only completed 8 passes in that game.
I'm just saying. Okay.
Utah's a team that I thought was watch out for them in the playoff.
I think they'll be okay.
They kept them to 23 points on the road.
They'll be okay. Baylor said, all right. All I'm saying is that they're comparable teams. And I don't care what they did against Air Force. Air Force is not good. We can all just it's not blasphemy to say that, right? No, it's okay.
No,
they're not good.
They're not.
Okay, so
they lost me a lot of money in week 1.
Yeah,
they play like Mercyhurst or something like that.
Yeah, like
some miniature school northeast.
Yeah, right.
I think it was Mercyhurst, but it was something very similar to one of those NESCAC schools. I was like, oh yeah, Air Force is going to ruin these guys.
Right, and then they didn't.
A nightmare.
Yeah, and then Baylor smashed this team. It was 31-3, something like that. So, I think Baylor is kind of it's an unknown as well. But I mean, if you're Colorado, you got this game at home. Merrimack, yeah. You have this game at home. You should beat a team that is a pick'em team in your home stadium. I think that's it. You're still putting the 2 best players on the field. Have you found a running game? Have you found a back that you can give it to and expect really good returns week after week? We're going to find out more if they give the ball to Micah. I gosh, I forgot his last name. Oh, his last name is escaping me right now. You give the ball to him, and if he is able to repeat what he was able to do last week, then you might have the semblance of a run game as well. Is your offensive line improving? I think their defense is actually fine.
You're searching for the name Micah Welch.
Welch. Thank you, Welch. I think the defense is pretty good. It's definitely improved over last year, but we'll see. We'll see.
We've got some Hall of Fame news here for the Broncos. Demaryius Thomas, Aqib Talib, Ring of Famers Rod Smith, Tom Nalen, and Jason Elam are all nominees for the Hall of Fame this year.
Jason Elam.
Other nominees that have ties to the Broncos: Clinton Portis, Jamal Charles, wideout Brandon Marshall, Wes Welker, tight end Vernon Davis, Stink, Neil Smith, Simeon Rice, Ted Washington, and Bill Romanowski.
Okay. The only ones in that second group that matter are
Romo, Stink, Portis.
No, not Portis. You traded him. You traded him for Champ Bailey. You didn't care.
No, you won that trade. But I'm talking about is Portis doesn't have. You don't think he has a shot?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Clinton Portis was dynamic for a few years, man.
Is Clinton Portis a Bronco or a Washington player?
Clinton Portis is a Washington football player.
Yeah. That's what, yeah.
I remember his 2 1,500-yard seasons in the beginning of the
amazing.
2000s. It was wonderful. It was just back in those days when Miami was turning out back after back after back. Like, it seemed like everyone who put on a Hurricanes uniform was a stud first rounder.
Yeah. And he was. And
Clinton
he was.
Portis was awesome.
And Mike Shanahan said, you know what? We need Champ Bailey.
It's 6 seasons
so-
over 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns as a rookie, rookie of the year for the Broncos in 2002, followed up with another season of 1,500,
He
nearly
was amazing.
1,600 yards.
Yeah. I mean, if you'll recall, like that trade was, I mean, it was kind of a split. People were, I mean, like, he was so good here. People were kind of like, but okay. But then you had another faction of people who were like, but Champ Bailey coming in is the real deal. So,
Well, you did get a second rounder as well.
yeah, and you had Mike Shanahan who thought, I can turn any player,
Which
any
was
running
true.
back into 1,000-yard running back.
100%,
And he
right?
could.
That it was exactly what Shanny could do. It was exactly what Shanny did every single year, was find just some no-name guy to step in for a guy like Clinton Portis, right? It was uncanny what he was able to do season after season. The Mike Andersons of the world stepping in to rush for over 1,000 yards. The Reuben Drones who goes off for 1,200 yards the season after they trade for Clinton Portis, for Champ Bailey that year. Tatum Bell was also a really effective back for those teams in the mid-2000s. He had a 1,000-yard season the year after Mike Anderson did in 2005, 2006. He followed that up with like a decent year, split year between Selvin Hall and Travis Henry in 2006. You got 1,000 yards out of those guys combined. He just sabermetric the crap out of it.
Yeah, that's why that trade really worked for the Broncos.
Yeah, right, it was weird, too.
Because he knew he could manipulate the run game and still make it work.
At that time, right? It was like, that was the heyday of the bell cow running back. Like, the early 2000s was, if you don't have the guy who's toting the rock 40 times a game, and if you're not rushing for 1,500 yards, you're not making the playoffs. It wasn't the same as it is now.
Right.
So to make that trade, I feel like it would be trading a top tier wide receiver right now
Yeah.
for a top tier corner, and you'd be going,
Why
wait,
are we
what
doing
are we
this?
doing? Like, what? It would be Minnesota trading Justin Jefferson for Pat Surtain.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch because, like, Clinton was really, really good. I don't think he was ever looked at as the best running back in the game.
It's probably top 3, top 5 at the time.
Certainly top 5,
Yep.
right? You're coming off a 15 touchdown season, 1,500 yards as a rookie.
Yep.
You're looked at in that same conversation.
Mhm.
Let's say Cowboys trade CeeDee Lamb for Pat Surtain II.
Right.
What are people talking about right now? What are the Cowboys thinking?
Mm-hmm.
And it worked out for Denver.
It did. But yeah, you know that you're only as good as your solutions. and Denver, what did we say prior to the season, which is like, don't create a hole to fill another one. Like, I don't do that. And when we were talking about, people, the trade rumors that were surrounding Pat Surtain, should you trade him prior to the draft and do this and that and the other? And I was just saying, like, why would you create a need to fill another need? And so you're only as good as your solution on the other side. So in a scenario that you just named, what's the solution that Dallas would have? What's the solution that Denver would have to replace Pat Surtain? And so I don't know. It's very interesting. I think the vast majority of those second group of players that you named, I wouldn't even think of as Broncos, even though they played here for a period of time. I only think about maybe 2 or 3 of those.
Again, notable Broncos nominated for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2025. Demaryius Thomas, Rod Smith, Brandon Marshall, the wideout, Wes Welker, Clinton
See, I think of
Portis.
Brandon Marshall, the wideout, as a Bronco.
Yes,
I do.
he's a Bronco.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Tom Nalen, Stink, Neil Smith, Romo, Aqib Talib, Jason Elam, Dre Bly's also on there as a defensive back.
Wow.
We'll talk about those guys and their chances to get into the Hall next, as well as a bunch more in KJ's NFL Notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Nice liner there. Time to get upset. I was yelling about Bud Black at like 10 a.m. this morning, so spot on stuff there to our production team. KJ, take it away.
You know what? Let's go right back to the Hall of Fame stuff. As you just mentioned, Raj, a few minutes ago, Demaryius Thomas and Aqib Talib were both nominated in this being their first year of eligibility for the potential of being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2025. Who has a better chance of being a first ballot Hall of Famer? Demaryius Thomas or Aqib Talib?
Demaryius. Posthumously, it's Demaryius.
Right, that's
Yep.
the sad part about it is if DT was alive, I don't think it's as easy of an answer.
Correct.
The fact that he died so tragically and died so young.
Yep.
DT's got a better shot of getting in before Aqib does. I think both of them. I think either one get in.
Yeah, I think they'll
they
both get in. Yeah, I do too.
5-time Pro Bowler for DT, 2-time All-Pro, and was part of the most prolific offense in history.
Right.
Super Bowl champion.
Peyton Manning is stumping for him behind
without
the scenes.
a doubt.
Yep.
And that's as strong of a voice as you can have behind you.
Yep.
The peak of his career was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
The peak of his career in between 2012 and 2015 was damn near unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
He was a 1,500-yard machine. He was a double-digit touchdown machine. He was the best bubble screen receiver in the league for a span of 3 straight seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, unfortunately, the part of the conversation is if he wasn't dead, I don't know if I could say for sure he's the one who gets in first.
Yeah, because the wide receivers, it's been such a complicated position to get into the Hall of Fame, period. Because you look at the numbers now, a lot of those receivers back then didn't put those type of numbers up because the offense is different now. Quarterback play is different, schemes, all that. But of the two, I would expect that he'd get in first. And then I would expect that Aqib Talib would get in. And I think, we were discussing this in the break. Like, who would he go in with? I think he's a Bronco.
Talib?
Yeah.
Bronco.
Bronco. I mean, the most decorated part of his career happened in Denver. And you're talking about a Super Bowl title. You're talking about being first team All-Pro in 2016. You're talking about Pro Bowls every single year that he's here. Yeah. I mean, no-fly zone. I just think if you ask Aqib Talib, he'd say, yeah, I'm a Bronco. I'm going in as a Bronco.
Again, it's very funny. Very similar careers in terms of like postseason accolades and peak of their careers happening here in Denver. Both Aqib and Demaryius Thomas.
Yep.
5 Pro Bowls.
Yep.
2 All-Pros for both of those guys. And they were part of either the most prolific offense in NFL history that ended up not winning a championship and one of the greatest defensive Super Bowl champion units of all time in the no-fly. So it's very similar. And DT does have the nose ahead there. It's a shame. It's incredibly sad that he's no longer with us. But both of those guys I think they are future Hall of Famers, and both of which will be remembered as Broncos, obviously.
Yep.
Like I said, football is my thing.
Dimps, every time Raj tried to warn you about Nix, if he's a Derek Carr, would that be okay? It just goes out of one ear, out the other.
You guys say I'm an idiot, and then everything just turns out to be true.
Well, listen, we're definitely trending in that direction. Look, before I give off some stats here, Dimps.
Yeah.
You've heard the comparisons between Bo Nix and Drew Brees before he was drafted, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Now, what would you say if Bo Nix had a Baker Mayfield-like career?
I would say you don't want that.
You would? Okay.
He's off to a really good start this year. I cannot deny.
All right.
He threw for a lot of yards last year too.
He did. The reason I asked is there was a stat that came out, and shout out to FanDuel. Through the first 95 games of Baker and Drew Brees' career, they both have, they're within 200 yards of each other in passing yards. They're within 3 touchdowns of each other. Drew Brees has more interceptions. Baker has a better passer rating. And, well, I guess Drew has a better record. So I'm saying all of that to say Drew's best years was on the tail end of that, but ultimately he got over the hump, and Baker is in that same position right now. Baker is getting close to figuring it out, like, what do I need to do to get over the hump? If Bo Nix does take a while to develop, like, would that make us too angry? Because I know these guys had to switch teams to get success, but if Bo Nix finds success later in his career rather than early, would that frustrate us, or would it make it that much more worthwhile?
Well, KJ, if that happens in his career, it will be at a team that's not named the Denver Broncos, because we need him to have success early so that he can also have success later. If it starts to snowball into season 3 and 4 and he's just floundering, kind of the way Baker Mayfield did. And look, Baker Mayfield, we discussed this earlier in the show in terms of how many coaches have you had earlier in your career. Well, Baker Mayfield, it's just a slew of different coaches and offensive coordinators. So he definitely was not set up for success in that regard. And honestly, though, Raj, his offensive coordinator last year, he had a really good season. Well, he's the head coach of the Carolina Panthers now. So, Baker Mayfield is just proving that maybe he is just a better quarterback. He has learned his lessons, and he is applying them in the right way in the NFL right now.
Well, doesn't that speak against your thought process that Bo needs to be successful early? Because maybe it was just that, sure.
Well, just
Baker
so that we don't
Baker came onto the scene early on with Cleveland and looked like he was like, all right, this is a guy who can get Cleveland back to the promised land. They finished below 500 in the first 2 years, but then they win a playoff game in year 3 after going 11-5, and then he tanks back down. But now, at the back half of his 20s, the back end of his 20s rather, it seems as though he's a more polished, more mature quarterback. I think that says, like, you don't have to be successful early if you're Bo Nix. You can wait plenty of years for this success.
It's just, I think the question is that, will the organization wait with you? And so
Cleveland clearly didn't.
Right. And, and Derek Carr, the same thing with the Raiders, right? It's they benched him for Jarrett Stidham is what they did. And then they said, sayonara, see you later. And he landed in New Orleans. So, if you are having success that late in your career, it's not with the team that you came in with. So, what I want for Bo Nix is to take his lumps this season, apply those to next season as a much better quarterback, and then just keep getting on the right. I don't know what his ceiling is, but hopefully it's. Just do not regress is all. Let's not do that.
It's funny. I said I would be head over heels if Bo Nix turned into Derek Carr. He is, while he didn't have much success with the Raiders, he was consistent as hell year in and year out. You knew exactly what you were getting out of Derek Carr every single season he touched the field. It was find a way to throw over 3,500 yards, give me 20 to 30 touchdowns.
It just wasn't a lot of wins, Raj.
Right, and maybe that was a product of the environment. I think it would still be a huge success if he turned into Derek Carr. Mayfield's not the same guy. He's a little bit more volatile. He hasn't shown the same amount of consistency year in and year out. Maybe this is a new leaf for him. As we've said, he's maturing. Looks like he's very comfortable in Tampa Bay. 5 years from now, if he throws for 3,800 yards on average every single season and Tampa makes the playoffs 3 or 4 times in the next 5 years, then I will sing the praises of Baker Mayfield like I have Derek Carr. I think if Bo turns into Baker through what Baker is right now at his point in his career, I don't know if I would be as happy. Because I think Carr is a small step ahead.
Don't we think Baker's a better quarterback than Derek Carr?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he has a higher ceiling.
Yeah. Like if you said to me
But
right
now through their first 8 seasons in the league, no, Derek Carr's better quarterback.
I just think he had better teams.
I mean,
we had Amari Cooper.
Like the Oakland Raiders and the
Darren Waller.
The Cleveland Browns are pretty similar franchises. Let's be very honest with that.
They threw the ball a lot. The Raiders. I mean, but the issue is like he's just 3-13, 7-9, 12-3. These are his quarterback records. 6-9, 4-12, 7-9, 8-8. Like that's Derek Carr.
And Army Vet Mitch texting, Nix is nothing like Carr or Baker. They both have either decent or rocket arms. Bo has a noodle. I'm not saying that I think, when I say if Bo Nix can have the career that Derek Carr has had thus far, it is not me saying I think Bo Nix is comparable in his arm talent and the exact same quarterback as Derek Carr. I'm just talking about in terms of numbers produced on the field. If he can do what Derek Carr has done, great success. I'm not saying that they're the same quarterback. That's not the analogy I'm trying to make.
Yeah. And can we also just say that not every quarterback with a rocket arm is a good quarterback? Because I think that conversation around
Zach
here.
Wilson.
Yeah, I think that conversation around here is, well, he's got a great arm, so he must be a great quarterback. That is not true. It's not. It doesn't, like, you had better. We're actively watching Anthony Richardson throw the ball to the other team all the time. He's got the one of the best arms you've ever seen, and what we watched him is lose to Malik Willis over the weekend.
Jamarcus Russell was throwing 80-yard passes from his knees.
Correct.
When he got out of LSU. It was funny. When Coach Sanford and I called the Fairview Boulder game, we went down onto the field just to see the players, talk to the coaches beforehand, get some final notes before we called the game. And he had a story to tell me about when he was at Stanford and he was recruiting players to be there after Andrew Luck.
Mm-hmm.
And the main guy, the number one target, was a kid who always wanted to go to Stanford. He had the grades to get in there. He had the talent to get in there. It was Josh Rosen. And he goes, I've never seen a better thrown ball from a high school kid in my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
All the arm talent in the world. But he was more concerned about what was happening on the sidelines, who was there to scout him. He's like, when I was there, all he did was throw a ball and look back at me. Throw a ball, look back at me. He didn't have the wherewithal to be a quarterback, and he had the best arm that Stanford's ever seen.
Yeah.
And this was coming off years in which Harbaugh had Andrew Luck there at Stanford.
And we're talking about, we just talked about Bryce Young being replaced, right, as the number one pick. And Josh Rosen, not only was he replaced, the Arizona Cardinals.
Replaced the year after.
Correct. Right. So, I love the arm talent conversation, but let's not be naive. I mean, we've watched so many great arms not be great quarterbacks. Like, it just is, there's more to it than just how strong your arm is.
Without a doubt. It's funny. I wanted to talk a little bit, and we might have some time in the final segment to talk about the conversation around the 2026 draft, where the Broncos have the second highest odds to select number one, where Arch Manning will be waiting for the Broncos. And I was like, isn't that too early to talk about? And then you bring up the Arizona situation, and I go, precedent's been set.
Yeah. Just do it.
So I say it's an impossibility that the Broncos would select a quarterback this year or even next year because they utilized a first rounder this past season on Bo Nix. Like, that's your guy for the next 5.
Not necessarily.
My mind works in that weird perfect space is that you used a first round pick on a quarterback, therefore he's your quarterback forever.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's that I don't know if I should say this. It's that thought about like when you're dating someone, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be with this person forever, and then clearly you're not. You know, like it could happen the next day, or 2 weeks, or 2 months, or 2 years, or 20 years down the road.
Right.
Same thing with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
KJ.
Like I said, football's my thing.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. Mountain High Appliance. .com. I think we got a little bit of a controversy going on in Pittsburgh because on Sunday, Justin Fields said this about Russ getting the petty ball.
I mean, I think we all know Russ did dirty last year, so I know he wished, he could have played today in this game, but it's awesome, getting a win for him. He got a petty game ball, so yeah, it's great getting a dub for Russ for sure.
And then on yesterday, Mike Tomlin was asked about it, and Mike Tomlin said this about Russ getting a pity ball.
You know, none of your businesses, respectfully. There's certain things that go on among teams that I don't talk about. Whether it gets out or how it gets out is unimportant to me, and I'm not overly guarded against it. But it's just certain things as a leader that I talk to the collective about that I have zero intentions of sharing with the larger public, because it's about our collective and how we come together and how we appreciate and support one another. And, you know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
I love Mike Tomlin so much. I love him so much. He is a great, great
So
leader.
hold on,
He
when
just
he's
is.
talking about leaks, does that mean I don't know how the news came out that Russ got this petty game ball?
Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Okay,
Justin
so
Fields
that was a leak. That wasn't something that the Steelers outwardly
That was not
broadcast.
that was not supposed to get out. So Justin Fields said it, and then Mike Tomlin is like, I mean, it doesn't. I can't get on whoever released it.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is, moving forward, I will not be telling you how the hot dog is made because you will not like the process.
Correct. But and he's always been that coach, though. You know, very, you know, he's personable, but he's firm. He's going to answer your question, but he's not going to go farther than he needs to go. And then he's not going to give you a peek behind the curtain at all. The Steelers have been doing this for quite some time. And Justin Fields just said it because, you know, he was trying to make a point about Russell Wilson. I mean, Justin Fields' actual point was that Russell Wilson got done wrong here in Colorado, in Denver, and they gave him a petty ball to underscore that fact. And then the media was like, wait, what? A what? A petty ball? What is that? Hey, Coach Tomlin, what's a petty ball? It doesn't really matter what a petty ball is. I'm not telling you guys anything else. What's the next question?
As a reminder, you guys can join Kreckman and Lindahl tomorrow at Stoney's Lincoln. Join them for a live broadcast at Denver's best sports bar to watch games. Stoney's Bar and Grill in the heart of Denver on Lincoln for the NFL's Thursday night game, presented to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. We'll take one final timeout, wrap things up on the other side, and then hand it off to PhD on Altitude 92.5.
I guess the rotator want us to have an intro and an outro.
Wrapping things up here on a shout-out Wednesday, Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan, Emmy, Chris Dempsey, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. Joshy G's heading out to the Broncos to go take some audio players once they talk to the media just after 12 today. PhD will take you from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. You guys can also join PhD on Friday afternoon, every single football Friday at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Joe Willie's is Denver's best sports bar featuring great appetizers, beer, and mixed drink specials every pro and college football game. We got into Demaryius Thomas and Aqib Talib, other names in this list of former Broncos that have been nominated this year that need to be in. I think the obvious ones are Tom Nalen and Rod Smith.
Yeah.
Those are guys that I think should have been in long ago. It's funny to feel like you would grandstand for a kicker. Jason Elam was awesome. But if a kicker's going to get in, Jason Elam's got to get in.
Yep.
Held the NFL record for forever. Was a 2-time champion. Was as consistent a long-distance field goal kicker that we've seen in the last 40 years in the league.
I just wonder how much the altitude will be held against him.
Don't you think we've kind of gone past that?
Haven't in baseball. I mean,
I feel like we have in baseball.
How long did that hurt Todd Helton?
It hurt him for a long time.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Well, I just don't think that
they were relative contemporaries.
I just don't think that we're necessarily all I don't know. I just wondered. I mean, especially when you start talking about length of field goals and where those the long field goals were being kicked.
Well, then why didn't Brandon McManus kick a 68-yarder?
Yes, I agree.
Justin Tucker didn't set the record here in Denver.
Right.
He set the record at sea level.
I agree. I think if you were great at this craft, then we should just take you at your greatness. But altitude, especially for things like home runs and long field goals, is something that voters start to lean on and go, well, I don't know, man, we can just push him down to the next year and the next year because of that kind of stuff.
Also, it's really hard to make the Hall of Fame as a kicker because I feel like even the Hall of Fame looks at kickers and goes, hey, are you really a football player?
Kickers are important
really
too.
A football player? They're trying to take him out of the game.
Ask the Giants. The kickers are important too.
Ask Tom Brady. Adam Vinatieri won a handful of Super Bowls there.
Yeah.
I don't know if Romanowski ever gets in.
No, not good enough.
Not good enough, and the steroid thing is
correct.
That's big. That's big. Stink's got a shot.
Yep.
Offensive lineman, multiple championships with 2 different teams.
Yep.
Stink's got a shot. Welker? Is Wes Welker there?
What are your other slot wide receiver-ish dudes in the Hall of Fame? Would be
comparable wide receivers for Welker's career would be just in terms of numbers. Roddy White, Isaac Bruce, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but
Julio Jones, Rod Smith, Chad Johnson.
Okay, he's not better
Hall
than
of
any of
Famer
those
Michael
dudes.
Irvin.
Yeah. No.
I mean, there were a few years in there. I don't think he belongs in the conversation of Rod, Irvin, Bruce. But there were a few seasons in there where he was a 1,500-yard season with New England.
Yep.
Those years between 2007 and 2012 when New England was...
He was just kind of a first down waiting to happen, man. You knew you were going to move the sticks.
It's funny, man. Dude, he's another player, just like Aqib Talib. Gun to my head. If you went, did Aqib Talib ever win a Super Bowl in New England? I would have been 100% he did.
Right.
Wes Welker never won a Super Bowl. I would have said Wes won 3 of them.
Yeah.
And then he leaves New England in 2012, comes to Denver in 2013, 2014, has great seasons.
Yep.
Not monster seasons, but 10 touchdowns in year 1 in 2013 when the Broncos were scoring 4 or 5 passing touchdowns every single game.
Yeah.
I would have told you Welker won a Super Bowl. Never won one.
Nope.
He doesn't get in.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't get in. I don't think he gets in.
No, it's just...
He's Hall of Very Good.
Yeah, you're right. He's a Ring of Famer somewhere, right? Maybe in New England?
I bet you he's a New England Ring of Famer.
Yeah.
But that's a really tough ring to get into.
Yeah, it is.
especially with the years that you played.
Yeah.
And he played many seasons for them where he played 2007 to 2012.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just that when you say the name Wes Welker, maybe even outside of the New England area, I just don't think that name carries a lot of Hall of Fame weight.
No, he's a name that goes, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning made you who you were.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like, you know what? He was a really good wide receiver, but Gold Jacket, I can't go that far.
That stretch of 5 years, man, between 2006, that's 6 years, between 2006 and 2014, New England doesn't win a championship. And Brady finds a way to win 5 more.
Yeah.
Right, 5 with New England or 6 with New England?
6.
6. He finds a way to win 6 without winning in a 5-year stretch, arguably in his athletic prime.
And Wes Welker's not in the New England Ring of Fame, but he is in Texas Tech's Ring of Fame.
He should be. I remember him at Texas Tech. Holy moly. He was really, really good. He was really, really hard to handle when he was at Texas Tech, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he gets in.
No,
I don't think you can put that guy in. Good seasons, not great.
Yep.
You can't put him in without a championship there. All right, it's Wednesdays. It means it's time for shout-outs. Whole bunch from you guys out on the text line. Shout out to Ray Woods, first 8th grade flag football game
Love
today
it.
for, is it Cimarron?
Yeah, probably.
Shout out from Pops there. Shout out to Dominic Kaputska, recently named the head baseball coach at Hinckley High School in Aurora. Haven't had a baseball program since 2020 or 2021. They're starting from scratch. So best of luck to Dom out there. Shout out from the 229 to the DU men's soccer team. It's ranked number 1 in the country right now.
Love it.
I did not know that. Coach Shook. Shout out to the Thompson Valley High School Eagles football team, who are 3-0, headed into a huge rivalry game this weekend against Loveland on Friday night. So congratulations to all you guys.
And a quick congratulations to all the texters. When we started this more than a year ago, it took some. We had to get the wheels turning, but we love giving shout outs to people. We love that you participate. Please do every single Wednesday, because there's a lot of people that deserve shout outs. I'm going to shout out the Colorado Rapids here today. Tonight, if they win at Sporting Kansas City, they will clinch a playoff spot. And look, their journey to this point this season was. Nobody thought they were going to be anything but last place. Even in the Leagues Cup, they were second to last seeded, and they finished 3rd. And now they are in 3rd place in the Western Conference right now. So shout out to the Rapids and good luck to them tonight in their endeavor to clinch a playoff spot.
Got a couple of quick shout outs here. Shout out to Jordan Love for making it back to practice today. His first time since spraining his MCL. So
he's coming back kind of fast.
Dude, super fast. Dude, it'll be interesting to see, will he be a game time decision on Sunday? So we'll keep our eye on that for sure. Shout out to Portland, Oregon. They are the 15th team to get a WNBA team. And it was officially announced this morning. So huge shout out to them. And then here is my favorite shout out of the day. The Big Noon Fox Off has a game of Marshall versus Ohio State. And Marshall's head coach, Charles Huff, has a special NIL deal for any Buckeyes who decided they want to transfer to Marshall.
Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, but yeah.
Tudor's Biscuits.
You ever had Tudor's Biscuits?
I have not had
I'm
Tudor's
on their
Biscuits.
website, man. It looks phenomenal. Tudor's Biscuit World.
I'll take it off.
Blackberry biscuit?
All you can eat.
Oh, dude, I'm hungry now. I'm going to go get some lunch. That's going to do it for us today. For KJ Behind the Glass, for my partner, Chris Dempsey, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Coach and Demps tomorrow. I'll be back with you guys on Friday.
I'm not sure if I know what that is. Buttress, kind of a beam? Is it?
No, we talked about this one before.
We did?
We know this one.
Buttress keeps the roof from falling in.
Think on
okay.
like old cathedrals.
It's a beam or something. Yeah, something like that.
Sort of.
Yeah, okay. I've been called a butt before. Buttress. Oh, it's all right.
When's the last time you were called a butt, though? Seriously.
I just get
that isn't like butthead. That like why is that out of fashion?
Oh, here we go. The flying buttress, however, is like the ones you see in those big cathedrals where you see the thing outside and it's going up and supporting walls. That's a flying buttress.
That's a flying buttress. Different than
a buttress.
Buttress because it's flying. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They do it all. They know what these things are. Are you kidding me? They'll put
Is there
it all
any
together
houses
for you.
in Denver that would have flying buttress?
That would have to be a big old house.
Right?
Do you know who has a huge
like those castle things? There's a handful of castles here.
Well, there's the one out in Castle Rock or Castle Pines.
I've been there before. That's cool.
Yeah, I've been there for my mom's actually celebration of life was there.
Oh,
but awesome spot. Yeah.
I know the Flying Nun has a huge flying buttress because that's when the
that was
nunnery.
when Sally was petite, right back in the day.
She was Tom Hanks's girlfriend in a show where they were comedians, movie they were comedians, and then she was his mother in Forrest Gump.
Well, she was Robin Williams' wife in the one where Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember her being the girlfriend of Tom Hanks.
Oh yeah, there was it was called Comedian or something like that. It was some sort of like they were.
Oh
both-
no! You know what she was? Well, she was a housewife, tired of her life, tried to be a comedian. He was a comedian. They became like best friends. I don't think they were dating because she was married.
You know what they were doing behind the scenes. I'm just saying they were maybe interested there, but then she's his mom in good old Forrest Gump, you know.
You know why? Acting. I'm an actor.
Hey, I think I know why Prime is all upset. Because we were trying to, who is he yelling at these days? Like, who's Prime upset with? The rain stuff. Oh, my God. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So good.
Our guy's awesome.
He's coming on. It's hard not to talk about it right now. But Chris is going to join us at 12:30.
I've just decided the Deion Sanders pressers are just hilarious. They are.
Great.
They're just funny. They're just funny. It doesn't have to be personal anymore. It's just funny. It's hilarious.
They are must watch. I got to give them credit on that one, man. They are entertaining as hell. No matter what happens, these are priceless. Because you never really know what's going to happen. It's great. It's fantastic.
I still think he reflects or is deflecting.
Oh, I do too.
And I think it's
90%
intentional.
I think we have some sound. I think very specifically, I know who he's really upset with. And I really do think it's Paul Feinbaum. I really do. I think he's the voice out there killing Dion. I don't think Prime cares about the local people.
Well, I
don't think he's talking to the local people.
Feinbaum would be the closest guy in the media that would have a platform that mirrors Prime, and yet in a different area. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's got all of college football and ESPN behind him.
Yeah,
pretty big platform.
And Dion kind of represents the young generation. Paul's kind of the older generation of college football fans.
And they're probably the same age.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what their ages are, but I'm just saying what they represent.
That is a hell of a question right there. I'm going to look that up real quick.
All
so
right,
I think Prime is
over or under a decade between their ages.
I think Prime is about 50, 57, 58, something like that.
I'd say over a decade.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if they were like the same age? Hold on.
Dion's 57.
69.
So 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah. That's a good chunk
He
of
looks
time.
like pretty young 69 though. Looks pretty good.
Paul Fine, he does not look like a young 69.
Dude,
He looks
you look older than him and you're 55.
Up yours.
When was the last time you looked at Paul close?
Yeah, man, what are we talking about?
I got to give D-Mac credit. He's looking a little better.
Look
than
at that
Paul.
picture right there. You're going to tell me D-Mac looks better than Feinbaum.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I look better. I'm not
freaking
bragging.
alcoholic cheeks and nose, bad stubble all over his face, and then there's D-Mac.
What are you talking about? Alcoholic. I'm just Irish. Don't be mean. Don't be anti-Irish. We'll come and find you. Tall guy.
Well, listen,
hey.
That's my neck of the woods too now.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, mine were more.
Dude, you think I look older than that guy? He looks like a shriveled prune.
I think you do. I think the tan.
Pre-weight loss, yeah.
I think the tan.
All right.
Here is
Now, when you dress up in a
What?
suit and shave, you look really nice.
Well, was that required today?
Well, that's where he's dressed. He's a professional.
Here is Feinbaum absolutely destroying Prime.
Is this something new, by the way?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
This is the latest yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
Dion right there was purely gaslighting, and it really unbecoming of somebody of his stature and status. He knows that's not true. The people that cover college football have been arguing vociferously for years to get more autonomy for players so they can make more money, so they can't be treated the same way that they always have. And for him to say that is just really specious. It's baseless, and quite frankly, it looks to me like he is living in an alternative universe, because that is simply not true. And to use the word slander, I mean, that is so far beyond the pale, because most people, the majority of the media, lifts these players up. They don't tear them down. Quite frankly, the only player on his team that has even come under scrutiny is his son, Deion Sanders. And right here on this program 24 hours ago, the entire panel, Stephen A., myself, and Shannon, defended him for not shaking hands with a player who was trash-talking him. So I frankly don't have any earthly idea where he came up with it. I think it's desperation, and it's entirely spineless of him to attack the media, who has not even attacked his players.
Well, you and Paul get along great.
Well, that's exactly what we said yesterday. It's like we said, who are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Because his players haven't been attacked. Not really. If it's like, hey, the offensive line didn't play well, that's not attacking a player.
So Dion takes the comments about guns in the locker room, about locker room fights. That's what Dion will say is the attacks on his players, right?
Which is one guy, and he was basically crushed by
everybody.
90% of the media
Yes.
for being poor reporting. So,
well, and to be fair to your point, it's really more an article reflective on Dion's culture more than anything else. And yeah, I mean, we've all pointed out that article was insanely shady. But that's the type of stuff that Dion will say is the personal attacks on his players.
I think what Dion is saying, because he doesn't want to come out and say, hey, I'm really mad at Paul Feinbaum for ripping on me, so I'll just deflect it over to my players, which isn't true.
Paul did say some stuff in his last comments that were, to me, was borderline naive. Like, he did call CU an irrelevant football program, which
True.
I know he was trying to say you're not a good football team. But CU is by far the opposite of an irrelevant football team. I mean, there's not a more relevant football team in America to this day, to this moment.
Well, I think that you get into a little semantics there. What do you define as relevant?
Exactly.
Right. I mean, if you want to talk about a good football team, I got you.
Right. So
but
irrelevant
relevance to me is interest. That's what relevance
So
means
if you're just being relevant because you're interesting, you're right. If you're relevant because you're factoring in on winning a national championship.
I mean, if you're saying interesting bad team, would that have been a better comment?
That would have been accurate, yeah.
All right, so then we get to the parsing that language like they banned the fight song.
See, I think they talk about national championship type teams. They're always talking about the best teams in college football. So I do think that's how I took it. He was saying they're irrelevant because they're not going to be in the Big 12 discussion for the championship. They're not going to be in a Final 12 playoff team. From that standpoint, they're irrelevant.
We're going to get to the rain stuff, which was so good. Again, we got to be a little patient here because we're going to get Chris Bianchi on here
2 days in a row.
Well, we got to have him on today. Come on.
How about the cowboy hat too, though?
It was solid get up.
The whole thing. We'll get to all of it. You got to hang in there. We'll get to it in a little bit. Broncos nominated for the Hall of Fame.
Do you know how many people total were nominated?
Usually this round's like 150 or so.
156.
Was that okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's go through it real quick and let me know.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. Demaryius Thomas.
You know what? I hate to say this because it shouldn't have anything to do with it. I think the fact that DT did die actually gives him a better chance of making it into the Hall of Fame right away. Maybe not right away, but I think DT was on a Hall of Fame track.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost guaranteed Hall of Fame track for the first 6 years of his career. And then it slowed down a little bit, right? But oftentimes with death comes relevance to people. And I think that actually might put him in. I really do.
Okay.
Played 2 Super Bowls, won
I hope
one.
that didn't sound bad the way I just said that.
NFL record for catches in a Super Bowl. He doesn't, and I love DT, but he doesn't seem. He's a Hall of Fame. He was a Hall of Fame personality.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the
Hall of Fame person. Yeah.
The definition is: were you the most dominant player for a period of time at your position and had success in the league?
So was he the number one wide receiver in the league for 5 or 6 years of his career?
Top 2 or 3.
Probably not the number one.
Then I don't think you should be in the Hall of Fame. I think it's as simple as that.
So in an era, you can't ever have 2 or 3 guys from the same position make it?
2 or 3, yeah. So
I would say he was in the top 2 or 3, yes.
Oh, then he gets in. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. You have to be defined by how you were in your peak amongst your generation.
We have to go back. The next guy on your list, Rod Smith.
Rod Smith's next guy on my list.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like to me if Rod hasn't made it, he's probably going to have a tough chance of making it.
And if Rod's not going to make it, then how's DT going to make it?
What I just said.
But DT's not even the best receiver in your franchise history.
I would argue it. I would. I mean, anybody could win that argument. I mean, there's no right answer to that thing. I mean, between those two guys.
Both guys had, well, listen, DT's number with Tim Tebow weren't that great. Yeah. And they're both lucky.
Rod had some greasy years.
He did, but he had his best years, obviously, with Elway,
right,
as DT had his best years with Manning.
Let's see. What year was DT drafted? That was 2010, 2009, something like that, right?
He and, what's his name? Country Western husband.
Oh,
he was drafted.
Eric Decker.
Eric Decker.
Yeah, he was Josh McDaniels' first draft, right?
He was, and he was drafted in the first round with Tim Tebow. 2010.
The reason I asked is I just wanted to pull up the 2010 draft and compare, and obviously you got to compare him to his era, but not just the guys. But,
sure.
You know, the wide receivers that were selected in that year. Who were we talking about? It was Des Bryant was one of them. I know. Emmanuel was in that group, I think.
Emmanuel's same age as.
Am I getting that off?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't recall that.
You can look it up.
But
okay.
He didn't start with the Broncos, so you might be right. I don't know.
I know Des Bryant was, but, you know, those are kind of the guys that you would compare him to, and I would put DT and Des Bryant in the same category, both dominant players of their era.
think DT and Des Bryant had remarkably similar careers.
They did.
But DT has a Super Bowl championship, and Des Bryant doesn't. Well, let me go through a couple of these guys real quick. Brandon Marshall, the receiver.
He's gonna have a tough go simply because of the postseason stuff. He's got the most insane stat that's ever existed.
Yep.
Plays 15 years in the NFL, one of the most dominant players of his career, and never didn't play in a playoff game. Not just win one, did not play
for multiple
in a playoff game.
multiple teams.
15 years in the NFL.
It's bonkers.
I still say yes, he's a guaranteed Hall of
Well,
Famer.
let me give you a crazy,
but I think it's gonna hurt him. That's just my opinion.
A crazy factoid. Going back to the 2010 draft that you were just talking about, you know who was drafted in that year?
2010?
Trent Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Trent Williams.
Trent Williams.
Still playing.
Dude, it was a hell of a class, man. I mean, Trent Williams, I think Gronk. Wait, was Gronk? Gronk was that year, I think.
Well, that's a 15-year career if you can figure it out at this point, if you're playing this year. Hey, I got the rest of the
Kareem
names.
Jackson was in that year.
I got a guy on this list who should be a slam dunk Hall of Famer, but doesn't have a shot, unfortunately. Details next. All right, it's D-Mac here for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. You're hearing a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much are they going to be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buydown can help you lower your current car payment and get into a new Chevy or GMC, and they will deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, it's totally free. Plus, get more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. So lock in your low rate today at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont on Vista View or online now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together,
Let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. It's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Tell him D-Mac sent you.
All right, guys, gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plump is here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, Chris Bianchi from 9 News Weather will be on with us here in about 9 minutes, and we'll get into Prime and Rain and the whole thing. It was really great. We had a full circle moment. I really paid attention to morning news today for the first time in quite a long time. Do you know what time those guys start doing their news?
Like 5 a.m. or something, isn't it?
4:30, brother.
I was up at 4:15 today.
What are you bragging? You trying to top me on the? Are you
Well,
trying
I could have watched it if I'd have known. I would have. I
to
followed Corey Rose.
What are you doing up at 4:15?
You want me to tell you what happened to me last night?
I guess we're going into it.
Well, you might as well. You asked.
Here we are.
So I try to lay down my daughter, and she was real tired, all the soccer and all the school and all the stuff like that. So boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Lay down at 8:30. I rub her back and rub her arms, and I just kind of lay there for a little bit. 8:30, but fell out.
Out like a light.
Woke up. You ever wake up, even
Boom,
in your
boom.
own, you wake up and you have no idea where you're at?
Yeah.
I woke up and I'm like, I had no idea. For a second, I thought I was like on a road trip or something. And I went, oh. I looked up, going back in my room, take a peek, go in my room. It's 1:30. I slept there from like 8:30. I was like,
Where were
5.
you?
In my daughter's bed.
So you pulled an Aaron Brewer.
I
Did not
slept
know
there-
where you were at.
I slept there for 5 hours, went back to sleep, and then I woke up like at 4:15, 4:30, and I went, that's 8 hours. I'm kind of awake. And I will say this, awful pleasant sometimes to be able to, I can do what I want. I can listen to music if I want. I can read if I want.
A little me time.
I don't know if you noticed, I think my first text on the PhD was like at 4:16.
Yeah, you were getting excited today. I was like, what's wrong with Scott?
Anyway, so that's happened to me, yeah.
Well, you could have watched.
Fell asleep at 8:30 at night.
Here's what they do. If anybody wants to complain about like talk radio being repetitive, local news says hold my beer. I mean, oh my Lord. Chris may have done in 2.5 hours, he may have done the weather 15 times.
The same bit 15 different times?
How different is the weather going to get, Tyler?
Yeah,
You know
but
what I'm
he
saying?
didn't do that. No, I'm talking about the Dion bit.
Oh, no. You know, it's funny because I was like, ooh, I wonder when he's going to do it. Maybe he'll just do it. And I'm like, no. You're going to wait until the end. I figured that out after watching like 2 news. I'm not watching. It's on Fubo. I'm recording and I'm, right through it. And I'm watching like 3 of them. Like, when is he? I'm like, oh, wait. And I just went right to the end. And I go, yeah, of course.
I knew
So,
something was
we'll
up.
get to Chris
If you
in
go
a
back and look at a split screen, they thought, and Corey Rose, as soon as they put him up on the screen, you see it smiling and go, okay.
It's a bit. We're doing a bit.
They were doing the bit. They knew.
We're doing a bit.
Finally having some fun here.
We're having some fun. We're doing a bit on TV. We're going to have some fun here.
Rain.
We'll get to it in a few minutes. Hall of Fame. Here's who I think. Let me just go through the names quickly, but I want
Just
to.
yes or no?
All right, I'll save the one for the last then. Wes Welker, yes or no?
Yes.
Really? Okay. Clinton Portis.
No.
No.
God, I'm going to say if Terrell Davis is in, you better look hard at Clinton Portis.
What does TD have that Clinton doesn't?
He has 2,000 yards.
2 Super Bowl rings and an MVP.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Mark Schlereth got nominated. Our pal Stinker got nominated.
Obvi.
I think he probably could have, but no. I think getting in a guard has got to be tough.
If I'm being serious, it's going to be tough go for him.
Yeah.
It's going to be real tough.
I say yes.
I said obvi.
I say it should. But...
Neil Smith.
Ooh. I think he's going to be an old timers.
Yeah, okay. I'm too easy. I mean, you keep all these names. I'm like, duh. Like it just these guys are so freaking good at football.
Bill Romanowski.
Old timers.
I don't know if his.
I think the drug stuff is going to hurt.
Yeah. And I don't think it's just that. I think it's personality. I think there's a lot of stuff that's going on.
3 rings.
Yep.
Yeah. Akib.
No.
Oh boy.
I think it's off.
God, he's got a good case. Man, he's got a hell of a case.
I think he got in a little bit too much trouble.
Not enough interceptions and stuff like that.
Did Akib ever get in like real trouble though? I mean, like
shooting yourself in the buttocks is trouble.
Well, I understand, but he didn't get suspended or anything. You didn't.
No, he was cleared by the police. He said we're still looking into that matter.
I would take him on this team right now, but I would say he's not a Hall of Famer.
He's next door. His brother's in jail for murder, and he was on the. I mean, he's like there's some weird associations. It's going to be tricky for him. I like Akib.
We're holding him out because his brother.
He's lost his broadcasting career because of it. He ain't doing that anymore. Although he's doing that adjacent broadcast thing
on Amazon Prime.
Well, I think it's with the Broncos. I think it's DenverBroncos.com.
The one on their website.
Yeah,
the Mannycast ought to have him on.
Akib's freaking hilarious.
Akib's
I don't know if you guys remember, but he was broadcasting games.
Yeah.
And he was. I thought it was going to be a disaster.
I thought it was great.
He was freaking awesome.
I thought
he was
funny, awesome personality,
and
good insight.
Loves football, knows all about it. I thought he was great. Jason Elam.
Should but won't.
Tough as a kicker. Just aren't many of them in there.
I wonder how many.
Well,
kickers
he's in
there are.
Vinatieri is in the same class.
Dre Bly, and I got one more after Dre
No.
Bly. No,
Dre Bly. He was another like 15-year career though.
long career.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the one I think should be for a bunch of reasons, and that's Tom Nalen. And we're pals with Tommy. Obviously,
Five kickers in the NFL Hall of Fame, by the way.
All right. Tom has the second most games ever played outside of a kicker in Broncos history next to Elway. Think about that for a second. Second most games ever. 2 Super Bowl championships, and has longevity with the same franchise. He's arguably one of the most defining players in the history of the team.
You know what he is? He's Jason Kelsey without the self-promotion. That's what Jason Kelsey's going to be an absolute lock, no-brainer. Number one, because he deserves it. But number 2, but because of his personality and all the stuff that he does put himself out there.
It's a great comparison.
The harder thing to adjust for, yes or no, on NFL is that no one gets in that really deserves it right away.
Yeah.
It's always you got to forget
It's
about
been
it.
a long time for Tom. He's been on this list many times.
Randy Gradishar had to go to the nth degree with the Old Timers Club for a guy when he left after playing just 9 years had over 2,000 tackles. That's over 200 tackles a year. Oh, it's a 3-4. I don't care. That was back in the day when they were running the ball and coming at you. Hey, it took him that long for him to get in? Come on now.
I think it's ridiculous.
It's far easier for tackles to make the Hall of Fame than interior guys. I think center is the most difficult position on the offensive line to make it into the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got all those things factoring against him. He's not in the media, not right now. I know he was locally here for a while. I think it's going to be really hard for Tom.
And he's a terrible speaker in front of public people.
Well, and he will not do self-promotion. He will not do it.
That's for sure. That's for sure. That all being said, when you talk about a defining organization like the Denver Broncos in the NFL, to not recognize their second longest tenured player who is a world champion, to me is absolutely absurd, because what else do you have to do at the center position to actually get in?
Who has a better case, him or Mark Schlereth? Schlereth's got 3 rings, so he got 1 in Washington. Tommy's got 2.
Tom has
Denver.
Tom has a better case. Longer career, more Pro Bowls. I think Tom made like 5 or 6 Pro Bowls too. I believe Mark got 1. So better recognized. Mark does have another championship with Washington. You're right about that.
Mark played on 2 iconic offensive lines.
But
Mark played 11 years, I think.
But Tom was literally a defining longevity-wise. If Mark was one of the founding hogs and stayed with them their entire time, he was part of it, but he kind of came on a little bit later. So, listen, Mark's got a great case, too. I'm not trying to argue against Mark, but if you just want to say who deserves a little bit more, I would
Mark's
say Tom.
2-time Pro Bowler, Nalen's 5-time. Mark's got 3 rings, Tom's got 2.
But Tom, is nothing given towards somebody who stayed with their team for that period of time?
I don't think that should matter at all.
He's got a longer career than
no,
Mark.
I think career length probably matters, but I don't think the team matters.
How about him?
It might, just simply from a pure semantics point of view. When you look at a guy that stayed on the same team forever, you just immediately think that he's better than his peers because the team didn't give up on him,
How about Rod Smith? Can you make a case for Rod Smith?
Of course you could.
Because now he's in the Old Timers, isn't he?
We'll get to it, but blame it on the rain, baby. Little Milli Vanilli. Chris is on hold, and there was this classic interaction with Deion Sanders about rain.
Hey, Coach, with potential rain in the forecast for Saturday.
We got rain? What forecast you got?
Just changed this morning.
No, let me see. It ain't say rain on mine. Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
A meteorologist?
That's a mistake. I got 5169. This joker's been accurate. Anybody else read yours?
Either way, let's just say there is rain on the in
No,
the
we're not
forecast.
going to say there is rain.
No.
I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say
Someone,
40%. 40% chance that it ain't.
meteorologist that I respect highly said that there's a pretty
What-
good
what
chance
did
it
yours
rains
say?
on Saturday.
Best
It
meteorologist.
had to be
in the
talking
world.
about Chris Bianchi.
Okay. I don't know which one I got. I need to check mine. Rain does not.
I was just going to ask if you do wet ball drills or anything different to prepare for
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 30, 70% it won't. Let's do drills that.
All right, so he says the classic. Well, if it's rain.
Yeah, with rain.
Yeah, rain.
If it's rain.
Yeah, with rain.
Yeah. So what is rain?
Well, everybody knows what rain is.
So Chris Bianchi comes on our show yesterday, later in the afternoon, and we challenge him during one of the 72 weather forecasts he does on 9 News in the morning to actually hit us with a rain. Well, Chris just didn't do that.
He blew it up.
He put on the cowboy hat. He put on the sunglasses. I don't think he could see the green screen. And he delivered this absolute classic weather report.
So here's the deal, Coach Prime. I think it's going to rain for you on Saturday night. We're not talking about a little rain. I think we're talking about the potential for a downpour for us at Folsom Field on Saturday night. Now, again, it's just purely a coincidence I'm wearing this hat and these sunglasses, but I will say this, we're in the mid-60s for us to kick off on Saturday for us at Folsom Field, and it looks like we're going to be talking about a very rainy day. Now, Coach Prime, if you're talking about today's weather, you'd be spot on. I mean, it looks beautiful, sunny.
Yeah, with rain.
Joining us now is Chris Bianchi from 9 News. Chris, standing ovation.
Awesome, dog. Awesome.
Just absolutely fantastic.
That was so fun to do. You know, I think everybody is having a really fun time with it. And I don't know. I appreciate everybody getting the gist of it, that it does look like it's going to be not just a little rain. I think it is a rain kind of thing.
Yeah, with rain.
Hey, I don't know if you're ready though. I didn't warn you. I sent out the bat call last night on Twitter to the CU Mafia, and I made sure that they were coming after you. Were you ready for it?
I was D-Mac. You texted me correctly this morning.
Yeah.
I might get some. I might get some heat from the CU.
Oh yeah.
Folks.
Oh yeah.
And well, I'm a meteorologist. I'm honestly kind of used to getting heat. It wasn't as
There
bad
you go. Used to getting heat as a meteorologist. That's fantastic.
Like,
but in serious, did you got a little? You got a little bit. I saw you got a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I got some, but it wasn't. Again, it was 80-20 people getting it and having fun with it.
Yeah.
Like honestly, just to be totally transparent about it, you know, I'm predicting the future. Just as a reminder, like if I'm cocky or arrogant about it, like I'm gonna get, you know, bit in the you know what if that ever happens to be long term, right? So I obviously am having fun with it. And I think people get that. I'm not saying for sure 100%, but also I think what Coach Prime might be underselling it a little bit. Let's just leave it at that.
Hey, the cool thing though, when you do a bit like that, and you can hear the anchors at the desk, and even Corey when they threw it to you on the split screen.
Oh, they're so excited.
Screen, she's already starting to smile.
Oh,
But
they
when
love
you
it.
hear them busting out laughing, you know the bit's already worked.
I came in at 3:30 in the morning. As of course we're on at 4:30 a.m. And I come in with a cowboy hat, sunglasses, a hoodie, and my director, one of our directors, Alex Kirk, brought in a hat, sunglasses, a hoodie. So we were all ready to roll. And Corey and Jordan Chavez, Corey Rose and Jordan Chavez, they both looked at us like, "What are you doing?" And then they immediately figured it out pretty quick, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun."
Why didn't you go with the hoodie?
So, D-Mac, you said it. Remember how you were saying how I do 72 hits?
Yeah. Yes, that was extraordinary, by the way. Good for you, but my God.
Just getting the hat and sunglasses on requires a full sprint to the other side of the studio to go get that on and then throw it on. If that makes sense.
Okay, you didn't have time to put a hoodie on. That's a tight schedule.
Look, I got to get Dion's back here, man. I'm looking at the Weather Channel app right now. Weather Channel app's telling me we got a 50% chance of rain showers early in the day with sunshine coming late. What are we doing here? Who do I trust?
I thought it was
Chris?
night when it was late.
Chris?
You're talking to the right guy. So you want a fun fact about this without delving into weather too much. I'm not going to get too geeky about this. But weather apps tend to be the worst with high-impact weather.
There you go, buddy. There you go, Chris.
Yeah, it's just what that weather app is doing is it's taking every bitty computer app that's out there or computer model, which are in the dozens, and it averages it out and spits out a number that you got on your phone. And we know generally which model tends to do the best in a certain situation, if that makes sense.
All right, buddy. I said I'd give
Hey,
you-
who do you think people trust more? Do you think they trust the apps or you more? Just out of curiosity, I really am curious.
Oh, I mean, boy, that's an existential question. I would say, I think it depends on who you talk to. My own wife will hold up the phone sometimes and be like, "Why does my app say this and you're saying this?" I'll be like, "Honey, I promise I know."
Do you trust me or not, honey?
Hey, the key, Chris, don't miss out on this. You and your wife have a good marriage because she's still watching you.
Oh, she was so pumped when I did the at the end when I did the challenge. Oh, by the way, did you guys?
Oh, yeah. Tell us about the challenge. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. What's your challenge?
So I challenged Coach Prime. If it does not rain on Saturday at Folsom Field, which there is a chance, right? There is a chance that happens. Again, I work in probability. There's a chance that it does not happen.
Okay.
Point being, if it does not rain on Saturday night at Folsom Field, Coach Prime has a standing invitation to come in 9 years, and he does the weather forecast for me because he's got it down and I don't. That's what it means.
That's good, though.
Love it.
That's
good stuff.
Hey, good
stuff.
job, man. Good humor.
Yeah, it was great, Chris. And rain, brother.
Yeah, with rain.
Rain.
Oh, and
Rain.
I owe you dinner. I got a nice spot for you, but I'll let you make the choice. And
Ooh,
I'll
you
make-
offered a steak dinner, huh?
I did, and I'm happy to pay it off. I got a good place to tell you. I'll tell you off the air, but
Well, he said Shanahan's. That's what he asked for.
if he wants to go to Shanahan's, we'll take care of business. No doubt about it. I got you, Chris. No doubt about it.
Spot off air.
All right, I'll there's a spot near my house, but I don't want to. They don't advertise here, so I don't want to just say it.
Oh, he wants to take you to the
Shanahan's.
He wants to take you to the Sizzler.
Well, hey, you
We're
want
going
to
to the Sizzler. We're going to the Sizzler.
We'll go to old
Did you ever see the new
Chicago,
one?
baby. We'll go to old Chicago, no problem. All right, Chris, take it easy, brother.
Thanks, guys.
See you,
Okay,
buddy.
rain. I mean, that was just so great.
So here's the deal, Coach Prime. I think it's going to rain for you on Saturday night. We're not talking
Yeah,
about
with rain.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Auto Group in Colorado. They're cooking up something that you don't want to miss. They're rolling out the Great Percent event. This is awesome. Hold on. Mike Maroney is offering 0% financing. You heard that right. 0. Zip. Nada. Remember, Maroney means more. But don't snooze on this one. It's a limited time offer with limited funds. These rates are so low, they're practically underground. Come on now, Mike Maroney. Check this out. They'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado free of charge. Doesn't matter where, Boulder or Breckenridge, there's your new car right at your doorstep. Plus, they've got a 3-day money-back guarantee. It's like test driving for a whole weekend. Where do you want to go to figure it out? Well, Mike Maroney Auto Group has you covered. Curious? Just cruise over to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. What are you waiting for? Head to Mike Maroney Auto Group, Great Percent event, and drive home happy with 0% and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Yeah. Hey, thanks for chiming in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Love it. Love all your feedback. God, I try to avoid boring you guys with Rocky stuff. I really do.
Try harder.
I know. But I can't ignore what happened yesterday. It's kind of crazy. Do you know the Rockies are 19-12 since July 4th at home?
At home, hey, 7 games above 500. Playoff team.
Since July 4th. 7 games above 500. Okay. Terrible on the road, but
wouldn't you think they should always dominate at home?
And they are. For baseball, 7 games above 500 for that span of time is actually really damn good. They won the series against Arizona. Arizona had beaten the Rockies 8 times in their last 11 appearances and are 18-6 in the last 24 games against Colorado, dropping back to last year. They're now in a tie with the Mets for that play-in spot in the playoffs. They were in the World Series last year, meaning the Rockies are beating a team in a series. They play at 1 o'clock here today, but they've already won 2 of the 3 games. They've already won the series because they won 8-2 yesterday against a...
Are they playing the same team?
Well, it's not the exact same team, but it's a team that's going to fight for the playoffs. Right now, they have something to play for.
But you said they've already won just 2 of 2, so this is the 3rd game.
Correct.
Okay.
Against the Diamondbacks. My point is, they're not just winning here late in the year. They're beating good teams, too. So did you know last night Bud Black won his 535th game as the manager of the Rockies?
Well, he's been here for 3 lifetimes, so...
Correct. He was doused with shaving cream and beer and celebrated, led by Charlie Blackmon and Germán Marquez. And
does that make him the all-time winningest manager for the Rockies?
Makes him the all-time winningest coach in the history of the Rockies.
This is why I like good coaches.
Did they douse him when he became the all-time losingest coach for the Rockies?
I do not know. That is.
Does he already own that fact?
That is such. I do not know the answer.
I mean, if he's been there that long, the answer is probably yes. He probably owns both those records.
Dan, if you could do a little research, it's an excellent question. Does he have the most losses as well? It's a great question. I don't know the answer. But here is Bud Black. So he comes out for the presser, and he looks like they just won the World Series. He's got shaving cream all over him and drenched in beer and the whole thing. And he comes out and talks to the Muggles.
As you know, it's a ritual for certain milestones and accomplishments. So, led by Charlie, of course, and Kyle and Germán, the guys who have seen all of them. So, anyhow.
What does it mean to you, buddy? Not just the record, but the way the team celebrated you.
Well, again, I've been a part of those in there before, right? Like I said, for milestones and first win, first save, first hit, stuff like that. It's great. I mean, that's part of what makes us love the game.
All right, here's my question to answer your question too, Scott. Dan Tanner. Does he have the most losses?
Yes.
He does.
What?
649.
I'm sorry, what?
649. Clint Hurdle's second with 625.
Okay.
And he's got one more win than Hurdle.
Yep.
So he's the winningest.
Same amount of seasons, by the way. They both coached 8 years, it looks like.
Okay.
Worse winning percentage than Clint Hurdle.
Okay. So what matters?
No, what? Huh?
What matters?
Yeah, huh? No, none of it.
None of it matters.
Well, I would say the losses matter if that's what you're asking me. I mean,
Well,
but if you're there for 8 years, it would be pretty shocking that the majority of these guys couldn't accumulate 500 wins.
So
without longevity,
right?
There's a crazy number out there. They compared the longest tenured managers in terms of playoff wins, and he's one of 5. And they were looking at playoff wins with all these teams, like the Yankees with Boone and some of these other dudes. And they all, it's, win-loss. He has 0. 0, because they don't count the play-in game. They don't count the game that they beat the Cubs with Tony Wolters hitting the walk-off hit. And they got swept by the Brewers, if you remember, in that series all those years ago. So he's got the most wins. He has the most losses. He is the longest tenured manager in baseball right now with 0 playoff wins during his time.
I found a couple interesting stats. Number one, who do you think has the best winning percentage of all the Rockies coaches?
Jim Tracy.
Don Baylor.
Walt Weiss. Walt Weiss does.
Walt's my guy. I'm happy to hear that, actually.
Here's a fun one.
No, Don Baylor.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Walt Weiss' winning percentage was 437. Jim Tracy.
You're right. I got that backwards.
Actually, Jim Tracy's 488.
Oh, I was right?
Yeah, you're right.
Don Baylor was 484.
Bottom.
Your
right.
boy D-Mac was right about something.
Who do you think was the most angry coach? It's got their ejections. That's kind of fun.
It's got to be Clint Hurdle.
Scott?
It might be Don
Well,
Baylor.
and obviously he had the most years, so that's going to add up also. But
Clint was an angry dude.
Especially the last couple of years.
Is it Clint?
Baylor was pretty good too, though.
It is Clint.
Oh, yeah. Clint got 22 ejections.
Yeah.
Bud Black, pretty calm. Pretty calm. Only got 13 of them things.
Well, there's less to argue about now with replay and everything. I mean, you got to be some sort of knob to get ejected from a game these days. What do you do with it, guys? Seriously. You're celebrating your win. And because, listen, man, it's so clear everybody loves Bud Black. Buddy. Everybody calls him Buddy. But you are the winningest and losingest coach for a team. What do you do?
I mean, I don't really know what your question is. What
do you do with the coach? It's very simple.
What do I do, or what are they going to do?
Come back for year 9, baby.
Because we know what they're going to do.
You're the boss. You're in charge. What do you do with them?
Yeah, I reset the whole thing, but it's not just him. I mean, I'm resetting the whole building. I'm bringing in a brand new building, and I want all outsiders.
So at the end of this season, you're firing the winningest coach in team history, who the team has played really well with a bunch of young talent at the end of the year.
I got an 8-year sample size that says he can't get it done.
So even though the young talent is playing really well and you're there to shepherd them and they're doing well, he's gone.
Yeah.
Scott?
I give him to the All-Star break next year.
You do give him more time. You see if he can see this through.
Yeah, because you're right. You go back and look at the box score last night in the game. Young guys are stroking the ball right now.
No doubt about it. There is talent out there. I've been telling you guys that all year. That's what my frustration was, that they were losing so many close games. But I've been saying literally all year, they've got talent on this team. And they haven't had Marquez. Freeland was dinged up a little bit too. But look who's coming up. But you would bang him. You'd get rid of him.
I mean, the numbers are literally just like stuff that you just see. It doesn't mean anything. You got to feel it. You got to feel the culture. You got to feel what the building is. And although there is progress, is there hope? And I would say that nobody in that building is feeling authentic hope.
Why would you keep him? What's the biggest reason you keep him?
Because the young guys haven't quit on him. He hasn't lost the locker room.
They obviously love him.
Yeah, they haven't lost the locker room. And if this is a sign of what could be next year, I would give him the All-Star break.
How many games? You asked me yesterday, how many games can an NFL coach lose because of them and still keep their job?
Yeah.
And I said about one a year.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable. They're going to blow a game just about every year. Probably maybe even 2 if I'm being totally fair with it.
Yeah.
What's that mean in baseball?
I think, for the record, it's preposterous this guy still has the job. I think it's the easiest thing in the world to move on for whatever reason. To me, they're winning despite him, even though they like him. So this is not a hard decision in my book. I understand where you're feeling about it. And listen,
I think the guys like Nathaniel Hackett. I think the guys really like Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah, they have to work.
They might not have respected Nathaniel Hackett. They might not have believed him, but they definitely liked him.
When I answer that question, I'm answering the question from what the Rockies' standpoint of ownership is going to do. That's what I'm saying.
Different question. What are they going to do?
But for me,
of course they're keeping him.
But for me, I would have done something the All-Star break this year.
I don't think Bud Black is in any danger whatsoever with his job based on the organization.
Yeah.
He's fine. They're going to look at this like, we improved late in the year. You're our winningest coach ever. We're going to ignore you're our losingest coach ever. And we're just going to roll with this.
Mm-hmm.
But it is stunning on a professional level that is somehow acceptable. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, guys, putting things off. How often does that happen? And when it comes to your sex life and you realize I'm not performing the way I need to, I'll just put it off. I'll put it off. No longer. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're here to take care of business when pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some of these treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. This is the deal. It's so simple. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Your initial visit's $99. Get the consult, a TNPSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and you could be having sex the next day. Again, call 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
For me, this is what I wanted. This is the group that, taking a chance to come here, understanding the pieces that I had and the potential that this group can have. So for me, it's there was a lot of low moments last year. So for me, it could have even been better. But it's never about the individual stats anyway. It's just about trying to find ways to win. But it's been awesome so far.
That's Baker Mayfield from earlier today.
Is Baker Mayfield this generation's Jake Plummer?
Ooh, that's a fun one. Ooh. Maybe.
Locker room dude. Everybody's going to want to be around the guy.
They all like him.
Not afraid to be a gunslinger.
Far from a pretty boy,
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jake was kind of pretty.
Well, good looking, maybe.
Yeah, but he walked around with a little chew. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He could hang with the offensive lineman.
Right. Baker Mayfield's an offensive lineman quarterback. That's what he is.
I'd agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Cutler wasn't.
Which is kind of a throwback, because Elway was too.
Orton was kind of a guy like that.
Orton was like that. Yeah.
Russ, no.
You know, the ultimate dude.
They liked him,
my
though.
playing career, the ultimate offensive line guy. Just it fits in with anyone. Rex Grossman. That dude was just like. It's hard to explain because I know he wasn't a great quarterback.
Yeah.
But he was just a dude that you believed in. He was a dude that could toss 3 interceptions, walk in that huddle, and be like, "All right, boys, we're marching down 90 yards," and you believed him.
I think Elway was like that.
Yeah.
But I started in the NFL covering Jim Kelly. He was definitely like that.
Yeah.
He was like an offensive lineman. That's an interesting one, man.
See, and I think Marino was too. See, I think that's a more old school thing. I think quarterbacks. I think Terry Bradshaw was.
What was Elway like?
He was a good old boy.
Yeah.
Even though he was from Northern California and all that, rode motorcycles, chewed, whatever.
Sit out with the offensive lineman
He
after the
seems
game
like-
and have a few beers.
Even as a young guy, though, he was like a Peyton Manning icon, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like to be of an icon stature, it's very, very difficult to be one of the dudes.
Well, he definitely had the look of California with the hair and that sort of vibe going to Stanford and all. But turns out he's
No, he was a dude.
He's the son of a coach, man. Like a hard-nosed sort of dude. Every story I've heard about John from back in those days was like that. Bubby was a character, brother. God, have you ever hung around Tyler Bubby Brister?
No, I don't know Bubby.
Man, I was lucky enough to spend a night with Bubby in New Orleans in the French Quarter. He was down, came down for the Super Bowl and all.
Back in his backyard.
Dude, that was one of the most fun. As the night went on, the less I actually understood what he was actually saying.
Right.
But you want to talk about a guy that was cool hanging with the guys. Was Tebow like that?
No.
He was not.
Tebow was as guarded in a locker room as he was in public. What I mean by that, like difficult to get to.
Was Peyton like that?
Peyton was very available, but he was also old. In comparison, right?
Yeah.
He's 40 years old or 39, whatever he was, hanging out with 21-year-olds, also injured, also an icon, right? So all those things naturally are going to keep him separated a little bit just because of the amount of responsibilities in his life.
Yeah.
But he did a great job of making himself available every Thursday night, taking us out to dinner, going to steakhouse, doesn't leave early, doesn't, he hangs out, buys the meal. But, on Wednesday when we're in the building, he might not be sitting at the lunch table.
How about Bo Nix? What do you guys think? Hard to say?
Hard to say.
Don't know yet.
We'll
see.
Probably McGlinchey's the only one that really likes him.
Why do you say that?
Because he's Peyton's boy. So,
I personally, as an offensive lineman, like grumpy quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
And I think Bo Nix is going to be a grumpy quarterback.
He's got a little grump in him. He's got a little salt in him.
I don't know how to explain that when you say you like a grumpy quarterback. Well, offensive linemen are grumpy, like we don't like being long-winded. We don't, it's just he kind of does look like he's got no lineman personality.
How is Brock Osweiler?
Brock was awesome.
Because he wasn't
not an offensive lineman.
Yeah, he wasn't a grumpy dude at all.
No. Yeah, he was not.
Yeah.
More of like life the party kind of guy.
Okay.
But not a wild. I don't mean that like he was a wild guy. Just
No, I know what you
So,
mean.
we- not to the Chad Kelly status.
No, nothing like that. Yeah, nothing like that.
Who else was on the Chad Kelly stat? Chad may have been at the end.
He was the top of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I have no memories of Brock getting whipped by a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
True.
Tube. Not the actual
Was
cleaner.
it the cord or the
It was
tube?
just the tube that you stick into the
the
hose.
cord
and
would have hurt more.
Tongue, tongue, tongue. Get out. God, is that an all-timer or what? I mean, that's a tough one to top.
Oh, my God.
That's-
Well, we did have the dude hide in the bushes outside of JD's bait shop.
We did. It actually was outside the
right across the street.
Yeah, it was across the street.
I think he came from JD's.
We did have the dog
Yeah.
trip on the driveway too.
You had that. You had our guy Prater with the IKEA guards and with all that.
My rookie year,
some good ones, man.
we had a late night at JD's. Had a good friend, keep him nameless. I had a DD with us, okay?
Mhm.
Time to go. Bar's closing, 2 a.m., right? So final call comes out. It's probably about 1:30. We're like, hey, time to go, bud. He's like, nah. This dude hasn't talked to a girl the entire night. Not the entire night.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm staying. I'm like, dude, we're leaving. It's closing 15 minutes. He's like, I'm fine. I'm staying. All right, fine, dude. Find your own way back, right? So finds his own way back with the girl. And about 15 minutes later, figures out this. Hasn't met anyone, but finds one in 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Next morning, wakes up, playbook's gone. Girl stole the playbook. Stole the playbook. Yep. We got it back because Maddie P happened to know the girl that stole it.
You want to explain that one?
Nope.
It was his wife.
Easy.
Hey, I saw an extra playbook.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
What stage did you find the playbook on? Well, there you go. Great story.
Like, why would you steal a playbook?
I don't know. Who knows?
Make sure you see him again.
Who knows?
I guess.
Yeah. The Buccaneers are what kind of team? First glance at the Buccaneers here.
A lot like the Lions. Just
Really? That good?
Well,
are the Lions?
How did it just go?
It was a really interesting game.
I saw the highlights, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I got full analysis on the game, but all I saw was the highlights.
It was a good game, and the Lions should have won. They had the ball 3 different times in the fourth quarter, down 5 points.
They've
or
been
whatever.
terrible to start the season in the red zone. That's been a bad
They
problem
move the
with
ball. They look great, and yeah, they can't finish, or they're having a hard time finishing.
I guess what I mean by that is it's a team that might not have the most talent in the world, but they got a good culture going on.
I agree. I don't think the Buccaneers are really that great of a team. However, because I don't think they stop the run that great. I don't think they rush the passer that great. However, they have.
But you held on the road Detroit to 16 points.
They
You also gave up 5 sacks to Aiden Hutchinson.
They did because they were playing a.
Was it literally 5? I just threw that out
it
there.
was 5 sacks. They had
all to Aiden.
All to Aiden Hutchinson.
Good
It was unbelievable. And then they started chipping him and trying to. Well, he had 3 in the first quarter. He had 3 sacks in the first quarter on the backup right tackle. And we should check if this guy is playing. Justin School. Boy, oh boy, did he have a hard time. So that is an area for optimism. If this guy, Justin School, was playing right tackle for the Bucs.
Well, the starter still listed as questionable.
Right.
Luke
so
Getke.
If we're looking for room for optimism for the Broncos, whoever's Baron Browning's hurt, by the way. He's got something going on. We'll see today.
You want to know who my favorite pass rusher is on our team?
Nick Benito.
Nope.
Jonah Ellis.
Nope.
Jonathan Cooper.
Yep.
Okay. I was going to get there eventually.
Jonathan Cooper is just there. He is just always at the quarterback, man. And I think he was the lowest selection of the group. Wasn't Cooper like a 6th or 7th rounder or something like that? And with a bunch of good guys around him. But I'm telling you, Jonathan Cooper might not always get a sack, but he is always making the quarterback move off his spot.
The problem is they do have explosive playmakers. And everything may be going all right, but they can scar you up pretty quick.
Well, Mike Williams had a good start to the season. There's another guy seems like he's 16th or 17th year in the league, doesn't he?
Mike Evans.
Yeah, he's still playing.
Mike Evans is unbelievable. Chris Godwin has that explosive speed that you're looking for. They're good enough as a running back. And you know what they got, guys? Freaking Baker Mayfield, man. And
I mean, let's not overhype Baker Mayfield. You say that like he's an elite. He's not an elite quarterback.
He is okay. Is he? All right.
I like him.
Is he deserving of $30 million a year?
Yeah. I mean, especially in consideration to what other quarterbacks are getting.
Okay,
30 million is actually quite a bargain for him.
So if he's deserving of $30 million a year and he's not an elite quarterback, what is he?
He's a dude you don't get rid of.
So $30 million quarterbacks now are not elite.
Yeah.
That's bananas.
Well, the going rate's 50. That's the going rate for a starting QB.
He looks. I mean, I guess it depends how you define elite, but holy cow, he looks good.
You got to at least call him a playoff quarterback.
There ain't no
he's
doubt
a playoff
about it.
quarterback, which means they're pretty good.
Yeah,
I agree. And he keeps things alive with his feet. These plays are dead ducks, and they'll call up his number. Just hey, we need something. Go.
Here's the reason why he's not elite. Just like when you ask me how many games can a coach lose, how many games can a quarterback lose? Well, I think a couple more than a coach. And Baker Mayfield's good for at least 2 losses a season on him.
You think so? Really?
Oh yeah.
You don't think he's grown out of that?
In his bad years, yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know. He might have kind of grown past that moment.
Well, let me ask this: with what we've seen the start of Sam Darnold in Minnesota,
how about that?
Baker Mayfield now, after bouncing around from his start at Cleveland, do we have to look at guys who go to certain franchises?
Mm-hmm.
New York Jets for Darnold, Cleveland Browns for Baker Mayfield. Are there just a couple franchises before you want to totally give up on a QB? You said, let's wait a minute. There's a little history with these franchises of having some sucky moments. I mean, Cleveland struggled forever to get a quarterback, right?
You can do something really wacky.
Still is.
I mean, sorry.
And look at the 2018 draft. 4 of those 5 quarterbacks are now all starters and have been or are successful. Darnold's 2-0 as a starter. Mayfield's 2-0 as a starter. Lamar is 0-2, but he's a 2-time MVP.
It was quite a journey for a lot of those guys. Though.
Okay,
yeah.
But that's the Scott's point.
That's my point is, are we, instead of just all of a sudden giving up 100% on these guys, going, let's take a bigger look and a deeper look at the franchise.
Well,
absolutely.
It certainly makes you wonder about Zach, right? As you're seeing these other guys have rebounds, they go to a different situation, a coach that believes in them, whatever. It makes you wonder, and it almost makes me feel like Sean Payton will never put him in there because he's probably terrified of Zach Wilson going in there and looking good. He's got to be terrified of that.
Probably. Because if Zach, you're probably
if Zach
right.
goes in there and balls and his dude, like he's not going to bench Bo Nix because now he's wrong.
The only reason I'm hesitating on that is I know how hard they worked to get Zach Wilson. Like he really did want Zach Wilson.
But he was the guy for a day. He was Sean's guy for a day.
Yeah, but I still think that the Zach Wilson, the only reason I would push back on that comment, because I would normally agree, is he can now take full credit for the rehab.
Yeah, he could.
And that's a big hanger, too.
Well, I guess it could be a Kyle Shanahan type of situation, right? Like I swung for the fences with Trey Lance, but I hit a home run with Brock Purdy.
I think Bo Nix would have to go out with some sort of injury to get away with that.
Agreed.
But if that were to happen, I'm not wishing injury on anybody. That's awful. But if something like that were to happen and Zach Wilson went in and balled out, I think it would be 100% Trey Lance, Brock Purdy part 2. And they would just be like, oh, well, whatever. Let's go.
Well,
but,
especially because they didn't have to move up or anything. They just sat there.
No, but the problem you have, of course, with Zach Wilson is he's done with his contract this year. And so if he really is the guy next year, you're going to have to pony up $30 million or at least 10 like they did with Sam Darnold. But that's only a one-year deal
I think
for Sam
for
Darnold.
the paying, what will happen is Zach Wilson will leave here this year, and you'll see somebody like a Kyle Shanahan take a shot on him next year. He'll get in a handful of games, also in rehab, and then 3 years from now, while we've got Arch Manning, he's going to be the starting quarterback for Buffalo.
March for Arch. There is something going on in the NBA that's a shocker. And also, one of our good friends has the coolest job title of all time. with the Nuggets. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Ford. All right, you're hearing a lot about interest rates. Will they be cut? How much will they be cut? Does it really matter? Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. This exclusive rate buy-down can help you lower your current car payment and get you into a brand spanking new Ford. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, it's totally free. Plus, Mike Maroney Ford gives you more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. So lock in your low rate today at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont or online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. This Great Percent event is for a limited time, and limited funds are available to lend. So waiting's going to cost you. Don't miss your chance. You never know if interest rates could go even higher. Hurry into Mike Maroney Ford today and tell him D-Mac sent you.
But let me say this, that the people assembled on this panel here understand it. But I always would say to people, there are only a handful of people that could understand what you do for a living and what it takes and what goes into it. And Woj was one of those. I would say that he understands what we do, what I do, better than my wife understands it. And when I heard him weighing what to do, and there you see a picture that we took in the cafeteria, and I see that and I get emotional, right? Because Chris Mortensen understood that, and he's no longer with us.
That's our own guy, Adam Schefter, who's on with the morning show, the boys, on 8 o'clock on Mondays. On with us tomorrow at 1:45, Adam Schefter, legend. And the Adam Schefter of basketball, I'd say, is Adrian Wojnarowski. Scott, what do you think about that?
Shocked because it came out of left field, right?
Well, we should say what happened. He has, after 7 years with ESPN, would you agree with me? He is the Adam Schefter of the NBA, though, like that same sort of role.
I mean,
he's a little closer.
The NBA has like 3 guys that were like big on this, but Woj was the best.
Okay,
like in the NFL, Rappaport would be the second one probably, but he's definitely a step down from Schefter.
Yeah,
everybody. At least when I'm around Malone in the NBA, if you want to say the guy, and I know there's like Shams is one of them, I get it. But Woj to me is the top of the mountain right now. He's leaving ESPN to become the general manager of the men's basketball program at St. Bonaventure.
I wonder how many teams have done this. I mean, it's definitely gonna become the common trend in college athletics because you are now managing money. That's what you're doing in college athletics.
You're recruiting.
You're managing a salary, although it's not a literal salary cap. You're managing your own money. So, you're in charge of saying, hey, our center is worth $500,000 a year. This dude, we want to give you $100,000 a year.
But this is clearly a work of passion to go back to his alma mater, to St. Bonaventure basketball.
It's not a big job.
I doubt it. It's not being the number one insider for ESPN in the NBA.
If you read his statement that he put out, the original statement from Woj didn't mention anything about taking the new job. But it said he was retiring after so many years at ESPN because he wants to pursue something. The words are something like pursue something of more personal interest to me. This is just this is a check. I got a box I got to get a check mark in my life.
He wants to be paid for a fun hobby. That's what he wants to do.
Well, it's kind of turned into a cottage industry that only a few of them are on varsity, right? I mean, we can say that. What was our guy from Seattle? They used to do those funny commercials for ESPN.
John
Kenny Wayne.
John Clayton. John Clayton kind of was the original, and then Mort kind of took it over, took to another level.
Kenny Mayne's
and then
in Seattle also.
Adam came over and then even took Morton to another thing, and Morton kind of put his arm around him. And then basketball said, well, why aren't we doing this too? And then, in fact, Peter Vesey was kind of the first guy
NBA insider
in basketball, but he was from that East Coast and all that. But it's turned into a bit of an industry, and Woj was probably the best in the NBA.
For a job that you could probably do 100% sitting at home, it's probably a pretty damn stressful job. I mean, sitting there, you got to be on call at 2 a.m., whatever, constantly texting people, calling people. I mean, how many times are you picking up that phone in one day if you're Woj or if you're Adam Schefter, one of these guys?
Well, how many times have you seen Adam live on I've seen him a number of times, live on set. And I've even seen him get up from the panel and go, guys, I have to take this. And I've seen him walk back to the back of the thing to answer one of his two or three phones that he's got to get some news.
I think the hardest job in journalism, sports journalism, is breaking news guy, insider breaking news guy. I think it is. First of all, you're out on a limb because if you really are doing your job, you're getting your information that maybe you got to know what you're talking about because so many times you're the first one talking about it. I get uncomfortable with that stuff. And in general, over the years, it's not like I'm Mr. Breaking News, but in general, when I find something out, I'd rather just tell somebody like that,
well,
hey, you may want to look at this and let them do the work.
Like I said,
It's a tough job.
Peter, at least in the NBA, was kind of the first guy. Clayton used to do it a lot for the NFL, but Peter Vesey, when he first started, it seemed like, he had a few guys, but they were like assistant coaches that he knew from, You know how big basketball is in the East Coast, right?
Of course.
The All-Star game, that All-Star camp, 5-star camp they used to have all up the Eastern Seaboard.
Sonny Vaccaro, baby.
Exactly.
Here we go.
And so Pete knew all these guys that became assistants, and all of a sudden they became head guys. And so that's where he got his information. I think it started off as like an assistant coach. Now, if we're being real honest, I'm assuming it's the same thing in football. Your GM has an insider guy. Your head coach usually has an insider guy. And they're calling and giving it bing, and they're getting back. Well, what are you hearing from them? Bum, bum, bum. And they're saying, well, let me just tell you this. We're going to release this guy probably pretty soon. I mean, how many guys have you heard? I didn't know I was getting cut till I saw it on ESPN.
Yeah.
You've seen that a number of times. So it's the kings of networking are them dudes that are the NBA and NFL insiders.
Well, good for Woj. Pretty surprising.
But I'm not surprised of the job he's taken. Because I think in sports, I think Tyler would even agree with it on this right here. When your alma mater that meant so much to us in forming us of the men we kind of are now and as we get older, calls back and says, hey, I want you to come back and work for this school. Come back. I mean, I haven't been in Arkansas. I graduated Arkansas a million years ago. But if they called and came back and said, hey, we'd like you to be in charge of this, it'd be hard to say no. And I think there's a loyalty. Maybe that's with us older guys, but I think there's a loyalty to your universities.
Time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Visit oldchicago.com online. Find a location near you. We're going to pick one winner who enters a No Dumb Question, 303-504-0925. Get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Maybe it could be Chris Bianchi, and I don't have to buy him dinner. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Playing this music, and just first, I got a No Dumb Question for you. A friend of ours, Mike Singer, who was the beat writer for the Nuggets, for the Denver Post. Took a
year off.
Wrote a book about Joker that's coming out this fall. Can't wait to read that one. Has taken a new job. And this might be the coolest ass job title of all time. Mike Singer's new job title for the Denver Nuggets. We are now co-workers. Director of Intelligence and Strategy. That is his job title.
It's a hell of a name.
My no dumb question is...
You got to put the hat on here a little bit and start digging. You got to think through this a little bit.
My no dumb question is, fellas, what the hell does a director of intelligence and strategy actually do for an NBA team?
Well, I assume that strategy means, hey, we need to get Bones Highland back. I assume that he's going to be involved in the day-to-day minutes played of the straw there. How many minutes this guy got to get,
You think that's what he does?
No, I do not. He's a spy.
He's a spy.
He's a media spy. He's gathering intelligence from local markets, probably working his back angles, talking to the guys, out there in Philly, being like, hey,
he's a spy.
What are you really hearing that you aren't putting in print?
Scott?
Well, for a guy who's tried to get back inside the organization for 30 years, I'm a little hurt. But A, B.
Did you want to be the director of intelligence and strategy?
My initial thought when you said that, I would be a whole new department that's now going to answer to him, that's going to deal with media, going to deal with social media, going to deal maybe with some relationship between franchise and the media. I would assume it'd be something like that.
I reached out to Mike. We're pals. We've been buddies for a little bit. And I'm like,
why'd you get him on?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
He wouldn't tell me exactly what the job is, nor would he come on the radio to talk about it.
He might be in the front office.
He is the director of intelligence and strategy. He didn't blow me off like that directly, but when I reached out to him, he just gave me a little he gave me just a little thumbs up or whatever. I was leading him down the, hey, what's going on here? No little chit-chat. No little phone call. Just here you go, D-Mac. Little thumbs up. I don't know if I can talk to him anymore. If
I
he's
know.
Director of Intelligence and Strategy for the Nuggets.
Obviously, maybe I'm wrong, because why would any job title have intelligence in it if you're involved in media and or social media?
Right.
Where's the intelligence in that?
Well, he did give me a little hard. He did give me a little hard.
Mike Shanahan, when I was playing in Denver and when I was playing in Washington, when you would walk in, the first thing that you would see in that building was on a table in front of you at the front desk, a stack of papers that would be about 15 to 20 pages long. And it was all of the daily media reports, both from local and from the team that you're playing, right? So, whoever's doing that job, they were just aggregating the information. You probably didn't need a full-on title for it. But I would assume that this is what Mike Singer is doing to the next level.
Well, no, I'll keep going on the no dumb questions. Have the Nuggets ever had a director of intelligence and strategy before?
Well, I don't know what they call their analytic department. I know Singer, he ain't smart enough to be dealing with analytics.
I think they would just call it director of analytics. I think
they have one of those.
I agree. No. I have never heard of this position ever in 37 years of covering sports or whatever. But I'll tell you this. Give me a better job title than that. Hey, do we have anybody in our 303-504-0925? Seriously. What's a better job title than Director of Intelligence and Strategy?
Hey, Dan, find the theme music to Get Smart.
Oh, boy.
Because that title sounds like he's got cards that's going to go in to get in through secret doors to come in, bing, ding, boom, pop, bing, boom, boom, ding, boom, and get all that stuff, right? I mean, it seems like a top secret
Is he
job.
going into the cone of silence?
Maybe he's their representative to Space Force.
Do you think he got a shoe phone?
He might have a shoe phone. Hey, don't sleep on Get Smart as far as maybe ahead of its time.
Dealing with chaos was not easy.
Right?
I get it. I know this is we're going back a little bit
99?
here. Age of 99.
Hey, 99 was hot.
Marianne or 99?
99.
Really?
Oh, God, yeah. I think I'm also a ginger over Marianne. I used to be a Marianne.
Oh, are you ginger over Marianne? Really? Oh, I'm definitely Marianne over ginger. Way shorter.
What are we doing? What are we talking about?
We're talking about hot chicks from old sitcoms.
I'm looking at Ginger and Marianne.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Introducing Mike Singer.
Ginger's a little taller, so I'll go with Ginger.
You're definitely Ginger.
They call him the president, or is he just in charge? What is he, vice president?
He's the director.
Director.
Of intelligence and strategy.
Mike Singer walking into the building every day with his ID card.
I always thought it'd be funny to go from the person covering a team to working for the team. I think it happens a lot, actually.
What's the one writer who's with The Athletic now that was a big writer, kind of a break story guy? Then became like the general manager of the Memphis Grizzlies for a handful of years.
How about Tommy Shepard back in the day?
Head of PR?
Head of PR and now a GM in the NBA.
Well, Raiders just did it with Mayock. God, who's just the old Raiders GM?
Well, Mike Mayock.
Was it Mayock?
Yeah, Mike Mayock.
That seems to happen. Like you go from the TV booth to like working for that does seem to happen.
John Lynch did it.
We wish Greasy, look at what he's doing there in San Francisco. Good for him, man. We wish Mike the best. We'll see him around.
Yeah, good dude.
I don't know if we'll be allowed to talk to him or not, but that's
the ultimate TV to the greatest job ever, Jeff Saturday. Going from TV to head coach of the Colts overnight.
Well, Doc Rivers went from color on TNT to the head coach of Orlando and winning coach of the year.
Yeah, but was he a coach before that?
No.
Oh, he'd never been a coach?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then, yeah, that's pretty damn good.
We're getting some funny ones here. My boss is the VP of Strategic Initiative. It's a good vague title.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Basically, what you want is...
And we got a job for about $100,000. We have...
Yeah. Because when you're...
Or it's like Woody from Cheers. It's like, I don't have a pay raise for you. The executive senior bartender. Oh, okay.
I'm in.
Assistant to the general manager.
Assistant to.
The
assistant
GM.
to the director of intelligence and whatever.
What about the NFL commissioner? Well, that's a more specific. Then we're just having people that like TV shows. I Dream of Jeannie. Marianne or Bailey from WKRP.
Ooh, Bailey.
And then a couple of other people are friends of I Dream of Jeannie. Chrissy or Janet. That is a threes company, and that is Chrissy all day.
All day
Janet
Chrissy.
was
nice, but
not even close, though.
Chrissy.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
Two words that separates the two.
Mm-hmm.
Thigh master.
Does he work for Jack Ryan? See, people are just going on about this. I cannot wait to give Mike a hell of a lot of crap about that job title when the next time I see him.
Right?
Pretty cool deal, man.
Director of Intelligence. Who is the Director of Intelligence and Strategy here at the radio station?
Tyler.
D-Mac.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Director of strategy, for sure. Yeah.
Director of anything, D-Mac.
Yeah. The only guy that would have his own office in the air with closed doors.
The only dude that has ever taken over a midday show with the most power in the entire station.
You realize there are no windows in that office.
I know.
It's PhD on 92.5. Jeff Legwell next. Old Chicago, man. Old Chicago is the best. And if you're thinking about lunch till 3 o'clock today, the unbelievable lunch combo runs you under $10, $9.99. Get a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad. This is fantastic. Throw in that icy fountain drink. It's all under $10 at Old Chicago. Save in lunch weekdays until 3. Dine in or call in. It's a limited time, so you do have time today to save yourself some money and get some delicious lunch. And then the World Beer Tour is on. The ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood Old Chicago. And you get rewarded just for enjoying beer. You can try 110 local and legendary beers. So take that tour and earn rewards along the way like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. This is at Old Chicago. Founded in Boulder in 1976, perfecting pizza ever since. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. The reviews are in for AAA Home Improvements. Check this out from Nick Dillon of Lone Tree. AAA did a wonderful job on the addition to our home. It was incredible. The project came out great, and we're thrilled with the end result. I've recommended them dozens of times to my clients and friends. Toby Hurdle and his crew of master craftsmen and project managers for 20-plus years have defined expertise in terms of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling. What's amazing is if you can think it, if you can dream it, and you should see the before and afters at aahomeimprovements.com. They're going to put it together for you. So what is it? What do you need? You want to open a room up, improve your master bedroom, Finish off a room, garage maybe for an Airbnb, new island in the kitchen. What are you talking about? They'll get it done. From design, project management, final inspections, everything is close communications through the entire project. Schedule does fill up quickly, but they are amazing. For a free no-obligation estimate, AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
I'm a Baker fan. I've always liked that guy. I think he's got moxie. I think he's a tough guy, and he's played great. He's played great. I've had a lot of fun with Baker through the years. Been involved in a lot of interesting stories with him, and I like to see him do well.
Jeff Legwold's colleague at ESPN, Adam Schefter, on Baker Mayfield. Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. First of all, we should just find out what's going on there, Jeff, in terms of guys practicing or not practicing, how things down there at Broncos Park at Common Spirit. I'll be corporate.
Good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
They paying you too?
Yeah, well, you never know. What's the latest with that stuff, Jeff?
Well, everybody who you would not expect to be practicing, at least we don't know the level of participation of some guys, but obviously McGlinchey's nowhere to be found. I would expect him, unless they've gotten a different report in the last 24 hours, to maybe go to short-term IR here with some kind of official designation when the league waiver wire hits. But beyond that, we got to wait till after practice to see what he thinks of Baron Browning, especially. I think of the other guys. I think that's the guy of most interest for folks with a foot injury.
Jeff, come out the gates with drama, okay? If I remember correctly, did you want Brock Bowers? Is that the guy that you kind of identified that you'd prefer?
Well, I felt at that time, Tyler, that he was the best player on the board when the Broncos pick came up. I had him in the top 4 in my rankings because my feeling all along, and I said it in April after they picked Nix, was that they could have had Bowers at 12, and I think given my information from other teams, I think they could have gotten Nix later in the first or early in the second. The Broncos are vehement that someone else would take Nix before they could do that, but my information at that time from talking to teams was that was not the case. So it's just a matter of who you believe. But I think there was a scenario they could have had both, and I think that would look pretty good right now.
Yeah, it would. I watched the entire Raiders game this weekend, and I'll admit I was on air saying 12 is way too high for a tight end. I don't care who he is. But I was watching that Raiders game this weekend, and my goodness, this guy looked like the real deal. My question for you would be, do you think that Brock Bowers, if we selected him, would he have made more of an impact on this team if Zach Wilson was his quarterback than Bo Nix will? I guess long-term even.
Well, yeah. I guess that's one of those we can all chew on. I think it's difficult to say anybody right now would have a huge impact in the passing game if they're not going to push the ball down the field any more than they are, or block, or protect any better than they are. I think they've got so many issues right now. It's hard to say if other people were involved, they'd be doing better. But my early concern, and it is, I get it. It's 2 games, but I've ridden this ride many times with young quarterbacks, and I see Bo Nix's footwork already deteriorating because of either pressure he's seeing or hits he's taken. And I think, to me, that is the immediate concern. They've got to get his footwork squared away, or the accuracy is going to continue to be an issue.
We got Minshew. You just mentioned Raiders. Now starting for Vegas. We saw the comeback with Atlanta with Cousins. Darnold starting the season 2-0. Is any of these guys that have moved from teams in a couple of those cases just kind of been journeyman type guys? Are you surprised at any of the success any of those guys are have, or is there another one?
Yeah, I think, Scotty, immediately I think those guys are playing about how I thought they would. To me, the real thing to watch, and it's not a guy who changed teams, but to see what Clint Kubiak has done with Carr is epic. And it just shows you that if I think the best offenses in the league right now are either using a high dose of pre-snap motion or a high dose of play action. The Saints lead the league in play action right now. The Broncos do neither. And I think that's part of the issue. I think you either got to get on the parade or not. But I'm talking to defensive coaches around the league who believe the Broncos are going to continue to struggle until they adapt a little bit with what defenses are doing.
Okay, do you think that is just Sean Payton's philosophy, or do you think that he's simply just holding it back because he doesn't think Bo Nix can handle it yet?
Tyler, I'd be dishonest if I said I knew for sure. I think it's a little of both, frankly. But I know people who've coached with Sean who believe that he honestly, truly believes in all of the things he's done over the years with great success too. That there is that, but I think at this moment in the league, the Broncos aren't doing a lot of the things on offense that the really good, productive offenses are doing. But that said, there are 4 quarterbacks in the league right now without a touchdown pass, and 3 of them are rookies, and the 4th one is benched in Bryce Young. So this is not a problem unique to the Broncos or Bo Nix. This is what you get when you start a rookie quarterback.
Looking, well, is there a leash anywhere on Bo Nix in this season?
I don't know, Scotty. I think it's hard to say that you would do that. I think that really adversely affects a guy's confidence when you're trying to do the opposite, which is build up that confidence. So, I think it's a matter of if you're just worried the player's going to regress so, badly if you keep playing him. But, that's the kind of stuff they're going to have to weigh if they continue to get injuries at the rate they're getting them and struggle at the rate they're struggling.
Jeff Legwold, our guest, who's been deeply involved with the Hall of Fame for a long, long time. So the initial list is out here today, 150-something guys. Jeff, Demaryius Thomas, Rod Smith, Brandon Marshall, receiver, Wes Welko, Clinton Portis, Tom Nalen, Mark Schlereth, Neil Smith, Bill Romanowski, Aqib Talib, Jason Elam, Dre Bly. Out of all those guys, in your opinion, who has the best shot to actually make the Hall of Fame?
In that group, that's tough to wrestle these days. I mean, receiver right now is the toughest position to get a crack through because I think there are 26 eligible receivers who have 10,000 yards receiving, and Demaryius and Rod's numbers don't come up to some of these guys who are waiting, but I believe their play is at the level of where I put guys in this search, which is I'd certainly love to argue with them and that they deserve their day in the room. I think players like Rod and Demaryius certainly deserve their day in the room. And I think Rod is a better all-around productive football player than some of the receivers we've put in recent years. So I've always been a big proponent of them. And, Tom Nalen certainly on the scale of center play through the years deserves to be considered, but that is actually one of the most difficult positions to get into Canton.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, Jeff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Leggy.
Thanks, fellas.
See you, buddy. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Yeah, what do you have to do to be a center to get in?
Yeah, that's what I was
Pretty
saying
brutal.
earlier, man. I mean, you can get in as a tackle. I mean, not easily, but in the big picture, in comparison to others, it's much easier, right? Guards, a little bit more difficult. Centers, man, it's really, really hard.
Well, the answer to
Who's the last center that went in? Kevin Mawai?
Oh, I've no idea.
That's a good question.
But if it's not one of these guys, seriously, if it's none of them, fellas, who's the next Bronco to go in the Hall of Fame? If it's not one of these guys, who's it going to be?
Marcus Ware. Oh, no, he already is.
Oh,
Sorry,
last year,
sorry,
yeah.
I'm crazy.
Yeah, like who?
Vaughn.
Wow, maybe. Is Vaughn first ballot?
Yeah.
First ballot.
Yeah, no brainer. No brainer. First ballot Hall of Famer.
How many more years do you
DeMarcus Ware wasn't.
Yeah. I thought D-Ware was.
Oh, I don't know. I do not know.
Because you got to be out for 5 years.
Do you think 5 years? Do you think this is Vaughn's last year playing?
Nope.
You don't, huh?
I think he will at some point move on from Buffalo, play one more year.
Yeah.
And in his world, I not just saying this because I think it. He would love to finish out 1 year right here in Denver.
Well, he came out
that'd
and
be
said
fun.
that on a podcast.
Yep. I'll just say I'm not saying that because I think it.
Like minimum deal. I want to finish it here.
That's what he would love to do.
Wow. That'd be cool, man. I wouldn't be against that. That'd be awesome, actually. Okay, we have Chris Bianchi and Dion Sanders and Rain plus where the Broncos are number-wise. These are some ominous numbers. Details next year on PhD.
Hey guys, you deserve to feel your best, so don't settle in life thinking that just because you're getting older, you don't have as much energy. Your workouts don't go as far as they once did. You can do something about it, and you can feel so much younger, so much fresher. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. This is Tyler Columbus. I've been going over there for 7 years because they're just awesome what they do. Whether you need help with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, even vitamin B12 shots, they've got you covered at Revitalize. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body, your needs, and you are going to feel so much better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Please let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, Coach, with potential rain in the forecast for Saturday.
We got rain? What
That's-
forecast you got?
Just changed this morning.
No, let me see. I don't have, it ain't say rain on mine. Who do you use? Straight up.
I just saw it from a local meteorologist this morning.
There you go.
A meteorologist?
That's a mistake. I got 5169. This joker's been accurate. Anybody else got? Read yours.
Either way, let's just say there is rain on the. in
No,
the
we're not
forecast.
gonna say there is rain. I'm one of those good weather man. When you say 60%, I say 40%.
Someone,
40% chance that
a
it ain't.
meteorologist that I respect highly said that there's a pretty good chance
does
it
yours
rains
say?
on
It's the best part.
Agreed.
Okay. I don't know which one I got. I need to check mine. Rain does not.
I was just going to ask if you do wet ball drills or anything different to prepare for.
Yeah, with rain, 30% is 70% it won't. Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
So here's the deal, Coach Prime. I think it's going to rain for you on Saturday night. We're not talking about a little rain. I think we're talking about the potential for a downpour for us at Folsom Field on Saturday night. Now, again, it's just purely a coincidence I'm wearing this hat and these sunglasses, but I will say this, we're in the mid-60s for us to kick off on Saturday for us at Folsom Field, and it looks like we're going to be talking about a very rainy day. Now, Coach Prime, if you're talking about today's weather, you'd be spot on. I mean, it looks beautiful, sunny.
Yeah, with rain.
Raindrops are falling on my head.
Yeah, with rain.
And just like
By
the
far,
guys
the
feet
funniest
up
part is the guarded source. As if I've got a source inside the Pentagon of the meteorologist that I highly respect, but I can't tell you his name
can't tell you his
because I
name.
highly value this source inside the Pentagon.
Yeah, with rain.
A meteorologist I highly trust.
Turns out that's Chris Bianchi, by the way. It's just to let everybody know.
Yeah, with rain.
So, what a moment. By the way,
Was it for real?
Mhm. No,
It really was?
It really was.
Okay.
Don't you hope it's like a monsoon?
It would be epic.
Guess what is about to happen in 2 weeks, theoretically, when they go to Florida? There is
hurricane.
Yes. There is a predicted hold on, I got this somewhere.
Well, you don't have to practice for that because they'll move the game.
Hurricane or hurricane?
I mean, what's a hurricane?
Hurricane. Next week, local forecasts are modeling a tropical cyclone moving, sorry to laugh, northward out of the Caribbean through the eastern Gulf of Mexico towards Florida.
Over or under 50% chance here?
Yeah, I know. 90%.
Well, there's 10. So you're saying there's a chance there won't be?
But that is 10. That's more than 10 days away. So hurricane.
Yeah, with rain.
I don't know.
Wet ball drills.
Not the
dumbest thing of all time.
From Skurs News covering the Huskers, Matt Rule said the team has been practicing wet ball drill. As of right now, 5% chance of rain. This is the type of detail-oriented approach
idiotic.
that's been lacking from the Huskers head coach for years.
That's flat out dumb. Seriously,
Yeah, with
5%
rain,
chance of rain, and you're going to waste a good practice by playing with moist balls? I said it.
This is from Skurs News on the X machine.
Work the ball.
That is that's stupid. Why would you intentionally make your practice harder?
Why would practice be hard so the games would be easy?
No, it's different. It's not about work ethic.
Have teams for years done wet ball sort of drills.
I've never once been on one that did.
I've watched them do it.
Okay.
They dunk the ball in some big water tub.
They always make a big news story out of it whenever they do, and they always show it, and it's always like, oh, look at these guys. They're going to extra effort. Never once have I done it. Then again, I never touched football.
I was going to say, how many times you touch a football?
Yeah.
I don't know how often you were required for the wet ball
I've never been
drill.
on a team that I saw doing it.
Did you never touch the football in all your years playing college or pro football?
My very first snap, I played in a preseason game, ever played. I recovered fumble.
Oh, well, there you go.
I recovered I think I had 6 or 7 on the course of my career.
Oh, okay, so you touched the football 6 or
and
7
then,
times.
but my most epic story is the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
I was the big tight end, right? So you got to
Right.
check in. Hey, 76 is eligible, right? We practiced all week long. We've got this play where I'm going to block for 2 seconds. I'm going to act like I'm lost, and I'm going to go out there, release, catch a touchdown, right? It's only run from the 3 yards and in, right? And I practiced it probably 6 times throughout the week. Caught 6 out of 6 passes.
Who's your quarterback?
Peyton Manning.
Okay.
I also got fined $500 from the offensive line every single time I caught that football. That was a $3,000 week for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty harsh.
Yeah, it was. But that's what we do in O-line. We just punish each other.
Okay.
So anyway, I was literally perfect in practice.
I'd like to have that 3,000 now.
Yeah, I would love to have that $3,000, Scotty. Yeah. We get into the game. I tell my whole family, I'm like, hey, if you see me report eligible, I am the only receiver out. There's no other option. It's either throw it to Tyler or put the ball in the dirt, right?
Yeah.
Lo and behold, we get in the situation.
Here we are.
We're getting this thing done. My heart's starting to race a little bit.
AFC Championship game?
AFC Championship game.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Kubiak calls it. Columbus, get in there.
Whoa.
I go in. 76, reporting eligible.
Yeah.
It's my moment.
Yeah.
Get up to the line.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning's like, nah, timeout.
Checked out of it.
I ain't doing it.
Why did he call a timeout?
I don't know, but he called timeout. He called timeout. We did not call it after the timeout.
You've never asked Peyton about that all these years?
I never did, no. I mean,
oh, my God.
It's probably not overly complicated. He's probably got an AFC championship on the line. He's thinking, I don't really want to throw the ball to the backup tackle right now.
Was the defense lined up differently? Or
I honestly can't remember.
Don't know.
I have no idea.
After the timeout, were you taken off the field?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the play? What'd they run?
Oh, I don't remember.
Did it work?
I honestly don't remember. I don't know.
Oh, we got to look it up, man.
Yeah.
I mean, how many was it? Do you remember what down it was?
No, I don't. Vague recollection here.
Oh, I'm dying to know what they did instead of giving the ball to you.
Well, it was a 2018 game, and if they settled for a field goal,
all I know is I had an opportunity, and Peyton said no.
Oh, that's fantastic. That is.
I honestly can't. Was it a timeout or whatever? But I remember I got on the field.
Yeah.
And then something happened, and it was like, no, get out of here.
Like, for you being on the field in that situation, there was only one play to be called, right?
Correct.
Oh,
there was no other play.
And you had practiced it successfully several times.
Caught it 6 times. I'll never forget because I got fined $3,000.
And Payne just checked out of it.
Checked out of it.
Oh my God.
That was an expensive week. I didn't even get to enjoy the $3,000.
Wow. This isn't some sort of silly preseason game or regular season against Jacksonville.
No.
In a crazily close game, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Trip to the Super Bowl on the line.
Yeah, I probably would have dropped it.
How nervous were you?
My heart was racing.
I
mean, I was excited, but my heart was definitely racing.
Did you ever have a play?
My heart was racing in practice that whole week.
Yeah.
Because I knew if I drop this ball one time,
yeah,
they ain't doing this thing, right? So every time that thing would happen, normally I would tape up my hands like insane, like I can barely move my fingers and everything.
Yeah.
I had this finger was dislocated. I decided for the game I wasn't going to even tape my hands because I needed to be able to use them and everything. Yeah.
That is fantastic. That is a great story, man. You ever have a play called for you to determine a game or like the pressure's on like significantly?
Yeah.
Got a good story? Got one that you nailed or you had go your way?
Well, I tend to remember the failures more than the successes.
Oh, man. How many failures do you have in that situation?
I missed a deep shot against Wake Forest, lost by 1. Missed a shot
Called for you.
Oh, you will see.
Hey, baby.
Missed one against K-State in the NCAA tournament, lost by 1.
Oh, eliminated from the tournament?
Eliminated from the tournament.
Oh, brother. Those hard to let go of over the years?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Well, you remember those more than anything else.
Do you?
I did hit one against Houston that we ended up winning by 2. And there's a great picture my grandmother had on the fridge, and it probably would have been a college 3 nowadays.
Yeah.
Shooting the jumper. You see the clock going 4, 3. I'm shooting it, and Akeem Olajuwon, I thought I had an easy shot, is flying, and the ball's maybe an inch above his finger. I mean, they caught the ball perfect in midair. It's about an inch above Akeem's finger. Goes in. We win the game. And the funny thing is, for the next 15 years, whenever I saw Akeem, he'd always come up to it and he'd grab whoever's around. See, he makes one shot at college is why he has long career in the NBA, just because of one shot because of me.
How do you guys replace that sort of adrenaline the rest of your life?
You search it.
That's
Search it, and it's a huge reason why we make big mistakes. I mean, honestly, it's the primary reason why you see us make big mistakes in post-career, because you're constantly chasing just that feeling.
Has
And
it
whether
occurred-
it's high-risk behavior in, like drugs or alcohol, or whether it's high-risk behavior financially, trying to chase something, whatever it is, man. I mean, it gets each and every one of us one way or another.
How also do you deal with the fact that you're going through all that so young too? Like, life is long, right? I mean, your life is way longer than your playing career.
Right.
It must be, I mean, to have that
I always tell
perspective.
people the hardest thing about when you have a career, one, it's not the real world, because no one's out there paying somebody $50 million to throw a ball around or $50 million to shoot a ball in the real world. I mean, it's all make-believe. So it's really not about the money. What I found out that most guys struggle with is they continue to search for something in their life that's bigger than themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't find that, and it went for years for me where I struggled, and it may take 10, 15 years to creep up on you, but it does creep up on you. Unless you find something that you can focus on that's bigger than yourself.
You know, it's crazy. Of course, just regular high school career here, but I can close my eyes. We played our big rival in baseball, and I hit a game-winning double. My only walk-off moment, but I can close my eyes to this day, and I can see it, I can feel it, I can smell it, and I'm sure you guys probably with those moments too. It must be.
You know what's funny about that? I really can't, like the good stuff. The good stuff I can barely remember.
Really,
it's all the bad stuff. It's the bad games. It's the guys that smoked me. Like, I could think back on a handful of games. Like when I was a young guy, I was super proud. My first start, James Harrison, Lamar Woodley, didn't give up a sack. But I can't remember anything of the game. I honestly can't. Like I remember going to Dwight Freeney out there in Indianapolis, and oh my gosh, who's the other guy on the other side? Another Hall of Fame pass rusher.
Yeah, they had two.
What the heck is his name? Anyways, they got these two unbelievable pass rushers, and Robert Mathis. And I didn't give up a sack. I remember being super proud, but I can't remember the details. I can remember the bad stuff.
Oh man, all right.
Yeah, I remember the missed shots more than the make. I tell you what though, and as you guys know, I go every year. I got 5 or 6 of my high school buddies that we hang out with for a week every single year for the last 18 years. It's been 18 straight years we've done this. I still remember the only time, it may have started, but I don't think I was a real vocal leader, like, come on, let's run an extra sprint or let's do this. And blah, blah, blah. It was basketball with my boys, and we just had fun. And the only time I ever got PO'd in a game, and I remember this to this day as if it was yesterday, and that was 40 years ago, we were up in the state finals, championship game. We're up 10-12, and all of a sudden, and this is for a three-point line. All of a sudden, I got guards just shooting jumpers left and right, going like crazy. And, turns out it was All-State, MVP of the tournament, go play Division I basketball. I mean, I was a pretty good player. And we came in at halftime, and we only had like a 4 or 5 point lead at half, and we were up double digits. It was all the last 5 or 6 minutes. All of a sudden, our guards decided they got to get days. And the coach is sitting there talking. I didn't hear a word the coach said, and I was stewing.
Yep.
And the coach said, anybody got something to say? I said, yeah. Quit gunning the damn ball and start passing it inside. And I got up and walked out of the locker room. And it's the only time I ever did anything like that.
What happened second half?
26 in the second half, had 31 for the game. We
Yes,
won
sir.
by 12 or 14.
Yes, sir.
Let's football go next. Hey, the Unreal Pizza deal may be the ticket tonight. Season premiere, fellas, of Survivor. It's back. Will they get off the island this time? Maybe that's what you want to do. No dinner. We're just going to settle down and watch Survivor. All right, well, that's what I'll be doing. And that Unreal Pizza deal, that makes things simple. A delicious, large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made, flaky crust. It comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. They ain't eating that on the island. I mentioned it's only $29.99. Feed the whole family, no dishes, no fuss, no muss. It's the Unreal Pizza Deal to go. And that scratch-made crust at Old Chicago is simply the best. You can pick from Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, the ale crust infused with real beer. Build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Maybe try a specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago for the W. Founded in Boulder in 1976, perfecting pizza ever since. Find your closest Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. That's too good. All right, thanks to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. We need to. Oh, by the way, I'll let you know we're on standby here for Slim Shawnee. We'll see what he's got to say. So at any moment, we could get breaking news from Broncos as they prepare for the Buccaneers. So we got it up on the big screen. Dan, just whatever you're saying is not that important if we get Sean.
No,
there.
it's not. That is correct.
So,
yeah. Scott likes that. All right, let's hear from Bucs head coach Todd Bowles. He was asked today, fellas, specifically about rookie quarterback Bo Nix. Here was his answer.
I don't really look at rookie quarterbacks. I look at the team in general, and it's about stopping the entire team. If you just look at one guy, you're going to get killed in this league. They all have a skill set. A lot of them went in the first round. They're very good football players, but if you don't look at the team, you're going to get killed anyway.
All right, so Todd Bowles kind of taking the high road there on Bo Nix. How closely do you think he is scheming up to go against Bo?
Quite a bit. I mean, you're looking at everything. It's weird once you get through 2 weeks, and I'll defer to you on this, Tyler, but like, How much time do you think you need to get a book, say, on your opponent in terms of film and what they really do?
2 weeks is a lot.
Enough?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot. It's far from a lot. But you've got a very good idea of what they're trying to do. Man, I mean, obviously one game film, you're going to wonder, okay, how much of that was specific game plan related versus this is just who they are. But when you string together 2 games, you got a pretty good idea who they want to be. I mean, he's lying when he says he doesn't look at rookie quarterbacks. Of course he is. And he'd be foolish not to. I mean, if you're a defensive coordinator going up against any young quarterback, but especially our guy, you'd be foolish to sit back and give him things. Just blitz this dude all day long and make him beat you. It's the old Belichick thing. Take away what they want to do.
I think it's too early to just look at side-by-side statistical comparisons. It's only 2 weeks, right? But I'll just tell you this, just on first blush. Tampa doesn't really do anything all that spectacular right off the bat. Not really. Now, I'm not saying the Broncos do, but there doesn't seem to be anything all that special about the Bucs.
Other than 2-0, and they're doing something right because they're putting up points.
They're figuring out a way to win those ones. Well, the first game was against the Commanders, but that game was pretty darn close until the end. That game was actually all right. By the way, watching that game, Jaden Daniels, he's better than Bo Nix. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
There's only 9 spots separating them.
I know, buddy. It's just like I'm watching. I'm like, okay.
Buccaneers are poor man's Detroit Lions. It's what they are. They've got a great culture without the talent that the Lions have. And it's all just built around solid fundamental play of a truly blue-collar team that I think is led by a blue-collar quarterback. So do they have the most talent in the world? No, not at all. But boy, do they seem like they got it clicking.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Yesterday, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was asked about the petty game ball that Justin Fields talked about.
Right on.
Giving it to Russ, and he was asked how often does he do that. Here's his answer.
None of your businesses, respectfully. There's certain things that go on among teams that I don't talk about. Whether it gets out or how it gets out is unimportant to me, and I'm not overly guarded against it. But it's just certain things as a leader that I talk to the collective about that I have zero intentions of sharing with the larger public because it's about our collective and how we come together and how we appreciate and support one another. And, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
Oh, man.
Would you roast Dion if he did that?
No, I would not. Justin Fields blabbed about something he shouldn't have blabbed about, and I'm gonna guess that did not go over well when he revealed.
I talked to the leadership council that I expect it stays in house.
Yeah,
I thought that was a very polite F off.
Yes,
yeah, it was.
I would have no problems if Prime said that. Fields screwed up. If there are times that guys just don't realize what they should say and what they shouldn't say.
Yeah, the dude from the 49ers in week 1, the Mason, the running back.
Oh, exactly. And Kyle made him feel bad about that. How about when Demaryius Thomas revealed that Peyton Manning practiced the keep the ball away after he threw like the record-setting touchdown? I mean, sometimes guys just blab about stuff that they're not supposed to. So that whole petty game ball thing is a real deal. Justin Fields just didn't know he should keep his mouth shut about it. Probably because he's relatively new to the team.
A lot of teams do it. I've never actually heard it called the petty game ball. It's exactly what it is. I mean, I got a petty captain one time. When I got traded to Seattle and my first game was back here in Denver, Pete Carroll, I'd been there for 6 days. I'm starting, and he makes me a captain. That was a petty captain simply because I was back here playing in Denver.
You know, none of your businesses.
Only time in my life I was ever a captain in the NFL, though.
By the way, that is great. None of your businesses.
None of your businesses.
None of your businesses.
You know, none of your businesses.
We got to save that one. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Panthers head coach Dave Canales was asked about the possibility of trading former number 1 overall pick Bryce Young. He said, that's not something we're really considering. He also said it's all hands on deck for this week, and he still believes that Bryce Young can be a franchise quarterback.
What?
So do you guys agree with the decision of him to bench Bryce Young, or would you have preferred that he just let him play out the season?
I think Bryce Young is ruined, frankly. I don't see much of a future for this dude.
You got to do it for the team. The only reason you do it is to hold on to your team. If you don't make a change there, you're going to lose your locker room. You don't do it because Andy Dalton's got a future. Although I believe they said that Andy's the guy for the season moving forward, if I remember correctly here. I think they actually said, this is we're moving forward. Andy's our guy moving forward. But you just do it to save the locker room. Bryce Young, why does he say that he still believes a franchise guy? Because despite him saying, I'm not looking to trade him, he's looking to trade him.
He's also your first pick in the draft. You can't give up in less than a year's worth of games.
Let's go to the podium and get some news from Sean Payton.
Let's start. Any questions today after our first practice here relative to Tampa?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What has impressed you the most about Zach Allen's?
Well, one of the things when I think of him and watch his tape, he's
Zach
consistent.
Allen question?
He's got real good staying power. You know, play 16 and play 48 look the same. It's hard to do at that position. I'd say he's a pressure player. You know, in other words, he can be someone that can affect the quarterback, and then I'd say handle the run as well. So the consistency and his stamina are two things that come to mind.
With Glitchy going on IR, then how do you sort of deal with his loss for at least the next few weeks?
Yeah, and look, respectfully to your question, that hadn't happened yet, but that's going to happen.
What the wire is just
okay. I got it. Who'll play in his place? Was that your question?
Yeah, Palcho.
Yeah, Palcho will take those snaps. Yeah.
And look at, just from a leadership perspective, does that matter in a huddle or in a game week, losing a guy?
Well, look, it's part of our league, and certainly Mike's a veteran, and now, you know, Palcho's one of those guys that he's been competing, and I think, you know, we'll be smart relative to what we're doing protection-wise, but he's played in a lot of football games, and look, I know we'll be excited about his first start.
And how about Baron Browning?
No other news on the injuries.
How about just in general? I mean, Glitchy,
You know, none of your businesses.
And Baron Browning, how tough is that injuries in general that you're having?
I think it's relative to our game. You know, some weeks are cleaner than others, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through our roster.
When you look at a Todd Bowles defense, what kind of stands out to you about the challenges that he?
So, man, we've seen. Obviously, we've played a lot of games, competed against Todd. I worked with him in Dallas for 3 years. He does a great job.
All right, and then they just go on to praise the other coach and all that sort of stuff. So we got a little news there.
Kept saying Palcho, and I'm like, who's this? Alex Palczewski has got to be who he's talking about there.
Yep.
Undrafted dude. I think it's his second year, if I remember correctly.
They loved him last year, and he got hurt in training camp, didn't he?
I thought, obviously I was wrong, I thought that Pert would be the next man up.
Guess not.
Turns out no.
No? Okay.
Is Frank Crum elevated?
Yeah. He was elevated but inactive.
Oh, he was last week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So then he's definitely this week.
Yep. So, and Wattenberg was kind of beat up. Hey, Bowles was kind of beat up too.
Yep.
I mean, they're just kind of banged up, period, up there.
Man, you got to be looking. You got to be looking at that O-line like, we got a lot of money out here, boys. And you know what? Quinn Miners. I like Quinn. I love Quinn. I don't like Quinn. I love Quinn. Great football player. Love the way that he plays. Mauler. He made plenty of mistakes in that game. Every single dude on that line took their turn.
Okay. Do you like when you hear Quinn Miners say, I lead by example as a captain more so than I'm a vocal guy?
You know what? I happened to tune in on my day that I was sick, and I heard you talking about it, and you're like, come on, Quinn, you got to talk. You got to talk.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me. Not at all. You've got different leaders on the team, and every guy's got a different role. Quinn's role is not to be the voice of the team. He's a dude that you look at, and you're like, watch the way this dude freaking plays. And you turn on the film, and I know that, like, leading by example doesn't always work, but if you've got a healthy balance of different leaders, I think it's okay.
All right. However, you got two vets in McGlinchey and Bowles who are also on that line.
Right.
And they didn't get named captain, but he did to lead by example. I mean, are older guys going to look at a younger guy in terms of how he prepares and plays? Like, I got to be more like that.
When he says I like to lead by example, I don't think that literally means I don't speak. I don't think it means that I don't have an opinion, that I don't voice it.
He's a pretty quiet dude. Bob Powers is there too, man. You got some pretty heavy vets on that offensive line, and that dude's your captain. I'm just checking. If you're telling me it's no big deal, then it's no big deal.
I don't know. I'd be curious what Scott has to say.
Latest to get paid. I mean, he's kind of your money guy, right? And they say, look what you do, load the program. Here's what we got.
I mean, did you have guys that you played with that were not super vocal but were great leaders?
No.
No?
Every great leader I had was pretty vocal. I don't remember one leader that was a lead by example guy. Joe Dumars would be the closest, but he would speak. And when he spoke, it was like E.F. Hutton.
Yeah.
Champ was like that.
Yeah.
Champ Bailey was like that.
Champ never spoke. Ever.
But when he did.
I guess what he did. But I'm telling you, in my time with Champ, I can't think of a single time that he addressed the team.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. But he was Champ Bailey. Exactly. So if you're going to lead by example and be quiet, Champ Bailey's. You know what's funny about Champ, though? He was the last guy on the field, first guy off, took a break every time. He just.
Oh, my most epic Champ Bailey story is, you go in the weight room, and this is old school Rich Tootin. This is grinded out, old school, no science. We're just working our butts off, You go in there in the middle of the season, you got a 2.5 hour lift. And he would give us a sheet when you walk in with all your lifts, right? And you got to write down your weights, how many reps you got. And then you got to hand it to an assistant strength coach afterwards. They got to sign off on it, right? And they would have guys that are spying on you. So if you wrote down, I got 8 reps at 315 and you did 6, well, you'd got a punishment run, right? Champ would walk in the room as we're all just grinding out, sweating out. He would grab his card. He'd sign it. He'd put it back in the box and he'd walk out. I'm like, all right, dude. Yeah.
Lead by example.
Gold jacket.
Gold. Hey, man.
Well, hold on. If that's a lead by example, that's not necessarily a good example.
I'm just going to say, sometimes your best players just aren't your captains, man. Like, I'm going to guess Bowles is a little insulted that he wasn't named a captain this year, man. Seriously.
So there's certain guys
that
they can get away with things, right? And obviously Champ can get away with that in the weight room because he just was that athletically superior. But it doesn't mean he didn't have tremendous work ethic. It doesn't mean that on the field we didn't see it. Like I still thought Champ was a good leader.
Okay, sure. I mean, he was a great player. He's a Hall of Famer. I mean, that's going to be a leader. He's somebody you respect. You got to respect him. I'm just trying to point out on the offensive line there. It's just curious to me. And I know that Miners just got paid. No, I think they got a lot of little weird issues going on there, man. Well,
it's funny. I was listening to the morning show today, and I brushed on that. I don't know if it was yesterday or day before yesterday, or both, actually. It's amazing now the excuses that have come out. The big take of Vic today was they don't have any talent they're really throwing it to. They don't have anybody that can make a difference.
Right.
Same wide receiver core as last year. They don't have, the offensive line is just average. I mean, they're not really doing anything. same offensive line last year. And yet, none of those people ever questioned it was always Russ. Now, I do believe the Russ derangement syndrome was big, but now it's like, well, even Coach now. Well, Coach, how about them plays they're putting him in? When talked about that last year, was once again all Russ. I find it funny, some of the same bad stuff that's happening this year, and it reminded me of the movie Poltergeist. You ever see a movie Poltergeist?
Of course.
And they say, you moved the headstones, but you didn't move the bodies.
Great line.
Right? They moved the headstone, but they left all the bodies here.
It's PhD on 92.5.
I know when you buy a new car, it's exciting, the thought of it, but nobody likes the process, the experience of going to the car dealership. Matter of fact, I think a lot of people dread it. It doesn't have to be that way. This is Tyler here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you can get the best of both worlds at Phil Long Ford. Get excited about that new car that you want. Find that new car, truck, van, SUV that you want, electric vehicle, no matter what it is you're looking for. They've got it at Phil Long Ford. And enjoy the process. Because at Phil Long Ford, they're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. They respect your time. They're going to give you the best deal. You don't have to worry about haggling. You're just going to get a great car, great vehicle at a great price. The interest rates are solid right now. They've got great incentive deals that are going on. But it's one-stop shopping. Don't have to drive all over Colorado to find that new car that you want. It will be at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is incredible. Whether you're shopping for a new vehicle or pre-owned, the inventory is incredible. With an award-winning service department, keep your car serviced there, and you'll have a beautiful vehicle for a very long time. Guys, let me know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. They're over there off Wadsworth. You can shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. The name says it all. They're the premier heating and air experts in town, and they bring their comprehensive knowledge to you at the Premier Heating and Air Show, hosted by yours truly, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. It's my guys Reed and Tom, and it's on every Saturday morning at 7:30. Podcast available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts. So listen, man, these are two great guys with incredible products that want the best for you, and they can save you a ton of money. All sorts of deals are going on right now, and we got a touch of it today, didn't we? It's the coldest start to the day so far this year. Winter is coming. Now is the time to get your furnace tuned up with the Premier Special. It's a $49 furnace tune-up. They're offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months. That's the deal I used when I got a whole new system when we moved into our new townhome. So listen, if you're up for it, you can even get a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. How's our boy Bo Nix doing there? Should we tune in and see what Bo's got to say a little bit? Sure, let's go ahead. What do you got?
On your picks, Courtland was in the area.
Oh, here we go.
I think all of them. Have you looked at that, and is it something where you're trying to force the ball to Courtland at all?
No. Well, with a couple of the routes week one, Sean talked about it, and then a couple of weeks, did you go out of your way to talk to guys?
All right, there you go. There you go, buddy.
No. So what? Just not just you.
There
Now,
you go.
now you got you and Cliss.
Me and Cliss.
Now you can text him and go, oh, I guess he's a little salty with you too.
Hey, I'll get the right oar. Cliss can get the left oar. Oh yeah, I found out Bo was not happy with me.
How?
I have my, I got my ways to find things out.
What does it mean?
What's that?
Well, like what's he not happy about?
Oh, that I
asked him that second question.
Yeah, I asked him about the interception. You got that, Dan? You got the
drop back to the other team.
Yeah, I heard it. No, it was yeah.
Yeah, well, because
he's mad that you didn't realize somebody already asked it, or what's he mad about?
Well, he thinks I was piling on purpose, which is not true.
So what?
Well, I don't care either way, but I'm just telling you what the story is.
But these players that soft, you're not going to get piled on?
Actually, I'm being serious here. Like, if that's true, that it got back to you somehow, like somebody asked him, are you offended by D-Mac's question? That bothers me. Like if he's out there like, yeah, that guy that asked me that second question, that dude bugged me because
it's one thing if a coach gets PO'd about it.
I mean, come on. I mean,
well, what about his response to Clint's right there, man?
Who tried to ask the same question, but
doctored
it up.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Real-time stuff doesn't bother me. But if a dude is like days later, like, oh yeah, that guy, he didn't hear the first question.
Well, what can I tell you? You get the inside scoop here, guys. I felt a little bad about it because I really didn't hear what Parker had said, and I really did accidentally. It was almost the identical thing Parker said. And you got to understand, man, in the press room, I know they got mics and the whole thing. And it sounds like, well, how could you not hear it? Sometimes you're fiddling around, you're doing stuff. You've been there 10 million times. You must have asked a question that had been asked previous at some point.
No.
Oh, shut up. Of course you have. You're lying.
You've
never done that ever.
I really haven't.
Come on.
And if I think I got in there late, I'll always start it, hey, you may have already answered this.
Well, I didn't think I was late because I was like the third question. I thought I was in pretty, I'm like the third, fourth, at worst fourth. So I look back on it, and listen, man, I was not trying to pile on.
Let's be honest.
Nix.
It was Cliss's question just right now that he got shut down on. Cliss ought to know better. Don't give him a yes/no out.
All right, behind the scenes,
Gave him a no out.
I'm
That's
telling
fair.
on myself on radio stuff. I walked in late on this segment. What happened with Cliss?
Oh well.
Can we?
Here we go.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
Bo, you've on your picks, Courtland was in the area on, I think, all of them. Have you looked at that, and is it something where you're trying to force the ball to Courtland at all?
No.
I like it.
He's salty, man. I like it too, actually.
I'm being serious. Like not the saltiness, but I don't got to give you guys anything. Like
I don't have.
I'm keeping this as short as I possibly can.
I have no problems with it.
No.
But it did bug him enough.
Nah, but maybe a little bit, like maybe because that was my takeaway. I don't know if you guys remember. That was my main takeaway. He doesn't want to throw the ball to anybody.
The end zone for sure because he had Burton off to the side that was going to probably a fullback catching on the two. You're thinking he's going to get in the end zone.
Well, here's what's obvious.
On the little spot route over there?
Yeah. You think he's going to get in the end zone.
Here's what's obvious a few days later. It's still in the back. It's bugging him still.
Sean Payton said there was someone ran the wrong route on that. And I actually buy it. I wonder, and yeah, of course,
Here we go again.
Of course, he's coming up with excuses for him. Yeah.
Russ always just took the wrong guy.
I think it was little Jordan Humphrey.
Well, I'd have to go back and see who was where, but someone's got to hold that guy back there, right? And that guy was just able to fall off of his route into the crossing route, and somebody messed up on the right side.
Yeah, I think somebody did. Listen, it wasn't a great throw by Bo, obviously. But I think there was somebody who just didn't follow through with the route they were supposed to run. I think that did happen.
All right, for me now, I'll just say this. I don't care that he gives a short answer because I think a lot of us muggles are idiots anyway. So
there you go.
I kind of agree with that. Him and Prime, do what you want to do.
There you go.
That being said, you're in your second game as a pro player. You ain't done jack squat yet.
A little bit of an attitude.
Answer the questions. Don't have an attitude.
Yeah, I think that's fair too.
Coach Sanford just chimed in. It was Reynolds who ran the wrong route, but it didn't affect the backside.
Reynolds, sorry.
So I'd have to go back and look at that. But
Bo was a little short with Leggy at the combine or something like that. He was a little short with Sanford. He's been a little short. He's got we're finding this out. We're learning about people. Bo's got some rabbit ears there.
Unless you've won a bunch of trophies for the biggest one, don't be showing me yours every week.
How much criticism do you think he got up there in Eugene?
Never.
Think he probably walked in the local pizza place and everybody was pretty pumped to see him?
he probably got some at Auburn. I mean,
why he had some good years in Auburn, though.
No, but he did.
But why do you leave?
Exactly. I bet he got a lot of crap in Auburn.
Something didn't go right.
I bet you're right about that.
And I have no clue what he did at Auburn. I have no clue. I'm not going to act like I remember it. But
I totally agree.
But you don't leave without a reason.
Listen, man, if he wants to be short, I got no problem with it at all. But I'll tell you this, man. I've been to a lot of these doodads. That's rare. Guys that are that short like that doesn't happen all that often.
Especially early on in a career.
I agree.
Early on in a career, you feel a bit of a responsibility to be kind to the media.
You want me to tell you why he left Auburn?
Sure.
Because they weren't letting him throw the football. They were running SEC and probably running it.
Yep.
He actually had his best completion percentage of any year that he was at Auburn, his last year in Auburn.
I'm sure they were winning games.
Yeah, but he went from 61% in Auburn to the 2 years in Oregon, 71.9 and 77.4.
You think he may have been influenced by his dad, who was a quarterback at Auburn and an ex-pro? Do you think he might have been influenced by him?
I'm sure there was.
Like a little like, hey, Bo, we got to get you to the next level. Here's what we're going to do.
Probably.
Yeah.
So I mean, his last year in Auburn, he had a quarterback rating of 130.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Someone on the text line asked
165 the next year.
I think this is a fair question. It's a good question. Somebody asked Tyler, with the calls being so long, how easy it for these guys to miss their assignment during the call. You would think that with these 2-sentence long play calls, that it would be really, really hard to understand. Ironically, it's the complete opposite. There's only one piece of that play call that applies to you. And that's the beauty of the way the West Coast terminology is you tell basically every player on the field what they're going to do. You don't have to hear any of the nonsense. I actually think it's difficult in the West Coast play calling version to not know your assignment. See, other teams, they'll be like, hey, we've got rabbit. You got rabbit. And you're like, okay, rabbit, shoot, what do I got on that? But West Coast, it's so long because it tells every player what to do. So all you have to hear is your one word. So I don't think it excuses guys for being confused.
Or maybe the Seattle, stuff is called in the huddle.
This may be just a pinch of a red. I'm going to just remember sort of this with Bo Nix here a little bit, man.
No, we don't care that. Listen,
D-back, you
give it to the press. I don't mind that.
Okay.
But what have you done?
That's all right.
I'm being serious here, D-Mac. I think you'd be offended by the way that he's doing it if it wasn't your guy. I think if it was someone else, you'd be like, oh, man, you're young. You're already being disrespectful to the media.
Boy, I tell you, there's a certain amount of irony there, isn't there? Like, there's nobody was like advocating for Bo Nix more than your boy right here.
I know.
And now he hates my guts. And Cliff.
Oh, that's like Mike Sanford with Penix.
Right. It happens. So it doesn't really matter, man. I can advocate for a guy, I can like a guy, but these guys still have to answer questions and I think be accountable for what's going on, man.
Hey, Bo's got to play better.
He's got to play better. You're absolutely right. And he's got to be able to control.
Week 3, and I'm already there, dude. Like, you got to show me something, man. Give me a reason to have some hope.
Well, he's got to control the things that he can control, and he could certainly control making a mistake like that. That was on second down. It was unnecessary. Courtland Sutton or whoever needed to be wide open for you to make that pass. You should know better. Seriously. From the 7-yard line, I mean, second down, there's a million ways to score there. It's got to be better. You're right about that. And his footwork is pretty bad right now. And he's got to be better with that too. Or it's going to be one hell of a miserable season. So that's why we stick around, though. That's sports, though. You know? Life in the fast lane. And I don't know if it's going to rain. I have no idea.
What is today?
Today's Wednesday, pal.
The date, like 19?
Today's what's today?
Yeah.
Do you know what today really is in my life?
No,
Is that
happy
why you
anniversary.
said it?
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Oh, is it?
1 year ago today.
Oh,
here.
Oh,
No.
What are we talking about?
When I got fired 1 year ago today.
Oh.
1 year. Oh, is that not what you're talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, let's move on.
What just happened?
They have to have a preseason game in like 3 weeks. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
with
Scott knew your anniversary of when you got fired,
Dude,
that would have been the.
I would have been impressed. I thought that's where you were going. But what the hell were you talking about then?
The Diabs, if this keeps going this way in 3-4 weeks, game starting.
Okay. Rain.
Yeah,
Then we
with
have
rain.
Broncos and Rockies.
Okay. It's Nate and Andy coming up
Rocks.
next. Have a good day.
But were you on your picks? Courtland was in the area on, I think, all of them. Have you looked at that, and is it something where you're trying to force the ball to Courtland at all?
You know, none of your businesses
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Who's having a good year so far? Zach Allen.
Zach Allen's having a good year.
Who else we got? MVB.
I don't know.
People keep bringing up Riley Dixon.
Yeah.
Just because you're busy doesn't mean you've been all that good. Although he's been fine. We got to vote for the long snapper for a Boney.
Cheerleaders just entered the chat.
Oh, good. They had a good
Singleton
game?
got one.
All right.
I mean, the cheerleaders only got one game in because the first one was on the road.
Yeah.
Go Broncos, go!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, happy Wednesday, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Kreckman. That's Lindahl. Mark Springer produces the program. We are yakking sports with you until 6. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, taking you up to Rapids and Sporting KC. Open wide for some soccer tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with pregame coverage. Our own Mark Bertinoli coming up at 6 o'clock. Andy Lindahl, how are you today, my friend?
Oh, it's a big day.
Big day today.
You and I walked out last night, and I said, hey, just see the SMU article.
Mm-hmm.
I know the guy that funded the thing. He's known on these airwaves as the oil baron. So we're going to talk to the oil baron about what was going on at SMU, how he got it back up and running, and then you and I just have a laundry list of rich guy questions.
We really do today. That's right. So you maybe have ever asked yourself, like, who are these rich guys that are giving all this money, that are essentially funding college football or college
buying
athletics?
out bad coaches,
Yes.
maybe chipping in for the star quarterback,
getting their name on the practice facility,
exactly,
calling the shots. Who are these guys? Well, it turns out your friend, the oil baron, I feel like he's our friend.
No, I told him he's a side character on the show. He's
That's
like the
right.
soup Nazi.
I learned this was like last year. We learned that Andy is friends with an oil baron. He real life oil baron, by the way. He's what they call a wildcatter.
Yeah.
Which I gotta know more about that.
The opening line of one of the articles is Bill Armstrong knows how to find oil where it isn't.
He's a wildcatter. Apparently, in Alaska, he scored I believe it was the third largest single oil discovery in the history of these United States. Shout out to the 49th state, Alaska. Or was it 50th? I don't remember the order. But either way, Bill Armstrong was featured in a piece that I had actually read last week, in which the headline is literally, "Oh bleep, here come all the billionaires, how SMU came back from the dead." SMU football, which was just an afterthought, largely for, I don't know, honestly,
since their death penalty.
Since Eric Dickerson. Right.
I got to be reminded that they're not dead,
right.
Frankly.
They're alive. They're alive, and they're in the ACC. They're alive, and they're in the ACC, and they don't get any TV money. Like, none.
None.
They agreed to, I think it's for like the next 9 years.
They just needed a conference. They need to be able to play.
They needed a conference. They needed opponents. And folks like our friend Bill Armstrong, the oil baron, who's going to join us today at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, he's the one that's making this all feasible for SMU football. And I'm ecstatic to have this conversation today on the show. I've always wanted to talk to a real-life T-Boone Pickens type, and we're going to have one on our show today.
And I told him, because he asked me point blank, I told you at the car, he goes, why do you want to talk to me? I go, we got rich guy questions.
Yes! We have rich guy questions.
Fund football, why?
What's it like when you gotta buy out a bad coach and pay somebody money to not coach your team anymore?
There's got to be a process, right? Like, I want to know, what are you asking before you just write this ridiculous check that represents more money than I may ever make in my life?
There is no better job in the country than being a fired college football coach. Fortunately, I don't think SMU...
They haven't had to do that yet.
They haven't had to do this in a while, though. Like Sonny Dykes, he jumped ship on his own.
Yeah.
And he went to TCU. He went and took all of TCU's big dough. But hey, Rhett Lashley came in and they won 11 games last year. That's a good SMU team.
Yeah.
That program is kind of back. But it came back because
money.
Cashola. The end. That's why they're at where they're at.
And look.
And it also helps to be in, Dallas, Texas.
Right. Well, and yeah, there's some oil people around there. The reality of the situation is that whenever Dion decides he's had enough of this, whether it be at the end of the year or beyond, you better have somebody like this. This is the new, it's not even the new college football. This is college football.
This is college football.
You got to have your guy.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you and I just talked about it yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't love talking about the uncertain job status of Jay Norvell because I really like the guy from all our interactions with him. But they're going to get rid of him, and there's a lot of rumbling going on about that might be the case. I got a feeling from what you laid out yesterday, there's going to have to be a Bill Armstrong of CSU ties to write the check to make it happen.
Andy, when you and I were kids, do you remember ever hearing much about Oregon football?
Never.
Not really.
No.
They were largely an afterthought. It was kind of cute that their name was the Ducks, right? And they had the old logo, the old Donald Duck logo, and that was fun. And then Phil Knight comes along. He becomes a gajillionaire, and Oregon football's a national powerhouse.
Yep.
And it just happens that quickly. Oklahoma State, largely an afterthought until T. Boone Pickens.
Hey, man, I think I know T. Boone Pickens as well as most of the guys they produced there.
Pretty much.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, there's a guy named Barry Sanders that comes to mind, but I think he was pre-T. Boone Pickens, wasn't he?
I believe he was. When I think T. Boone Pickens, Oklahoma State, I think Brandon Whedon.
Do you?
That's the name that
Didn't
I go
Des
to.
Bryant go there or no?
He did, yes.
Who was
I guess he was good, too.
Who was the receiver that unfortunately had major alcohol problems but was supposed to be really good? Blackman? Was it Blackman? I think he might have played there with Whedon.
I think you're right.
But you know what I'm talking about,
yes,
right?
I do. Mm-hmm. I'm excited about this conversation.
I am, too, because honestly, I didn't know if Bill would want to do it.
Right.
Because, again, I told him, be ready for anything. We're kind of nosy people.
Well,
We're going to be all up in your business.
I got to be honest with you, though. His quotes in this SMU story, and when I read this, I didn't know Bill Armstrong was our oil baron.
Yeah.
I didn't connect those dots.
Well, I didn't give you any breadcrumbs for it.
No.
And then out of nowhere the other day, he's like, hey, man, look at this. It's pretty cool. I got a write-up.
Yeah.
And I've been meaning to tell you, thank you, text line, Justin Blackman. I've been meaning to tell you about this text, and it's just been, it's been nothing but nicks and throat and whatever. It's been that. And you and I were like, you know what? We need a palate cleanser. So I got in the car and I decided to text him. We were texting all last night. I will tell you what is the greatest part. Bill ought to write a book because even though he's the billionaire now, wasn't always that way. He's a self-made man. He didn't come from family money, from what I understood. He was an inspiration in my life because he wasn't born on third base, and he got to this point. I'll just put it that way. So I've always greatly admired him because this is a dude that figured it out and hustled. He told me one time, I really felt bad about it, but he had told me one time, I used to babysit his kids at the Denver Athletic Club.
Okay.
Because I wasn't making a killing at the Denver Athletic Club, and I was running youth camps, so there were like 3 or 4 families. Probably not the right thing to say, but I did not find their children off-putting, so I'm like, sure, I'll watch your kids. They're sweet enough kids.
Uh-huh.
A lot of families are like, nah, I'm not going to. But yeah, so there were times where he said because the kids enjoyed having the goofball come over, they would literally just pay me to babysit, and I guess they would go drive because the oil business was not as high as it is then. So he and his wife would just go take a drive, try to kill 3 hours, and not have a lot of money to, they had enough money to pay the babysitter. So this is a dude that has, really he should write a book about his story because he did not.
2013, based on my research, that was when they struck it big.
That's when they got real big. Well,
Yeah.
Look, he was doing all right before then. They lived down the street from Barry Fay when I would go over there. So.
Did you ever go hang out with Barry?
I thought about it. There's one night where I saw him hanging out like he had a blue light on in the corner of his house in Cherry Hills there, and I was like, oh.
Literally the first time I ever met Barry Fay, he told me he told me a John Bon Jovi story.
Okay.
That it was again, it's just like, man, like I don't know you, Barry. You're just dropping this on me, but it's not repeatable for the radio.
Most of the stories weren't.
No, it's not one I can share on the radio, but it was illuminating, to say the least.
I told you my favorite Barry Face story is him threatening Axl Rose as he left the Metallica Guns N' Roses show, and he said, "If you don't get around, first off, the driver of the limo works for me. And secondly, if you don't get your scrawny bleep back here, I'm going to take every penny you make on this tour." And Axl came back and finished the show after 30-minute solos from Slash and Duff.
So we're talking today to an oil baron on our show.
Got the oil baron.
Nick
Then we've got
Kosmider.
the baron of Bronco news.
Yeah, Nick Kosmider going to stop by. He's going to tell us what's going on with the Broncos. Baron Browning's got a foot. He's got a foot.
A lot of barons in
Speaking
the news
of barons,
today, frankly.
There's a foot going on right there, so we got to be a little bit worried about that now going forward. So there's a lot happening. It's Wednesday. We're jam-packed here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. We're excited to be talking to you. Apparently the Steelers secondary
had some fun.
They had some thoughts. Yeah, they had some thoughts about going up against Bo Nix and the Broncos. We'll get into all of that. By the way, the Broncos, once they leave for Tampa Bay, this is the start of the big road trip, Andy.
They're going to be East Coast for a while.
Rocking out
East Coast bound.
The Greenbrier for a while there.
Hitting up a country club.
Sulphur Springs, West Virginia is where they're going to be. So, yeah, Sean Payton has no problem dipping into the old travel funds to go hang out at the Greenbrier, so we'll talk about that.
You think
today on
this
the
will
show.
work? Are you curious to see if this will work? I mean, I guess we can get into it more next week. But
I mean, how are we judging if they win?
If you actually beat the damn Jets.
If they beat the Jets?
If you beat Benny and the Jets over there,
yeah. I don't see them beating the Jets. I guess that's really the only litmus test as to whether or not it worked. But I can't imagine.
Something for you to ponder in the break.
I don't think.
How about this?
Doesn't feel likely.
I don't disagree with you, but I got a question for you to ponder in the break.
Okay.
The Broncos are going to get a surprise win. Okay? The Raiders kind of got theirs last week against Baltimore.
Yeah, everybody does.
Broncos got the surprise win against the Chiefs last year. Remember that?
Yeah.
Kind of got the roll going finally.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the surprise win? You don't like the Jets. Nate Kreckman, when we come back, I want a surprise win out of you.
At this point, I'll be surprised if they beat Carolina. All right, we got a lot going on.
You're off to a great start
today.
Do I need to go print a schedule for you, pal? How deep are we going?
We're going to find out today
You
on
are
the show.
going to give me one surprise win.
Okay, we'll do it. It's Crackman and Lindahl.
Look at how angry you are.
I know. I can't find it. I don't want to have to think that hard in the break. The break is my time, okay? It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl, my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for some truck or 4x4 accessories? This is the spot. Located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. Colorado Off-Road is the place for you to get your truck and 4x4 accessories. They've got a great showroom. Stop on by. Jerry can show you some of the bed covers he has. He's got power step rails with some great demonstrations there. You need floor mats. They got it. Remote starts. They got it. What I did, and I was lucky enough to hook up with Jerry, I bought an F-150 5 years ago. And, like a lot of you, I bought the car I could afford. And that car did not have a lot of neat stuff on it. We'll just put it that way. So I've actually gotten my truck outfitted really well at Colorado Off-Road ever since. I've been working with them, like I said, for 5 years. Sent countless friends and associates over there. And I always get great reviews back. My neighbor's one of the most recent ones. Also did the old bed cover. They're going to help you. They're going to treat you right. Jerry will point you in the right direction if you know kind of what you want, but you're not exactly sure. They're Colorado Off-Road. You want to find them online at cooffroad.com. You can call them 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. They're Colorado Off-Road.
And how about Baron Browning?
No other news on the injuries.
How about just in general? I mean, you McGlinchey, Franklin Myers, and Baron Browning. How tough is that? Injuries in general that you're having?
I think it's relative to our game. You know, some weeks are cleaner than others, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through our roster.
I already published the damn injury report. I don't want to have to say words about it relative to the question you're asking. You guys are hurt, Sean. They ask questions. You have injuries. People would like to know what it's like to deal with the injuries. Front seven getting a little bit banged up kind of quickly. What's it like to deal with? I don't want to
Dude,
answer
you're
the
down
question.
2 tackles.
Yeah.
2 tackles.
It's pretty notable.
Yeah.
It's pretty notable.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
Considering it was considered a massive blow when you lost the swing tackle, Quinn Bailey, in training camp.
That was a big one. And you didn't have depth there to begin with, and now McGlinchey's out, and Garrett Bowles. Did Bowles practice today, by the way? What was the update there on the Garrett Bowles?
I didn't see yet.
Practice.
I don't think we've gotten the report, did we? Did we get it already? Did I not look at my email?
I think he practiced.
Well,
he's not on Kliss's list of dudes that did not practice. Baron Browning did not practice. Josh Reynolds did not practice. Brandon Jones stretched and then was on the side field. J.L. Skinner was standing on the side, and John Franklin Myers was standing on the side. Devon Vele returned to practice today. That's good news.
Sure.
There you go.
It is good news. I shouldn't put it that way.
Good player.
It is really good news.
Needs to play.
But you need an explosive player. All right.
Might be too late to find one of those guys.
I won't bring up the Athletic article today listing the rookies off to phenomenal starts.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you read some of the notes.
Yeah.
The guy.
Brock Bowers, not bad.
Yeah. Some about rookie records.
Got some. Doing okay for himself.
Anyway. Try not to dwell. Going to be very hard. Give me the game. Give me the game. Give me your surprise, kid. Just give me. Come on, man. You don't even have to go that deep into it. I don't need the Nate Kreckman research. I don't need my guy going all deep in like you do to have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. Just give me a game that maybe they could surprise. You know they're going to have a surprise win.
They could beat Atlanta in Week 11.
All right. That's too damn late. What's the record by then? Let me ask you this real quick.
They could beat Atlanta.
Just for the sake of not being too Debbie Downer, because you could tell even Sean's feeling a little bit with that tone of his.
They could beat the Browns.
Yeah, they could. But
yeah.
You don't want to start piling up wins in November. Remember last year, I think Kliss had the stat that Sean's actually not necessarily great in his coaching career in September, but then was like phenomenal in October. And that's when the Broncos kind of got their run going.
Yeah.
So is that just a little of what we're dealing with, trying to look on the bright side a bit?
This is okay. All right. I'm glad you asked that question. Because
finally, a good one for you.
It's Wednesday. All right. And so Monday, we're allowed to want to claw our own eyeballs out based on what we saw and the way that Sean completely just wet himself at the end of that game.
Which was surprising.
And very disappointing. Tuesday, we kind of generally what we do in the course of the rhythm of a football season is Tuesday, we kind of like to delve into some deeper topics on the team. Again, based off of what we just saw from the game on Sunday and how they kind of, explain the Broncos situation more writ large. So we do that. And yesterday, again, it was a lot of game and clock management and is Sean losing his sharpness because of the struggles of the team and the offense right now, which I think is, again, I think we're fair to say, and we were fair to say yesterday, yes, he is. He's not coaching well right now. Today, we can kind of turn the page towards the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a little bit, but also I feel like with what this team is right now, Wednesday is also a good day to just step back for a moment and say, all right, you're rebuilding. You don't have a lot of talent. You're not good. You haven't had high draft picks. You've given them all up. You don't have cap space. We know what happened. We're not here to relitigate all of it, but we are here to try and talk about what the team is, to quote Sean Payton, relative to those circumstances. And so I feel like today's a day to come back and look at the macro and say, all right, what are we doing right here? Bo, once again in week 2, had a couple of throws out there that were okay. He had many, many more that were poor, but he had a few more that were okay. Clearly, footwork is something that he needs to continue to work on. There does need to be a greater commitment to the run game, all of those things. And are these the things that are going to get Bo Nix to a place where he's a little bit better in October and then November and December, and maybe he comes back next year and he is a more functional NFL quarterback?
To sum up what you're saying, we all need to recalibrate Wednesday and remember what we're going through.
Yeah. This is a rebuilding.
It's okay to hate it Monday.
Right.
But by Wednesday, you got to remind yourself, oh, yeah, we expected this.
They're 0-2. There have been 21 teams that have started 0-2 over the last 2 seasons. 2 of them have made the postseason. If you were guessing a team that is 0-2 and is going to make the playoffs this year, your eyes are probably wandering more towards Baltimore and Cincinnati than they are to Denver or the Giants or Carolina. So consider that the Broncos exist in that space right now, and just know, raging about the Broncos not being a competing or contending team in 2024. I get it. You're football fans. Everyone's allowed to do that, but just you're taking on a lot of high blood pressure for almost nothing.
Well, but see, it's so funny. You know what, Nate? It's a funny point you make for this reason, okay? And we're all victims of it. We're all victims. We're all guilty, and victims is a bad word. We're all guilty of it, okay? What were we all saying all through the offseason? What texts flooded our lines? What Twitch responses do we get? They just got to rebuild. So what? It's going to suck. Too bad. You know what? Just who cares? Right. Don't win. Cut everybody. Just tear it down. Let's get 9,000 great draft picks.
How's that going?
But in the middle of it, the 4 months that you got to play the season, it absolutely sucks. Okay? So whatever happens next year, if we all call for the almighty, just tear it all down and burn it. Just burn it and regrow the crops. This is how it feels when you're regrowing the crops.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It's like watching the Rockies.
When you're actually there, you don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
You don't really want to eat your broccoli. We can all talk about it. You know what? I talk about going to work out, Nate. The hell if I'm gonna. The hell if I've seen the gym.
You just do some crunches in the basement.
Yeah, I get a mild sweat, but let's be honest, just like this rebuild, a mild sweat ain't gonna get it done. My little cruise around the lake for my peace of mind and maybe picking up my heart rate, that ain't what needs to happen. There needs to be some CrossFit going on in both examples, and neither one of us are apparently willing to do it.
I don't see you doing a lot of CrossFit, Andy.
You're damn right you're not. No. Seen how skinny Tyler is? No.
Yeah.
I may make Tyler go have a few shakes with me. I may make Tyler go down to Sweet Cow and just load up. Have at it. We're aiming for diabetes. Drink up, kid. I need to at least put 10 back on you. Did you ever do the shakes? Once upon a time in my younger years.
Yeah.
Putting on weight wasn't my thing. I was skinny as a rail, too. I know looking at me now, you'll never buy it, but I'll dig up pictures if you need to see it.
Oh, I've seen it.
So I used to try to house the old.
Oh, you were trying to pack it on?
Oh, dude.
You were doing the Michael Phelps carbo load?
Hey, when we went up to Vail, the first couple games were against real pros.
Uh-huh.
And being about $170 wasn't going to get it done.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to be 200 pounds so damn bad. Funny now, I still want to be 200 pounds so damn bad, but the problems are different. But I would literally go and I would do a vanilla ice cream, malt mix, full on, the whole milk. I would throw it all in there. Anything I could do to just fatten up a little bit now. No. And then I'd go up there with some guy looking like a mini linebacker.
Put a spoonful of gravel in there.
Yeah, I was I used to always be like, you know what? Find the big guy and hit him. Not up in Vail.
No?
Yeah,
Too big?
That would have. You know when sometimes the door that splits in half? And you see those where the top half closes and it just kind of high-lows a guy? That's how that would have gone in Vail.
Lance says getting the meat sweats at Joe Willie's downtown doesn't count.
No, it doesn't. But I enjoy the meat sweats enjoy the meat sweats at Joe Willie's. I like an Italian beef.
They have the Italian beef.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little salty. They took the midday show.
They do the combo with the.
I thought that was our joint.
The sausage.
I thought that was our Italian sausage.
Yeah.
Or our Italian beef.
Yeah, we just got
our pizza.
We'll head down there. It's the place
No, we
is great.
won't. You got to be up here.
It is too far away. It's inconvenient. Okay. Surprise win. I don't have one for you.
Come on. There is going to be a surprise win before Halloween. How about that?
Before Halloween?
I'm convinced of it. They do it every year. Seriously, Nate, think about this. Think about this with our history.
Okay.
How often have we had the, oh, crap, I don't know when they'll win a game? Matter of fact, we might be setting ourselves up for it this weekend because I don't think they're going to go win in Tampa, in part because you were going to wilt in Tampa. I seriously don't. You can't put into words the challenge of playing in that damn environment when you're not used to it in September. It's hot. It's gross. You sweat out half your body, all your water.
The Saints' magic is not sustainable.
So you think that, yeah, okay.
Derek Carr is your quarterback. Thursday, October 17th, the Broncos will go into the Dome and beat those guys. I say with almost no conviction.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like that.
But I had to give an answer to the question.
Yeah, I appreciate you at least doing that. No, seriously, what about the Chargers? They always seem to surprise the Chargers. That's here, right?
Yeah, they play the Chargers at home, week 6.
Now, again, they've also surprised the Chargers because of some really dumb coaching on the Chargers sideline, which I don't think's going to happen.
They have better
this time.
coaching now.
Yeah. Have you heard?
They have better coaching.
Does Jim Harbaugh finally separate Justin Herbert's shoulder in their little pregame ritual and the Broncos get to face Dirk Diggler or whoever it was again that was the backup? Easton Stick.
That's how it's going to end up going down. Just like Tyrod Taylor got his poor lungs punctured. It's going to be the same thing. Jim Harbaugh injures Justin Herbert before the game in week 6.
And boom.
And the Broncos get that dub. They outduel Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins and company and get the win. And Ladd McConkey. Don't forget about Ladd McConkey.
Ladd McConkey's actually had a couple good weeks. That's a Sanford guy.
Ladd McConkey there were people in the futures betting space that were like, that's a sneaky, interesting offensive rookie of the year pick, Ladd McConkey.
Good old Ladd McConkey.
I mean,
what's the full name?
He's their number 2 receiver right now. He's got great hands. He gets open. Herbert's got to throw the ball to somebody. Jim Harbaugh is going to maximize that talent. His numbers aren't outrageous quite yet. And right now, I mean, based on the first 2 performances, Brock Bowers has to be the heavy favorite to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Right now, none of the quarterbacks are necessarily zinging anybody. I suppose Jaden Daniels probably is putting up the best case of anybody at that position. Roma Dunze hasn't been spectacular. His quarterback hasn't really helped him yet. Malik Neighbors is already banged up with the Giants, so I guess Marvin Harrison, he had, 4 catches for $130 while Kyler was going off the other day. That was all in the first quarter. But then when he talked after the game, he was just like, yeah, but I'm more worried about the plays I didn't make. Maybe it's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. Pretty good player. Having a fine rookie campaign thus far.
I think there's plenty of time for Caleb Williams to re-corral this thing.
That's a ways to go.
Or Jaden Daniels.
That's a ways to go.
By the way, do you know the name of what Ladd's real name is?
Lattlehorn.
Oh, it is a Laddle. Lattlehorn?
Is it what is his name actually?
It's actually good old Andy McConkey. Andrew Ladd McConkey.
Andrew Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, there it is. According to Wikipedia anyway.
All right.
Which never lies.
It wouldn't.
So,
why would it?
Why would it? Yeah, Andrew Ladd McConkey. Again, why do you wouldn't you get annoyed being called Lad all the time?
It's unique.
Yeah, but that's like getting called Guy. Hey, Guy. Hey, Lad.
But isn't it Lad with 2 Ds?
It is. I don't care.
Ladded?
You want to be called Lad?
All
right, Lad.
I mean, if my choices are Andy or Lad, I'll probably go Lad.
Really? It's good to know, Nathaniel.
By the way, do you feel as an Andy Andrew, do you feel any connection with the Drews of the world?
No.
Yeah, I don't feel any connection with the Nathans of the world. I sadly, the Nathaniels, Hackett being the most prominent, I'm like, okay, well, we at least have the same name. The Nates of the world, absolutely. When you refer to somebody as Nathan, I'm just kind of like,
See, I can see
you
it.
live in a different world than me.
Because I'm comparing you to McKinnon.
I know, right?
Ain't nothing same there.
I enjoy chickpea pasta.
You do. I give you that. You do. No, the Drews.
I do like a whole grain.
I feel like I don't even know where Drew came in. I didn't even hear anybody named. I didn't know there was a Drew shortening of the name until I got to high school.
Okay.
And then I didn't get along with the first Drew I met for quite a while.
Ah, you're a Drew hater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think like the Drew Locks of the world feel like a connection with like a Drew Tranquil who's like a DRU?
Maybe. What about a Drew Rosenhaus?
That's an EW though, right?
What about Drew Holiday?
JRUE? Is that the same name?
Not really.
Sounds like it, though.
Kind of does.
Yeah. Yeah, do you when you like if you were like the announcer for the Boston Celtics, or I guess formerly for the Milwaukee Bucks, or formerly for the New Orleans, whatever the hell they are, the Pelicans. When you say Drew Holiday, do you really make sure you hit the J sound?
Yeah, right?
Drew?
Not really.
Right.
Drew.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a very close sounding word.
Yes.
So
it's like the old Mitch Hedberg joke. My new girlfriend is Lynn, Lynn, but my old girlfriend is Lyn Lynn. But sometimes I call my new girlfriend by my old girlfriend's name, and she knows because I don't say the N as long. It's a Mitch Hedberg joke.
See, that's where, but no, I can see you doing that. My
I believe in
enunciating
enunciation.
friends.
Yes.
Like if there was another Abby in your life and you went, Abby.
I do that with Max Crosby, the Max 66 Crosby. So should I call my wife Abba B?
No. I'm sorry, I started this. No. Don't go home. Don't do it. Don't ask her about it.
Excuse me, Abba
I hope
B.
she's not listening. If you do bring it up, it was not my suggestion and not my fault. Just don't.
I sound like
no.
I do. It's I kind of sound like Mushmouth from Fat Albert.
I'm dead serious now.
Okay.
This is a life nest moment.
Okay.
You're the happiest married person I know.
Okay.
Don't do this. Or that will no longer be true.
Abba B.
There'll be no more holding hands.
Well, I can't lose that.
There'll be no more weekend leaving.
I can't do that.
Because if you Abba B, she is going to kill both of us. She may just take out Springer, too, with whatever leftover rage she's got. He's barely paying attention in there. He won't even know why.
Do I have to call him Ladida McConkey now?
No. It's on me. I shouldn't have started it. It's my fault.
Remember from Jersey Shore? Remember JWoww? She spelled her name
barely.
with two W's at the end. Well, what was that spelling?
Didn't that become a nickname for something else?
JWoww?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that up on Urban Dictionary in the break. Speaking of the break, we'll take one, and then when we come back, we've got a new list of potential football Hall of Famers, Andy. Oh, and a Bronco legend is going on to the ballot for the first time ever.
You know what? Normally you say legend, and you're kind of being facetious.
Not at all on this one.
I think in this case it fits.
Capital L legend. I will make the case for Demaryius Thomas going to Canton. Posthumously, obviously. We'll do that coming up next.
The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all.
Got him.
Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stifford got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
So today, Andy, we got a list of 167 modern era nominees for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Quite a few.
So the way this list goes is they start at 167. They trim to 50 by the middle of next month. From there down to 25, followed by the 15 finalists who then go before the selection committee. And then, week ahead of the Super Bowl, they do the whole knocking on the door thing. And they'll get up to 5 modern era players going in of the 167 names that we have right now. By the way, every time that they put out the list of the 167, you have to giggle at some of the names that when they just put like Mark Bulger on there, and you're just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, don't. You shouldn't do it. You know what that is? That's a list of thank yous where you're trying to get everybody in, but you're going to forget somebody. So don't bother with that. Because how many players I can't even make that list?
A lot of these guys are fine football players, but Thomas Jones is not a Pro Football Hall of Famer, okay? Muhsin Muhammad is not a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Very good football player. All 167 names on these lists are very good football players. There's a few we could leave off, guys. We could probably just start with the 50.
Is it just to let a few people be able to say I made the Hall of Fame? I mean, what is it? Is it a it's not even a finalist, right? It's just a list.
Do you remember
what is this list?
Our Denver mayoral election when we had 17 people.
Yeah, where you and I thought about jumping in just for giggles, just to promote the show.
And one poor bastard has to finish 17th. Somebody on this list has to finish 167th.
And that's Mark Bulger. Okay, I'm going to add to your point.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Mark Bulger? Was he a quarterback? I'm trying to even remember.
He was.
For
yes.
who?
Mark Bulger.
What was the career record?
Was a Ravens quarterback.
Okay.
Mark Bulger.
Did he back up somebody? He wasn't a starter, was he?
Oh, wait. He only played for the Ravens, I think, in the preseason at the end of his career. He was a St. Louis Ram, Mark Bulger.
Oh, okay. Now I kind of know.
41 and 54. Completed 62% of his throws. 122 career touchdown passes. Mark Bulger.
41 and 54.
Yeah.
You lost me right there. He didn't have a career-winning record, but you know what? Hall of Fame.
But he's on the list. Jake Delhomme's on the list.
Does he just have a good agent? Well, at least Jake Delhomme went to a Super Bowl. I don't think Bulger did, but seriously.
That does not qualify Jake Delhomme for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I agree. But I mean, how did Bulger even make the list?
Your buddy Jeff Garcia? No.
No.
All right, so 17 Broncos names are on the list, or somebody that at least briefly played for the Broncos. Let's put it all together. Here's your names. Jamal Charles, Glenn Milburn, Clinton Portis, a wide receiver, Brandon Marshall, Rod Smith, Wes Welker, and the late, great Demaryius Thomas. Vernon Davis, remember he was a Bronco for a minute. Tom Nalen, who should be in the Hall of Fame. Mark Schlereth, Neil Smith, Jamal Williams, Simeon Rice, Ted Washington, Bill Romanowski, Keith Brooking, and Jason Elam. So there you go. That's your list.
All right. We got to get to DT. At some point, we got to talk about the case for Jason Elam, though.
Demaryius Thomas, Andy, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
I agree.
And this is my justification for it, all right? In a 7-year stretch from 2012 to 2018, and I want you to step back for a second and remember, a 7-year stretch is a freaking eternity in pro football.
Longer than TDs, almost double TDs, really great years.
I mean, 7 years, like the modern Broncos, like they go through 4 coaches in that stretch. So this is...
You're not wrong.
It's an eternity. And really, DT's prime did not begin until year 3 of his career. He was drafted. He had a foot injury.
He had like a weird foot ankle thing.
Yeah.
And then he like immediately... So one of the things I think will play into your point, DT told me himself he's a stiff arm guy.
Yeah.
But he would constantly get his fingers caught in the face masks of some of the guys he would stiff arm, and it would inevitably lead to broken fingers or messed up fingers that he then would also deal with.
So his first 2 years, foot injury, and his quarterbacks were Kyle Orton and Tim Tebow. There just weren't numbers really to put up. 2012, Peyton Manning appears, and Demaryius Thomas's career goes off. All right, I'm looking at what I would consider to be the 7-year prime of Demaryius Thomas, 2012 to 2018. Again, that's an extraordinarily long prime. That's longer than the prime of Terrell Davis. TD is a Pro Football Hall of Famer because of what he did in the postseason, in addition to a magical regular season in 1998. But in that stretch from 2012 to 2018, Demaryius Thomas, third in receiving yards, trailing only Antonio Brown and Julio Jones. Third in receptions, trailing only Antonio Brown and Julio Jones. And third in touchdown catches, trailing only Antonio Brown and Dez Bryant. So of the three major receiving statistics, compiling of numbers in that stretch, DT is a top 3 wide receiver of that entire era. And by the way, step back for a moment, and before anybody asks this question, should Antonio Brown be a Pro Football Hall of Famer? The answer is yes.
Yep.
Scumbag of a person, but a unbelievable player and a Pro Football Hall of Famer. He was something freaking special. I think Julio Jones should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and I put Demaryius Thomas right up there on that list. Now, detractors could simply say, oh, what happened in 2012? Peyton Manning came to town. Demaryius Thomas was a Peyton Manning creation. Well, in 2016, with Trevor Siemian as his quarterback, Demaryius Thomas still put up a 90-catch, 1,000-yard season. The following year, 2017, on an absolute mess of a Bronco team, 83 catches, 949 yards. He was traded to Houston midway through the 2018 season. He still finished up that year with 59 receptions, 677 yards, and 5 touchdowns. That was also the point of the career where he was really starting to get beset by injuries, and it was harder and harder for him to be able to stay healthy for the entirety of his season. But again, concentration of dominance is something that I think always has to be considered by a Hall of Fame voter. Demaryius Thomas, in a pass-happy era, in an era in which massive receiving numbers were getting put up, he was a top 3 in the game at that time. He was absolutely elite in his era. He was a member of a Super Bowl champion. He was a member of a team that went to a Super Bowl and got their clocks cleaned, and yet he still put up a record-breaking day that day in New York. Demaryius Thomas is a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
I would also like to add real quickly, from the time he became a starter in 2012, he started every game for Denver until the time of his trade to Houston.
Yep.
And he still started 7 of the 8 games he played in Houston.
And Andy, he was banged up.
Yeah, people don't know.
There.
Demaryius did not cry about his injuries because he was just a quiet guy.
Yep.
But those of us that got to be around him and talk to him in private, or for me, he was talking to pregame interviews. Demaryius is always so cool to me because we got to know each other a little bit at a Bronco talk where you do an hour-long interview with somebody. So he was always great to me. And he was always telling me about little things that were bugging him that he did not want me to say a word about. Tough as nails.
I hosted the Demaryius Thomas show for 3 years. I'd say he tolerated me. I liked him a lot more than he liked me.
Yeah, I remember like the funnest thing I ever got to do was I had my son. I used to laugh about it. My son, when he was, I told you before, but he's like 3 or 4. Couldn't say full words. Could say Demaryius as clear as day.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
And he made a little video for Demaryius after he got booed for the drop in the Raider game. I think it was 2018. Remember that? Critical drop. Fans really let him have it. It really hurt Demaryius. He told me about that for 3-4 weeks after. So I got my kid to give him a little, hey, we still love you.
There you go.
And he got the biggest kick out of it.
That's very nice. The man's
Hall of Famer, dude.
Let me and one more quick thought. Watching Houston the other night, when I watched Nico Collins, that in my head I was like, he looks like Demaryius Thomas out there. Nico Collins is so friggin' good. And to me, he plays like DT.
Hey, man.
And that's as big a compliment as I can pay to the guy.
And I'll be honest with you, A lot of people thought Courtland Sutton was going to be the next DT. It shows you how hard, just because
Yeah.
you're big.
Yeah.
DT was special.
No, he was absolutely special. Demaryius Thomas put him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, everybody. Nick Kosmider, he's a Hall of Fame friend of the program. He joins us next. That's right, Steve Cassidy. It is football season. It is the perfect time to go to UnderdogFantasy.com and get yourself signed up and start playing. In fact, you want to use the promo code Kreckman. That's my last name. It's a cool name. KRECKMAN. Use that as your promo code. And Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Underdog Fantasy is going to get you going, guys. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. It's real simple with Underdog Fantasy. You just look at a dude's stat projections, and you simply say, is he going to go higher or is he going to go lower? Scoring plays, touchdowns, receiving yards, rushes, whatever it may be, go to UnderdogFantasy.com and get yourself signed up right now and get together your first pick'em for this upcoming weekend. Plus, hey, NFL Week 3 starts tomorrow night. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Kreckman. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 and up and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Yeah, live in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's hour number 2. And it's time to chat with our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, covering the Broncos and the NFL. Nick, before we get to the bigger question stuff, let's start with the smaller question stuff. What's the injury situation with the team, and how much did Sean Payton enjoy talking about it today?
Yeah, not a lot. Perhaps it's this early in the season. The Broncos are already, dealing with some things, and certainly it starts on the offensive line, where last year they enjoyed more health continuity than any other team in the league. Obviously, they didn't have a single game in which they didn't have their same starting five until the very last game of the season, and now already they're dealing with an injury to Mike McGlinchey over there at right tackle, who maybe has played the best of any lineman on the team, though right now the way that they play, that's not, unfortunately, a high bar. But they're dealing with some other things too. J.L. Skinner, Brandon Jones at the safety position, didn't practice today. Those aren't expected to be serious injuries, but again, something to note. And then Baron Browning, who's dealing with the foot injury, didn't practice either. Same goes with defensive lineman John Franklin Myers. So they're a little bit banged up right now, but outside of McGlinchey and doesn't seem to be too serious. I know they're still kind of weighing, what the outlook is going to be for Baron Browning, and obviously DeAndre Tillman up from the practice squad to give them an extra edge rusher for the game in Tampa. So that's kind of the picture of what they're dealing with right now.
All right, Nick, so there's the injury situation. Now they got 2 11 o'clock games in a row. We all know how that goes for this team quite often. And look, man, I've been to Tampa. I was in Tampa in 2016 when they played there this early in the year. It's there's nothing you can do here to get ready for the heat there. But what is Sean Payton going to try to do to get his guys ready in order to play that early slot in what is basically like playing in Cancun?
Yeah, there's, to your point, there's not really a lot. He said it's kind of based on the timing. I think they're going to go out there a little bit earlier, Friday, and then get outside and get acclimated on Saturday, the best that they can during walkthroughs and things like that. But it's certainly a different climate. They did deal with it last year, right? They fell to 0-2 and then went to Florida. That didn't turn out really well for the Broncos. So obviously they're hoping that they'll have a better experience now. And then, of course, after that game, they're going to stay on the East Coast and we'll be hopeful that will help alleviate some of that time zone change come week 4 when they play the Jets. But not only are they facing the Heat, they're facing a Buccaneers team that hasn't missed a beat since the season started after closing 2023 really strong, making the playoffs, giving the Lions a challenge in the divisional round. Just went back to Detroit and won that game. Baker Mayfield is playing as well as he ever has, and so they got a tough task even beyond the weather this week.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Go to ramoslaw.com. Nick, you grinded the tape. You ate up that film, all 88 of Bo Nix's dropbacks through 2 games. What did you discover about what is plaguing the 24-year-old Bo Nix?
Well, I think there is still very much some of the, kind of wide-eyed look at what he's seeing, right? To me, he doesn't look like he's overwhelmed with what he's being asked to do. Look, we talked about, when the play's coming in. Adam Troutman was saying today, look, once it's in, he's spitting it out. You saw the one situation where they had, they had to call a timeout because the play gets in late. But by and large, that to me hasn't been as much of a factor as maybe it's being painted to be, just based on watching it back. But I think that there's just sort of still that, seeing things at times that aren't there in terms of the pressure. The ball that he grounded to Courtland Sutton to start the fourth quarter. He actually had a pretty clean pocket. But other times that's not been the case. The Broncos have allowed one of the higher pressure rates in the league, 31st in the league in terms of pressure rate allowed, and that's not always just on the offensive front, right? But generally speaking, the Broncos aren't getting blitzed more than league average. Bo Nix is kind of getting rid of the ball, kind of in a league average time frame. So the line has to be better. And then when it's holding up, Bo Nix is got to be able to kind of slow himself down and drive the ball into these throws. There's just a lot of flat-footed, times when you're watching him play where you say you're not getting what you need to get behind the ball because you're not taking advantage of the space that you have in that pocket. Again, there's smarter people than me breaking this kind of stuff down, but just my observation of going back through and watching every drop back he's had so far is that there's good things. He generally knows what he's looking at. They're obviously trying to get the ball out really quickly, get him comfortable in that way, and then sort of going from there. But on some of these longer developing plays, he's going to have to be able to hang in there. Otherwise, this huge issue that they have with the intermediate passing game that's going to be vital for them if they want to peel anybody back defensively from the line of scrimmage, he's going to have to just basically calm down a little bit and step into those throws.
Nick, how about from the coaching aspect, though? It starts with me all you want, but I just feel like Sean Payton needs to be willing to accept winning ugly. I mean, you just saw a team that isn't sad at all to win ugly in Pittsburgh, right? Do you think, where would you start changing up the offensive game plan from the coaching standpoint if it were up to you is maybe the simplest way to ask it?
Yeah, I mean, I would just figure out ways to be more dedicated, more consistent with what you're doing in the run game. And whether that means, again, he brought up today this idea of like who we're asking to do what. Like, is that giving other players in the backfield a chance to get more significant carries? Whatever the case might be, but you're talking about a team that, Bo Nix has the third most dropbacks in the NFL, and by and large, the Broncos have been within, 10 points or fewer for a lot of the games. Right? Games are still decided, or still very much in the balance, and the ratio has already gotten out of whack. Like, I don't know, they didn't have a lot of plays in the first half Sunday, only 20 of them, but you had 13 dropbacks and only 7 runs, and I just think you have to find a way. You mentioned Pittsburgh, like. Their balance of run and pass went completely the other way. Now, again, it comes back to the idea that if you're not getting anything efficiency-wise out of the run game, it's hard to stick to it because are you going to run on 3rd and 10? Like it's difficult. They're not in a lot of these manageable situations, but they're also there's times where they are and not often enough sticking to that they have to figure out a way to create a running game that is creating more space. Like, there's a stat like yards per rush before contact. And it typically, it's not an end all, but it helps understand what kind of openings running backs have before they get contacted. The Broncos running backs, they're last in the league in terms of yards gained before contact. And typically, that's some of them missing holes at times and running into traffic. That's a failure to maybe pick up a run blitz, as we saw on 3rd and 1, where Javonte Williams got hit 4 yards in the backfield. But by and large, that's also a testament to the front's inability to get pushed. Conversely, the Chargers right now, almost 3 yards per carry before they even get contacted, and so the line has to play better. It's just, again, like Sean Payton uses his term dirty hands. Like, everybody's hands are dirty. Like, nobody is playing particularly well right now, and until everybody kind of does a little bit more of their job, it's hard. And there's always an effort dependent on one thing, but right now there really is just this issue where you got a lot of guys on every kind of facet of the game that need to play better.
Nick, we got 1 minute here, but I want to ask you a question that one of your readers asked you in your mailbag. Where is Marvin Mims? How has he only played 21 snaps so far this year?
Yeah, I don't know how often I do these things with you guys once a week, and this is like a question that it never ceases to not come up for good reason, right? It seems like every week we're kind of asking this, and I was talking to him a little bit today in the locker room, not really about the snap count per se, but he believes he can help this team, right? Like they have to get him open. Part of the thing though is just, again, we're talking about the time that you have and the patience for the quarterback to know that I got to let a play develop downfield. Marvin Mims is not a guy that's making guys miss route-wise, 10 yards down the field. He's got to be able to get out in space down the field, and they've got to be able to kind of block it up. And until they do, I just don't see him necessarily being a huge part of the game plan.
Ugh. Nick Kosmider, everybody. They don't have any fast guys. Get fast guys on the field.
Well, and then so what Nick said is also stands for Troy Franklin. It's brutal.
Sure does. Nick Kosmider, everybody. TheAthletic.com. Subscribe and read him there. Listen to his podcast. It is the Not Another Bucking podcast. You should check it out. Nick, good work as always, buddy. Thank you.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, Nick Kosmider with us right there on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Hey, have you ever wanted to hear from a billionaire that gives a bunch of money to his favorite college football program? Well, we will talk to somebody that does, and we'll do that next. The SMU Mustangs are off to a 2-1 start here in the 2024 campaign. They snuck by Jeff Choate and the Nevada Wolfpack in Reno, took care of business against Houston Christian, lost a tough one, their Big 12 opener against BYU. Oh, they got a good one coming up here. They will be, what is that, the Battle of the Iron Skillet? I think we got coming up here, SMU and TCU. Joining us right now, a guy who is heavily featured in a story on ESPN.com. Oh, bleep, here come all the billionaires, which I do believe was his quote. But we are pleased to be joined right now by the geologist and founder of Armstrong Oil and Gas. Bill Armstrong is with us on the show. Mr. Armstrong, how are you? Welcome to the program.
I'm awesome, Nate. And Andy, geez, I can't believe it. Look at you guys.
There we are, man. And look at you, sir. You have saved a college football program. You have turned your alma mater back into a national powerhouse, as it was at one time. And then, as we know, things kind of went a little bit south there for SMU, as in they were non-existent for a while. They overcame the death penalty. They came back, but not a lot of winning was going on. As we sit here today, Bill, SMU is in the ACC, not taking television money, but in the ACC, and they're winning. They won 11 games last year, off to a 2-1 start so far this year. It kind of started with Sonny Dykes, but it continues on now. And you're a large part of that, as I think you're the chief benefactor of the program there at SMU football. So I guess we'll start here. As somebody with, I'm not trying to be rude, sir, but somebody with deep pockets, why did you want to put so much of your largesse into SMU football and helping that whole thing rebuild?
Oh, Nate, hey, thanks for that introduction. I'm not sure I deserve all that. And I'm not the biggest benefactor of SMU. It actually is. It's a guy named Gary Weber. We built a new end zone complex called the Gary Weber End Zone Complex. And then David Miller, who was our, I happen to be probably third on that list. But it's still a lot. It's still a lot of dough. But we have a lot of big donors at SMU. And we've been in the desert literally since the death penalty in 1987. It was actually on my birthday, February 25th, 87.
Happy birthday.
37 years. No, it's not my birthday now, but February 25th in 87 is when we went into death penalty. And hey, before I go into SMU football, can I just say one thing? Look at Andy Lindahl there.
I know, right? Look at this guy.
I mean, think about this. He used to be a babysitter for my kids back when he was in high school. And he was a great guy back then. And
what happened to him then?
My wife and I were so broke. We were so broke back then that we knew we needed to go out each week, but we couldn't afford a movie, but we could afford a babysitter. And so we hired Andy Lindahl. And I'm so proud of him because he would sit and talk to me after what we got back from driving around, not being able to go to a movie. And he would just talk to me, and he'd be on that bike, remember that little acrobatic bike you used to drive, Andy? And
the Ninja, the motorcycle? You're talking about the motorcycle?
No, it was the little bike.
Oh, yeah, the GT. Yeah, this one. This guy. There we go.
It was a bike that you could pedal backwards and pedal forward. Then you like spin around in your seat. It was just bizarre. Anyway, he was telling me back then, he goes, Mr. Armstrong, someday I want to be in radio. And I was thinking to myself, well, someday I want to be a porn star, but I just don't have the equipment, so this is not going to happen. Anyway, I'm so proud of you, man. Here you are on drive time and just living the dream.
Yeah, I never thought we'd get that quote out of you. We'll see if
go.
that one lives on the radio for a while. No, okay, Bill, we want to know, seriously, why invest in a football program? Because you just talked about it. You know what it's like to have to live on the margins. It's not like life has just been cooking all the time. Why are you willing to put this kind of funding into a football program?
Well, first of all, SMU is a great school, and I went there. I grew up in Denver, and then I went to Arapahoe High School, and then I went down to school at SMU. It changed my life. I met my wife there freshman year, first class, 8 a.m. geology class. And it was just had a huge impact on our life. And I happened to be there during the Pony Express days. So it was a great time to be at SMU. There you go. We got a little Doak Walker. How about that, huh? A little bobblehead. He's
there you
working
are.
for it. But it was a great time to be at SMU. About a dozen years ago, I joined the SMU board, and I'm just a big believer in the school. I'm a big believer in Dallas, and I'm a big believer in how SMU can be a terrific institution. And I just don't think you can have what I would call a great, well-rounded education and a great, well-rounded college experience without world-class or national-class football and basketball. And you can see it. You can see it in the results of so many of the schools that just blow up. I mean, TCU just across town is a great example of it. You know, when they got Gary Patterson in there and they started winning big, their admissions and their endowment and everything just exploded. And then, of course, 2-3 years ago, they went to the national championship a couple years ago. And we're sitting here at SMU, and once we got the death penalty, and by the way, the death penalty was just something that we got over penalized for what we were doing, because everybody in those days, especially in the Southwest Conference, was paying everybody. And we just got pistol whipped for it. And they gave us the death penalty. And guys, we literally roamed through the desert for 37 freaking years. And we missed out on a lot of fun. And it was really holding the school back. And so I'm a huge believer in making SMU kind of the go-to university in the country, not only athletically, but also academically and culturally and spiritually and everything else you can talk about. And we're not going to get there without major college sports. And you know what? It is a expensive freaking game nowadays, major college sports.
And so along those lines, Bill, and again, we're talking to Bill Armstrong, CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas, and he's one of the key benefactors for SMU football, a huge piece.
He's our oil baron.
That's
Say
right.
it. I told him that's the title.
He's the oil baron.
There we
here
go.
on the show.
All right. Like the soup Nazi in Seinfeld, Bill, you're the oil baron.
We got an oil baron.
All right, hey, whatever.
But Bill, you wanted SMU football to be able to get back to that place. Okay, but here's one thing that I've always sort of wondered about with boosters, because a lot of college football programs they have benefactors, they have donors, they have people that write big checks and doesn't do anything for their programs. Like, you still have to know what you're doing. You still have to find the right people. The money still has to be put into the right places. Like, you know, for you, when you talk about sitting on the board there at SMU, but how involved are you in that part of it of, okay, it's one thing to simply write the check, but I'd like to see this money get utilized by a college football program in a way that will have tangible results like wins on the field?
Well, Nate, first of all, that's not a straight, that's like probably a seminar as opposed to a quick answer, because it involves a lot of things. You know, you got to put it into facilities, you got to put it into the coaching, you got to put it into the athletic department, your athletic director. It's just a whole lot of things. And it is, we knew the people that really want to bring athletics back at SMU, that when we donate the money, that it's going not into like some big slush fund for the university, right? Because there's always plenty of things for the university to put money in, whether it's their business school or whether it's they're always trying to build new facilities, depending upon, your various programs at the school. But we have this specifically for athletics and primarily for football and basketball, because the two revenue sports, whether you like it or love it or hate it, it's men's basketball and men's football, with men's football dominating even over men's basketball. And so since I was kind of like, quote unquote, the boss hog of the SMU football program, it kind of fell down to me to kind of get this thing motivated. And we started this program about 5 years ago, and it's just taken up speed. Believe me, we sucked for so many years, Nate. It was unbelievable. Andy, we really did. I mean, we stunk it up. And I'm sorry, for some competitive guys, like a lot of us are on the board, that's just no bueno. So we needed to really find a way to get back. And you got to pony up, no pun intended. And so a lot of us did. And, we went out and got Rhett Lashley. We have Sonny Dykes, who, by the way, left us.
You'll see him this week.
We'll see him this week. That's always a fun time. I mean, we felt like we got kind of shanked by Sonny. And I get it why he left. I mean, we were in the American Athletic Conference, which is a group of 5. And what we saw, if you're really close to sports, you see the big 4 conferences now, it was 5 conferences, literally moving away from the other schools that are in the group of 5 and less. It's becoming the haves and the have-nots. In fact, I'm a little bit nervous that the SEC and the Big Ten are becoming the big have schools, and then even.
I mean, Bill, along those very lines, that is something that you're in the ACC, and we know the move that you guys made by going to the ACC and saying, okay, we'll fund the athletic department. We won't take television dollars. We're just trying to get a seat at the table. And again, you win 11 games last year, off to a 2-1 start. It's going well. But right now, you always have to think about mobility because the lawsuits happening right now in the ACC and Florida State and Clemson and everything else like that. Right now, how solid a footing do you feel like you guys are on? You're in a better situation, but is it solid right now in college football?
Well, there's nothing solid in college football. I mean, let's face it. I mean, with the transfer portal starting a few years back, and then now NIL, and probably it's even moving towards having players as employees of the university or some kind of collective bargaining going on. I mean, it is absolutely tumultuous in college football. And if anybody tells you they know where it's going, they're lying to you because nobody knows where it's going. And there's probably going to be another round or 2 of restructuring before it's all said and done with. And is the ACC on good footing? Hell, a year ago, I would have told you the Pac-12 was on good footing. And it just fell apart like a cheap suit over about a 48-hour period. And now it's the Pac-2. I guess you know what? We need to change the Pac-12 to the All-State Conference.
It
is. They have Colorado State,
literally.
San Diego State, Fresno State. I mean, it's just it's crazy. But I think the ACC is a really, really good conference. Actually, I think it's probably, I don't want to be offensive to anybody that's a CU fan because they're in the Big 12, but I do think it's the 3rd best conference going right now with the SEC and the Big 10 and then the ACC. It's got a lot of really solid schools. I know Clemson and Florida State are making noise about getting more revenue and maybe trying to get out of the conference. I don't believe that will happen. It might. I have no insight. I have no crystal ball as far as how that's all going to sort itself out.
Well, you got to pay somebody off for that info. Come on, Bill.
You know what? I don't even think Florida State, Clemson, or even the commissioner of the ACC knows what the hell's going on with all of this because there's just too many attorneys and who knows what's going on. It really it scares me that college football is going to a dominant dozen or so schools, and then the other 130 that used to be D1 schools are kind of getting left in the dust because I think it's bad for the fans. I think it's bad for the players. It's bad for all of the institutions, except for the top dozen or so. And I just don't want it to go that way. And I hope it doesn't. I think it's probably going to take quite literally an act of Congress to calm things down.
All right, I'm curious because look, we talk about this all the time. I do the CU pregame. We have our side conversations. At some point, I want to get your thoughts on Prime, but not just yet. If they come to you and they ask you for a check, and Bill, I'm just asking for honest answers because I'm curious how this works. I come to you because look, if there's going to be a buyout of a coach, and we saw the big one with Jimbo Fisher, they got to come to a guy like you and get an awfully fat check in order to make that happen. How much do you, as the guy writing the check, how much say do you then want? How much do you want to maybe get in the business as the guy that earned the money to be able to get them out of this? I'm just curious from your point of view. If I help you buy this out, you better come talk to me about a few things. Is that how it is, or do you trust the people in charge and just leave it alone once you've given them a massive amount of money?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, the big donors do have a say. Ultimately, it's the president of the university and the AD that has the ultimate say. And but don't believe for a moment that at Texas A&M they didn't have a bunch of donors that said, you know what, we're going to stroke a check to get rid of Jimbo, and they don't have a say. So that's just the way the real world works. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we're not granular in this deal. I mean, they don't call you up and say, hey, we're thinking about getting a transfer that's going to cost us, X, Y, Z and NIL money. I mean, that's left to Rhett Lashley, our coach, and Andy Enfield, our new basketball coach, and the athletic director. So there's that doesn't go on. And I mean, if it did go on, it's more like a courtesy call to say, hey, we're gonna get this new top 50 recruit, and it's gonna cost us a little bit, but we don't say, well, no way, man. You don't do that. So you got to trust in your coach. You got to trust in your athletic director. Dude, it's tough. I mean, it is tough skating in major college football right now. I mean, it really is, because if you don't win, you die. I mean, think about it. I mean, the head football coach of Florida State almost goes to the national championship last year. He's now 0-3.
Yeah,
and they're talking about his head on a spike. And so, it's a rough deal. I mean, it's the loyalty from the coaching staffs to the universities is not particularly high, because they know if they don't win, you're going to probably be asking for them to get replaced. And so you can see why they don't have a ton of loyalty to you, because the idea that a guy can just, skate by with a 500 record for a long time is, did you lose me there for a minute?
No, we got you.
Middle of it. Okay. I mean, it's just weird. The whole system now is just back-assward. And I don't know. It's
so, but Bill, when you bring up that point, though, and this is what I wonder about, is somebody that is in your position, because you're right about that, and we can list the laundry list of issues with college football, and while we can all sit here, and Andy and I do it plenty on our show, is we sit here and say, okay, if college football did X, Y, and Z, then we could have a better system, and it wouldn't be the Wild West, and it wouldn't be as bizarre as it all is right now. To me, it kind of sounds like, and correct me if I'm characterizing this wrong, but your attitude is like, well, we're not going to fix everything, so within the current landscape, this is what we can do to build a winning program, and this is what I want to do to build a winning program. Like, is college football bleeped right now? Yes, we can all agree it is, and yet because of you and your friends, essentially, SMU is in a better place than they have been in decades, and so your attitude is sort of like, well, don't hate the player, hate the game.
100%. You know what? I think it's out of control, completely out of control. I think everybody agrees. It's more out of control even than the NFL. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of my close friends on the SMU board is Clark Hunt, who owns the Kansas City Chiefs, and he and I talk about it. And he goes, "Man, college football is way more out of control than even the NFL." And this is a non-sustainable business model moving forward. So where it's going to end, I don't know. But this is the game right now. Nate, you said it perfectly. Don't hate the player, hate the game, because that is the game right now. I don't think there's 30% of the P4 schools can afford to play at this level. Yes, your Michigans can, your Ohio States, your Alabamas, your Georgias, your Texas, Oklahoma, A&M. But that's a short list. Mm-hmm. It's a short list of people that can continue to play at this game. And there are way, way more fantastic athletes than there are just to fill, let's say, an 80-man roster on 12 teams coming out of high school. So it's almost a type of soft bigotry to get soft racism if you get right down to it. But I'm assuming this is going to get leveled out over here in the next 3 or 4 years. But as it relates to SMU, we just want to be a player in the game. We don't want to be bypassed. I know once we cut that deal with the ACC, there's a bunch of schools that called up ACC and said, hell, we'll do that. Because it's not like we're paying to get into the ACC, because we were essentially getting butkus in the American Conference anyway. So when we say that, hey, we're not going to get TV revenues for 7 or 8 years, it's not like we're paying that. We're just not getting what we didn't get before. So,
hey, Bill, real quick, I got to pause you there. We have a clock to maintain. I know you do a podcast. Can I want you to ask you, are we keeping you from anything? Because I got a couple more. I think Nate has a couple more. Can we take our break? Because I got to get your thoughts on Prime, Bill. And would you be in to have Prime at your school as a donor? Because, again, he's in control of everything, and I'm curious what you think of that. Are you cool with that? We're kind of producing on the air here.
I love it. We're talking about the economics of college football, and who better to talk about it with than somebody that is a key benefactor of a Power 4 now program. Bill Armstrong, we're going to keep chatting with him a little bit. Plus, I got other questions, man. I got questions for days, Bill.
We could keep him for hours. We could do that seminar.
So we appreciate
can always do it.
All right.
Let's do it after the break.
All right. Bill, you hang out. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking about the economics of college football. Keep it here.
Hey, there's nothing better than having one of your old friends on the line. You get to talk some erectile dysfunction. Let's do it, guys. Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? I've got the place for you to go and have a serious discussion about it. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have a lot of treatments for you that will work when pills or herbals fail. But the key is that you find the right treatment. The right treatment for you can mean the difference between just okay and an amazing one. It's between maybe watching someone else's football team and actually rooting for your own. But you got to get on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them work with you to figure out your specific problem and find a path forward so you're not dealing with this anymore, especially if it's starting to cause you from pulling away or avoiding any kind of date nights or intimacy or even finding yourself depressed. Get in there. You don't have to live this way. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. And if you're into it, they've got treatments that'll have you lasting an hour or more. All you have to do is schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. Give them a holler, 720-440-7900, or find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation with Bill Armstrong. He is the CEO. He's a geologist, Armstrong Oil and Gas, but also Bill is one of the chief benefactors of SMU football. We're talking to a major college football booster right now here on the program. And, Andy, I think this next part of it, I'm fascinated to hear Bill's answer.
Hey, Nate, before we go into that, I have got some kind of weird reaction here because I just heard the former babysitter of my daughter talking about erectile dysfunction. I just felt wrong.
Yeah.
That felt wrong to me on lots of levels.
Family planning's important, Bill.
Great there, huh, Bill? Good to have you along for that. I knew it was going to happen, too. I bet you I got my Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. But, hey, if you come back to Colorado and you need some help.
Men 25 to 54, Bill.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You're funding college football. That group's kind of funding sports radio, Bill. So if you want to jump in and advertise. All right, Bill, I do want to know, how would you feel about a coach like Coach Prime? Because I'm seeing it firsthand. Ton of excitement last year, right? I mean, you know how it was, Bill. For those that know, Bill lived in Denver for years. Obviously, that's how we crossed paths. And I've been on the CU sidelines for the last 5 years. Man, it's been brutal. Now, the students have been great. I want to make that clear. Students would show up. They still showed their support, kind of what you were talking about in the last segment, because it got campus life more fun. But, man, a lot of them had to leave by halftime because the football sucked, okay? The football sucked. Hell, there were times where I was like, why am I driving up here for this? This is awful. Then we get Dion. He shows up. You know, big noon kickoffs in town, and ESPN shows up. I think CBS's big people were here last week, all that kind of stuff to cover Prime. But Prime's in control of that sucker, right? It's all going through him. It's kind of all his money, as I understand. I don't know that they have a person like you. I think they'd like a couple from some of the stories that came out in the offseason. But Prime is the dude. He's the brand of CU right now. How would you feel about something like would you be willing to hand over the SMU brand to Prime as like the major money behind this thing?
Okay, a couple of thoughts on Neon. By the way, I remember when I was at SMU in college, he was playing for the Cowboys, and he had this great home up in Prestonwood, and he had this wrought iron gate that would swing shut, and it would say Prime Time. It was hilarious. Hell yeah, it was amazing. First of all, there's two people. There's Deion Sanders, who is, everybody I have talked to says he is just a great guy, and he really, really loves kids, and he is a true believer in building young men, making them men, and not spoiling them, and making them man up and be the kind of leader that you want for your son to play for. And then you have Prime, which is just a caricature. And I mean, he is a master. He's a master P.T. Barnum. Let's face it. And so I think CU is incredibly lucky to have Coach Prime at CU. In fact, if I was at CU, I'd be thinking right now, I hope Florida State starts winning, because Florida State's going to be looking to get rid of Matt. And where do you think the first place they're going to look? They're going to look at CU to get because that's where he went to college.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think CU ought to show him a lot of love. I mean, think about it. Think about Coach Prime coming into your house and talking to a young man's parents, mom, grandma, and say the things he does about what he's going to do for your son. How do you not tell your boy to go play for CU? I mean, the dude is magic. Now, did he have a great season last year after that surprise start? That first game against TCU, which shocked everybody. No, he didn't have a great season. Are you having a better season this year? Yeah, you are. I think we haven't played anybody good yet. No offense to the Rams. But I think it'll be a really good season to see what happens, because you cannot translate that enthusiasm for the college program. There's not a dollar and cents you can put on that, because applications for the university go up, endowment goes up appreciably. There's a bunch of big money guys that went to CU that have been sitting on the sidelines. I remember when McCartney was there; it was the greatest. When they went, did they win the national championship?
Sure did.
Close.
Second year, 90.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, and it was just, look what it did to CU. And then you went kind of through your doldrums, not as bad as SMU did, but you did. But now you're back, and people are talking about it in Denver and in Boulder. It's fantastic. They're talking about it nationwide. I mean, there's more CU fans around the country than there's ever been, thanks to Prime.
And Bill, one of the things that you've touched on that I know it was in the ESPN piece. You've touched on it in our conversation here. You mentioned it in regards to CU. Right there is what it does for the university, what it does for the school and the community and everything else in building it up. And you get more applications, the endowment goes up. It's good for the university. So I guess, and this is kind of what I want to bring it home on. And this is one of the things that I've always sort of wondered about is. You've done very well for yourself, Bill. Of what I understand, the when you hit up in Alaska, it was the third largest discovery on U.S. soil of an oil reserve. If I'm getting that correct, I don't know my oil terminology, so correct me if I'm getting anything wrong.
You sound like a geologist. Man.
Hey, that's
way to go.
That's what I'm going for there, Bill. But I guess this is what I want to know is why SMU? Why that university? Why not just buy a chain of islands or get a Bond villain yacht or something like that?
The Jerry Jones yacht with your copter that goes in and out.
A floating aircraft carrier or an Elon Musk rocket. Like, why the SMU Mustangs? Why is that what you want to do with your resources?
Well, first of all, you're assuming that I don't have islands.
there you go. Well played.
You better not be hunting anybody, Bill.
First of all, Dallas is a great town. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I think, the fourth largest metroplex now in the entire country. It is if you're an alien and you flew to the United States and you said, where do I want to place a major college football program? It would be in Dallas, Texas. We have Dallas. I mean, football in Texas is still
religion.
Friday Night Lights is still the main thing. And if we only recruit Dallas-Fort Worth, we will be in the college football playoffs every single year moving forward. I don't know. Everybody has their thing, right? I give a lot of money to a lot of other philanthropies, education-wise, arts-wise, otherwise. And I'm a firm believer then that, I've been incredibly blessed and incredibly privileged in my life, and it's on me to give back. And
does it scratch a competitive itch, Bill? Does it do it? Yeah, because you were a big squash player when I met you at DAC, and you guys got a little serious about some things. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, no, I think once you have that in your blood, even when you're an old guy like I am, it doesn't get out of your system, and you want to play. You want to play at the big dogs, and to me, that's just my thing. And maybe I'll grow out of it, maybe I won't. And Boone Pickens, I think, gave $250 million to Oklahoma State. This insurance guy up in Northwestern has given a couple $100 million to their program. It's just, occasionally you find a bunch of guys that just want to make their schools better. I mean, look at the kind of money that's thrown at Notre Dame and USC. And, I'm not alone in this game. And is it for bragging rights? Maybe, but it's fun. I mean, we missed out on 37 years of fun at SMU. And I missed it. I want it back.
Fat lot of good it's doing Northwestern, by the way. So, Bill, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show, giving us some time. Continued success and good luck to SMU, and obviously we'll direct our listeners to your podcast so we can hear you yelling about SMU football.
Oh, and the wine is that your wine you're drinking? The Epoch Estates? Is it Epoch? Epic? Epoch?
Epoch works. Epic.
Okay.
Let's go online and buy it. It's good stuff. But we have a fun podcast I do each week about the football program, and it's just completely politically incorrect, and it's exactly what our entire country needs right now, because the great uniter of our country, let's face it, one of the great uniters is college football.
Damn right. Bill, well said. Thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for inviting me. I'll come back anytime you want.
All right, Bill Armstrong, CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas. And great piece. By the way, we recommend anybody go read this piece on ESPN, and we'll tweet a link out to it as well. But the quote that actually came from Bill, "Oh bleep, here come all the billionaires, how SMU came back from the dead." And hint, it was, you need the dough.
I think we didn't really point it out, but he made mention of it. They're not getting any TV money. How many colleges can get by with no TV money, and they said, yep, we'll sign up?
For 9 years, simply to get into a power conference, and the folks in the ACC were just like, well,
all right.
Gives us a chance to expand into Dallas, and also, what was that deal? Yeah, that sounds like a good deal for us. Good stuff. Thank you very much to Bill Armstrong. We were fascinated in all of that, and we hope you guys learned something about it a little bit as well. It's a world that many of us will never know. You may love your program as much, but I mean, ultimately, these are the guys that pay for that thing that we watch on Saturday and pay for the decisions that get made that we all go nuts about and argue about Monday through Friday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got NFL news next. All right, getting right to it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news. Mark Springer, what do you got for us today?
We got Broncos injury news.
A lot of those.
Yeah, Mike McGlinchey was placed on IR. Baron Browning is dealing with an injury. Sean Payton was asked about the plethora of injuries that his Broncos team is facing.
And how about Baron Browning?
No other news on the injuries.
How about just in general? I mean, you McGlinchey, Franklin Myers, and Baron Browning. How tough is that injuries in general that you're having?
I think it's relative to our game. You know, some weeks are cleaner than others, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through our roster.
He dropped a look and a relative to just in quick succession right there.
He is he's getting feisty.
Yeah, he is. Oil Baron Browning did not practice. John Franklin Myers out with a concussion.
I don't think Serbia guy gets to show up. I actually kind of like that one.
The Serbia guy enjoyed that one.
He did. Brandon Jones, J.L. Skinner, all did not practice today on a limited basis. Zach Allen also, Andy, drop some Zach Allen knowledge on me in the season that he's having right now. Zach Allen has been as impressive as any interior defensive lineman in the entire NFL.
Yeah,
You sent that over to me.
I did. I got to go find it now because I didn't. I always get happy if I can send you some numbers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was excited to see that.
And then I send you nonsense I know that you ignore too. See, here's the problem. I've sent you so much nonsense. Now I got to go find. I can't find it yet.
Okay.
So anyway, sorry. I'm sorry to let you down.
Zach Allen, he has played 112 snaps so far this year. Only Max Crosby has played more than that at 118. Max 6'6".
Yeah, don't do it to your wife. Do it to Max.
And then the only defensive lineman with more pressures than Allen's 13 is Aiden Hutchinson with 17 so far on the year. Aiden Hutchinson was making life hell the other day on Baker Mayfield, so we'll have to find out if Zach Allen can do the same when they go down to Tampa this week. But Zach Allen has had a marvelous season. He was limited in practice today. Greg Dulcich was limited with no hands. Josh Reynolds limited with an Achilles injury. Adam Troutman limited with his shoulder. And Devon Vele did return to practice today. He was limited with ribs. I had ribs for lunch. So there you go.
That's twice. Two of your, the oil Baron Browning, that was good.
Mm-hmm.
The other one with no hands, predictable, but still caught my funny bone.
Thank you.
So tip of the cap to you.
Thank you very much.
By the way, when you get the Serbian laugh from the broadcast, that kind of is a media laugh, is it not? Which to me is not a genuine laugh.
That's a good media laugh right there.
That one
there was
just
a
doesn't quit.
cackle in the back of that one. I know. Sombor Shuffle Baby was the highlight of Serbian
Sombor Shuffle Baby!
The laugh feels like he's mocking us.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When Spring plays that, I take it as Spring did not care for the joke.
It's the mocking laughter of it.
Anyway.
Screw you, Serbian guy. Anyway, yeah, Broncos have injuries, and Mike McGlinchey is on IR. Are we going with Peart at right tackle? Is that what we're assuming?
Paul Chesky?
Yeah, it could be.
Paul Chesky's a guy to get for McGlinchey.
Okay.
He said that today.
So he will go with him at right tackle. Okay, so Peart is the backup left tackle, I
remember,
assume.
the swing guy was Quinn Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is why they kept so many linemen and kind of surprised some people. They apparently don't have a swing guy. I've told people, although, did Peart go in the game the other day? Was he strictly at left? Now I'm trying to remember when they lost McGlinchey.
It was
McGlinchey
late.
was late, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was late in the game.
I still think the McGlinchey injury also influenced the nonsense we talked about as far as end-of-game management.
And that's a shame.
You're right. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just telling you I think it influenced.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Broncos play the Buccaneers on Sunday. The Bucs quarterback is Baker Mayfield, who was the first overall pick by the Browns. Then he had a quick stint with the Carolina Panthers, so he knows that organization a little bit, and that's the organization that just benched Bryce Young. So Baker, the Broncos' opponent on Sunday, was asked about Bryce. Does he have any words of encouragement for his fellow former Panther?
Obviously, mine didn't happen in the same time frame with Bryce, but quarterback's hard, especially for young guys when you're not surrounded with the pieces that you're not given the opportunity to have success. And so that's a lot of the time guys have the talent, they might have the brains, but they don't have the right opportunity, the right fit. I mean, I'm sitting here right now in a way better fit than the other places I've been. And that's not to put other teams down, but it's a matter of the pieces around you, the coaches, and for Bryce, a guy that, I can relate to this, finding that belief within yourself again, and he'll get it. His story is far, far from finished.
Okay, we know of the limitations that Bryce Young has at 5'10" and 190 pounds. The fact that he doesn't necessarily have anything elite physically, it was believed that it was his processor, and that was why he was going to succeed in the NFL and what he did so well at Alabama. And he had a marvelous college career and won some big-time games while he was there. But that thing that Baker Mayfield is talking about right there, I mean, he is living proof of it. You could sort of make a case, at least, so far in the year, that Sam Darnold is maybe living proof of it. These guys get drafted high by terrible organizations. And if you don't have the right incubation to be able to build them up, it's going to be a struggle. Baker knows this firsthand with the way that things went down, as he was a guy that was drafted by a dog butt organization. And so he struggled mightily. A lot of these teams are picking high in the draft because they're bad organizations and they don't have good coaches in place. This is where, again, like the Bo Nix thing, I don't know what the future of it is going to look like because I don't know how long the organization is going to tolerate. If Sean's going to coach games like he did on Sunday against Pittsburgh, I don't know how long Greg Penner and company are going to tolerate all of that. Like, you do have to have belief, and you have to have people whose professional well-being is completely tied to the success of their quarterback, and then you have to have a bunch of patience.
You do. But you also have to have some success. To your point. To stave
Bryce
off,
hasn't played well.
Because, look, man, we know that Dave Tepper was really, or his wife, or the Tepper family is the reason why Bryce Young is the pick, period, the owner.
I mean, he's already on head coach number 3.
Well, but for you to get benched 2 games into the year, that tells me, I guess, Tepper's out.
Ownership's out. Yeah.
Right?
Ownership is out.
So,
yeah.
To your point, you do have to have the right fit. A lot of people knew that. I'm with you. I will say this. I am surprised from what the pre-draft stuff, because we were hearing the processors you brought up was like Manning's.
Yeah.
Like, he'll be okay because he's going to get to the pass where that was Manning's great magical gift, and it was very unique.
I mean,
I've never seen a guy throw the ball where his guy was going to be before anybody realized it like Manning.
That game the other day, like, Andy, he was jump passing on throws to the flat.
Nate,
he's lost.
I honestly, and I'm not kidding or being mean, I honestly thought he was going to cry when they looked at, I mean, his face was pained more than any pro athlete I've seen in a while.
That guy needs...
I think mentally it is killing him
he
to not
needs
see it.
To sit for a while. Like, we got this text, Kyler Murray is shorter. Kyler Murray also has a freaking cannon for an arm and can fly down the field.
Well,
Bryce Young does not have those physical traits.
And after his knee injury, we've talked about it with Javonte. Remember, same year, Kyler Murray is back to being a magician of getting away from you.
Right.
He showed it the other day in that game.
I mean, didn't he throw a touchdown holding the ball for 8 seconds?
Yeah, because he eluded 3 rushers on his own.
Yeah. Spring.
High five. The Packers are at the Titans on Sunday. Jordan Love missed last week's win over the Colts with his sprained MCL, but he returned to practice today. He was limited. Jordan Love saying he is hopeful to play in Tennessee on Sunday. Malik Willis filled in for him this past Sunday, and he got the win. That was a game where his center, Josh Myers, puked on the ball during one of the snaps.
Direct hit.
And Malik Willis then held that ball covered in puke.
Picked up 3 yards on the play.
Malik was asked about it today.
Did Josh throw up on the ball, or did you just feel it when you took a snap?
Well, I seen him. I didn't know whether, and we were on hard count. I didn't know whether it would get snapped or not. It was kind of scary, for real.
Were you surprised at how quick he adjusted from puking to snapping the ball? It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's awesome. He jumped straight in the block, and he did a great job. I mean, more than anything, I was surprised that he got the ball off, and then he started blocking. That was awesome.
So Matt said you didn't throw it because he puked on it. Was there part of you that's like, I want to get this out of my hand because he puked on it?
No, I couldn't throw it because I just couldn't. It was wet.
gross.
But I told him, like, sorry, like, a bunch of times because I feel like he's getting a lot of flack. And I'm like, he was working so hard he threw up. It's not like he was just sick or he was doing it on purpose.
So it's kind of scary just wondering how he was doing, or just
yeah.
It was just weird seeing it on him.
I mean, a lot of stuff goes through your mind when you're throwing up, and one of them is not football. It's like, how can I feel better? You know what I mean? So that was scary.
Dude. Right, Andy.
So gross.
Did they get at the NFL honors at the end of the year? Did they give an award for teammate of the year?
They better.
Because Malik Willis, to me, just sewed that thing up. The ball was puked on, all right? And all that he talked about was, my guy got up and went blocking right away. Like, he toughed it out. Like, Malik didn't fumble the ball on that play. He just got out of bounds. And you saw LaFleur being like, why the hell didn't you throw it? And Malik had to explain, like, there was puke all over the ball. But all he did was hype up his own teammate who puked on the thing that he had to then hold in his hands. Malik, and he's a new Packer. He's been there for like 5 days or whatever.
Yeah, they don't even know each other.
And yet he's sticking up for his guy like that. Malik Willis, you're a good man right there.
He should have run around. Puke ball, just holding it out. Seriously.
I'll put it in your face.
You want it? Just fresh chunks of glistening in the sun. Dude.
Puke ball.
I honestly, I don't know if I'd have taken it from him. I know it's a football game, and I know, like, how dare you? You're right about the teammate thing. Do not puke in it. I mean, can I not get a timeout? We got a puke ball here.
He didn't puke either. How did he not puke? If I'm putting my hands on somebody else's puke, I am probably going to then chunder.
Come on, unless it's your child. I ain't touching anybody's puke.
He's a playmaker, man. Got the dub. Good on Malik Willis.
I in our younger years, had a friend barfing out I just was like, you're not putting your head back in until you're done.
Out of the car?
Yes. No way am I letting you back in until you're done.
That's a straight to the car wash experience right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
hose that thing off.
It was like it was like van art on the back of my car.
That'll take out the paint, too. That'll chew it right off.
The acid?
Yeah. Stomach acid is not good for a paint job. I promise you that.
Well, yeah. Better than for the upholstery.
Well, apparently also, and this wasn't a story in week 1, but I guess Josh Myers, I think he vomited in week 1, too.
All right, bro, we got to talk about this. We got to calm the stomach down. You need a Tums before every drive? I'll have a bunch. Bro, I'm not taking another snap puke ball again. We can't do this.
At that position, of all the positions to be puke guy.
Yeah.
You're doing it at center.
You got to go with some gloves. Man, Malik Willis better get the gloves ready then. No way.
Good on Malik Willis. Picked up 3 yards on the play, by the way. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Sunday Night Football. The Falcons host the Chiefs on that night. Falcons owner Arthur Blank will go into the Falcons Ring of Honor. He's going into his own.
Who decided this?
Arthur Blank.
I think it's time. I think I've done enough to earn this.
You see that win the other day with all the money I've spent? Going up in the Ring of Honor.
I drafted a backup quarterback at number 8.
Sure did.
And to celebrate the occasion, every fan attending the game in Atlanta will receive free hot dogs, 2 hot dogs per attendee, a free bag of chips.
2 dogs?
Yep, 2 dogs, and a free soda in a souvenir cup with unlimited refills. The souvenir cup features Arthur Blank on the cup.
Yeah. Spring, I asked you. I told you I like collector cups. I'm a big fan.
Sure.
With all due respect, I wasn't searching out every McDonald's for the Pat Bowling Cup back in the day. There wasn't one. Frankly, I didn't want the Mike Shanahan or Dan Reeves Cup. I want the players. I mean, I don't care. I'm not taking that home. I don't need an Arthur Blank souvenir cup in my cabinet.
If it was Pat Bolin in the fur with the mirrored Ray-Bans.
You would keep that? That's a Nate
nice
Kreckman
item
one?
right
That's
there.
what you want?
That's iconic right there, man.
It is kind of funny that you bring that up because I more imagined him in like his suit.
Mm-hmm.
Now give me Atwater, give me Dennis Smith, give me Mark Jackson. Give me Steve Watson.
Give me Drake
Elway,
London.
Winder.
Give me Kyle Pitts.
Hell, give me Rich Karlis. I don't need the owner.
See, that's where you and I differ. If I could get a beautiful set of Stan Kroenke stemware, I would be using it at every single meal.
I'd
but
prefer
that's just
Josh
me.
Kroenke, but I mean, whatever.
Well, okay. I'm a fan of both.
So now we're going to divide up the Kroenkes. What other Kroenke family members can we put on some glasses?
Get them all on there. I would like the entire set. I think you guys are doing marvelous,
I will give you this.
work.
If I've got to do it, it's got to be pimped out owner.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to look sharp.
You know what? In the 30 seconds I've had to ponder your retort, I'm already kind of swinging the other side of the fence. But that's the only one. That's it.
If you could get a collector cup of Jerry Jones putting salt on an Egg McMuffin.
There it is. There it is.
Get your damn act together.
If you could get a collector cup of David Tepper throwing a drink at an unsuspecting
but it's
fan.
got to be hand extended, cup out the window, coffee starting to fly or whatever it was.
Robert Kraft walking out of a strip mall.
Whoa.
Thank you very much. Yes. That was the only.
This texter wants a Mark Davis cup.
The hair. It's a good haircut right there.
He wants the one next to the girl that then got accused
Oh,
of
yeah.
having his kid.
She had to be like, nope.
She's like, it's a baseball player. How dare you? Mark Davis, Benihana.
It is funny, though, you bring that up. Like, I remember as a kid, like, when you would buy, like, a pack of baseball cards or football cards and you would get, like, the manager or the coach.
He'd be like, come on.
You're like, I don't need an Earl Weaver.
I don't care about Whitey Herzog's fat gut stuffed into a satin Cardinals jacket. Because, yes, I've had that.
God, Whitey had such a sick white flat top, too.
How about, you know what we need? We need Woody Johnson yelling about paying a defensive tackle.
Yes.
And then we need the Mara going, I don't know that I want to get rid of Saquon.
Standing there in his vest.
Joe Shane isn't going to be a GM after this year, is
perplexed. It's not going well.
I don't think that move worked out.
Really not going well. At least the Saquon drop, that helped him out a little bit. He's putting up some numbers, though. It's Crackman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Hey, the Broncos got a long road trip ahead of them, plus Sean Payton's thoughts on how Bo could get more comfortable in the pocket. That's coming up next. Oh, we got a fun AFC East showdown coming up tomorrow night, Thursday night football, and you may want to live bet that thing. How frustrating is your live wagering experience on your app right now? You know how it goes. You take a look at the score, you look at the situation, and you lay down a bet. And then what happens? The wheel spins, and then your price changes. Then they may even change the number on you, and then they cancel your bet. And suddenly, exactly what you thought was going to happen happened, and yet you're not getting any winnings out of that. Sport Trade feels your pain. That's why Sport Trade is the industry leader right now in live betting the NFL. Colorado's newest sports betting app, Sport Trade. They're changing the game. They're introducing instant in-play NFL betting. That's right. You hit place bet, and that bet goes through. And better yet, they're doing so at half the vig. You're getting the best prices right now at Sport Trade. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. That's right, Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
Yeah, before we get the assignments, when we see a series of East Coast games, we'll put in a request for 2 of the East Coast games to be back-to-back, and so when the schedule came out, then, hey, it happened to be Tampa and the Jets. It could have been Baltimore and the reason we put the request in is just to stay in that time zone, practice, and then be more acclimated relative to back and forth 4 different times.
Translation, please approve this budget item so that I can take my team to the Greenbrier Resort. It's America's resort, Andy.
By the way, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
because I got thoughts on that. Couple more cups. Wade Phillips on the coach's cup. Did you ever hear the story of Jerry Glanville? Jerry Glanville having a hot dog on the sideline because he got low blood sugar and Chuck Noll wanted to
all
deck
mad
him.
at him. Yeah.
I need that cup too.
Munching on a hot dog.
Our guy Brandon was saying maybe get you some one of the Ryan brothers. Take your pick, Rex Ryan or old crazy-haired who? Rob Ryan, wasn't he the crazy-haired one?
Rob had the longer hair of the two, yes.
You got Bum Phillips with the glasses and the cowboy hat? All right, fur coat or cowboy hat? Which way you going?
Fur coat.
What about Buddy Ryan? Crazy Buddy Ryan?
Buddy Ryan getting in a fight with Mike Ditka.
He get in a fight with Ditka too?
Sure did.
I remember he got in a fight with who was it? The Oilers OC.
Yeah, he was a real red ass.
Buddy Ryan was
Buddy
not.
Ryan.
He was angry 24/7.
So,
Anyway, as far as going to country clubs and spending a week in between games, I guess we'll see how this goes. Don't you have to win the game though? Seriously, if ownership puts all the money up.
No, you don't. You're rebuilding. It's all about playing
Do you think
better.
ownership looks at that when the bill goes up a little bit?
I've got.
They probably don't see it, right?
Do you want me to tell you a little bit about the activities you can do at the Greenbrier?
I've heard a little bit about it, but yeah, is there a nice tennis court?
You can do an abs blast fitness class.
What is that?
Abs blast. You blast your abs. You can go bowling. They have a bowling alley there. You could take a carriage ride, Andy. Yes, you could sit on a horse-drawn carriage with an Afghan over your lap.
Is it
sipping on some
Kramer's horse
hot
after
cocoa?
he had the beefarino.
Beefarino.
I don't want to take that ride.
You can take an energetic flow yoga class.
Nice.
Do you think Sean Payton's going to be doing that?
No.
Ooh, a fairy and gnome workshop.
What?
Create your own keepsake garden landscape.
Okay, for some reason, when you said a ferry, I was thinking of like the boat.
Nope.
Like take a ferry, the Staten Island ferry or something.
You can learn to make your own keepsake ornament for the garden. Ooh, falconry beginner lesson.
Now you got me. Huh?
They give you the glove. You can learn falconry.
Now, hold on. What am I doing with just a beginner lesson? What am I supposed to go find a falconry school when I'm done? What am I learning?
I require further training.
I want this falcon coming back.
That's
Kevin Gilbride. Thank you, everybody.
Ooh, the gun club. Hell yeah. They got clay pigeons. You can go out to the gun club.
Have you ever shot clay pigeons?
I never have.
I have.
Okay.
It
How'd
was
you
fun.
do? It looks fun.
So I learned I'm left eye dominant, which means you need to aim with your left eye, and I refuse to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying with my right eye, and I was missing everything. And finally, the owner came over and was like, do what I told you and go to your left eye. And I hit 3 of 5.
Is that why you prefer the music of TLC to Salt and Pepper?
That's right.
Left eye dominant.
Hey, man. You know what? I found TLC more attractive.
Lamp light glass art glass blowing experience.
Now that's something Sean Payton needs.
Ooh, an open portrait photography session. You can get a photo taken in front of a mantle.
Shut up. What? What mantle? What mantle do I want to pick? What's on the mantle? Do I get to decorate the mantle before I take the picture?
It appears to be a couple of Tiffany lamps. Looks nice. Ooh, paintball and pickleball. You can do that. Ooh, you can take a Polaris slingshot driving adventure. The Broncos can do all of this. Ooh, a Segway tour. You can go for a power walk if you want to, Andy.
No. Sean.
Shuffleboard?
No. Seriously.
No.
Yes. No segues.
Stand-up paddleboard.
You're already having some bad luck with the injuries. Don't put anybody on a Segway.
The Mummy's Curse Escape Room. Embark on an exhilarating adventure into the heart of Egypt's mysteries in the Mummy's Curse Escape Room.
That sounds like the funnest so far. Is that not the most team bonding?
You can do a virtue sandblasting experience.
Whoa.
I don't know what that means. See, the Broncos are going to be doing all of these things while staying at the
Instead of
Greenbrier.
practicing, and that's why they won't beat the Jets.
Getting ready to take on the Jets.
The glass blowing. What do you think they try to make with glass blowing? You know what you think they try to make. Yeah. I know what you're trying to make.
We know what you guys are up to.
Yeah.
It's not legal here in good old-fashioned West Virginia.
Yes.
You hippies go back to Colorado.
I say, sir, I will not have you doing that with our activities here, sir.
Everybody talks like Foghorn
There'll
Leghorn.
be no drug paraphernalia being made here, sir.
I say.
The colonels in every room.
So
Colonel Mustard's just roaming the grounds. I say, are you done with the glass blowing yet, sir?
I mean, if you think about it, like Zach Wilson and Stiddy, they could be doing all this stuff all week long. They're having a hell of a time.
Yeah, they're not.
Living the backup quarterback life at the Greenbrier.
They're watching the blocking, and they're like, yeah, good.
This looks
Zach
like a bad
Wilson's
time.
like, yeah, I've dealt with that. I'll stay third on the depth chart.
Zach Wilson's going to duck out and not even go to New York for the game.
Who needs to grow the Colonel mustache of the group? You can't go to West Virginia.
I hope they all have them.
Just grow them all. A bunch of Raleigh fingers rolling around. Come back with a really... Hey, did they get the Chip Kelly fake South accent while they're there, too?
You know what's the funniest thing about this is, like, they have all these unbelievable activities at the Greenbrier, and I bet you most of the players are going to sit in their rooms and play video games.
And go, this sucks. I'd rather be home.
And be sliding into DMs all week long.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to be doing. This place is boring as hell.
Someone said it. I think Leggy told me it's out in the wilderness. It's like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
The Greenbrier, America's resort. Apparently, the Chargers are staying there. This is a program that the Greenbrier has started. The 49ers have stayed there before, but a few years ago, the Greenbrier actually worked with various NFL teams to set this up to be like, hey, if you got a long East Coast swing, why not
swing on by?
Why not hang out here and come to the Fairy and Gnome workshop?
Why don't you go paddleboarding?
We have a gentle yoga class. James Palmer. We know James Palmer. He's got great hair.
Fantastic hair.
James Palmer is on the Underdog Fantasy Podcast with Steve Smith. Okay? James Palmer, national NFL guy, former NFL Network guy. James Palmer lives here in Denver. And so he was there to cover the Broncos-Steelers game, and he went to the visiting locker room after the game on Sunday. Apparently he was chatting with the Steelers secondary a little bit, and those guys, they gave him some nuggets, dropped some breadcrumbs about what's going on with this Broncos offense.
And then the other part of it, and you and I talked about this before we did this show, there's we'll keep Bryce Young in mind with this to try to stay slightly on topic too, but this is with all these young quarterbacks. You play to their strengths. It's just simple coaching. You're going to play to what they know. But at the same time, when I've talked to enough coaches around the league, but you better start teaching them the other things that they need to learn to play this position in the NFL.
Yes.
Because you can't just go out there with the stuff you know. Defenses will eat you alive. I was just in the Steelers locker room going against a rookie in Bo Nix in his second NFL start, and I'm talking to the Steelers corners, and they're sitting there laughing in the corner going, we knew the playbook was this big. We know they weren't going to take any shots, and we know what he likes to do. They're going to make it easy on him to go here, and that's all we had to worry about. And that's true, but also you got to start working, and I'm not just calling Sean Payton out on this, but this is coaches got to go with what he knows, yes, to set him up to succeed, but you better start teaching him all the other things. And that's why this is a process, like you're saying, Steve. It's a process for a young quarterback to grow and learn.
Andy, until Bo Nix shows the ability to layer throws and beat anybody over the top with any kind of consistency at all, he's going to see defenses that look exactly like the one that Pittsburgh played the other day, that looks exactly like what they saw in week 1 against Seattle. 7 men in the box, 8. Pittsburgh was just straight up going 8-man boxes and dropping 3 into coverage. And the moment that they saw what the look like after the ball was snapped, I mean, those dudes were just hanging in. But everything that they're looking at, it's the exact same quarterback that Bo was when he was at Oregon. They're basically reading the scouting reports on him coming out of the draft. They're looking at 2 games now worth of film. This being Tampa Bay, looking at 2 games worth of film that is exactly what they thought that he was. It's the Denny Green rant that's going on right now with Bo Nix and this offense and what it is at the moment. The degree of difficulty is going to be cranked up to 11 all the way until this guy shows that he's got anything else in the bag.
Yeah.
And I don't know
we're
how
not
much,
shocked by it.
I don't know how much better he's going to get in this stretch. Like, yes, he'll get more comfortable. He'll get more poised. He'll get more used to the speed of the game. But until things loosen up, until he can start to impose something on an opposing defense and make them react to what he's doing, this is going to be so hard for them.
He needs to get with Marvin Mims, however long it takes, and get down that route that Adam Archuleta pointed out he missed the other day.
Yeah.
That is the exact route he's got to be able to hit. Not sail it out of bounds, not throw it, too far, too behind. Work on it till you got it down, man. Because, like you said, till somebody sees that, they're in trouble. And this is where Sean Payton, look, we both said, I understand why you're trying to get some confidence for a new offense working together in the preseason. But I was a little shocked that he showed some of what I thought they might actually be running in the regular season, because just nobody does that in the NFL for the most part.
Right.
And I think teams are ready for the short throw because you featured it so much in preseason, and you're not going away from it now.
That's all you have shown.
I really thought Sean would come out and try to surprise some people. Now, and look, to be fair to Sean, we don't know what he drew up and what Bo chose not to throw.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. But somehow, everyone over there has to understand you got to get vertical with this thing a bit, or it's not changing like it. And frankly, the running game probably isn't opening up until you do this too.
Andy, do you want to get beefy before we're done here?
Oh, yes, please.
Should we get beefy?
Beef Wellington, if you don't mind.
Oh, man, I've got NL West beef.
Oh, I love it.
I have got division beef. Something is happening that is pretty laughable in the National League West, and it has nothing to do with the Rockies. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. All right, Craigman and Lindahl coming up next. Rapids and Sporting KC. A Rapids win, they clinch a playoff spot. Keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But before we are concluded here on a Wednesday afternoon, we got to get beefy. It is time for Beef Tweets. Beef Tweets time.
There's beef.
Yeah, let's get beefy.
Who's calling out who?
I'm a Be Real.
If he says he's got beef.
Hey, catch me outside.
Kreckman and Lindahl present
They Find Us, really.
Beef Tweets. Brought to you by GQ Barbecue.
Proud presenting sponsor.
Colorado's only championship barbecue.
Get out to GQ Barbecue.
Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQBBQ.com.
Yeah, Beef Tweets brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue, Colorado's only championship barbecue. Today, we get beefy by the bay. Not Vic Fangio's bay. But we're going to San Francisco.
Same bay, though.
Similar.
Technically.
Yeah. Bay in the bay, yes.
Boo, the bay.
Maybe she was at the game. We don't even know. So, on Sunday, Andy, the San Francisco Giants and the San Diego Padres locked up in a NL West showdown. Padres would go on to win this game 4-3 in 10 innings. But on that day, history was made there at, the hell is that stadium called now?
I don't know.
Whatever.
Pac Bell Park is what we'll always know it, right?
Used to be AT&T.
Oracle?
Oracle, thank you. I think it's Oracle.
I didn't even know Oracle
days.
still existed. Good for them.
Sure does.
Good for you, bud.
But for the first time in the 25-year history of Oracle Park, what is now called Oracle Park, we saw something we had never seen before. A right-handed batter hit the ball into McCovey Cove. It has never happened before. Giants TV on the call. Elliot Ramos at the plate.
He gets some serious tilt.
Down the line. Hit well. It is out of here.
Did he do it?
And this game is tied. And now we want to find out if that went into the water.
Because if it did, there's never been a right-handed hitter that has done it since this ballpark opened its doors in 2000.
That's right. A right-handed batter for the first time ever put one into the Cove. It's never happened before in the 25-year history of the ballpark. There are some that even say it's never happened in batting practice before. But Elliot Ramos, the superstar rookie for the Giants, I believe it was his 21st home run of the year, made an all-star team this year, Andy, but he becomes the first player ever as a right-handed hitter to go oppo taco into the Cove. Pretty cool, right?
We thought. And then not cool creeped into the chat.
Sure did. This is where this story gets a little bit beefy, okay? Andy, do you know who McCovey Cove Dave is?
I had no idea, but you sent me the story, and now I hate the guy. Tell me about McCovey Cove Dave.
So McCovey Cove Dave is a guy that he wants everybody to know who he is. And I say that because he wears a T-shirt that says McCovey Cove Dave. Or if it's chillier out, he wears a hoodie that says McCovey Cove Dave while paddling a kayak in McCovey Cove that says McCovey Cove Dave. That's right. Dave wants everybody to know that he is the Dave of McCovey Cove fame. So this guy, Andy, his whole thing is he paddles a kayak around the cove and he scoops up the baseballs that then splash into McCovey Cove during Giants games. And he has done this since 2001, and he has apparently claimed nearly 100 home run balls that have splashed in the cove here low over the years.
Has quite the collection from what he talks about in the story.
He's very, very proud of it, okay? And Dave is the guy that thinks that by being a fan of the Giants and paddling a boat around, that he has reached some sort of status.
Thus needing to identify himself because he's so famous.
Uh-huh. However, the Giants franchise themselves, Andy, they're not huge Dave fans. Not total Dave heads. Apparently, the Giants and Dave have had some beef going back about 10 years ago Dave retrieved Tyler Colvin's first splashdown. That's former Rocky Tyler Colvin, by the way. And Tyler Colvin wanted to get the ball that he had hit into McCovey Cove, and so he says the Giants, the organization, offered him a bat and a ball. Dave countered. He asked for a specific Giants jersey. The team
like the city edition or something.
And the team declined, and apparently the sides haven't spoken since. According to sfgate.com, Dave said, quote, "I feel like what I've done to help the Giants franchise to make the Cove more iconic, they could be a little more generous at times with me," close quote. Yeah, Dave, the people that constructed a multi-million-dollar ballpark right on the water so that home runs splash into it, that Barry Bonds made famous, they could have never done it without you, Dave, a guy in a boat. So
why isn't it Dave Cove?
Dave Cove. Why'd they name it after that Willie McCovey?
Yeah.
I'm Dave. Don't they know that? So apparently, Dave retrieved the Heliot Ramos first right-handed home run into the Cove.
In a game he wasn't even going to go to, but again, he auctioned off a day with Dave.
A day with Dave. Apparently, Dave doesn't typically go on days when left-handers start.
Because there'll be no balls to retrieve.
Exactly, but on this particular day, Dave showed up. And so Dave was of the belief that maybe the Giants and Heliot Ramos, they should reach out and want to get the ball back. Now, it should be noted here, no one's even asked for the ball.
Yeah, they just know what they're dealing with, so they said, all right, sorry, dude.
Right.
We're not going to be able to get it for you. We're not dealing with that guy.
But Dave has already preemptively said he's not going to give the ball back. And here's the quote. He says, Helios hasn't earned it. Quote, "Heliot, this is his beginning season, and I hope he has a fantastic career. He could get this ball, but he has to earn it. He has to play 10 years for the Giants and become deeply loved, and when I pass away, then yes."
But there's another rookie that has interacted with him and followed him.
That's right.
So if he ever comes up and hits his first home run, he will just give him the ball.
Apparently, Bryce Eldridge, a highly touted Giants prospect, and this is where the Twitter part comes into it. He says, "Bryce Eldridge follows me. Does Heliot even know I exist?"
No, sir, he does not.
So not until Heliot Ramos pays the correct amount of deference to the celebrity that is McCovey Cove Dave will Heliot Ramos even possibly be getting this baseball back in return, which it should be noted, Heliot Ramos never even asked for the ball.
Because he knows. He's heard about the guy. He asked for the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves had a rookie hit his first home run in there.
First career grand slam into the Cove. This part's kind of funny, actually.
And so Atlanta tried to ask for it back.
Hey, Dave, give us the ball.
And Dave said, work with the Giants to give me better parking in a certain lot, and you can have it. And both the teams are like, nope.
I think McCovey Cove Dave tried to parlay the Michael Harris Grand Slam home run ball into a parking spot in the Giants players lot.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that part. It was the Giants players lot.
It was the players lot.
He wanted to be like George Costanza getting the sweet parking spot.
McCovey Cove Dave, because he sits in his boat and chases baseballs and created the lore of the Cove, believes that the Braves should have then gone to the Giants and said, get Dave a better parking spot.
The killer whales ever just get off course and hit a cove? I'm just curious. I'm just asking.
Just have an orca go and take him out.
Whop.
So this is the controversy